So you want to create your own 3D characters, but you're not sure where to start from. Welcome to the free Stylized character masterclass, where I'm going to be showing you absolutely everything that you're ever going to need to create your own 3D characters. I will walk you step by step through the entire process that you can use over and over for any character that you want to create. And the workflow I'm going to be showing you in this masterclass is the exact process I give to all the students in my coaching program to help them create characters just like these. So whether you're just getting started with character creation or you want to create better characters, this masterclass is going to guide you through the entire process. And to help you get the most out of this masterclass, I've put all my project files for each chapter of the masterclass and also every resource that I mentioned throughout the masterclass. I've made those available for you guys to download so that you can follow along with absolute clarity of everything that we're going to cover, and you'll find the link for all of that in the first link in the description. And without wasting any more time, let me show you everything that we are going to learn in this masterclass. I've designed this masterclass into 8 simple sessions. The first session, we are going to cover choosing your concept. You learn how to choose the right concept for your stylized character. I'm also going to show you how you can gather references once you have chosen your concept, because starting with a strong concept and relevant references is going to make the entire character creation process much easier. The second session will focus completely on sculpting and modeling our character. And this session is split into 4 chapters. In the first chapter, we are going to cover blocking out your character. And once we are done with the block out, we are going to move on to the second chapter, which is sculpting the face and the head of your character. With the head complete, we are going to move on to sculpting the body of your character. And after that is on to the final chapter, which is sculpting the clothes and the accessories for your character. And that will conclude the sculpting and the modeling session for our character. The third session in this masterclass is character retopology. And I've also split the retopology session into 3 chapters. The first chapter, I'm going to show you everything that you need to know about topology and retopology. And then we are going to go through retopologizing the face of your character. When we complete the face retopology, we'll move to the next chapter, which is retopologizing the body of your character. This will include the legs, the hands, the feet, and also parts of your characters like the inside of the mouth and the teeth and the tongue. And lastly, for the character retopology session, we are going to cover retopologizing the clothes and all the accessories for your character. The fourth session of the masterclass will focus entirely on UV unwrapping your character. I'll show you why we UV unwrap our character in the first place, and I'm going to show you how UV unwrapping works. With everything that we learn there, I'm going to show you how to properly UV unwrap any 3D character. For the fifth session of the masterclass, we are going to take a look at hair grooming. Here, we are going to replace the hair that we sculpted with actual strand-based hair. And we are going to do all of that using Blender's geometry node hair system. After completing the hair, we are going to bring our character to life with the next session, which is shading and texturing our character. I'm going to show you my easy to follow shading and texturing workflow. And we are going to be creating some shaders for the eyes and also the hair. And we are also going to be painting textures, making normal maps, and also some additional maps to enhance the shader for our character. In the 7th session of this masterclass, we are going to go through rigging your character. You learn how rigging works, and then we are going to go ahead and use Rigify to rig our character. And with the rig we create, we are going to create some different poses for our character. And finally, on our list, in the last session, we are going to cover all the techniques that you need for lighting and presentation, where I'll show you why your lighting matters the most and how to beautifully present your characters, render them out as animation, and also make final renders. Before we get started, there are some important things to remember. So first off, who is this masterclass for? If this is your first time using Blender, if you just recently installed Blender, you know you want to create characters, but you haven't really played around with Blender much, then this masterclass is going to be a bit too much for you. And if that's the case for you, I want you to go ahead and finish the donut tutorial by Blender Guru first. If you're able to finish that donut tutorial, then you're going to have everything that you need to go through this masterclass. The next important thing I want you to remember is that we are going to be doing a lot of sculpting for our character. So if you're not very comfortable with sculpting, you would want to check out my free sculpting masterclass here on YouTube. So you can just rate yourself 1 through 10 when it comes to sculpting. And if you feel you're above a 5 when it comes to sculpting, then you can go through this masterclass. But if you're below a 5, then you're going to need to check out the sculpting masterclass. Another common question that normally comes up with sculpting is, do you need a graphics tablet? And the truth is that you don't need a graphics tablet to go through this masterclass. A graphics tablet is very, very nice to have, but you don't need it to go through this masterclass. But if you can get one for yourself, then I highly recommend it. The one I'm going to be using throughout this masterclass is the XP Pen's Artist Pro 14 Drawing Display. The third important thing I want you to remember is the fundamentals for each session and each chapter of the masterclass. I always start off each chapter by going through the fundamentals of what we are going to cover in that chapter, because it's important that we understand how things work before we try to recreate them. So for every chapter, we have fundamentals, and I don't want you to skip the fundamentals, because everything that we're going to be doing in each chapter is going to build up on what we covered in the fundamentals. So make sure that you don't skip the fundamentals of any chapter. And also, like I mentioned earlier in this video, all my project files and all the resources that I mentioned throughout this masterclass are available for you guys to download. It's going to be the first link in the description. Also, if you go to that page right now, I've also separated the masterclass into smaller and easier videos for you to follow along with all the links and resources that I mentioned throughout the masterclass. Another very important thing to remember is to give yourself a realistic timeline to finish this masterclass. This masterclass is over 20 hours long, and I don't expect you to also finish this masterclass in the next 20 hours. A realistic timeline I like to give to all the students in my coaching program, especially for those who have never created a character before, is 3 months. And 3 months might sound like a lot, but you don't need to rush the process, especially if this is your first time creating a character. And what I tell my students to do is to treat each chapter in the masterclass as a week. So you give yourself a week to follow each chapter. And since there are 13 chapters in the masterclass, it will take about 3 months to complete. If you're more experienced when it comes to creating characters, then it will definitely take you shorter time. But I just want to set your expectations right before we dive in. There's no need to rush the process. Just enjoy the process and have fun while learning. And finally, I have something for 10% of you guys watching this masterclass right now. So I know for a few of you watching this masterclass, you have gone through other character modeling tutorials before. This is not your first tutorial that you're going through, but you've still not been able to get to that quality of characters that you want to create, and you're finding it a bit overwhelming trying to create your own 3D characters by yourself. You also overthink certain parts of the process, and this can lead to a lot of frustration, and you just end up not finishing your project. So if that is you, instead of me giving you more tutorials, it would be much better for you if you could work one-on-one with a mentor who is going to provide direct and clear instructions to you, and also offer feedback on your work at every step of the character creation process, so that it doesn't feel too overwhelming. And that's where the Stylized Character Academy comes in. The Stylized Character Academy is my coaching program and the paid version of the free Stylized Character Masterclass. Inside the academy, we have weekly coaching calls, live Q&A sessions, and most importantly, you're going to get personalized feedback tailored to whatever kind of character that you're working on. And if that sounds like something you'll be interested in, go to the second link in the description and you can sign up right away, so that you can have me coach you through every chapter that we are going to go through in this masterclass. This masterclass is something I wish I had when I started out my own journey of creating characters in Blender. And for some of you finding this masterclass, it has probably already made you excited about creating characters in Blender. So I want you to share that joy with someone by sharing this masterclass with someone else who is going to find it just as valuable as you. So you can copy the link of this video and share that with a friend. All right, enough of the introduction. Let's finally dive into the Stylized Character Masterclass. Welcome to chapter 1 of the Stylized Character Masterclass. In this chapter, we are going to be taking a look at choosing our concept for our 3D character. So the agenda for this video is very simple. We are just going to take a look at choosing a concept. So let's get started. Before we get started, go ahead and share this masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are actually proud of. And a little bit of warning. This is the most important video in the entire masterclass. So watch the entire video, don't skip and don't jump around to the different parts of this video. Just make sure to watch the entire video. All right, choosing a concept. Here's everything that you need to know. First off, why does choosing a concept matter? A good 3D character is going to start with a good concept, because your concept is going to guide every decision that you're going to be making later on in the process. If you have a bad concept, you end up with a bad 3D character. But if you have an amazing concept, you also end up with an amazing 3D character. We want to make sure not to skip this step, because every good 3D character always starts from a good concept. If you skip this step, it's going to lead to weak results, and it's going to lead to a lot of confusion when you actually get started in Blender, because you don't have a clear idea of what you're doing. So the concept is there to give us much more clarity on the character we are trying to create. So we want to make sure not to skip this step. So we are going to take our time here to set a strong foundation so that we can make the entire workflow much smoother and much more enjoyable. So the reason why we choose a concept is to have clarity on what we are doing when we get into Blender, so that we don't have weak results and we are not frustrated when we actually get into Blender. All right. So what is a good concept? I'm going to define a good concept as anything that you find beautiful or appealing. We will spend a lot of hours here trying to explain what appealing is, but for the sake of this masterclass, a good concept is anything that you find beautiful or appealing. If the character design makes you excited to create it in 3D, then that's a good choice. And I don't want you to overthink it. Like I said, your concept is here to provide a clear idea, and your concept should also be interesting to you. So for me, these are some examples of some characters I think or that I find beautiful and appealing, and I'll be genuinely excited to create these characters inside of 3D. So these are just some examples of some things I find appealing, and I'll consider these good concepts that will work inside of 3D. All right, now let's take a look at what we want to avoid for this masterclass. So specifically for this masterclass, we want to avoid overly complex character designs. So character designs like this, we want to avoid just for the purpose of this masterclass. After this masterclass, with everything that I've showed you in this masterclass, you'll be able to tackle character designs like this. But for learning sake, because you're going to be learning a lot of things, let's just avoid concepts like this for now. After the masterclass, you can go ahead and try out concepts like this. So highly detailed concepts can slow down the learning and create a lot of unnecessary confusion, and we definitely don't want that while going through this masterclass. So let's just focus on simpler concepts that are going to help us learn the fundamentals, and it's also going to help us to learn faster. So just for the sake of this masterclass, let's avoid overly complex character designs like this. All right. And now let's take a look at where to find character concepts. So you can find character concepts on platforms like Instagram, ArtStation, Pinterest, or you can also use work from artists that you admire online. And if you're using work from an artist you admire online, make sure to take their permission to use their work. If you don't know exactly where to start with all of this, I've created a Pinterest board with beginner-friendly concepts that you can use that are going to work well for this course. So if I just open this up and let me just go right there. So I've pinned some concept art inspo. There are over 60 of them here. So you can just come through here, find a concept that's going to work for you. Everything here I personally pinned this by myself. So you can just find a concept that works for you from here, and you should be able to find something that works for you. So these are concepts that you can use for this masterclass. All right. So you can go ahead to that Pinterest board and find a concept, something that works for you if you're not exactly sure where to start. You can also go to Instagram, ArtStation, use work from your favorite artist. But very importantly, if you're using work from an artist, make sure to take their permission. All right. Now, once you lock in a concept, once you found a concept, the next step is going to be gathering references. So references should support your chosen concept. The whole idea of gathering references is to give you a better understanding of what you're going to be doing when you actually start modeling your character in 3D. So you're not just gathering more beautiful images, you're gathering references, or you're gathering images that give you better understanding of what you're going to be doing inside of 3D. So gather images that match your character's hair, your character's clothing, your character's material, and the style you're going for, because strong references are going to help you stay consistent and make better character modeling decisions. So here's an example of a concept I have, and let me just actually go and show you this concept. So right here, I have this concept that I'm going to be using for the masterclass, and this concept was made by Jennifer Park. If I just open up our Instagram here, so this concept was made by Jennifer Park, an amazing character artist. She was nice enough to let me use her concept for this masterclass. So you can go ahead and check out her work. I'm going to leave a link to that in the description. So this is the main concept art I'm going to be using for this masterclass. Once I locked in the concept art, then I went ahead and I gathered other references just like this. So I have references for the face right here. So this is the main concept. This is the overall style I'm going for the face. So I like how big the eyes are, and I like just the features on the face. And then this 1, 2, and 3 are going to give me, because this is an Asian character, so I'm just going to use this as proportion guides when I actually start sculpting this character inside of Blender. And then I gathered some more references for the boots of this character. So you can notice from the reference or from the concept art here, I'm not really sure, or I don't have a clear idea of what's going on the boots. But once I go ahead and gather references, this is exactly what I'm going to be modeling inside of Blender. So I'm going to model this, and then these other 3 references are just here to give me a better idea of the folds that are going to be on the boots. So this is what I'm going to be modeling. So with the reference, I'm gathering this so that I can have a clear idea of what I'm going to be doing when I get inside of Blender. Also the same thing with the skirts. When you take a look at the skirts from the concept art, you're not really sure what's going on. But once I've got a reference, I have a much better understanding of how the skirt is supposed to work. And also the same thing for the hair. If you take a look at the concept art, we have a general idea of what the hair is doing. But with the references like this, we can clearly see the direction of the hair. We can see how this part separates out from this other part. So this is why we gather references, so that we can have a clearer understanding of what we are supposed to do when we start modeling inside of Blender. And then also I gathered some references for the body. So I love the simplistic shapes that we have on these references right here. So I'm going to be using this when I'm sculpting the body of the character. So this is one example. Let me just show you another example of another character I'm currently working on. So this was the concept. This is the main concept that I had. Then I went ahead, I gathered some references for the face. I love the way this sculpt looks. So when I'm sculpting the face of this character, I want something like this while still maintaining the forms of this face. And then I gathered some references for the body of the character. So I love how this looks for the torso. When I'm sculpting the torso, this is going to be my main reference. Again, we have this image right here. And then I gathered some more references on the dress, how the ruffles on the dress are, so that once I go into Blender and start modeling this out, I'm going to have a clear understanding. I also gathered some more references for the dress material, so that once we start shading, we can cross-check and see if we have the right material. I gathered some references for the heels. I gathered some references for the hair to give me a better understanding of what's actually going on in this hair. And then I gathered some more references for the jewelry of this character. So this is the concept, and then these are the references. So this is just an example of what you're going to be doing. I want you to just go ahead, choose a concept, and also gather references. And by the way, this software is called PureRef. It's going to be very useful for gathering references like this. If you don't already have PureRef, just go ahead and download it. I'm going to link this below. So if you just go to this link here, it's going to bring you to a page like this, and then you can just scroll down, choose either Windows, Mac, or Linux. I'm currently on Windows. And then you can pay for this, or you can just come here, type in a custom amount, and then you'll be able to download this completely for free. So go ahead and download PureRef and gather references just like this. All right, let's go back to the slides. So that's how you gather references based on your concept. So at this checkpoint, I just want you to go ahead and find the concept right either on Instagram as session from an artist you like. Anywhere you normally find concepts, you can go ahead and do that. And then once you lock in your concept, you can go ahead and gather relevant references that give you a better understanding of your concept. So that's all you need to do before moving on to the next chapter. All right, to summarize, we understand the importance of using concepts, we understand how to use concepts, and we understand how to gather references based on the concept we have chosen. So that's everything that we learned in this video. If you need any extra help with anything I've said so far, you can go ahead and join the Stylized Character Academy, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process. And if you're already loving the masterclass, you can go ahead and leave a review of this masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video. And with that, I'm going to see you guys in the next chapter, where we actually go ahead and start modeling our character inside of Blender. I know that's the part most of you guys have been waiting for. So far, we have been going through slides, but in the next chapter, we are going to dive into Blender and actually start building our character. So we are going to be blocking out our character in the next chapter. So I'm going to see you guys in the next chapter. Welcome to chapter 2. In this chapter, we are going to be taking a look at blocking out your character. And our agenda for this chapter, we are going to take a look at what blocking out is. Then we are going to go ahead and look at why we block out our characters. Then I'll show you how to block our characters. And then we're actually going to Blender and block out a character inside of Blender. As usual, share this masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are proud of. And a little bit of warning. As of right now, for you, this is the most important video in the entire masterclass. So don't skip around, watch the entire video, and don't jump around. All right, let's get started. What is a blockout? A blockout or blocking out, it means using very simple shapes to build the foundation of your character. At this stage, we want to ignore all the details and only focus on the basic forms, the proportions, and the structure. And I'm going to show you an example of what blockout is. So here are some examples of blockouts where we're just using really simple shapes to block out our character. So at this stage, we are removing all forms of details and we are just laying down really solid foundations for the character. And these project files, you can download them and take a look at it. The link is going to be below this video. So here's an example of a blockout, just using very simple shapes to lay down foundations for our character. So we're using very simple shapes to build down the foundation of our character. At this stage, we want to ignore all details and only focus on the basic forms. So that's what a blockout is. And now, what to know before blocking out? You need to understand the proportions of your specific character before starting out. While they are basic human proportions, stylized characters are often going to break those proportions. So for this masterclass, your chosen concept from chapter 1 will be your main guide, and we'll use it to measure and compare proportions directly inside of Blender. So when it comes to choosing a stylized character, you might have a lot of characters, and you might notice here these characters have different proportions. So I say on this character, the head is about the same height with the body and also about the same height with the leg. So you just want to know or be aware of these proportions before you actually get started with sculpting in Blender, because for every character or for most stylized characters, it's going to be really different. So right here, from here to here, it's about the same length from here to here. So we just want to make sure to identify this right now before we actually get started with blocking out in Blender, so that when we start blocking out in Blender, it's a lot more easier to identify. So at this stage, you want to just take a look at your specific concept that you've chosen and that's going to be our main guide that's going to help us inside Blender. Now let's look at why we block out characters. We block out characters to create a strong foundation for sculpting. At this stage, we're removing the clothes, we're removing every fine detail, and we want to focus on just the base structure, because everything else in the character will be built on this foundation, so it needs to feel correct. We need to make sure it's correct before moving forward. So we block our characters to have a strong foundation before we get into the fine detail sculpting. Okay, and it's also necessary to have a blockout. It's always necessary to have a blockout, because a solid blockout is going to make sculpting so much easier and so much more controlled. Once the foundation is in place, you can focus on adding the details without struggling with the proportions or the forms laid down. So I'm just going to show you an example right here. So let's say we already have this blockout, and now if I wanted to sculpt this torso, I'll just come in here, select this, Ctrl G to actually join them, and then if I go ahead and remesh this, it's going to be so much easier to sculpt finer details now that we have these main forms in place. And just with a few brush strokes, you can already start to get something that already looks nice once you have a solid blockout in place. So that's the reason we're blocking out, and that's why it's necessary to have a blockout, so that once we actually get started with sculpting, it's actually so much easier to do. Okay, let me just undo those steps. All right, go back to the slides. So that's why we block out our characters. Now let's take a look at how to block out your character. First things first, you want to always make sure that you're following the shape language of your character. Different characters are going to use different shapes. Some are round, some are angular, some are boxy, and your blockout should reflect the shape language of your chosen concept. And I'm going to show you an example right here. So for most characters, they come in different forms, shapes, or sizes. On this character here, you can see we have this kind of triangulated box. So I can see how those shapes are on every part of the character. So we always want to make sure to keep this in mind for our own character when we are blocking out. Right here we have a more boxy character, and you can notice how throughout the whole character you maintain that kind of box on the character. We maintain that for the face, we maintain that for the legs, just like so. Also the same thing on this one, we have an elongated box right here. So we just want to make sure we are maintaining the shape language throughout the whole sculpting process. And then also we want to break the character into different parts to make sculpting much easier. We want to divide the character into major sections like the head, the torso, the arms, and the legs. This is going to make the blockout feel clearer and also feel organized. So right here you can notice how all these are individual parts. So this is just going to make the blockout process feel more clearer and also more organized. So break character into parts and then use really simple shapes. Start with very simple primitive shapes inside of Blender. Keep the resolution low so that we can avoid details and just focus on only the overall forms. At this stage, when I'm making blockouts inside of Blender, I just use something called a round cube. If you go into your own Blender right now, you might not see this option, but I'll show you how to turn that on a little bit later. So I just use this round cube. So everything you're seeing here is just a modified version of this round cube. And I'm using this type of low resolution mesh so that we don't start focusing on the details. So this mesh is everything that you can see right here. So we want to make sure that we're using very simple shapes so that we don't get lost in the details at this stage. And at this point, we want to remember a principle called straight versus curves. Mixing straight and curved forms makes the character look more appealing and more dynamic. This is going to help avoid stiff or boring shapes. And I'm also going to show you an example right here. So let me just isolate this character, and I'm also going to hide the hands. So right here, the legs, we have a curved side and we have a straight side. Okay, we have a straight side and we have a curved side. principles like this on your character. And I'm going to, once you start sculpting, I'll show you where to apply this principle, or principles like that are going to make sculpting look much more organic. And you can also notice on the side of the character, you can also notice this nice S shape running through the whole character. So principles like this, you want to always make sure to keep in mind when you're sculpting your character. So use the principle of states versus curves, and then you want to frequently check the silhouettes of your character. Your character should be readable from a distance. A strong silhouette is a sign of a good blockout. And let me actually show you a trick inside of Blender to check the silhouette of your character. So if you go up here to the shading and you select custom right here, you can just change this color all the way to black. It's usually on white, so you can just bring it all the way to black, and then you'll be able to see the silhouettes of your character. Also, make sure in Blender 5.0, make sure specular lighting is turned off so that you can see this correctly. So what I like to do when I'm blocking out is just I'm going to split up the viewport here. So I'm going to have the silhouettes right here, and then I'm going to be sculpting normally right here so that we can make sure that the silhouette of the character always looks nice at all points in time. So that's a good way of checking the silhouette of your character. All right, at this checkpoint, we are going to go ahead and we're going to create a simple block out for our character. So let's dive right into Blender to get started. So inside of Blender, I'm currently using the latest version of Blender, which is Blender 5.0 at the time of recording this video. All right, so let's get started. I'm going to select all and X to delete. And to get started with blocking out the character, I'm going to add in a round cube. You can go up to add mesh, and I have this round cube option right here. If you don't see any of these extra options right here, let me show you how you can enable that. You can go up to edit, under preferences, you want to go to get extensions, and then just search for extra mesh objects. It's going to say install right here. Just make sure you have that installed on your computer. And once you have that installed, if you go up to add, if you go up to mesh, you should see this round cube object right here. So we can just add that in. Something else I also like to do is when I go up to add and under mesh, I can right click, and currently I have this in my quick favorite. If I just remove this, I'm going to right click and it's going to say add to quick favorite. So I'm going to add that to my quick favorites. So once I press Q now, you can see I have the option to add the round cube for my quick favorite. So this might be the only option on your quick favorite. I have other options, and as we go, I'll tell you when to add these other options to your quick favorite. So right now I have the round cube on my quick favorite. So if I just select the round cube from there, I'll be able to add in another round cube. So that's something that you should do right now. Just go up to add mesh, right click, and then add it to your quick favorite, so that once you press Q on the keyboard, you're able to access any of these. All right, now that we've added in the round cube, let's go into the sculpting workspace, and we're actually going to set up for sculpting. I'm going to select the round cube and go into sculpt mode. And inside of Blender, we have the sculpting brushes down here. We also have some additional sculpting tools right here to the left. So let's set up Blender for sculpting. Before I start sculpting, I'm going to press N to bring up this N panel. And let me make sure you guys can see the shortcuts I'm pressing. So any shortcut I press is going to be displayed right here. So now what I want you to change is to go on view. And then for the focal length, I want you to change this to 150. That way your sculpt is not going to look distorted when we start sculpting. Okay, once you change the focal length, now I'm going to split up the viewports. I'm going to come right here until the cursor changes to this crosshair, and then I'm just going to drag this out to somewhere around here. I'm going to close this sidebar by pressing T, and I'm going to scroll up here, and I'm going to toggle show gizmos, and I'm also going to toggle show overlays I'm going to drag the toolbar down right here. Let's make sure to drag this down just like that. And this viewport right here is going to be where we can view the overall progression of the sculpt while we work on it. So I like to have a viewport here that can view the overall progression, and also if I need to, I can come here and also check the silhouettes from time to time. We're going to do that a little bit later. So right here, I like to have this viewport here, and also right here, I can use this and open up my references. So I'm just going to use PureRef in this case. I'm going to open up PureRef, and I'm going to open up my references right here. And for PureRef, you want to make sure that this is pinned to always on top. So I'm just going to bring this right here. I'll place it at the corner right here. If I can actually grab that, I'll just place it right here. And I'm going to resize that. Okay. And then I'm going to zoom into my references. So we are going to be blocking out the body. So these are my references that I'm going to be looking at when sculpting. And then I have the preview, sculpt preview up here. And this is going to be my main workspace for sculpting. All right, something else I also like to do before I start sculpting. Right now, if I press Z on the keyboard, you can see that I have these two extra options. So I have this toggle overlays option here, and I have this toggle X-ray option right here. If I just hover over this, you can see I'm able to toggle overlays just by swiping up, and if I swipe down, I'm able to toggle X-ray. So this is going to be really useful once we start sculpting. To enable that, you can go up to edit, and then you can go up to preferences, and then on that key map, you can enable the extra shading pie menu items. So once you enable that and you press Z on your keyboard, you're going to have these two extra options that will help you to toggle overlays very easily instead of having to go up here to turn it on and off. For now, I'm going to leave it on. And now let's actually get started with blocking out this character. I'm going to use the grab brush for blocking out. We are mostly going to be using the grab brush because we just want to get the overall forms. So the grab brush is going to be our best friend. The shortcut to get the grab brush is G. And once we have the grab brush, I'm going to turn on X symmetry. And now let's go ahead with sculpting. The first object we're going to be sculpting, or the first part of the character we're going to be sculpting, is going to be the head. So let's go ahead and get started. Using the grab brush, let's just drag this down to get the shape of the head. So we want a nice egg shape, something just like this. And then I'm going to go to the side view. I'm going to press 3 on the numpad to go to the side view. And then I'm also going to bring this forward for the jaw. So this is just a really simple head shape that we want, something like this. And now I'll go back to the front view. I can select this -Y button up here to go to the front view. And now I'm going to use the line project brush, this brush right here. And then I'm going to slice the sides of the head. We don't want that to be round. So I'm just going to slice the sides, and you can do that more than once to get the exact shape that you're looking for. Something like this is going to be fine for the face of the character from the front view. Now I'll go to the side view and I'll focus a little bit more on the side view. Now we want to make the separation between the jaw and the cranium. Right now we are currently blocking out this head. There's a whole chapter where we are going to sculpt the head, so we are going to do this again. But for right now, let's just make sure to get a base shape, and then once we get to that chapter of sculpting the head, I'm going to go over more of this in detail. All right, let's use the crease polish brush. Shift C is the shortcut, and you can actually search for these brushes right here. So if you just search for any of these brushes, you can see them there, and all the brushes I'm going to be using are going to be displayed right here. All right, so with the crease polish brush, I just use the crease polish brush, and we're going to mark out the separation between the jaw and the cranium. So just something like this. Okay, something like that. And we can pull this cranium up a little bit more. I'm going to use the grab brush to pull this up, something like that. All right. And for the back of the head, I'm going to, still on the grab brush, I'm going to hold down shift to activate the smooth brush, and then I'm just going to smooth this out like so. So this is the shape of the head that we have. Nice. I'm going to use the grab brush and I'm just going to pull this back a little bit small. We don't want the back of the head to be completely round, so I'm just going to pull this back a little bit small. And then let's define the shape of the jaw from the side view. So we can just pull this forward, something like this. All right, that looks nice for the shape of the head. On the side of the head here, I'm going to use the script brush. Shift T is the shortcut, and then I'm just going to clean out this side of the head, so something that looks like this. And I'm just going to use the grab brush to adjust the shape of the head. All right, so this looks like a really nice shape for the head. Let's go ahead and continue on in the block out. The next object we want to block out is going to be the neck of the character. So let's go ahead and we're going to add in another round cube. You can press Shift A, mesh, and you can add in another round cube, but I'm going to add it from my quick favorite. So pressing Q, this option is going to come up, or these options are going to come up, and then you can select the round cube option. All right, very importantly, when making blockouts, I like to move these objects only in edit mode. And doing it that way, we maintain the origin point of the object. That way our brushes are going to work correctly. The symmetry inside of sculpt mode is going to work correctly. If you don't know what I'm saying, that's completely fine. But just go up here where it says object mode and go into edit mode. This is where we want to transform the object. So don't transform the object in object mode. You want to make sure to transform the object in edit mode. So I'm going to go into edit mode. I'll go from the side view. You can press up here, or you can press 3 on the numpad to go to side view. I'm going to scale this down. I'm just going to bring this right here for the neck. All right, and now to actually make this look more like a neck, I'm going to scroll up here, and then right here where it says toggle X-ray, I'm going to toggle X-ray. So now I can see through the object. So I'm just going to select this, the bottom half of that round cube that we added, and then I'm going to extrude this down for the neck. Somewhere around here should be fine. All right, and now I'm going to actually move this neck into place. So I'm going to move it right here, something like this. And for the neck, we want to make sure that we don't leave the neck straight like this. The neck actually rotates or tilts backward. So I'm just going to rotate this and I'll place it right here for the neck. And I'm just going to select this again and I'll bring this right here. And I'm also using the shortcut Alt Z to toggle on the X-ray instead of going up here to toggle it on. Alt Z is the shortcut. All right, now that we have that in place, if we go into sculpt mode and we try to sculpt on this part of the neck, you'll notice that because we don't have any geometry here, we are not actually able to sculpt on those meshes. So let's go into edit mode. We're going to add some more loop cuts right here. So Control R is the shortcut to add loop cuts, and then I can just select a number, so I can press 6 and it's going to add 6 loop cuts, and I'm just going to enter to confirm that and escape to make sure they're in the correct spot. All right, now that we have that, we can now go into sculpt mode. We can start sculpting out the shape of the neck. I'm going to go up here to the X symmetry, make sure X symmetry is turned on, and let's go ahead and start sculpting the neck. For the neck, I like to pull out this area right here. So this part is going to merge with the chest of the character, and I'm also going to pull out this area right here. It's going to merge with the back of the character. From the bottom view, I'm just going to pull this out. This side is going to merge with the shoulders of the character. Okay, nice. And right here, we want to make sure that this neck object is flowing nicely into the head of the character. So I'm just going to use the grab brush. I'm going to bring this out just like that. Okay, and I also do the same from the side. We want to make sure that these are flowing nicely into each other, just like so. All right, and we have something like that for the neck. Okay, this looks good for the shape of the neck. One thing I also like to do on the neck is to use the line project brush and then just slice this just like so. All right, that looks nice. And now let's go ahead. I will make another blockout. The next blockout I want to make is for the ears of the character. Before I do that, I'll just go back to the head object. I'm going to use the crease polish brush to just define this separation between the jaw and the cranium. So I'm just going to crease it all the way up to here. So somewhere around here, this is where the ear is going to sit. And then I'm just going to smooth out this area. So just while holding down shift, we can smooth out that area like so. All right, something like that looks good for the head. Now let's go ahead and block out the ears of the character. So let me just zoom into this a little bit more. All right, so this is the shape of the ear that we're going for. You can always make sure to take a look at your own concept to see the shape of the ear you're going for. So I'm going to add in another round cube, and I'm adding in another one from the key favorites menu. So Q for the key favorite, and then add in a round cube. Very importantly, again, you want to make sure not to transform the object in object mode. Let's go into edit mode. All right, I'm going to go from the front view right here. I'm going to scale this down. I'll just bring it to the side of the face. So that's usually where the ear is. And then I'm going to also from the side, I'm just going to bring this back, make sure it's on that separation between the jaw and the cranium, somewhere around there. And now let's go into sculpt mode. And now let's refine the shape of the ear. For the ear, I'm going to use the line project brush, and I'm just going to slice part of the ear. And if you're using the line project brush and it does something like this, so it's cutting the side that we don't actually want it to cut. So I just drew a line like this. You can see the part that it like grayed out. That's the part it's going to cut. So to flip this, you just want to press F on the keyboard to flip this. And then we can cut the back just like so. And then I'm also going to do something like this. So this is the shape that we want for the ear. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to mirror this over to the other side. The way I like to mirror this over to the other side is to come up here to the symmetry options. So where it says X, Y, and Z, you're going to see this drop down. So just press that drop down. And then under symmetrize, we want to symmetrize from the plus X axis to the minus X axis. And let me show you why we are doing that. So right here, this is the X axis, which is this area of Blender. And if I hover over this gizmo, you see that right here is the minus X axis, which is this axis right here. So currently we have the ear on the plus X axis. So we want to mirror it over to the minus X axis. So that's why we changed the direction right here. And now that we have changed our direction, we can go ahead and symmetrize it. And then we should have an ear on the other side. So now let's also make sure to turn on X symmetry. And I'm going to use the grab brush, in this case G for the grab brush. And now let's actually shape the ear. So I'm just going to use the grab brush to pull this into place. Just something like this for the ear. Okay, the ear doesn't usually face front. It's not like always facing front, depending on your character. So you can go into edit mode. I'm going to select these, and then I'm just going to rotate this a bit. And then I'm going to move this right here, and we can just rotate that into place. All right, that looks nice. Now that we have rotated that, we can use the grab brush once again and just pull this into place. So the shape of the ear, something like this, works just fine for this character. And I'm just going back to the shape of the head. Now that we've added in some more objects, some extra objects like the ear and the neck, you might see some changes that I need to make on the head. So you can just go ahead and adjust that. Okay, so those are just the few adjustments I made on the head. All right, this is looking good. So you should have something like this. You should have the head in place, the ear in place, and also the neck in place. And just make sure you're happy with this before actually moving forward. So right now I'm happy with the way it looks. So I'm going to move forward. All right, I'm moving forward to the body, to the torso. Let's go ahead and let's sculpt in the torso. And you'd also notice I'm constantly looking at this references to actually get an idea of what I'm doing. So always make sure that you have an eye on your references when you're sculpting. All right, let's go ahead and let's sculpt in the torso. I'm going to add in another round cube for my key favorites, Q for the key favorites, and then add in another round cube. And I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to go from the front view, and I'm just going to bring this down right here for the torso. S and Y to scale this down, and I'm just going to move this right here. Okay, on the character, remember I said you want to have a nice S curve. Nope, probably not like that. You want to have a nice S curve running through. Well, my S curves are bad today. Let me just draw that again. Something like this flowing through the whole character. So we're just going to rotate this torso like this. I'm going to scale that up a little bit. So something like this is going to be the upper torso. Now let's actually go into sculpt mode, and we're going to sculpt this out a lot more. All right, I'll go into sculpt mode with the grab brush. G is the shortcut for the grab brush. I'm going to make sure to turn on X symmetry, and now let's start sculpting the torso. For the torso, I'm going to pull this part. So from the back, I'm just going to pull this into the neck, just like so. And now also from the side, I'm going to bring this out like so. So this is going to be the shoulders of the character, and then I'm just going to pull this down. This is going to represent the rib cage, and then I'm going to bring this one up just like this. All right, so this is going to be the first part of the torso. From the back, we want to make sure that this is not rounded like this. So let's just bring this in, something that looks a little bit more natural, just like that. Okay, so this is going to be the upper torso. That looks good. Now let's go ahead and we're going to add in another round cube for this part of the torso. So I'm going to add in another round cube. I'll go into edit mode. I'll bring this down here, and I'll scale it on the Y axis. I'll place that right here. I can also scale this on the Z axis. Okay, nice. Now let's go ahead and let's sculpt this into shape. I'm going to turn on the X symmetry right here, and now let's sculpt this into shape. I'm just going to bring this in. So right now I'm sculpting. I'm just zoom into this image. Right now what I'm doing for the torso, I'm breaking up the torso into 3 different parts. So we currently have one for the shoulders or for the rib cage, and then I want another one for right here. This my drawing is very bad. Let me just start again. We currently have one for right here. I want another one for right here, and then we're going to use another object to block out this part of the character. So that's currently what I'm doing. So right now we are blocking out this part of the character. So let's go ahead with the grab brush, and we're just going to bring this in, and then I'm going to, for the blockouts, for the different blockout objects, you want to make sure that these are flowing nicely with each other. So you want to avoid stacking like this on these different objects. You actually want to make sure that these are flowing nicely into each other. So something like that for the front, and then for the back, we can make sure that this has a nice flow to it. So something like that is going to look good. And then I'm just going to use the line project brush right here. So I also have that added to my keyframe. I have some brushes added to my keyframe. You can select, right click on any of these brushes and add them to your keyframe. So far we have been using the line project brush a lot. So you can just right click and add this to your keyframe so that you can easily access it from your keyframe. I'll tell you when to add these other ones. So for now, just the line project brush. I'm going to select that from my keyframe, and then I'm just going to slice the bottom half, F to flip it, and then we're going to slice that something like this, and then we can further sculpt this into shape. All right, something that looks like that is good for the other part of the torso. Now let's go ahead and we're sculpting this part of the torso. Let's add in another round cube in object mode. I'll go into edit mode and I'm just going to bring this right here. All right, I'll also make sure that I can see everything from this viewport, and I'm going to bring this right here. All right, now let's, in edit mode, S and Y, scale this down, and then we want to rotate this. So right now I'm noticing on this character that I'm losing that S shape on the torso, so I'm just going to switch to this object right now. You can press Alt Q to switch between these different objects, and then I'm just going to rotate this a little bit and move that out so that we have that nice S curve flowing through the whole character. And you can also just go into object mode, select all of these at once, go into edit mode, and we can also rotate this all at once, so something just like this. All right, I'll go back into object mode and let's go back to this object. All right, I'm going to rotate this and I'm going to place this right here, something like that. So now let's go into sculpt mode, and then we're going to be able to start sculpting on this. I'm going to make sure to turn on X symmetry with the grab brush. Let's go ahead and let's start sculpting. I'm going to pull this down here, and I'm also going to pull this out for the shape of the hips, so something like this. And right here, this is where the legs are going to come out from. So let's use the line project brush. I'm going to use the line project brush, and we're just going to slice this off, something that looks just like that. All right, so the legs are going to come out from this area, this plate right here. So now let's make sure that these objects are working nicely together. So I'm just going to bring this back. We can always switch to these objects to make sure that everything is flowing nicely with each other. All right, so I'll switch back to this object with Alt Q, and now let's start planning out the back of the character. So I'm just going to use the grab brush and bring it this way. Okay, and then we can start marking out the separation at the back of the character. I'm going to use the crease polish brush for this, and I'm just going to mark out this separation right here. All right, and then let's use the grab brush to pull this out. So this is going to be the back of the character, something like that. And then from the side view, I'm just going to make sure that I have these objects working together. So right now they're just kind of floating on each other. So I'm just going to switch to this object. From the back, I'm just going to pull this in, switch to this object. From the back, I'll pull this up, and I'll make sure I have this nice arc at the back of the character. So something like this, making sure that the character looks good. And I'm also going to take a look at my reference a little bit. So on my reference, I think the body is a little bit wider, and right now I have like a very thin body. So all we can do to fix this is just select all of this. I'm going to go into edit mode, and then S and X to just scale this out a little bit, so something like that. I also scale it on the Y axis also. So I'm just taking a look at my reference and determining the shapes I need to change at this point. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. I'll go ahead and I'm just going to keep on refining these shapes. So this is going to be where the legs are going to come out from. So something like this is going to look really nice. And as we add in more objects, you're going to see that we're going to need to change some of these. That's completely fine. Let's just go ahead and keep on adding out those objects. That's why we are blocking out in the first place. So let's go ahead and let's add in an object for the leg. I'm going to add in another round cube. I'll go into edit mode, and I'm just going to move this right here. All right, I'll scale this down, S and Z to scale it up. So this is going to be for the upper leg, and we're going to place this right here. And I'm going to zoom out on this viewport to make sure that I can see the whole character. All right, that looks good. Something like that. I'll place the legs right there. And to mirror this over to the other side, so I'm going to use a mirror modifier So let me just add in a mirror modifier right there. And if you move your object properly in edit mode, the mirror object will automatically come this way. If you didn't, then you're going to have to go into object mode, press Ctrl A, and just make sure to apply all transforms. All right, and now you should have this object or the mirrored object on the other side. Now let's sculpt out the legs for this character. To sculpt out the legs, let's go ahead and let's make sure that these shapes are flowing nicely into the torso. Okay, and I'm just pulling out this part for the hips of the character, and then I'm going to pull down the legs. So it's shaped like this, looks good for the legs. Something I like to do is to just use the line project brush, and then I'm going to slice this way. And now let's use the grab brush to just pull this in, and we're going to start forming the knee of this character. So this is going to be the knee of the character, something like this. I'm just going to pull that down a little bit more. Let's take a look at this shape from the side view. All right, from the side view, you might notice the character is going out of our S curve a little bit. So let's just go into edit mode. I'm going to rotate this backwards, and I'm going to pull this into the legs or into the hips right there, something like this. All right, and just like we mentioned for the legs, you want the curved at the front and we want straight at the back. So let's go ahead and do that. You can use the grab brush and you can just pull this out. Okay, and then for the back, we want it to be much straighter, something like that. And at the back right here, I'm just going to make sure that this back part is actually overlapping the legs, so something like this. Okay, and that's going to make it have a nice shape, something like that. You can also pull these legs into the torso, just like that. And I'm going to make this part of the character much wider, so I'm just going to use the grab brush, and we can pull this out into shape a little bit more. I'm actually just going to go into object mode. I'll select this tool and SX to scale it a little bit more on the X axis. So now that we're adding in more objects, I'm just seeing some things that we need to change on this other objects, which is completely fine. So I'm just going to go ahead and make those changes right now. I'll make sure that these are working together, that everything is flowing nicely together. All right, this shape is starting to look nice. We'll definitely still have to come back and adjust some of these. That's completely fine. Let's go ahead and keep on moving forward. Let's add in the lower legs. I'm going to add in another round Q, and then I'm going to go into edit mode, and I'm going to bring this down right here. Okay, S and Z to scale this on the Z axis. I'm going to scale this down a little bit more. S and Z to scale it on the Z axis, and then we can bring this back for the character. All right, this looks good right now. Let's go ahead and mirror that over to the other side. We can come in here and add a mirror modifier. For the mirror modifier, I like to add this to my quick favorite. So you can right click and it should say add to quick favorites for you. So I have that on my quick favorites. So if I just go, if I'm in object mode, I press Q, I can easily just add that in. All right, and then we should have the legs right there, or the lower legs. Now let's go ahead and let's refine the shape of this object. I'm going to go into sculpt mode, and then for the lower legs, I'm just going to make this bottom part a lot more narrower, something like that. And then I'm going to use the line project brush to just slice off this bottom part of the leg. I'm going to pull this down a little bit more. All right, something that looks like that. And then I'm going to use the grab brush. I'm going to pull this out this way, and then I'm going to bring this one down and out, something like this. So for the legs, there's something I want you to remember, and it's called the angry face. We are going to take a look at this later on in about chapter 3 or chapter 2. I'm going to explain that later on, but let me just show you it now. So if you draw an angry face right here on the legs of your character, so this is the eyes of the angry face, and this is the mouth. So right here, you notice how the legs are supposed to follow this line. So this one is coming up right here, and then this one is coming down right here. So this is just for the lower legs. It's going to work just for the lower legs. And then down here, this part is going to be the inner part of the ankle. So the ankle is going to be higher right here, and then this other part of the ankle is going to be lower. So this is going to be for the shape of the feet when we start adding in the feet. So we get the idea right now. So just remember that angry face. We are going to take a look at that a little bit later on. So let's go ahead and keep on blocking out the shape of the lower leg. So this looks good from the front view. Let's go ahead and take a look at it from the side view. From the side view, it looks a little bit too thick. So let's just adjust that. I'm going to bring this back. And you want to remember that principle of straight versus curves once again. So I'm just going to use the grab brush and I'm going to pull this out, something like that. Okay, so this looks good for the leg. Okay, that looks good for the shape of the leg. And you can see we have this nice S curve running through the whole character. Okay, that looks good. I'm just going to adjust the shape of the lower leg a little bit more until I have a shape that I like. All right, something like that is going to look good for the lower leg and for the legs actually. All right, something like that looks good. I'm going to adjust the shape of the torso from the side view. So I'm really going to select this S and Y to scale this up a little bit more. Okay, nice. And now let's refine the shapes that we currently have before moving on. I'm going to adjust the shapes of the legs to make sure we start to get the shape of the hips, something like that. And right here, I want to make sure that this upper leg forms the knee of the character right here. So this is going to be the knee of the character. And then for the lower leg, going to make sure that this is working nicely with the upper leg. Make sure that everything is flowing nicely into each other, just like this. Okay, that looks good. And then also the same thing from the side view. We want to make sure that these shapes are working nicely together and are flowing with each other. Okay, something like this looks good. Right now I can switch to this object and adjust the shape of right here, and I'm also going to do the same right here. All right, that is going to look good, or that is looking good for now. We're going to come back and adjust this if necessary. And just before we move forward, let me just adjust the shapes right here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to block out the lower leg, or the leg, sorry, of this character. So let's go ahead and block out the, let's go ahead and add in a round cube. And then in edit mode, I'm just going to bring this down here. I'm going to scale this down right here. From the side view, I'm going to scale this on the Z axis. I'm also going to scale this on the Y axis. And I'm going to place this right here. All right, let's add in a mirror modifier to this. So we have added the mirror modifier to our quick favorite. So we can just go ahead and select that from the quick favorites menu. Okay, and let's go ahead and sculpt in the shape of the leg. So let's shape the leg from the bottom view. You can press this -Z axis up here to go to the bottom view. And for the shape of the leg, just think of it as a rectangular shape, just like this. So let's go ahead and block out that rectangular shape. I'm going to use the grab brush and I'm really going to block out that rectangular shape, just like that. So this is going to be a rectangular shape for the leg. Nothing too serious. Nothing too complex right now. Remember, we are blocking out, so we want really simple forms. And also for sculpting the feet, there's a whole chapter dedicated to sculpting the feet. So we're going to take a look at that more in that chapter. But for now, let's get the base shape in. I'm going to use the line project brush. I'm just going to slice this part of the leg right here. All right, that looks good. And now let's actually make this look more like a fit. So we want to bring this up right here to actually make sure it matches with the upper leg, or sorry, with the lower leg. So let's go ahead and we can use the grab brush to pull this up. We're going to notice that once we are pulling that up, we are also pulling up this bottom part. We don't necessarily want that, so I'm going to go into the side view. So I'm going to go from the side view. I'm going to use this brush right here called the lasso marks brush. I'm going to select that, and now with the lasso marks you can select a certain portion of the objects and we can mark that part out. Now that we have marked that part out, if we go back to the grab brush and we use the grab brush to pull this part up, you're going to notice we are not affecting the bottom of the leg, so that's good. Let's just bring this up for the shape of the feet, something like this. And I'm just going to hold down shift and smooth all of that out, and then I'm going to just pull it up once again, something like that. All right, we are definitely going to have to refine the shape of the feet a lot more. And for the feet, now I'm going to clear the marks. Alt M is a shortcut to clear the mask. For the feet, we want to think of the feet as a right angle triangle from the front view. And then from the side view, we want to think of it as a triangle just like this. So let's go ahead and make the shape. So from the front view, I'm just going to pull this part out like this so that we have that right angle triangle shape. So just something like that to make the character feel much more balanced. And now I'm going to switch to the lower leg, and then I'm just going to adjust the shape of the lower leg to fit the shape of the feet. All right, something like that. And then from the side view, let's also make sure to have this in place. I'm just going to smooth out this area right here. From the side view, I'm also going to switch to the lower leg, and let's just adjust the shape of the feet to actually fit. Let's adjust the shape of the leg to fit the shape of the feet. All right, I'm going to go back to the feet object, and then I'm just going to round out the back of the feet to start getting that shape of the feet. So just rounding it out with the grab brush, and then I'm just going to smooth this out. So I'm just holding down shift and I'm smoothing everything out just like so. I'm also going to smooth out this bottom part so that everything starts to look really smooth and really nice. Okay, from the bottom view again, we can just go ahead and adjust the shape to make it a little bit more rectangular, something like that. And then from the bottom, let's just pull this part in slightly, and let's also pull this part in a little bit like this. All right, now we have the shape, a nice shape for the feet. We can also just pull this part in a little bit more. Yeah, that looks nice. And also from this part, so I'm just going ahead and making sure that the shape looks good from all angles possible. All right, this is looking good. I'm going to go to the lower leg and make sure that the shapes on the lower leg flow nicely into the shape of the feet. Okay, so I'm just switching between these two objects to making sure everything looks good. All right, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to use the grab brush to adjust the shapes of these feet. Okay, that looks good. And now I'm going to just adjust the shape of the feet. All right, this looks really nice right now. We can select all of these, go into edit mode. We can scale this down to adjust the shapes of the leg. So I'm just scaling this down to adjust the shape. So I'm just taking a look at the reference, and at this point I think I need to just make the legs a little bit shorter. I'm going to select these two S and X to scale it down, something like that. So at this point, you can just go ahead, take a look at your reference and try to translate what you see on your reference to your sculpt. Okay, so I have really nice shape on my sculpt, just like this. All right, this looks good for the torso and for the legs. Now I'm going to go ahead and block out the arms of the character. To start blocking out the arms, I'm going to switch to this upper torso object, Alt Q, shortcut to switch to that object. And I'm going to use the line project brush right here. I'm going to slice this part. So right here, this is where the arms are going to be. And I'll just use the grab brush to pull that into shape. And then I'm just shaping up some of these other objects right here. And one thing that you might notice inside of render, you're going to notice if I zoom out a little bit, you can see like some weird artifacts on this mesh. So right now, that's just because the scale of our scene is, we are not using actual real world scale. So Blender doesn't actually know what to do. So to just fix that, I'm going to press N to bring up this N panel, to go up to view, and then I'm going to change the clip start to 0.1. And now if you zoom out, you shouldn't really notice that. So we are going to adjust the scale of our character. We are going to put it into real world scale once we are done with sculpting. But for now, let's just change the clip start to 0.1. And I'll also do that on this viewport right here. All right. Now let's go ahead and let's keep on sculpting the hands of this character. To sculpt the hands, I'm going to add another round cube. So just add another round cube. I'm going to go into edit mode and I'm going to place the hands right here. For the hands, we're going to do it the same way we did for the neck. I'm going to toggle on the extreme mode. So right here, Alt Z is the shortcut. And then I'm going to select the bottom half. And then we can extrude this with E. Just like so. I'm going to select all with A, and I'm going to rotate this. I'm going to place this right here. So for the hands, we want to put this character into a neutral pose, just something like this that you see on this image, so that it's going to be ready for rigging and animation. We don't want the hands to be like a little bit too close to the character, because that way once you start rigging, it might affect our rigging. So let's just put this right here into a neutral pose, and A pose is the pose I like to use. So I'm just going to select this, scale this down, and I'll bring this right here. So this is going to be the upper arm. I'm going to bring this back, make sure it's lined up with the shoulder, and I'm going to place this right here. And don't worry, we're going to add another mesh for the shoulders to cover up this place, so don't worry about that for now. I'm going to select these parts, and I'm just going to scale it up, slightly up, something like that. I'm going to select this one, scale it down a little bit. All right, I'm going to add in a mirror modifier. We can select this Q to bring up the keyframe right, and then we can add in the mirror modifier. All right, that looks good. I'm going to select this, and I'm just going to adjust the shape of that. All right, so this is going to be the upper arms. I'm going to add in more details soon, but for now, that looks fine. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to duplicate this, Shift D to duplicate this, and I'm going to place it right here. Right now, you're going to notice that we transformed this object in object mode. We normally don't want to do that. So right now, you can see that the mirror modifier is not working properly. So to fix that, we want to apply all transforms. So Ctrl A is the shortcut, and then we can apply all transforms. All right, now let's actually make this look like a lower arm. I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select this half. So toggle on X-ray to select the half, so that I can select through the object too, and S to scale this down. And I'm just going to move this right here, somewhere around here. Okay, I'm going to select this one, S and Y to scale it down a little bit, and I'll also select this one, S and Y to scale it down. All right. Also on our character, we want to make sure that we have a little bit of a bend on the lower arm. And that way, once we start rigging, Blender knows how to bend the arm. So I'm going to select this A to select all. R and Z, I'm going to rotate this on the Z axis just a little bit, so something like that, just to give this a nice bend on the arm. All right, something like that looks good. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add in a loop cut right here. I'll bring it all the way here, and I'm just going to scale this up. So I'm starting to shape the lower arm. I'm just going to scale this up, and I'm going to bring it around here. Okay, and then I'm going to add in another loop cut right here. I'll scale this down, and I'm just going to bring this up right here. So you can start to see we're starting to add those curves to this shape. I'm going to select this and scale it down a little bit. So right here, if you notice from the reference, so I'm just currently looking at my reference, and I want to get a shape like this on my own sculpt. Okay, so that's currently what I'm using this loop cuts to do. So now that we have that, let's just go ahead and add in more loop cuts so that we're able to sculpt this out in sculpt mode. Control R, and I'm just going to add in 3 loop cuts here, another 3 loop cuts here, and another 3 loop cuts right here. All right, let's use the grab brush, and then let's just smooth this out like so that we have that really nice shape for the lower arms. Something that looks just like that. All right, that looks fine. Also from the side view, let's just make sure to round this out a little bit more. Okay, and now for the side view, I'm going to make sure that this one is merging nicely with the upper arm. And let's actually switch to the upper arm right now and start flushing out the forms on the upper arm. So Alt Q, switch that object. I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to add in some loop cuts, Control R, and then you can just add in Control R. You can add in, say, 8 loop cuts right there. All right, so that looks good. And now let's start shaping the upper arm. I'm going to bring this out to indicate the muscle structure. So this is just going to be the bicep, and that's going to flow nicely into the lower arm. Okay, I'm going to bring this down, make sure that's flowing nicely with the lower arm. I can switch back to the lower arm for a bit and just use the grab brush to pull this up right there, and you can bring this out just like so. So something like this for the upper arm. That looks nice. Okay, and don't forget, we don't want to add details at this stage, but we just want to make sure that we have the forms in place at this point. All right, let's take a look at this from this view. Let's make this area work nicely. So I'm just going to pull this down just like so. I'm going to smooth that out, and then I'm also going to switch to the lower arm. I'm just going to pull that back, so something like this looks good for the lower arm. I'm going to make sure that these are flowing nicely into each other. Remember, we don't want this to like stack on top each other. So I'm just going to use the grab brush. I'll pull this into the lower arm, and then I'm also going to just pull this up. Something like that. Okay, and I'm going to make sure that the bicep end in a V shape like this on the lower arm. So I'm just using the grab brush and I'm just pulling that into place. All right, something that looks like this. You can always switch between these objects to make sure that everything is flowing nicely together. All right, for the lower arm, to make this look a little bit better, something I like to do is just use the line project brush, selecting that from my click right, and then you can just use the line project brush to just slice out this area right here. Okay, that looks good for the lower arm. Okay, all right, now I think that the arms are a little bit too big, so I'm just going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select all of this, and I'm just going to scale it down a little bit, so something like that. And I'm just going to select these ones, and I'm just going to elongate the lower arm just a little bit more. I can add in a loop cut here so that once I go into sculpt mode, I'm actually able to sculpt on this and shape that nicely. All right, this looks good for the lower arm. I'm going to rotate this into place, and I'm going to place that right here. Okay, so now to actually make this look good and to finalize the block out, let's add in one more object. This is going to be the shoulders. So I'm going to add in a round cube object. I'll go into edit mode. From the front view, I'm just going to place this right here, and then I'm going to scale this down, and I'll just move this, make sure it's where the shoulder is. All right, and now let's mirror this over to the other side. Also in my key favorites, I have the mirror added to my key favorites. So if you don't have that, you can just add that again to your key favorite. So initially we added the mirror modifier in object mode. We also have to do that in edit mode to make sure we have that in our key favorite menu. So just add that to your key favorite, and then you can add in a mirror modifier. And now let's go ahead and let's sculpt in the shape of the shoulders. I'm going to go back into sculpt mode, and then I'm just going to pull this out like so, and then I'm also going to pull this into the arms. For the shoulders, we want something that looks like this, and that's flowing nicely into the upper arm. So I'm just going to use the grab brush to pull this object into shape. So something like this is what we want for the lower arm. And since this is a female character, we don't want the shoulders to be too massive. So I'm just going to adjust the shapes of the hands. I'm going to select this, go into edit mode, and I'm just going to bring this up a little bit. All right, now let's adjust the shape of the shoulders. Okay, something that looks like that. From the side view, we definitely don't want this to be happening, so let's make sure that this flows nicely into the back of the character. I'm going to use the grab brush to just pull this back, and then I'm going to make sure that that's flowing nicely into the shape of the torso. Okay, and then I'm also going to adjust this to make sure that this is coming and overlapping the upper arm. Okay, also at the front here, we don't want this rounded shape. I'm going to actually use the script brush for this. So this brush right here, and you can just clean this out, and then I'm going to smooth that out, and then I'm going to make sure that the shoulder right here is just overlapping the upper arm, something like this, and it's being pulled into the chest of the character. All right, something like this looks good for the shoulders, and I'm just going to adjust the shape, take a look at it from all angles, and make sure that it actually looks nice. All right, for the back right here, I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to start to add in that line at the back. I'll also do the same right here, and I'll also do the same right here. Okay, I'm going to use the grab brush to pull this out a little bit. Nice. And we can adjust the shape of this lower torso. I'm also going to adjust the shapes of the legs. All right. And now to finalize the block out, let's add in a simple shape for the hands. So we're not going to sculpt out the hands today. There's a whole chapter dedicated to sculpting the hands. So right now we're just going to block out or make a little shape for the hands just like this. So I'm going to add in another round cube, and then I'm going to go into edit mode, and I'm going to bring this right here. You can scale it down and place that where the hand would be. And then I'll go into sculpt mode. I'll use the line project brush from my key favorites, and I'm just going to slice this. I want to slice the upper half, so I'm just going to slice that, and I want to also slice this bottom half, something like that. Okay, and then we can go into edit mode. I'm going to rotate this. Actually, I'm going to just scale this up a tiny bit, and then I'm going to rotate this and place it right here. Okay, so this is going to be the shape, just a simple shape for the arm. And when you're sculpting, you want to also make sure to look at your sculpt from all angles so that you don't have something that looks like this. So I'm just going to use the grab brush to pull this out. Okay, and make sure to just shift this, make sure that looks nice from all angles. All right, now let's go back to the hands. For the hands, we're just going to make a simple rectangular shape to indicate the shape of the arms, just like this. I'm going to clean this. Let's use the grab brush, and then let's just indicate the shape of the hands or of the palm, something like this. And then I'm just going to smooth over these objects, also smooth over these objects. Okay, I'm going to use the inflate brush. For the inflate brush, you can search for that right here, and you should find the inflate brush. And then I'm just going to puff out this side of the palm and also this side of the palm. So right here, this is where the thumb is going to come out from. We can use the grab brush to just pull this out, just to make an indication of that. And something like this looks good. Right, I'll make sure that these are flowing nicely into each other. So I'm just going to make sure that the arm block out or the hand block out is flowing nicely into the lower arm, just like that. All right, and then let's mirror this over to the other side. I'm going to add in a mirror modifier. All right, and now we have most things in place. And at this point, let me just delete this. Okay, at this point, I'm going to just be taking a look at my reference, and we want to translate what we see on the reference to our sculpt. So right now we have most things in place. The proportions might not be exactly correct. So this is the point where we just go in and we make those proportions correct. All right, so I'm going to start with the legs of my character right here. I'm just going to select all of this and make sure one of these objects is the active object. So you're going to see a yellow line on one of these objects. So just make sure it's on any of these objects. If it's not on any of those objects and you select this and you go into edit mode, you probably have another object as your active object, and you have an object added to the edit mode that you probably did not want in the edit mode. So just make sure that one of these objects is your active object, and then go into edit mode. And then I can select this. I can probably scale this up and bring this down. I can also scale this on the x-axis to make the legs less thinner, so something like this. And I'm going to adjust the shape of the torso a lot more at this stage. Okay, I'm just going to use the grab brush. I'm going to grab this out, and then I'm also going to bring this out like so. For the shoulders, we can just bring this up and out also like this. Okay, you can start making sure to define the shape of the hips, making sure that the hips are flowing nicely with the legs. Okay, something like that. Nice, that looks good. And also from the side view, we want to make sure that all of these are working nicely together. Nice, that looks good. That's starting to look really nice. I like how that's looking. Okay, I'm going to just make some tiny adjustments right here to make sure that everything is looking good on the blockouts. And for you, you can take the next 10 minutes or the next 20 minutes to just take a look, observe your reference, and try to translate what you see on your reference to your sculpts to the best of your abilities. I'm just going to scale this head up a tiny bit to start to match the proportions, and I might need to move these shoulders in a little bit. I'm going to go into edit mode, and I'm just going to bring this back into the character a little bit more. And I think I made the upper hand or the lower arm a little bit too long, so I'm just going to bring this in. Okay, something like that. And then I'm just going to bring this back in also. All right, nice. That is good. And then let's just bring this down. All right, this is looking good for the block out of this character. So for you, just take the next 10 minutes, or you can actually just take a break right now and come back in the next 30 minutes, and you definitely see some things that you want to change on your block out. So before moving to the next chapter, just make sure that you love the shapes of your blockouts. I'm also going to do some more adjustments and some more refinement to my own blockouts, and I'll show you everything I did in the next chapter. And also, if at this point you've not saved your file, just go ahead and save your file. I should have mentioned that earlier. So I'm just going to name this block out. I'm going to leave it on my desktop for now. I'm going to name this block out and I'm going to save my Blender file. Alright, so this is a block out. Make sure you're happy with your block out before moving on to the next chapter. So let's go back to just summarize everything that we said. So now we have been able to create a simple block out for our character. And to summarize this video, we understand what blocking out is. We understand why blocking out our characters is important. It's important so that we can have solid foundation. We know how to set up Blender for sculpting, and we also know how to block out a character. So that's everything that we learned in this video. If you need any extra help, as usual, you can join the Stylized Character Academy, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process to make sure that you get it right. And if you're loving the masterclass so far, you can go ahead and leave a review of the masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video. And with that, I'm going to see you guys in the next chapter, where we are going to get started with sculpting the face and the head of this character. I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to chapter 3. In this chapter, this one's really exciting. We are going to be sculpting the face and the head of our character. Before we start sculpting, we are going to take a look at face proportions, and then we'll take a look at the forms of the head, and then we'll take a look at the forms of the eyes, the eyelids, the nose, the mouth, and the ears, and then we actually go ahead and sculpt the face and the head. So let's dive right in. Make sure to share this masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are actually proud of. And a little bit of warning. As of right now, this is the most important video in the entire masterclass for you. Make sure you watch the entire video. Don't skip around and don't jump around. So let's dive right into it. And starting off, we are going to start off with the face proportions. And the reason I want to show you guys this is so that you have a clear understanding of how the face works, so that you'll be able to sculpt any character. Once you know how the proportions should be, it's going to be easy to sculpt different characters. So let's start off with the eyeline. And for the eyeline, you want to keep in mind that the eyeline sits halfway between the top of the head and the bottom of the jaw. So right here, this is the top of the head. This is the bottom of the jaw. If we draw a straight line down here, and we find the halfway point somewhere around here, so this is the halfway point, this right here is going to be our eyeline. So inside of Blender, let's say you've blocked out and you wanted to start sculpting. The first place I like to start is with the eyeline. And to find the eyeline, just go from the top of the head to the bottom of the jaw and divide that into 2. That is going to give you your eyeline. This landmark is going to be a foundation for placing all facial features, because when you have the eyeline in place, that's going to tell you where you need to place other facial features. So that's how you find the eyeline. Now let's take a look at the brow line and the bottom of the nose. And to find this one, we are going to choose an arbitrary point for the hairline. So let's just take right here to be the hairline of our character. Let's say right there is the hairline. And then from the hairline right there to the bottom of the jaw, I'm just going to draw this out. If I draw a straight line, and we divide this into 3 equal halves, so right here and also right here, so this is 1/3 and this is also 1/3. Right here is our brow line, and right here is going to be the bottom of the nose. So this is how you can find the brow line, and also the midsection as the brow line and the bottom of the nose is going to define where the ear is going to sit right here. So you can see how that sits. This might be different based on your own character, but for most generic cases, this is what you're going to be dealing with. Then if you also take this towards the back, so let me just draw this going towards the back, and also from right here, you're also going to notice right here at the back, so where the brow line is at the back, this is where the head starts to change direction and start to merge nicely with the neck, just like this. So make sure to keep this one in mind. I'm going to recall this back to our memory when we actually get started with sculpting. You also notice right there, and that's where the ear sits, just like that. Okay, so that's for the brow line and the bottom of the nose. Now let's take a look at the side profile proportions. And this one is very important because most beginners are going to make mistake at this stage, and you're going to keep like the eyes and nose, you're going to like make it flat if you don't know these proportions. So let me show you what the side profile proportions are. So from the corner of the eye, which is right here, to the front edge of the eye, which is right here. So if I just draw a straight line, this right here is 1 unit. And then from the front edge of the eye, which is right there, to the nose bridge, this is the same length. So from right here to right here is the same length. And then from the bridge of the nose to the tip of the nose is also another 1 unit. You want to make sure to use these side profile proportions so that the face doesn't look flat. If you're keeping these side profile proportions in place, your face is not going to look flat. So always make sure to keep this in mind. Now let's move on to the placement of the mouth. From the bottom of the nose, so that's right here, to the bottom of the jaw, which is right here. If we divide this into 2 equal halves, so that's somewhere around here, right here, this is half. This is going to be the bottom, or this midpoint is going to mark the bottom of our lips. So the lips is going to be right here, just like this. That's a really nice shape of the lips, but you get the idea. So right there is how we find the placement for the mouth. And then let's take a look at the spacing in between the eyes. So the eye spacing. And this one is very key. You want to make sure to always keep this in mind. 1 eye width, so that's from right here to right here, is going to be the same as from right here to right here. And it's also going to be the same from right here to right here. Just like this. You want to make sure to keep this in mind. For stylized character, it might be a little bit different depending on your character. But for most cases, this is what you're going to be dealing with. And you want to make sure to keep this eye spacing in mind. And finally, let's take a look at the width of the mouth. So for the width of the mouth, or to find how wide the mouth is going to be, the corners of the mouth should not go past the midpoint of the eyes. So this is where the iris would be, somewhere around here. And if I don't draw a straight line from right there, we don't want these corners of the mouth, so that's right here, to go past this point. So the corners of the mouth should not go past the midpoints of the eyes. All these proportions that we just looked at, I'm going to recall it back to our memory once you actually go into Blender and actually get started with sculpting. So you don't have to memorize everything right now. Okay, let's take a look at the forms of the head, and we are going to simplify it. So the primary head forms, you just want to keep in mind that the head is made up of 2 main parts, which are the cranium and the jaw. For any head you're sculpting at all, just break it down into very simple shapes, which is going to be the cranium right here, and the jaw, which is just like a wedge attached to the cranium. So we have the cranium, and then we have this wedge attached. For any character, any head size or any head shape, cranium and a jaw, just like that. Breaking it into these simple forms is going to really help us simplify sculpting when we get started with sculpting. And once you break it into those simple forms, then you can go ahead and sculpt the planes of the head. And the planes of the head are going to help guide the facial feature placement and also give us some clarity on the forms. So once we've broken down the head into the cranium and the jaw, then we'll go ahead and sculpting the planes of the head. And the planes of the head I like to include when I'm sculpting are right here, the forehead, and then we have the temple region, which is on both sides, so that's just like the side of the head. And then we have the eye line and also the brow line. And then we have the side of the face right here, and then we have the chin. I don't consider the nose as a plane because nose comes in a lot of different shapes, forms and sizes. So we're just going to add on the nose. Once we can get the forehead, the temple, the side of the face and the chin in place, and then everything is going to come together really nicely. So those are the planes of the head that you should keep in mind. Now let's take a look at the forms of the eyes and the eyelids. You want to remember that the eyelids sits inside of sockets. The eyelids don't sit on a flat surface, and that's why we looked at the planes of the head earlier. So if you're able to get this type of shape, so if you're able to properly sculpt out the eye line and the brow line, you're not going to run into this issue where you have the eye on a flat surface. You always just want to make sure to keep in mind that the eye sits in eye sockets just like this. And then let's take a look at the structure of the eyelids. We want to remember always that the eyelids wrap around the eyeball. The eyelids are not flat. They wrap around the eyeball. And when sculpting the eyelids, there are 3 edges I want you to keep in mind. If you can get these 3 edges to look right, the eyelids are always going to look nice. So first off, you want to keep in mind this contact edge with the eyeball. So this one right here, let me just draw that again. This one right here. And then we want to keep the eyelid fold. So this one right here. And then we want to keep this edge that transitions into the face. If you can get these 3 edges to look right on your eye sculpt, sculpting eyes is going to be really easy for you. Let me also just illustrate how the eyelids work from the side. So this is the center of the eyeball. So the eyelid radiates out from the center right here. Also for the lower eyelid. So right here, this point is the same as this one. This point right here is the same as this one. And this point right here is the same as this one. Also at the bottom here, this one right here is the same as this one. This point right here is the same as this one. And this point right here is the same as this one. So keep this in mind for when we are sculpting the eyelids. I'll show you how we are going to do all of this inside of Blender. Now let's take a look at the forms of the nose, and we're going to keep it really simple for the forms of the nose. So you can simplify the nose into a rounded triangular block just like this. And then once you have this base shape in place, the details are going to come once the main forms is in place. So don't overcomplicate the nose. Just think of it as a rounded triangular block just like this, and then you can go ahead and add in details just like you see on this reference right here. And at this stage, using reference is going to be really important because reference is going to help you maintain believable shapes and proportions on the nose. Now let's take a look at the forms of the mouth. You always want to think of the forms of the mouth as 3-dimensional. The lips wrap around the teeth. So just like the way we mentioned for the eyelids wrap around the eyeball. That's also the same thing that you want to remember, that the lips wrap around the teeth, just like so. So you want to make sure that the mouth has depth before you start sculpting the lips. The mouth is not flat. So you can see from this reference by Glauco, to start sculpting the lips, make sure you just bulk up the area where the mouth is going to be because the lips wrap around the teeth. Then you can go ahead and sculpt in the planes. And then you can add in details on those planes, and then you can refine those details right here. I'm going to show you how we do all of this once you start sculpting the face inside of Blender. Now let's take a look at the forms of the ear. For the ear placement, we want to make sure that the ear sits between the brow line and the bottom of the nose. So right here, this is our brow line right here, and this is the bottom of the nose. The ear is going to fit right into that area. And then the shape of the ear, I want you to think of the ear as a wedge attached to the head from both the front view right here. So this is just a wedge, a triangular wedge attached to the ear. Also from the top view, so just think of it as this kind of triangular shape. And then if you want to add details on the ear, just think of a question mark and a Y shape. So right here, you have this question mark shape, which is like the rim of the ear. And then for the insides of the ear, just think of it as a Y shape, like so. And that way you'll be able to add details into the ear. And also, because the ear comes in a lot of different variations, shapes, and sizes, you want to always make sure you're using reference at this stage. So reference is going to be important when you're sculpting the ear. So at these checkpoints, let's go ahead and let's dive into Blender and let's sculpt the face and the head for our character. Okay, so this is where we left off in the last video, I did make some changes to the blockout, but for the most part, this is where we left off. All right, to start sculpting the face, I have my references here. So I'm always going to be viewing my references. Then I have these viewports at the top here, so that I'll be able to compare what I have on my sculpt with my references right here. And then this is my main workspace. To get started with sculpting, I'm going to select the head blockout, and then I'm going to go into sculpt mode right here. And then let's add in some more resolution so that we can actually start sculpting. So let me just recall what we said earlier. So we wanted to break the head up into the cranium and the jaw, and we have been able to do that with our blockout. So we are going to now move on to sculpting the planes of the head, and to do that we need to add some more resolution. So I'm just going to go ahead and somewhere around 0.04 or 0.05 should be fine, and Ctrl R to remesh this. And let me just make sure I turn on screencast keys so that you can see all the shortcuts I'm pressing right here. And then once you have added in those resolution, I'm just going to go ahead and hold down shifts and just smooth out everything just like this. Okay, this looks good. And I'm just going to go ahead. I can press slash on the keyboard to isolate this, and I'm just going to go ahead and keep on smoothing out these shapes like so. Make sure everything looks good. Okay, I'm going to define the separation between the jaw and the cranium a little bit more. I'm going to use the crease polish brush for this, and then I'm just going to mark out that separation between the jaw and the cranium right here. Okay, something just like that. And now let's go ahead and let's start sculpting the planes of the head. We are going to use those proportions that we talked about earlier. So to find the eye line, I always like to start with the eye line. I'm going to find the top of the head, go all the way down to the jaw right here, and then the halfway mark, which is somewhere around here. That's where eye line is going to be. So I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to mark out the eye line, just like so. Then I'm going to clean this. So just hold down Control and clean this away. Okay. And now I'm going to continue defining the eye line. So I'll just mark it to somewhere around here. We don't want to go all the way to the back. I'm just going to mark it till I get somewhere around here. All right. Something like this looks good. For the eye line, we want to make sure that we make some space for the nose. The nose is going to sit somewhere around here. So I'm just going to use the grab brush, and I'm just going to pull all of this in just like so that we have some space for the nose right here. So I'm just going to pull this in, and our eyes are going to sit right here. Okay, the next thing that we want to define is the brow line. To start indicating the shape of the brow line, I'm just going to hold down Shift, and I'm going to smooth out this area right here. So just holding down Shift, I'm going to smooth out this area, and that has started to form the brow line for us. That's good. I'm also going to hold down Shift and just smooth out this area around the face right here. Okay, something like this is starting to look good. Let's see if we have the eyebrow line. So based on the proportions that we talked about earlier, so right here, I'm going to choose that for the hairline, and then all the way to the jaw. If I draw a straight line and divide this into 3 equal halves, so something like this. My lines are not very straight, but that's fine. So if we divide this into 3 equal halves, somewhere around here, this is where our eyebrow is going to be. Okay, let me just clean all of these. So somewhere around here. So I'm just going to use the smooth brush, so I'm just going to smooth that out. And right here is where our eyebrow line is going to be. So I'm just going to use the crease polish brush, holding down Control. I'm going to mark out the the eyebrow line, just like so. Okay, that looks good. Now let's define the temple region, which is the side of the head. I'm going to use the scale brush, and I'm going to plane out the side of the head just like so. So this is going to be the temple region right here. Just using the scale brush to plane out the side of the head. Okay, that looks good. I'm also going to plane out this side right here. Nice. And I'm just going to smooth out this area so that I'll make sure that that place is flat. I'm not going to affect the eye line. Make sure not to affect the eye line. And if you affect the eye line, you can just use the crease polish brush and then just go over it once again. Okay, this is starting to look good. let's go ahead and I'm going to define the side of the face. I'm going to use the script brush for this also. I'm just going to plane out the side of the face, something like this. So coming from right here, I'm just going to plane out the side of the face just like this. Okay, and then we can also go ahead and mark out the chin. I'm going to use the crease polish brush to just mark this out very simply, just like this. And now at this stage, I'm going to compare what I have on my sculpt with my reference. On my reference, I can see that she has much wider cheeks. So I'm just going to use the grab brush. I'm just going to pull this out a little bit more to something that looks like this. Should be fine. And then for the eyebrow, I'm going to just pull this in like so that looks good from the side right here. So I'm just always taking a look at the reference, also comparing what I have here with my reference. Okay, something like this looks good. Let's go ahead and let's add in the nose. So see the way we simplified the planes of the head. You don't really need to go very detailed like the image I showed earlier. I always simplify it for my own characters. So let's go ahead and add in the nose right here. I'm going to go back into objects mode and I'm going to add in a round cube. So remember we added this earlier to our key favorite. You can find it right here. If you don't see that in your key favorite, you can go up to add, and under mesh, you're going to be able to find the round cube option. All right, let's go into edit mode. I'll go from the side view. I'm just going to scale this down and bring it to the face right here. Place it right here. I'm going to rotate this something like so. I'll just place it where the nose will probably be. Okay, this looks good. Let's go into sculpt mode, and now we can further adjust and refine the shape of the nose. I'm going to make sure to turn on X symmetry, and then with the grab brush, I'm just going to pull this right here into the face. So just like this, I'm going to pull this into the face just like this, and then I'm going to bring this out like so. So we want a triangular shape for the nose from the bottom view, and then something that looks like this. So I'm just taking a look at my reference right now to know which shape of the nose I'm going to use, or which shape of nose I'm going to use for this character. And something like this looks good for my own character. I think I'm going to just use the grab brush and pull this down just like so. Something like that fits my character a little bit better. And I'm also going to go ahead, I'll use the draw brush in this case, and I'm going to mark out the nose shoes. So I'm just going to hold down Control, and then I'm going to mark out the nose shoes like this. And then I can use the grab brush and just push this into shape a little bit more like this. Okay, something like this is looking good so far. And with this in place, you can actually go ahead and we can merge the nose with the head. I'm going to select the nose first, then I'm going to select the head, and then Ctrl G to join these two together. I'm going to go into sculpt mode, and now let's remesh everything together because these are still two separate objects. So I'm going to increase the remesh resolution. 0.03 should be fine, and then Ctrl R to remesh everything together just like this. I'm going to use the clear shade brush, and I'm just going to blend the transition between the nose and the rest of the face. And notice how I'm just adding in volumes going towards the eyebrow like this. So just using the clear shade brush, adding some volume going towards the eyebrow, and then you can hold down Shift and smooth this out. Also on the side, I'm going to add in some volume right here to make sure that the nose blends nicely with the rest of the face. I'm just going to hold down Shift and smooth all of this out just like so. We can also define the eyebrow line with the crease polish brush just like this. Okay, I like how this is looking right now. And before I go any further, I'll go ahead and I'm going to add in the eyeballs. I'm going to go into object mode, Shift A, mesh, and I'm going to add in a UV sphere. On this UV sphere, I'm going to rotate it on the x-axis by 90 degrees. I'll scale it down and I'll just place it right here, somewhere around here. And then I'm going to move this forward like so. And we can just move this into place, something that looks like this. I'm going to right click and shift this smooth so that that looks smooth. And then we want to mirror this over to the other side. For me, I've added my mirror modifier to my preview right. If you want to do that, you can come to modifiers here, and then you can search for mirror, right click, and you should say add to quick favorite. So once you add that to your quick favorite, if you come and press Q, you're going to see the mirror option. Don't worry about all these other options. I'll tell you when to add all of this to your quick favorite. So I'm just going to add the mirror modifier, and then I'm going to select the mirror object as the head right here. And now we start to see the eyes coming into play, something like this. And then you can just adjust it, make sure that that is looking good right here. And from my reference, I can see that there's a lot of space between both eyes. So I'm just going to make sure to space that out, something more like this. And now I can go into sculpt mode, and with the grab brush, I'm just going to prepare the area where the eyes are going to be. So I'm just pushing this back, so the eyelids are going to be right here. I'm also going to just push this back, hold down shift, and then I'm going to smooth this out. All right, something like this looks good for the eyelids. And also on my character, at this point I can see that this edge is higher than this part of the eye. So I'm just going to use the grab brush. I'm going to pull this part higher, and I'm going to bring this part lower. So this is just a specific thing for my character. You can see how the eyes of your character are looking, and then you can go ahead and make these adjustments for your own character. All right, let's go ahead and let's sculpt in the eyelids. We are going to need a lot more resolution. So I'm just going to increase the mesh resolution. I'll go about 0.02. There should be fine. And Control R to remesh everything together. I'm just going to, before I start adding in the eyelids, I'll just go ahead, hold down shift and smooth out everything that we have so far. So adding the eyelids, it's very simple. We are going to use a draw brush. So V for the draw brush. So that's this brush right here. And then we can just draw over the eyelid just like so. So I'm just drawing over the eyelid like this. Okay, something like that for the upper eyelid. And now I'm taking a look at the shape of the eyes on my reference. And then I'm just going to use the grab brush to push that into shape. So on my reference, it looks something more like this. So I'm just going to push this into place like so. And something like that looks good. We are still going to come back to refine this in a lot more. And I'm just going to go ahead and do the lower eyelids. So still with the draw brush, I'm going to go ahead and just draw in the lower eyelids like so. Holding down draw brush, and just drawing out the eyelids just like this. And now we can use the grab brush and further put the eyelids in the shape that we actually want them to be. So I'm just going to bring this down a little bit more for my own character. Something more like this looks good. And I'm going to pull this up slightly higher. Okay, and on my own character, this is an Asian character. And if I take a look at the eyelids right here, the upper eyelid is basically non-existent. So I'm just going to hold down shift right here, and then I'm just going to smooth out this right here, so that it looks more like the character and the reference we are going for. I'll just zoom out and take a look at my original reference right here. So this is why you need to have references, so that you can know exactly the shapes that you need to sculpt in for the face of your character. All right, remember those three edges that we talked about earlier when we're looking at the forms of the eyelids? Now we're going to go ahead and define them. I'm going to use the crease polish brush. Shift C is the shortcut. And then while holding down Control, I'm just going to define the edge of the eyelid right here. Something like this. Holding down Control to define this eyelid fold right here. And then to make sure that this edge looks good, I'm going to use the script brush. And then I'm just going to plane out that underside of the eyelid like so. Just plane it out. Something like this. And then I'm going to use the grab brush. I'm going to pull this back, make sure that the eyelids are wrapping around the eyeball, something more like this. And I'll go ahead and do the same for the lower eyelids. I'll use the crease polish brush to mark out this edge right here, holding down Control to mark out this edge right here. something like this. And then we can use the script brush. I'm just going to plane out this area right here to make sure that that looks flat. Okay, something more like that. I'll use the grab brush to pull this into place, make sure that that is wrapping around the eyeballs just like so. And then I'm going to use the crease polish brush once again, and I'm just going to define this edge that transitions into the face right here. So just using the crease polish brush to define that edge right here. So something like this looks good for the eyes on my character, and I'm just going to use the grab brush, pull these eyes into more of a shape that I actually like, and something like this looks good for me. All right here on the face, I'm just going to smooth out these transitions right here to make sure everything is looking really nice. So just holding down shift and smoothing out these transitions. And right now I'm noticing that nose has to be way smaller for my character. So I'm just going to use the grab brush, and I'm just going to pull this something more like this. And also at the side of the nose, from the side profile, I'll make sure I have this nice curve going into the forehead. That's always nice for, especially for female characters, to make sure it looks good. And then I'm just going to adjust the shape of the nose right here. You can also make this smaller from the front view. I'll just pull this closer, and I'll hold down shift and smooth out everything. And then for the side of the nose, I'm just going to pull this out, something like this, and I'm going to define the nostrils a little bit more. With the crease polish brush, I'm going to define the nostrils right here. So just pressing down and defining those edges right there. And I'm also going to do the same right here. And I'm going to make this nose a little bit more rounded, both from the bottom and also from right here. And you can hold down shift and just smooth all of these out. Okay, this looks good. I'm noticing right here on my reference, right here, the brow, the shape of the brows. I'm also going to go ahead, I'm going to start to use the crease polish brush to start to mark that out. So something more like this. Okay, that looks good. And something like this here is starting to look nice. I'm going to define the chin a little bit more. I'll use the crease polish brush to mark this out just like so. And we can definitely adjust, play around with the shape of the chin. I'm going to use the grab brush, bring this right here, and I'm also going to just bring this right here. Something more like this for the shape of the chin looks good for my own character. So at this point, I'm just taking a look at my reference and determining the changes that I need to make. Right. But for now, something like this looks really nice. Now let's go ahead and let's sculpt in the lips and the mouth for our character. I remember when we were looking at the corners of the mouth earlier, I mentioned that the mouth doesn't sit on a flat surface. Right now, this is really flat. So let's use the clean street brush, and then we're just going to add in some volume right here to make sure that the mouth wraps around the teeth. I'm going to add in some more volume right here with the crease polish brush. Okay, and holding down shifts, I'm just going to smooth all of these out just like so. I'm also going to add some more volume right here. All right, and I'm going to smooth all of these out. Okay, something like this looks nice. From the side profile, this looks good, and also from the front profile, this looks good. And now to start sculpting the mouth, I'm going to define the corners of the mouth. I'm going to use the crease polish brush for this. And we mentioned earlier that we don't want the corners of the mouth to go past the middle of the eye. So this is the middle of the eye. This is where the iris will actually be. And if we draw a straight line down, so we don't want the corner of the mouth to go past this area. So I'm just going to place the corners of the mouth somewhere around here. So I'm just using the crease polish brush to mark out that area right there. And I'm just taking a look at this. Yeah, I think where we place that looks good. If you don't like the placement, you can use the grab brush to pull this down or to pull this up. And also something I like to do is just to pull back the corners of the mouth. Once again, just to indicate that the mouth and the lips wrap around the teeth. I can also just use the grab brush to just pull this out a little bit more. All right, I like how this is looking. Now let's go ahead and let's sculpt the lips for our character. I'm going to use the crease polish brush, and I'm just going to draw a straight line from the corners of the mouth to the center of the face right there. So something like this looks good. Just a straight line from the corners of the mouth to the middle of the face, something like this. And now let's go ahead and let's define the lips. And at this point, if you think that where you place the mouth is a little bit too high or too low, you can use the grab brush and just pull this down. For me, I think it's a little bit too high. I'm just going to pull this down, something like this. Okay, this looks good. I'm going to go ahead and let's sculpt the upper lip. To sculpt the upper lip, I'm going to use the crease polish brush, and while holding down Control, I'm just going to mark out the edge of the lip just like this. Okay, something like this. The lips is a little bit too flat right now, so I'm just going to use the grab brush to grab this out just like this. So just using the grab brush to grab this out. And for the upper lip, you want to make sure that that sits in front of the lower lip. So I'm just going to pull this out a little bit more. We can also add some volume right here. So I'm just pulling out the lips. Make sure that we have some curvature on the lips right here. So that looks good for the upper lips. And then for the lower lips, a really simple way I like to mark out the lower lips is just use the inflates brush to mark out this area right here. And if we smooth out these corners, so just holding our shift and smooth out these corners, we already start to define the lower lips. We can define it even more if we use the crease polish brush and just hold down Control and mark out these edges right here, holding down Control to mark out these edges. And then we can further use the grab brush to pull the lips into place. Okay, so something like this looks good. And I'm just going to drag all of this down just a little bit more to fit the reference. And at this point, we have the eyes, nose, and mouth in place. Now, at this point, we are going to need to be taking a good look at our reference, and we need to start making everything work nicely together. So at this point, I'm just going to adjust the shape of the jaw, something more like this. And then I can also just bring this down a little bit more. So I'm just taking a look at my reference and making the changes that I need to make on my sculpt. Somewhere around here needs some refinements. I can also add some volume to the cheeks right here. I can use the clean brush and just add in some volume right here, something like this, and then hold down shift and then smooth all of this out just like so, holding down shift to smooth out these volumes right here. I'm also going to smooth out right here, hold down shift and smooth all of this out to make sure we have a nice transition on the lip. I'm going to adjust the shape of the lips a little bit. I'm going to pull this up, also going to pull this up a little bit more. And at this stage, I'm going to increase my immersion solution and actually refine everything that we have so far. I'm going to increase it to about 0.012, somewhere around there should be fine. And then Control R to the mesh what you have. And at this point, we can use the crease polish brush to define the line of the mouth right here, something like this. And then we can also define the corners of the mouth right here. I'm holding now shift to smooth out any surface irregularities, just some things like this. And then I can also change and adjust the shape of the jaw. So I'm just going to pull this up a little bit more to fit the shape of my reference, something more like this. I'm going to hold down shift around here and then refine the shapes of the nostrils. So just using the crease polish brush to refine the shape around the nostrils. I'm also going to take this towards the bottom. And then for the nostril, you can use the draw brush to dig this in a little bit more right there. And then we can define this edge at the nostril just like this. Something like this looks good. And I'm also going to define right here for the nose. I'm going to pull this into the nose a little bit more, just like this. And then I can adjust the overall shape of the nose, making sure that that looks nice. I'm also just going to smooth out right here. We want to make sure everything is looking good. And I can start to just remove this eyeline that we had earlier. So I'm just going to use the clean shoes brush and I'm going to add some volume right here, just to start to remove that transition of the eyeline that we marked out earlier. And then I can go ahead and just smooth this out, something like this. Also at this stage, something that I like to do is to go into object mode. I'm going to select the eyeballs and we're going to color in the iris. To color in the iris, I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select this vertex and I'm going to press Ctrl and plus on the numpad to select more. And once I selected, you can go into vertex paint mode. You can turn on this paint mask to just isolate those faces that we painted or that we selected in edit mode. And then we can just paint these in just like so. If you go back into object mode, the color is going to disappear. Just come up here under viewport shading, and then you want to change the object color to attribute so that you actually see those colors. And then we can just rotate these eyes to actually fit the character, something more like that. I'll also change the viewport shading to attributes right here, and something like this is starting to look good. So with the iris in place, we are going to have a better feel for the character, something more like this. I'm going to go back into sculpt mode on the character and refine the eyelids a little bit more. So just using the crease polish brush to refine the shape of the eyelid like this. Also holding down Ctrl to define this edge of the eyelid right here, and also this upper edge right here, something like this. Then I'm going to hold down Shift, smooth all of this out, hold down Ctrl to smooth all of this out, just like so. Okay, I like how this is looking right now. I'm going to smooth out this area of the eyebrows a little bit more to fit the shapes I have on my reference. And from the front view, I'm going to make this jaw a lot more pointed, something like this. And I can also just go in and add in some more volume to the cheek area right here. There's a lot of volume right here. And I'm just going to adjust this to fit the shape of my reference, something more like this. Now that we have all these in place, something else I also like to do is to go ahead and add in the eyebrows and the eyelashes. To add in the eyebrows and the eyelashes, we can go into object mode, Shift A, mesh. Let's add in a plane. With this plane, I'm going to go into edit mode. I'll rotate this on the x-axis by 90 degrees, and then I'm just going to move this forward, scale it down, and move it to the left side of our character, just like this. I'm just going to scale it down, and we just want to use some very basic modeling to model in the eyebrows. I'm going to turn on snapping so that these faces can snap to the surface of the sculpt. Come up here, and then we are going to choose, for the options, we are going to choose face project, and then I'll make sure to turn on rotation and scale. So anytime we rotate, anytime we scale, it's going to snap to the surface of our sculpt. And then I'll come up here and make sure that that is turned on right here. And if we move this, you're going to notice it's going to snap to the surface of our sculpt. I'm just going to scale this down on the Z axis, something like this. And for the shape of the eyebrows, you want to follow your reference at this point. For me, the eyebrows are really thin, so I'm just going to make this really thin and then extrude it along the eyebrow line that we marked out earlier. So something like this. And then we can mirror this over to the other side. I'll come to my modifiers, adding a mirror modifier right here. I'll select the mirror object as the round cube, and I'm also going to add in a solidify modifier right here. I'll increase the thickness somewhere around here so that we can actually see the shapes of the eyebrows. And I'll go into object mode. I can select this, right click, and shade this one smooth. Something I also like to do at this point is to add in some color for this. So you can go into vertex paints, and I don't like to use a completely black color, because if you use a completely black color, you won't really be able to see the forms and the shape of the eyebrows. So I'm just going to take this value to about 0.25, and then I can just pin this in. The shortcut to just fill everything in is Ctrl X, so something like that. And now I'll go into sculpt mode, and then I'm just going to use the ground brush to actually start to sculpt this into place. It's something more like this, more like what we see on the reference. And this eyebrow that we are sculpting right now is going to be a placeholder. So it's not going to be the final thing. This is going to be replaced with actual hair geometry in future chapters. So just make sure to keep that in mind. This is a placeholder right now. Okay, I'm also going to use this same object, and I'm going to extrude out the eyelashes for my character. I'm going to select one vertex here, Shift B to duplicate this, and I'm just going to extrude along the edge of the eyelid somewhere around here till I get to right here. I'm going to hide the eyes, so just hide this fair option, and then I'm going to extrude this back, and I'm just going to extrude following the number of edges that we extruded out earlier. So right here, and then we can select these two. We can actually select this four, press F to create a new face. Right here, we can F to create a new face, F to create a new face, and we're just going to keep on pressing F to create new faces right there. And you might notice that the solidify is flipped on the eyelash mesh. So I'm just going to select this, and to fix that, we can press Shift N, and that is going to recalculate the normals for us, and it's going to make the faces point in the right direction. I'm going to unhide the eyes, and then I'm also going to vertex paint mode, and we can paint in on the eyelashes right here. I can also go into sculpt mode, use the grab brush, and further refine the shape of the eyelashes just like this. So I'm just moving this into shape, something like this. Okay, let's go ahead. I'll press slash to bring back all the other objects, and we are going to go ahead and sculpt in the ears for our character. The ears is going to be very simple to do. I'll go into sculpt mode, and then I'll just hold down shift and smooth out over the initial block that we had, something more like this, and then you can place these ears into place based on your reference. So something like this looks good for me. Okay, and then to sculpt in the ears, I'm going to add in some more resolution. So R, I'm going to increase the resolution to 0.02, should be fine, and then Control R to remesh this, and then I'm just going to smooth this into place, something more like that, and then we can just adjust this, something like that. All right, to sculpt in the ears, I have a really simple technique that I like to use to sculpt in stylized ears. I'm going to come up here to this box marks tool. I'm going to hold down on it, and it's going to bring up these other options. The options I want to choose is the lasso marks option. And with the lasso marks, you can actually just right click on this and add it to your preview right. So I have it added to my preview right. So if I just select it from right here, I can add that to my preview right. I want to select the portion of the ear that we are going to pull in. But if I select, you're going to also notice that we are selecting the back. We don't want to do that, so I'm going to Ctrl Z. I'm going to check front faces only, and then I'm just going to select shape of the ear, something like this. You can remove certain parts of the marks by holding down Ctrl and just removing it. I'm also going to remove right here, something more like this, and I'll just make sure that the marks is in a shape that I like, just like this. Okay, I like how this is looking now. I'm going to Ctrl I to invert my mask, and then I'm going to use the grab brush. I'm going to use a really big brush size, and then I'm just going to push this in for the shape of the ear, so something like this, and then I'm just going to push this down, something more like that. Alt M to clear the mask, and I'm going to increase my remesh resolution, and then Ctrl R to remesh this, and then I'm just going to smooth over all of this right here. And now we can go ahead and refine the shape of the ears. I'm going to use the crease polish brush to mark out this inner edge on the ear. So just using the crease polish brush, I'm pushing down on the skull to mark out or to make this crease on the ear right here. Okay, also going to do the same right here for the ear. And I'm also going to define this edge of the ear. So just holding down Control and defining this shape on the ear, just like this. I'll make sure to refine the shape right here if I don't like the way it looks. And then I'm going to use the crease polish brush to mark this out, something like this. I'm going to use the grab brush to pull this out. Okay, and something like this looks really good for the ears. To add in some more details, remember the forms of the ear that we looked at earlier. So you can add this question mark shape plus this Y shape. So we have the question mark shape, something like this. Now let's go ahead and add in the white shape, but this if you want to add details to your ear. So the way I'm just going to do that, I'm going to use the clay shoes brush, add in some volume right here to simulate that Y shape. So this is one branch of the Y, and then we have another branch of the Y right here, and then I can just add in more volume to this. Okay, I'm going to smooth over everything, and then I'm just going to use the crease polish brush and start to define the shapes a little bit more, just to add some details to the ear. I'm holding down control and defining this shape right here, also right here, defining the shape right here, and also right here. And something like this is already starting to look good just by adding that little detail on the ear. I'm going to increase my remesh resolution a little bit more, somewhere around there, 0.008. Control R to remesh this. I'm going to smooth over everything first, and then we can go ahead and define the shapes of the ear just using the crease polish brush. Also going to define this shape right here, and this one right here, and this one right here, and this one right here, just like this, and this one right here. Okay, something like this. You can refine this even more. So just holding down control and marking out the shapes on the ear just like this, and we have a nice ear shape that looks like this. You can go ahead and refine this even further. I'm going to refine this a lot more after now. Okay, so this is what we have for the character. I like the way the shapes are looking on the face. I really like the way the shapes I have on the face. I'm still going to go ahead and refine this a little bit more. I'll show you what we have or what I have in the next video. And this stage, you want to carefully look at your reference, compare it with what you have on your sculpt, and that way you will know exactly the changes that you need to make. Also, just make sure you can take breaks when you're sculpting the head, and then when you come back, you'll be able to also spot some mistakes that you have on the head. So this is how you sculpt heads inside of Blender for your character. So now, to summarize everything that we looked at so far, so now you understand the face proportions, and you've seen how we use them to sculpt faces. You understand how the planes of the head work and how the hair posts sculpt faces, and now you know how to sculpt faces. So that's everything that we looked at in today's video. Don't forget, if you need any extra help with anything we have discussed in the video or anything so far in this masterclass, you can join the Stylized Character Academy, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process, making sure that you're able to master all the techniques that you use for making characters inside of Blender. And if you're loving the masterclass so far, if you have been able to sculpt something so far, go ahead and leave a review of the masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video. And with that, we've come to the end of this video. In the next chapter, we're going to be taking a look at sculpting the body of our character. So that should be fun. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Welcome to chapter 4. In this chapter, we're going to be sculpting the body, the hands, and the feet for our character. And our agenda for this video, we are going to take a look at the forms of the body. We are going to take a look at the forms of the hand. We are going to take a look at the forms of the feet. And we're actually going to go ahead and sculpt the body, the hands, and the feet for our character inside of Blender. So make sure to share this masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are actually proud of. And a little bit of warning. As of right now, for you, this is the most important video in the entire masterclass. So make sure you watch the entire video. Don't skip around and don't jump around. Alright, let's get started. The forms of the body. Things you need to know. When sculpting, your observation is going to be key. We want to start thinking of anatomy, but there's a simple way of thinking of anatomy that no one really talks about, and that way is your observation skills. So you don't need to memorize anatomy charts to sculpt good-looking characters. What is going to matter most at this stage is your ability to observe your reference and translate what you see on your reference onto your 3D sculpt. That's all you need to do at this stage. Your observation is the real skill behind good character sculpting. So you don't need to memorize like the different muscles of character. You just need to be able to translate what you see on your reference onto your 3D sculpt. And that's why at this stage, your references are going to be very important. Choosing a good reference is going to be important at this stage because your reference is going to become your anatomy guide. If your reference is strong, it will naturally guide the proportions, the volumes, and the structure of your character's body. Okay, so at this stage, if you don't have a good reference that you can look at and translate what you see on your reference, your 3D character, your 3D sculpt, just go ahead and actually get a nice reference that you can use for that. I'm going to show you how to use your observation skills in a few minutes. We're actually going to dive into Blender and do that. So I'm going to show you how to do that. All right, still under the forms of the body, let's take a look at the forms of the arm. And we want to think of the arms as interlocked chains. A simple way to think about the arms is a series of interlocked chains. So just like what we see here. So if we start with those forms first, once we get those forms in place, then we can go ahead and refine the muscle structure using our reference. So let me just illustrate what I mean. So we want to think of the arm as an interlocked chain. So they should interlock each other like this. Let's take a look at it from here. So you can see the way the shoulders is being interlocked with the bicep, and the bicep is being interlocked with the lower arm, and then the same with the wrist or with the hand of our character. So that's the way we want to think of the forms of the hand or the forms of the arm. Once we get this basic structure in place, then we'll now actually be able to go ahead and refine the shapes that we have on the arms. So we just keep it very simple. Think of the arms as interlocked chains. We are going to do this inside of Blender in a few minutes. All right, let's move on to the forms of the leg. And for the legs, you want to keep in mind the principle of straight versus curves. For the upper leg, let me just illustrate that right here. For the upper leg, the front is curved and the back is straight. And also for the lower leg, the back is curved and the front is straight, just like this. So this contrast between the straight and the curves is going to create a lot of rhythm on your legs or on the legs of your character. It's going to prevent your character from being stiff. So keep this principle in mind. I'm going to recall this back to our memory when we get started with sculpting inside of Blender. All right, and also another thing that you want to do when you're sculpting the legs is to use the angry face. Visualizing an angry face over the lower leg is going to help maintain correct proportions on the leg of your character. So just like you see right here. So this is the angry face. Just remember this image. And if you draw that over the lower leg right here, just like you see here, you can see right here, this part of the leg comes out higher than this other part of the leg. So this point is higher than this point on the inside of the leg. So keep that in mind, and a simple way to remember that is with the angry face. And then also on the ankles, the inner ankles sit higher than the lower ankles. And a simple way that I can use to remember that is just by drawing out this angry face on the lower leg. And you also want to keep in mind that the inner ankles sit higher than the outer ankles. They should never sit on the same horizontal line like this. It should be something more like this. All right, that's for the forms of the leg. And now let's take a look at the torso. For our torso of our character, we are going to rely heavily on our reference. So the torso will vary depending on your character. So at this stage, your reference is going to be important. And once you start sculpting, I'm going to show you what to look out for. Some other things to keep in mind when sculpting the forms of the torso is to think in rhythm and balance. As you sculpt the body, make sure that the forms flow into one another and feel balanced. Even though our character is in a T pose, our character should still feel, or there should still be a lot of rhythm and balance on our character, just like this beautiful example right here. And then we want to remember to check the silhouette of our character often. So zoom out. That's why inside of Blender, I have a viewport to the side. So that viewport is going to help us check the silhouette of our character often. A clean silhouette is a good sign that our forms are working together. these are some things to keep in mind for the forms of the body. Now let's take a look at the forms of the hands. So you want to start with really simple shapes, and I'll just jump into Purif here to show you what I mean. So this is an example of the hands. When you want to sculpt the hands, just start with really simple shapes. So right here we have the palm, which is just this rectangular shape, and then we have this wedge attached to it, which is the part where the thumb comes out from. And this is exactly how we are going to approach sculpting the hands when we dive right into Blender. So start with really simple shapes. The palm can be simplified into a rectangular shape with a wedge attached to it. So this basic structure, once we make that basic structure, is going to make sculpting the hands much easier. And then you also want to keep in mind that the palm is not flat. The palm has a natural curve, so the fingers feel relaxed rather than stiff when extending outwards. And I'll just show you what that looks like here. So the palms have a little bit of curvature to them, so you want to make sure to keep that in mind. I'm going to recall this back to our memory once you actually start sculpting inside Blender. The palm is not flat, it has a natural curve to it. And then the knuckles also sit on curve. If you look at reference, you'll notice that the knuckles form a curved line rather than a straight line. This one is going to be important for making the hands feel organic. So right here, you can see how the knuckles sit on this nice curve right here. You also notice how the joints of the fingers are sitting on a steep curve this way, and then this one right here is even steeper. So you want to keep that in mind. Once again, I'll recall this back to our memory once you start sculpting inside of Blender. So the finger joints follow steeper curves, just like I showed you. So this one is on a steeper curve, this one is on a less steeper curve, and this one is on a less steeper curve. So the finger joints follow steeper curve. And then for the proportions of the finger, so from the knuckle to the fingertip is 1 unit, and then the first joint sits halfway along the length, and the second joint sits halfway between the first joint and the fingertip. So let me just illustrate that right here. So if we go from the knuckle right here to the tip of the finger, and we divide this into half right there, that is going to be the first joint of the finger. And then if you go from this first joint to the tip of the finger, we divide that into half again. That is going to be the second bend on the finger. So that's what you want to keep in mind for the proportions of the finger. And then the finger joint angles. The first joint angles slightly backward. Let me just show you this instead of reading it out. So the first joint on the finger angles slightly backwards. This second joint goes upward and forwards a little bit, and then this third joint goes forward. You want to avoid something that looks like this, so just keeping them straight. You want to avoid that when we are sculpting our character. All right, let's jump back to the slides. Now let's take a look at the forms of the feet. And we want to simplify the feet into a very triangular shape. So both from the front and from the side view, the foot can be thought of as a triangular shape attached to the leg. And I'll just show you that right here. So let's just think of the feet as a triangle, just like this. And you notice how the triangle is a right angle triangle. So this way, it comes out this way. It's not like this. It's doing something more like this. So a right angle triangle. That's how you want to think of the legs. So both from the front view and also from the side view, something like that from the side view. So just simplify the shape of the foot into a triangle like that. And then the bottom view structure, if you take a look at right here, is just a very simple rectangle like this. Once we have the rectangle in place, then we can slightly push in the sides of the feet to form the shape of the feet. Okay. And then the side profile refinement. From the side, the foot remains triangular, but the midsection pushes inward to form an arc right here. And you can see that. So the shape still remains triangular, but right there, you can see how the feet just pushes upward to create that arc at the bottom of the feet. And then stepped toes is something that I want to keep in mind if you want the toes of your character to look really nice. And right here, you can see how the toes are stepped a little bit more. And the toes being steps is just going to create a gradual flow or a gradual transition into the rest of the feet. And then the ankle structure, using the same angry face that we identified earlier, just make sure that the inside of the ankle, the inside ankle is higher than the ankle that is outside of the legs. All right. At this point, we can now actually dive into Blender and take a look at all these techniques that we just talked about. So we are going to sculpt the body, the hands, and the feet of our character. So let's dive right into Blender. So this is where we stopped in the last chapter, and I went ahead and also refined some shapes on the face, but not much. So more or less, this is where we left off at the last chapter. I also went ahead and gathered some more references. So I have references for the body and the torso of my character. These ones were here before. I added in this one. And then I also gathered some more references for the hands of my character, just like this. And then I gathered this reference for the feet. Okay, so right now we are going to get started with the forms of the hand, or we are going to get started with sculpting the hands first, and then we will sculpt the feet, and then we're actually going to go ahead and sculpt the body. So let's get started with the hands. For the hands, Shift A, Mesh, I'm going to add in a cube. And I'm just going to turn off the snapping here. We don't need this turned on for now. I'm going to go into edit mode. And from the front view, I'm going to bring this right here. So just where the palm would be. S and Z, we are going to scale this down. And I'm going to rotate it to follow the shape of the hand. I'll just scale this up slightly, and then I can move it right here. And then I'm going to select these faces in front, and I'm going to move them backward, something like this. So what we're trying to do now is just to block out the palm of the character. I'm going to select these ones, scale it down. We can actually just scale that on the y-axis, and we can also scale this one on the y-axis. Then I'm just going to select everything and move it somewhere around here. We can hide this blocker that we made for the arm. We don't really need it right now, so we can just hide that. Okay, so something like this. We are going to start blocking out the palm, and I'll just make sure I can see the fingers from these viewports. All right, so let's go into edit mode. I'm going to add a look cut in the middle right here, and I'm going to bring this up like so. So remember, we see that the palm is not flat, it actually has a curve to it. So that's why I'm adding that there. And then I'm also going to go ahead, add in one loop cut right here and another loop cut right here. I'm going to select this, and I'm just going to move them up, something like that, to give more curvature to the palm of our character. All right, that looks good. I'm going to add one loop cut at the middle here. I'm going to add another one right here. All we want to do now is to add the wedge for where the thumb is going to be. So to do that, I'm just going to select these four faces. I'm going to extrude them out, something like that. And then I'm also going to select these four faces right here. And then we're going to extrude these ones out, something like this. I'm going to select these vertices, and I'm just going to push this into a shape, something more like this. So this is where the thumb is going to come out from. And we can relax this. I'm going to select these loops, GG to slide them. I'm going to select this one, GG to slide them. Also going to select this one and GG to slide them right here. Okay, we can also select this one, and we can just move it down just to make it a little bit more rounded. We are still going to clean up this shape a lot more, but for now that looks good. We can also select this one, GG to slide it down just like that. And then Control R, I'm going to add in a look cut here, and Alt S, I'm just going to scale this out a little bit. Let me actually turn on screencast keys so that you guys can see the keys I'm pressing. All right, this space right here is where the fingers are going to be, and I'm just going to select this one, GG to slide them up. Can slide them up like this so that this space, the fingers fit right into this place here. We don't want it to be too big like that. So let's just move this one up. We can also just select these and then select these ones, and then we can move them up like that. All right, this is looking good. Let's go into sculpt mode and use the sculpting brushes to help us refine the shapes a little bit more. I'm going to use the grab brush and just holding down shift, I'm going to smooth out some of these forms here. Okay, something like that. And then I'm just going to bring this down, make sure that this is flowing nicely into the lower arm of our character. And I'll make sure I like the way it looks right here. I'm going to bring this one right here like this. I'm going to push this one into here. And I'm going to bring this one down just like this. So this is the palm of our character. We are going to refine this a lot more. Don't worry, it won't remain like this. But for now, this looks good for the blockouts of our palm. Something like this looks good. Okay. And we can actually go ahead and mirror this over to the other side so that we can start to see what that looks like. So I can add in a mirror modifier right here. And for the mirror modifier, you can actually add it to your preview, right? So you can just search for any of this, right click, and then it should say add to the favorites for you. So that you can just, from your key favorites by pressing Q, you can just select the mirror modifier. And then we have something that looks like that. And yeah, the size of this palm looks good right now. I'm just going to edit mode and select all and just scale it down a little bit to fit the shape of my character. But overall, this looks nice. I like the way this is looking. Okay, you can go ahead and add in another loop quote right here. Something like that looks good. You can also go ahead for the modifiers. I'm going to add in a subdivision surface modifier. And in object mode, I'm going to see what that looks like. Okay, this looks good for a palm. We can go into sculpt mode now that we've added the subdivision surface modifier. We're going to want to tweak the shape of the palms a little bit. So I'm just going to bring this up, something more like this. Right here is looking too thick, so I'm just going to narrow that down a little bit more. All right, something like this is looking good. So this is the shape that I have from the front. This is the shape that I have from the side. This is the shape I have right here. Okay, I'm going to go into edit mode. And I'm also just going to select these two edits. So 1 and 2 right here. You can press Alt Z, toggle X-ray from right here to be able to toggle X-ray. And then I'm just going to bring this down, something like this. And the reason I'm bringing that down is just to indicate the fat part on the other side of the thumb. So right here is just what I'm indicating with that. We're going to refine that a little bit more, or a lot more actually, when we apply the subdivision surface. But for now, that looks fine. Let's go ahead and let's block out the fingers for our character. To block out the fingers, I'm going to Shift A, mesh, and I'm going to add in a cube. I'm going to go into edit mode. And in edit mode, I'm going to make sure I'm in vertex selection mode. All right. I'm going to select all with A and then M, and I'm going to merge everything at the center. You're not going to see anything in the viewport. It's going to be as if we deleted everything. That's completely fine. If you go up here and you toggle X-ray, you're going to see that vertex. And if you cannot clearly see this vertex, probably you have the origins turned on and you can't clearly see the vertex. That's also fine. Just come up here to viewport overlays and then turn off origins. All right, we don't want to move this vertex from this point. Just select the vertex E and extrude it on the x-axis, just something like this. We are going to refine or adjust the length of this a little bit more. All right, now that we have that, we are going to go ahead and we're going to add some modifiers. I'm going to add a skin modifier, and I'm also going to add a subdivision surface modifier. Subdivision surface, this one right here. I'll increase the levels of the subdivision surface to 1, something like that. And this is going to be our finger. To adjust the thickness of the our finger, we can go into edit mode. You can select all with A, and then we can press Ctrl A to either fatten or shrink the shape of the finger. So somewhere around here is fine. Okay, and I'll go back into object mode. And the reason I told us not to move the finger in edit mode was so that we can maintain the origin point. So if I just rotate this, you're going to see how the finger is still rotating from this point. It's going to help us and make rotating the arms into place, rotating the fingers into place a little bit easier. So we just want to maintain that origin point, and that's why I told us not to move this vertex from the middle. All right, let's go ahead in object mode, not in vertex mode, not in edit mode. In object mode, we are going to bring this down here. and we're going to place it for the fingers. I'm just going to place it something like this. I'm taking a look at my reference right now. I'm just placing it somewhere around there. All right, that looks good for the fingers. I'm going to place this right here. This is going to be the index finger, and I'm just going to place that right there. All right, let's duplicate these fingers for all the other fingers. And the way we are going to duplicate it is by using Alt D. So this shortcut right here. The normal shortcut is Shift D, but we are going to use Alt D, and I'll explain why we're using Alt D in a couple of seconds. So just use Alt D to duplicate this. Okay, and the reason we are using Alt D at this stage is so that if we go into edit mode and we change something on one of these fingers, it's going to change on all the fingers. So if I add a loop cut here and I just bend it this way, it's going to change the shape for all the fingers. So that's the reason we're using Alt D. And what Alt D does is just to transfer the object data between all these different objects. You don't need to worry about what that means, but just know that any change that you make here is going to be made on all the other fingers. I'm going to remove this vertex that I added in earlier. Okay, and something like this for the fingers looks good. I'm going to spread out the fingers just a little bit more. So I'm just going to rotate them a little bit more and just spread them out something like this. All right, let's go ahead and let's adjust the length of these fingers. If you take a look at your own finger, the pinky is the smallest, so we can just scale this down. And then we have the ring finger. Then we have the middle finger, which is the tallest usually. And then we have the index finger. So something like this. I'm just going to place this, and I'll make sure that there's enough space in between these fingers. And also for the fingers, I'll make sure that the fingers are following the curvature of the palm. So I'm just going to move this one up. I'm going to select this one, move it up, and something like this. We want to make sure that the fingers are following the curvature of the palm. All right, something like this looks good for me. Maybe I'll just adjust this a little bit more. All right, this looks good for the fingers. Let's go ahead into edit mode and let's refine the shapes of these fingers even more. I'm going to go into edit mode and I'm going to add a loop cut in the middle right here. So Control R and then add in a vertex right there. And I'm just going to select this vertex in front. And I'm just going to move it or angle it up slightly a little bit. And we want to make this part a little bit narrower. So if you take a look at the reference here, you can see how the tip is narrower. So you can just select this one, Control A, and then we can just make that a little bit narrow. Something like that. Okay, and I like the way this is looking already. Probably I'll just bring this down slightly. And then we can also go ahead and add in another loop cut right here in the middle. And I'm just going to bend this even more. So something like this. This is the shape that I have for the fingers. All right, I'm going to make sure that I like the position of these fingers. And I'm just taking a look at it from this viewport and making sure I like the way the shapes of the finger or where the shapes of the fingers are. Okay, something like this is going to look just fine for me. I can also select all of these and rotate them slightly downwards like this. All right, this looks good for the fingers. I'm just going to place this in the right spots. Okay, I'm happy with the way this looks. We're going to refine this a lot more when we actually start sculpting on it. But for now, this looks good. Okay, let's go ahead and let's also make the thumb. For the thumb, I'm going to reuse one of these fingers. And in this time around, we want to actually use Shift D to duplicate this. So we don't want our object to have the same object data as these other objects. So we're just going to use Shift D to duplicate this. All right. And then I'm going to place it right here. I'm also just going to rotate this. So pressing R twice to rotate it this way. Something like this. This finger is way too long right now. I'm just going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select this. I'm just going to pull them back. So just pushing them back just like this. You can also select one of these vertex right here. Control X to dissolve that edge or to dissolve that vertex. Something like this. And this thumb right now is way too slim. So you can just select or Control A to scale it up or to fatten it a little bit. Okay, something like that. Then I can select this one, Control A to scale it down. I can also add in another loop cut here, Control E, scale this out, and Control E, I'm going to scale this one in, and right here, Control E, I'm going to scale this one out, something just like that. All right, and I'm just going to make sure that thumb is placed right in the area where we marked out for the thumb. So I'm just placing it right in this wedge that we pulled out for the thumb, and make sure that the placement of the thumb looks good from all angles. So I'm taking a look at it right here, and I'm going to make sure that that looks good. And for this thumb, I think I want it to sit somewhere around here. So I'm just going to adjust the shape of the palm to fit where I want the thumb to be. So something more like this for the shape of the thumb is going to be fine for me. And then I'm also just going to pull this up. Okay. And yeah, something like this for the shape of the hands looks just fine for me. I'm going to zoom out a little bit and make sure that the proportions on the fingers are right. And right now, I'm just going to select one of these fingers. I can see that these fingers are a little bit too slim. So I'm just going to Control A. I'm going to increase their thickness a little bit more. And then I'm going to place these fingers in the right spots. So something like this for me looks good. Okay. And then I'm also just going to adjust the shapes or the lengths of these fingers. So I'm just going to reduce the size of this one, reduce this one, and something like this looks good. I'm going to select the thumb. I'm going to press A and Control A. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit more. All right. And let's adjust the shape of the thumb to actually conform better, or let's adjust the shape of the palm to conform better with the shape of the thumb. I'm going to apply the subdivision surface at this point so that we can have more resolution to play with. And in sculpt mode with our grab brush, I'm just going to use the grab brush to pull this into the thumb a little bit more. Okay, something like this. And I'll make sure that we just have enough space right here. All right, something like that. Can also pull in this part right here, something more like this. And then I'll make sure that the wrist is flowing nicely into the lower arm. Okay, something like that. And right here, we can use the inflate brush to make this part a lot more rounded. I'm going to hold down Shift and smooth this out. Okay, that looks good. I'm also going to inflate this part right here. So these are just the fat pads on the palm. So I'm just going to hold down Shift and smooth this out. I'm just making sure everything is working together. I can also switch to the lower arm and use the grab brush to just push this in. Something like that. All right. I'm happy with the way this is looking right now. And we can definitely move forward. I'm just going to do one last thing before I move forward. I'm going to switch my pivot point to individual origins. And you can press period on your keyboard to bring up the spine menu. Or you can come up here and then just change to individual origins. And with individual origins, if I scale these objects now, you're going to notice how all of them are scaling from their own individual origin. So I'm just going to scale this slightly up, something like this. All right, and then I'll change the pivot point back to the default, which is median point. Okay, now we can go ahead and we can refine the shapes on the fingers. To refine the shapes on the fingers, we're going to need to apply these modifiers. But if we try to apply these modifiers, we try to press apply here, it's going to bring up this error. And we don't really want to apply. If we come here and say applies, it's telling us to apply single data for just this object. Don't worry about what that means for now. We don't want to do that. So the way or workaround for that is just to select all these, press Ctrl A and say visual geometry to mesh right there. And that's going to apply all our modifiers. But if we go into sculpt mode, we are still able to make one change on this object and it's going to be transferred to all the other objects that have the same object property. All right, let's refine the shape of the fingers. We are going to use the symmetry to help us here. And it might either be the X symmetry for you or the Y symmetry. Okay, for me, it's the Y symmetry. So I'm going to turn on Y symmetry. And then I'm just going to adjust the shapes of these fingers. For the fingers, we want to drag out the tip right here. Okay, something more like that. And right here at the side, we want shape more like this. So I'm just going to use the grab brush to smooth this out. Okay, something more like this is the shape that we want for the fingers. All right, I like how this is looking. And I'm just going to object mode for a bit. I'm going to rotate this finger into place. I'll also do the same on this finger right here. Just going to rotate this into place so that it's following the curvature of the palm a little bit more. Yeah, something more like this so that it's just following the curvature of the palm a little bit more. Okay, and this shape is good for the fingers. Let's go ahead and let's mark out the joints of the finger. So remember the proportions I've looked up for the arm. If we go from the knuckle, so that's somewhere around here, and we go all the way to the tip of the finger, if we find the halfway point in between here, so that's somewhere around here. Yeah, so right here is going to be the first joint. So I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to mark that out, something like that. And notice how I'm using a small brush size. So I'm just going to mark that out. I'll take that all the way to the bottom right here. So something like that. Okay, if to find the other joints, so from right here, this halfway point to the tip of the finger, if we divide this into half again, this is going to be the second joint. So I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to mark this out. All right, something like that. And I'm just going to draw this all the way to the bottom of the fingers. You don't want to overdo this. Just something like this is going to be fine. And now I'm going to erase these annotation lines. All right, and something like this is looking good. Something I like to do for the fingers is to actually plane out the area, or to just flatten out the area where the fingernails are going to be. I'm going to use the script brush and just plane out, just flatten that area right there, so that we have something that looks like this. And I'm just going to use the grab brush to push this down a little bit more, and then we have something that looks like this. All right, for this character, I'm not going to be adding fingernails, but I like the way this looks. All right, let's go ahead and let's mark out the joints at the top. I'm going to use the crease polish brush for this. So just remember the proportions that we marked out, or that we looked at earlier. The joints go this way. So this one goes forward, this one goes upward and forward a little bit, and then this one goes backward like this. So we want to mark out the crease up here. So I'm just using the crease polish brush, holding down Control, and I'm just marking out right here. Okay, something like that. For this other one, we can come right here. I can mark it out just like that, and something like that really looks good for the fingers. I like how that's looking. For these other joints at the back, once we add more geometry to the palm, we are going to add that in a little bit more. We're going to clean out this annotation lines, and something like that for the fingers looks really nice. I'm going to switch to the thumb object, and let's go ahead and we can apply these modifiers, Ctrl A, and we can just see visual geometry to mesh. Then I'm going to go into sculpt mode, and with the grab brush, we can refine the shape of the thumb. You can check to see if the symmetry is going to work for the thumb. Most time it doesn't work for the thumb. I'm just going to check to see if it works. It kind of works, but you can see it's out of alignment a little bit. So I'm not going to use symmetry in this case. I'm just going to use the grab brush, and I'm going to make the thumb symmetrical. So I'm just going to pull out this right here. And on the thumb, this part of the joint comes in a little bit more, and this tip is narrow, something like this. And then this bottom part of the thumb goes and flows into the palm, something more like this. All right, so also right here at the side, we want this kind of curve on the side. So I'm going to use the grab brush to smooth this out. I'm just going to smooth this out. Now make sure I smooth this out on both sides. Remember, we don't have symmetry turned on the thumb. So just smooth it out for both sides, something like that. And then we can mark out the joints on the thumb. I'm going to use the crease polish brush for that. And somewhere around here, You can just use the crease polish brush and go across that area right there. All right. Also from this side here, I'm also just going to use the grab brush to pull this into the fingers or into the palm. And then with the script brush, we can just flatten out the area where the fingernails is going to be. And then we have something that looks like this. And yeah, I love the way this is looking already. Okay. I'll just go around this, make sure I like the placement and positioning of all of these fingers. I'm going to switch to the palm object and I'll just make right here. I'll make this part of the palm just envelope the whole fingers, something like that. And I'll make sure that this is flowing nicely into the fingers. All right. I like how this is looking right now. And with these, we can actually go ahead, add in more resolution to our sculpt or to our blockouts here, and then refine the shapes that we have. So let's go ahead and start off with that on the palm. Let's actually go ahead, and if you have not yet, just like me, if you have not yet saved your file, go ahead and save your file. I'm actually going to just save incremental right here, and that's going to add a number to our file name, just like that. All right, something like this looks good for me. And on the palm, we can go ahead and add in some more resolution. I'm going to increase the remesh resolution, and I'll just take this up to something about 0.025 should be fine. And then Ctrl R, we're going to remesh this together. I'm going to hold down Shift and just gently smooth over everything. Okay, something like this. And now we have this nice base to work off from. You can see if I go here, like the body or the other blockouts are kind of obstructing me. So a simple way to get rid of the other object without hiding them, you can actually mask the viewport and you can press Alt B to mask the viewport. So press Alt B, this shortcut right here, and it's going to bring up this crosshair, and then you just select a part of the viewport that you want to keep, and it's going to mask out that part for you. All right, right there looks fine. And at this stage, just like we mentioned, we want to observe what we see on our reference and translate that to our 3D sculpt. So right here, I love the way this part of the hand looks. So I'm just going to Shift C with the crease polish brush. I'm going to mark this out, just something like this. Okay. And then I can see this part going towards this area. I'm just going to, from here, use the crease polish brush and mark out something going just like that. All right, I like the way that's looking. And then I'm also going to mark out right here on the palm. So I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to mark that out. So that's something like this. All right, and then we can definitely add some more volume right here. I'm going to use the crease polish brush. Sorry, I'm going to use the crease brush. And then I'm just going to add some volume right here. And then we can go ahead and hold down Shift and smooth this out, something like this. You can also make this part of the palm a lot flatter, something like this. I'm going to use the crease polish brush to mark this out even more. So just defining that area right there, and I'll define it all the way to the side of the palm, just like this. All right, you want to have something just like that. Okay, I like the way that's looking. And for the palm, something I like to do is to define these edges right here. So I can use the crease polish brush with this, hold down Control, and then just define these edges like so. All right, you can also come in right here and define these edges like so. Okay, and I'm also going to use the crease polish brush to mark out this edge right here. Something like this. I'm going to use the script brush to just flatten out the top of the palm. Okay, and I'll just do that everywhere at the top of the palm. Something like this. All right, something like this is looking good for the shape of the palm. Yeah, I like how this is looking so far. Let's go ahead and let's add in some more resolution to the fingers. We can select any of these fingers and we can go into sculpt mode, and then we can increase our remesh resolution. Somewhere around 0.01 should be fine, and then Ctrl R to remesh this. All right, once we remesh, let's just go ahead and gently smooth over everything. Just hold down Shift and smooth over everything. We don't want to get rid of our main shape, so just gently smooth over everything. All right, something like that looks good. I'm going to go ahead and mark out these joints at the bottom. So I'm just going to use the crease polish brush and do something like this. Okay, and you can see how subtle that is. You don't want to do something like this. That doesn't look really nice. So you just want to make that really subtle, just like this. Okay, and then I also do the same at this joint right here. Okay, and then I can use crease brush to add some volume right here. I also add some volume right here, and then I'm going to hold down Shift and smooth this out. Okay, let's also go ahead and mark out the joints at the top right here. I'm going to use the crease polish brush just like we did earlier, and I'm going to mark out this area right here, something like that. I'm just going to keep it really subtle and really simple, something like that. Yeah, and then right here for this other joints right here, something like that. Okay, I'm going to mark out with the crease polish brush where the fingernail is going to sit. I'm just making an indication of where the fingernail is going to sit. I'm not going to add fingernails to this character, but if we're adding fingernails, let me actually show you how to go about it. So with the crease polish brush, you can just go ahead, use the crease polish brush and just mark out the fingernails, something like this. And then hold down Control and sharpen these areas here. And then just make sure that the fingernails was flat, something like this. So that's how you add fingernails. Well, I'm not going to do that for this specific character. Something like this looks good already. Yeah, I like the way this is looking right now. I might just tilt this upward. So I'm just pushing this upward just a little bit more. All right. And yeah, I'm starting to like how that looks. I'll go ahead and do the same for the thumb. So we're going to add some more resolution right here. Now just zoom into the fingers so that I can actually see what they look like from this view. I'm going to add some more resolution. 0.01 should be fine. Ctrl R to remesh this. And I'm going to gently smooth over everything so that we don't get rid of the forms that we already created. Something like this. I'm going to make this part of the thumb a lot flatter. Something more like that. And I'm going to mark out these joints at the bottom of the thumb. So I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to mark this out. Okay. Something like that. All right, that looks good. I'm also going to mark out that area where the fingernail is supposed to be. Something like this. I'll hold down Control to mark out this edge. And I'm going to refine the shape so I can see that it's not very symmetrical right now. So I'm just going to use the grab brush to make that look a little bit more symmetrical. Since we are not using asymmetry, or we are not using symmetry at all, it's not going to be completely symmetrical. I'm just trying to make it as symmetrical as I can make it. Something like this is going to work. Okay, and then I can also come up here with the crease polish brush. I can just mark out these joints at the top of the finger, on the top of the thumb. Okay, something like that. Yeah, I like how this is looking right now. I'm going to just hold down Shift, smooth all of this out. Okay, I'll just adjust the shape of the thumb till I have something I like. And this looks good for the fingers. So now with this in place, we can actually go ahead and merge everything together and actually sculpt everything together. And that's what we're going to do right now. I'm going to go into object mode. I'm going to select these. I'm going to make the palm my active object and then Ctrl G to join them together. And let's go into sculpt mode. Increase the remesh resolution. I will increase this. We don't want to go with a low remesh resolution. If you go with a low remesh resolution, you're going to see this happening. So the mesh is like sticking in between the fingers. We don't want that to happen. So we are going to go with a high resolution. And also with a high resolution, we are going to be able to sculpt more fine details. So I'm just going to increase the mesh resolution to somewhere around 0.01. Somewhere around there should be fine. And also just keep in mind, now that you've joined all the objects together, the fingers, you have to sculpt them individually. So just keep that in mind. If you still wanted to make some changes to the finger, just back up a little bit, Ctrl Z, and then make sure you're happy with the shapes of the fingers before joining everything together. All right, Ctrl R. I'm going to remesh this together. And now we have everything remeshed together. All we need to do now is just to smooth out the transitions on the fingers. And the way I like to do that, at the top, I'm going to use the clay shoes brush, and I'm just going to draw straight lines coming in from the palm, something like this. Okay, and if you smooth that out, you're going to see that nice transition form at the top right there, something like that. And then we're also going to use the clay shoes brush and also mark out same on the pinky finger, just adding in or cleaning of the transition, then hold down shift and then we can smooth this out like so. All right, that looks good. We are also going to add in some more to the side right here. We want the side to blend in nicely with the fingers, and I'm just going to smooth out everything, something like that. I can smooth out this area right here so that that blends nicely with the fingers. All right, something like that. I'm just going to smooth out the transitions right here. Now also do the same right here. I'll add in some volumes just like this, and then we can smooth out the transitions this way. Okay, I'm also going to do the same right here. I'll add in some more volume with the clay shoes brush. I'm going to smooth out the transitions right here. Okay, something like that looks good. I like how that's looking. I'll also add some more volume on the side here to smooth out the transitions, and then hold down shift to smooth it out. Okay, at the bottom right here, we can also go ahead and do the same, add in some more transition lines or some more volume right here. Then we can smooth this out. And right here, you will notice the palm, the shape of the palm is something like this. It's doing something like that. So I'm just going to use the curve brush. I want that to be flush with the fingers. So something more like this. I'll also adjust it at the side right here. Okay, something like that. And then I can use the clay shoes brush. Yeah, the clay shoes brush. C for the clay shoes brush. And then you can add in some more volume. I'll add some here too. I'll add some here too. And I'll just smooth this out like so. Okay, and then I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to define the crease at the bottom right here. So just at this part of the finger, something like that. You can also do that for all the other fingers, just like this. Just using the crease polish brush, I'm marking out this crease at the bottom of the fingers, just like that. All right, like the way that is looking. I'm just going to take a look at it from this view. Yeah, and I like the way that's looking. Let's refine some of these other shapes. I'm just going to smooth out the palm like this, and then you can use the clay shoes brush to add in the crease right here. Sorry, we can use the crease polish brush. I'm mixing up the brushes, so you can just use the crease polish brush to mark this out, and then you can also mark right here out like this. If you need to, you can add some more volumes right here on the fingers, on the palm. Then you can hold down shift and smooth this out. Also going to add in some volume right here. Then I'm going to smooth this out. I want to smooth out this transition right here. I'm going to use the clear shoes brush to add in some volume right there. Also going to add in some volume right here. And we'll make sure that the palm is, or that the thumb is flowing nicely into the palm. Just holding down shift can smooth all of this out. Okay, and then I'm going to use the grab brush to push this in, something like that. I like the way that shape looks a lot better. I'm going to smooth out the top of the palm. And then I'm just going to switch to the lower arm for a bit, and I'll just adjust the lower arm to fit the shape of the hand that we have sculpted in. Yeah, something like that. I can switch back to the hand and make even more adjustments. So right here in the palm, I'm going to define this crease this bit more with the crease polish brush. Yeah, something like that. That card is looking a lot. And I'm also going to find the creases in the palm a lot more. Okay, I like the way this is looking a lot. Going to define these creases here. So just using the crease polish brush to go over these. And to go over these even more. Then let's go over this part right here. And I'll also go over this one right here. Yeah, that looks really, really nice. I like how this is looking right now. You can define the knuckles right here. So I'm just using the crease polish brush to mark out the knuckles right here. Just holding down control and marking out the knuckles. Something like this. That always looks nice for most characters. I'm just going to plane out the sides, make the sides flat. Okay, and I'll make sure that the forms of the hand are looking good from all angles. So rotate around your sculpt, go around your sculpt, and make sure that the forms are looking good from all angles possible. Okay, I like what we have here. I'm going to crease the thumb a little bit more. So use the crease polish brush. And I'm just going to crease this a little bit more. Make sure that the transitions between the thumb and the palm is really clean. Okay, something like that. I'm going to define this edge a little bit more and hold down control. Something like that. And to refine the shapes of the finger even more, you can definitely go and increase the remesh resolution. I'm not going to do that right now so that we don't make this chapter too long, but you can definitely go ahead. If you're happy with the way it looks, you can increase your remesh resolution and then really solidify the shapes of the fingers and the palms and all the joints and all the creases. You can go ahead and define that a little bit more. I'm not going to do that so that this chapter doesn't get too long. Okay, so these are the fingers that we have, and that is looking nice for fingers. Let's go ahead and let's work on the legs or on the feet of our character. Or the feet of our character, let's go into object mode and we can hide this placeholder right there. And we're going to shift A. We are still going to start off with a round cube. So I'm just going to add in a round cube right there. I'm going to go from the side view, going to edit mode, and I'm just going to bring this down right here. And I'm just going to switch this viewport so that we can see the feet. All right, I'm going to scale this down on the Z axis to fit the shape of the feet. And I'm also going to scale it on the X axis. And then I'm going to move this into place right here. Okay, I'm going to just scale this on the Y axis. Something around here should be fine for the feet. All right, And let's go into sculpt mode. I remember when we looked at the feet is just a very simple rectangle shape. So just something like this. So that's exactly what we want to do right now. I'm going to go from the bottom view. To get to the bottom view, you can press the -Z axis right here, and that's going to bring you to the bottom view. I'm going to use the grab brush, and I'm just going to shape this into a nice rectangular shape, just something like this. So let's use the grab brush. I'm going to pull this into shape. Okay. Also going to just pull this into shape, something like that, and I'll make sure this looks like a rectangle right here. All right, something that looks like this is completely fine. I'm going to go ahead and we want to pull the shape. Remember, the shape of the leg or the shape of the feet is a triangle, just like this. So we want to use the grab brush to pull this into shape. If I use the grab brush and pull this now, you're going to notice it's dragging the bottom part of our feet. Let's max that part out so that it doesn't move. So I'm going to use the lasso max brush. You can come here over this brush, press it down, and then it's going to bring up these other options, and then you'll be able to select the lasso max. You can also right click and add the lasso max brush to your quick favorite. So just right click and it should say add to quick favorites. So if you press Q, you can add it from your quick favorite. I'm going to select this bottom half right here, something like this. And then I'm going to use the grab brush. I'm just going to pull this into the feet, something like that. Let's refine this a little bit more. We can hold down shift and smooth it out a little bit more. And I'm just realizing I didn't mask all the way. So I'm just going to Ctrl Z. And the reason this happened with the lasso mask brush, remember when we mask out the ear, we turned on this option. So we turned on front faces only. So it's only going to select the faces that's visible to us. So I'm going to uncheck that, and then I'm going to mask this again. To unmask certain parts, you can hold down Control and unmask them. And now we should have selected everything. Okay. Now let's go ahead with the grab brush again. I'm just going to pull this up into the leg, hold down shifts, and I'm going to smooth this out. Something like that. We can pull that up even more. Okay. And I'm just going to pull that into the leg, something like that. So I hold down shifts and smooth out this. Okay. We want to make sure to also smooth out this area. So we just want it going really straight into something like this. I'm going to use the grab brush and I'm just going to make this into a triangular shape, something like that. And for the legs, remember we discussed that the legs look like a right angle triangle. So we don't want the triangle like this. We don't want the triangle like this. We want it more like this. Okay, so to achieve that shape, we're going to clear our mask, Alt M to clear the mask. And then with the grab brush, we can just push this way. So something like that. And then we can just adjust the way this looks. I'm also just going to smooth out this area right here so that is not too sharp. So we want something that looks like this for our feet. Also going to smooth out this area right here. And for the back of the leg, what we want to do at this point is to make this kind of teardrop shape. So something that looks like this. And just draw that again. Something that looks like this. Yeah, something more like this. All right. So I'm just going to use the inflate brush. And I'm just going to inflate the back of the leg. Okay. And we can just push this into shape, something like this. All right. I'm going to adjust the lower leg so that can fit to the new proportion of the legs that we just added in, or the feet that we just added in, from the front and also from the side view. All right, something like that is going to look just fine. I'm going to switch back to this object. I'm just going to make sure that this still looks like a rectangle from the bottom view. So something like this is what we want. Okay, I'm going to switch back to this object and just make sure I have that shape in place. And I'm going to make sure that the back of the leg looks like that teardrop shape that we talked about earlier. All right, this looks good for the feet. I'm going to go from the side view and I'm going to use the lasso marks brush. I'm going to use the line project brush and I'm just going to line project this just like that. Okay, and our tools are going to be right here. I'm going to use the grab brush and I'm going to pull this forward a little bit more, something like this. And the tools are going to sit right here. Okay, let me just go to the right angle. Our tools are going to be right here. Okay, we'll try to make tools that look better than that, but that's where our tools are going to be. Okay, that looks good for the block out of the feet. Let's go ahead and let's add in the tools for our character. I'm going to Shift A, mesh, and we're going to add in a cube. With this cube, we want to do the exact same thing that we did with the fingers. So I'm going to go into edit mode, still in vertex selection. I'm going to press select all with E, press M to bring up this merge menu, and then we are going to merge all at the center. All right, so right there we have that vertex. You want to make sure not to move this. I'm just going to extrude this out on the y-axis, something like that. And I'm going to go ahead and add the skin modifier. I'm also going to add a subdivision surface modifier. I'll change the levels of viewport to 2. I'm going to select all and then Control A to just scale this into position. And to be able to visualize this better, let's actually move this into the position of the feet. I'm going to select this and move it down. And remember, I'm moving it in object mode, not in edit mode, so that we can maintain this origin point. So I'm just going to move that down right here. Okay, and I'll move that into place, something like that. Okay, this looks good for the feet. I'm just going to angle the feet this way, or I'm going to angle this big toe this way. Okay, and let's shape the big toe a little bit more. To shape the big toe, remember the stepped shape that I mentioned earlier. So we just want to get this kind of stepped shape on the toe. I'm going to add in a loop core right here and another one right here. I'll press G twice to slide this backwards, and I can select this one and G and Z to move them down. And just to sharpen this crease right here, we can add in a loop cut and then GG to just slide this, something like this. And now we have this shape for the toe. You can also just select this vertex and then Control A to expand that out a little bit. And I'll just move this back into, so the way I move that, I press G twice and then C to extend it beyond where it normally would extend. And I'll just move that back somewhere around here. All right, this looks good for the toe. I'm going to bring this slightly higher a little bit, and I can just slide this one forward, something like that. So I'll just make sure that the toe is flat on the ground. All right, this looks good for the upper toe. And just like we did for the fingers, we can Alt D to duplicate this. And we definitely need to scale this one down. So I'm just going to scale it in object mode. And we want to scale this one a little bit. So I'm just going to scale this one on the y-axis. I'm going to scale it on its local y-axis. And to do that, press S and Y. And press Y again. And it's going to scale it on its local y-axis. So initially we were scaling it on the global y-axis. And that's going to give us this kind of results. But we want to scale it on its local y-axis. So S and Y twice to scale it on its local y-axis. So something like this. And I'm just going to rotate this, something like this. All right, and press Alt D to duplicate this for the other tools. Alt D again, and Alt D right here. Okay, let's go ahead and let's reduce the length of some of this. So this is going to be the smallest tool. This one is going to follow along. Then this one somewhere right here. Okay, I'm going to just push this closer to each other a little bit more. And I can actually go into edit mode, select all, and Control A you can fatten this up a little bit. We want to have some space in between these toes so that we can sculpt them a little bit more easier. I'm just going to select this and bring this up. And from the front view, I'll make sure that these are flat on the ground, something like this. Okay. And then we can select the foot block out, and then we can go into sculpt mode. With the grab brush, we can just bring this down, make that match the shape of the toes a little bit more. Okay, do something like that. And then I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to push this in. Remember that arc at the bottom of the feet. I'm just going to push this in slightly. And I'll make sure that this part is rounded really nicely, something like this. Okay, I'll make sure to do that from both the left and the right side. Push this up, and I'll make sure that right here that the block out is flowing into the toe, something like this. Okay, and I like the way that it's looking already for the feet of our character. All right, I'm just going to adjust the placement of these, and once again we can use Alt B, and then we can just mask out a certain part of the viewport. Okay, I'm just going to adjust the shapes of this, or the placement of these, so that they look a little bit nicer. I'm going to scale this one down a little bit. Yeah, something more like that. And I'll just rotate this and place this correctly. Something more like this. I can go into edit mode, actually select these ones, Ctrl A to just scale them up a little bit more. All right, I like the way the shape of the toe is looking. I'm just going to move this one back a little bit. All right, and we are definitely going to refine the shape of the toe, but for right now that looks fine. Let's go ahead and select all, Ctrl A. We want to apply the modifiers, so visual geometry to mesh, and then let's go into sculpt mode on this one. Then I'm going to use the grab brush. I'm just going to adjust the shape of the toes. Before we do that, let's check if the symmetry can help us, and yeah, we can use the X symmetry. So I'm just going to bring this down. I'm just going to pull this out, something like this. Okay, and then let's adjust the shape right here to something more like this for the toe. Okay, and we can mark out this crease right here with the crease polish brush. And we can just make sure that this part is flat on the ground. We can also mark out this crease right here, and also mark out this crease right here. All right, I like how this is looking. I'm just going to make a tiny adjustment to the feet here. I'm going to go into edit mode, S and Y. I'm going to scale this down a little bit more, and then I'll just select all of these, and then I'll push them back just a little bit more, just to fit the size and the shape of our character. Okay, so make sure to just zoom out once in a while and take a look at the shapes of the feet. I'm just going to use the grab brush to push this up. So we want a shade line going from the toes into the feet, something like that. I'm just going to use the grab brush to pull this up like this. Okay, I'm going to bring this down. I'll just make sure that the block out is flowing nicely into the toes, something like this. And yeah, I like the way this is looking right now. At this stage, we can do the exact same thing that we did for the fingers. We can go ahead and add in some more resolution. So I'm going to do that on the feet. I'm going to increase the remesh resolution and Ctrl R to remesh this. And then I'm just going to go ahead and smooth out everything together. Just holding down Shift and spreading out everything. Also smooth out the bottom right here. And I'm just going to make sure that we have that nice arc at the bottom of the feet, something like that. And I'm just going to make this flax on the ground. Okay, something like this. Looks good. I'm going to smooth out these areas right here. You can also just use the inflate brush to inflate this part of the leg, something like that, so that we have that nice teardrop shape. And I'll make sure that this is symmetrical both on the left and on the right, something like that. Okay, right here on the feet, something that we can do is to use the clean brush to remove some volume right here. So I'm just going to remove some volume right there. Okay, something like that. And add in some volume right here. I'm just going to hold down shift to smooth this out. And something like that looks really, really nice. I like how that's looking right now. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing on the other side. I'm going to remove some volume from right here with the clean brush. Remove some volume right here. I'll add in some volume right here. Remove some from here. Just to get those nice shapes, those nice curvature on the foot of the character. And we can also just keep on removing some volume from here to get that nice arc at the bottom of the feet. And I'll just hold down shift, smooth all of these out. All right, I like the way this is looking. We can use the grab brush to push this in and also push in this side. It's like so. From the bottom, we'll make sure that that looks nice around. I'll just go from the bottom view right there. I'll just make sure that this looks really nice from the bottom view. Okay, I'm going to adjust the shape of the toes from the bottom. All right, something like this. And we still want to make sure to have space in between these toes so that when we sculpt, it's a little bit easier to sculpt. Something like this is going to be fine for now. Okay, I like how this is looking. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to add in some more resolution to one or two. Somewhere around there, Control R. And then I'm just going to smooth all of this out. Okay, we can define the shape right here with the crease polish brush. You just hold down Control and then mark out the crease and mark out this crease on the tip of the toe. Okay, you can also mark out here like this. And I can also mark out here just like this. And I'm also going to mark out these joints right here. And I'm going to make the toe a little bit more box-like, or something like that. All right, and then I can plane out with the script brush. I can just plane out this part of the toe, hold down shift and smooth this out. All right, I like how this is looking right now. We're going to make the transition between the toe and the foot look a lot more nicer when we merge this together. So let's actually go ahead and let's merge this together. So I'm just going to select this, select the foot, Control G to join this together. Okay, and now we're going to increase our image resolution. I'll take this really high, so somewhere around 0.06 should be fine. And then Control R to remesh all of this together. All right, and just like we did for the arms or for the fingers, we want to smooth out these transitions on the toe. So we're going to use the clean brush, just smooth out these transitions. And remember, in this image right here, you can see how the toe is flowing nicely into the foot. So we want to go ahead and just do something exactly like that. I'm just going to add in some more volume right here. Something like this. Just keep on adding some more volumes to smooth out the transitions. Also right here. and also right here. Okay, something like that. And then we can go ahead, hold down shift and smooth out these transitions. If you need to, you can still add in more volumes if you need to. I'm just going to smooth out the transitions right here. And these ones, I'll add some volume here and smooth this out. I'll smooth this one out. And I'll also smooth out this one. Okay, we have something that looks like this here. I like the way that looks. We're going to bring this up with the grab brush to make sure that the transition is nice between these two objects. Something like that. I'm going to smooth this out. And then we can actually use the crease polish brush and then just mark out this separation between each individual tool. And I'm going to smooth out the transitions right here also. Hold down shift and smooth this out. So I'll also hold down shift and smooth out the fits. Smooth out transitions right here too. Let's also do the same at the bottom of the fits. Going to add in some more volume with the clay shoes brush right here and right here too, and just smooth out all of this. I'll mark out these creases at the bottom of the tool. Something like this. I'll push in the pinky tool just a little bit, something like that. Okay. And then I'll smooth right here so that we have really nice and clean transitions for each individual tool. All right, the spacing between the two might seem a little bit too much right now, but that's completely fine. Once we are done with Retopology, we are actually going to reduce the size between these feet. So the reason I'm keeping enough space is just so that we can easily retopologize this. Once we are done with Retopology, I'm going to explain all of that in future chapters. But for now, just make sure to keep enough space in between these feet. All right. And something like this is looking good for the feet already. You can definitely go ahead and keep on refining this. Once again, not to make this chapter too long, I'm just going to leave it here. I'm definitely going to refine this in lots more. I'm just going to leave it here right now for our character. Or to be, I'm going to clear my viewport mask and I can actually mirror this over to the other side. And let's go ahead and refine the shapes on the body of our character. So when it comes to the body is actually very simple to do. This is where we want to rely heavily on our reference. So let me just zoom out here and actually go to my body reference. So what we are going to do, we're just going to add some more resolution to these individual parts. And then we're going to start merging everything together. So let's start off with the legs right here. On the legs, I'm going to go into sculpt mode. I'm going to increase my remesh resolution to about 0.05, should be fine. And the remesh resolution is going to depend on the scale of your scene. So if you need to go higher than this or lower than this, that's completely fine. Control R, I'm going to remesh this. Then I'm just going to hold down shift and smooth out everything. I'll just also make sure screen class keys is still done. Okay, that looks good. I'm just going to hold down shift and smooth out everything. And if I just go into object mode and I hide this so that I can see the side a little bit more. Remember the principle that we talked of curved versus straight. So let me go ahead and get that in right now. I'm going to select the leg and with the grab brush, I'll make the front of the leg really curved this way. And doing this, we're just adding a lot of rhythm and flow to our character. So something like this for the side of the leg looks good. Yeah. I like how this is looking, and I'm going to define the hips right here a little bit more. Okay, that's good for the upper legs. We don't need to add much more detail than that. I think that looks good. All right, let me go ahead. I'll also add some more resolution to the lower leg. Go into sculpt mode and increase my remesh resolution. Control R to remesh this, and I'll hold down shift and smooth out everything. All right, on the lower legs, I think I'm going to make some changes based off of what I can see from my reference. So I can see that the lower legs are much thicker. So I'm just going to use the inflate brush to do this, and I'll add some more volume right here. And I'll also just pull this part out just like this. So you can see the way I'm just observing from my reference and translating what I see on my reference to my 3D sculpt. So that was the observation skill I was talking about earlier. So just look at your reference and then translate exactly what you see on your reference onto your 3D sculpt. Also from the side view, I want to keep in mind the straight side here, and then this also curved side. I'm just going to smooth this out a lot more, something like this. And you want to make sure that these two meshes, that's the upper leg and lower leg, are flowing nicely into each other. Okay, somewhere around there is going to be fine. And I'm going to switch back to the upper leg, and I'm going to mark out the knee of this character. To do that, I'm going to use the crease polish brush. I'll hold down control and I'll just mark out the knee right here. So this is just going to be an indication for the knee, something like that. Once we merge these two objects together, it's going to be very simple to further define the knee. But for now, something like this looks good. And I'm just taking a look at these shapes, and I might adjust it a little bit. I'll make this a little bit more curved. All right. Nice. I like how this is looking right now. Now I'm going to go ahead. I'll add some more resolution to the torso. And at this stage, I'm just copying exactly what I see on my reference onto my 3D sculpt. So this is my main reference right here. I'm going to go into sculpt mode on this torso object. I'll increase the remesh resolution, Control R to remesh this. And then I'm just going to hold down shift and smooth over everything. All right, something like that. I'll define the separation at the back a little bit more. I'll use the crease polish brush to define this a lot more, somewhere around here. And then from here, we can go to the left, something like this. All right, once we merge the leg and the torso together, I'll be able to define this area a lot more. But for now, this is going to be just fine. Okay, I also make sure that these are not intersecting with each other. All right, and I'm going to switch to this other torso object, and from my reference I can see how tightly this place is like. So we just need to bring this in, something like this. And I'll actually just take a look at this viewport here so that I can see the changes I'm making, the overall changes I'm making, something like this. I'm going to add some more resolution. And also notice how I didn't add any details just yet. We are going to come back to that. Ctrl R, I'm going to add in some more resolution and then smooth this out. I'm going to define some of those details again, just using the crease polish brush to define this like so. Okay, and I'm going to increase the remesh resolution here. Ctrl R to remesh this, and then I'm just going to go ahead and smooth out everything. All right. With these in place now, I'm going to start adding some more fine details. Now that we have a lot more resolution, I'm going to switch to this object. I'll use the crease polish brush to mark out the rib cage, something like this. So I'm just taking a look at my reference, transferring what I see on my reference onto my sculpt, something like this. You can use the scale brush and plane out this area right here. I also do the same right here too. All right, something like that looks good. I'm going to add in some more volume right here. Okay, and I'll just hold down shift and smooth that out. All right, something like this is going to look good for now. Once we actually merge these objects together, we are going to come in and actually add some more fine details. I'm going to go ahead and unhide every other thing, and we can actually delete some of this. So we can delete this object and this object. So I'm just going to go up to File. I'm going to save incremental. All right, and then I'm going to delete these objects because we don't need them anymore. All right, I'm going to select the hands. I'm going to go into sculpt mode, and I'm going to add in some more resolution. 0.03 for the hands for me should be fine. And then I'm going to smooth out everything just like so. All right, something like that looks good. Since we already had a nice block out, this is going to be very simple to sculpt out since we already have a nice block out. So I'm just going to add some more resolution here. Control R, and I'll hold down Shift and smooth all of this out. All right, right now I think the biceps are too short. I'm going to elongate this a little bit more, and I'll also bring this in just like so. All right, this looks good for the arm. I'm going to define the elbow. Where I'm going to define the elbow on the upper arm, I'm just going to use the grab brush to pull this out. Yeah, something like this, so that we get this kind of shape at the back. And then we can use the crease polish brush while holding down Control. You can just hold down Control and mark out the elbow. Something very simple like that. I'm going to use the script brush, just plane it out, something like this. And this is a very simple shape for the elbows. All right, I like how this is looking. Once you merge the arms together, you're going to be able to refine the shapes a lot more. Now I'm just going around the sculpt, making sure that I like the whole shapes from all angles. So make sure you like what the shape is looking like from all angles. All right, hold down Shift and smooth this out. And let's go ahead, let's add in more resolution to the shoulders. I'm going to go into sculpt mode, increase the remesh resolution here, Control R to remesh this. And then I'm going to hold down Shift and smooth this. And for the shoulders, I just want this to merge nicely with the body and with the arms. So I'm just holding down Shift and I'm smoothing out everything. All right. Now that we have this, let me also add some more resolution to the neck so that we don't leave that behind. Adding some more resolution, smooth that out. Make sure that all of these are flowing nicely into each other. So I'm just holding down Shift and smoothing out everything. And then I'm also just going to mark out this line at the back, and I'll smooth out the neck, something like this. All right, this is looking good so far. Now, the next thing we are going to do, we are going to start merging these objects together. I'm going to start off with the legs. For the legs, we can select both of them and Ctrl J to join them together. I'm going to go into sculpt mode. Now we are going to remesh everything together, and then we'll be able to smooth out the transitions and sculpt out the knee. Before you do this, make sure you're happy with the way your shapes looks before going forward. Make sure you're happy with the way your shape looks. All right, I'm happy with the way this looks. I'm just going to save, and then I'm going to increase my remesh resolution. 0.04 should be fine. And then Control R, we can remesh all of this together to smooth out the transitions, just like we did for the hands. I'm going to use the clear brush to add in some volume right here. So we just want to make sure that the transition between the upper leg and the lower leg is really, really nice. So I'm just going to add in with the clear brush, add in some more volume right here. And I'm going to hold down Shift and smooth out everything. I'm also just going to take a look at it from this viewport here and make sure I like the way that the legs are looking. So just holding down Shift and smoothing out everything and making sure that the transitions are nice right here. Hold down Shift and smooth out everything. Okay, this is looking good. Let me take a look at my reference, and I'm just taking a look at the shapes on my main concept, and I'm putting those into play right here. I'm adding some more volume with the clear brush right here. Yeah, something like that. And then I can smooth out the transitions right here. All right, something like that looks good. The knees are not really visible on our concept, so I'm just going to slightly indicate the knees. I'm going to smooth this out a lot more. And to indicate the knees, I'm just going to use the crease polish brush just like we did earlier. Hold down Control, and then I'm going to mark this out. All right, I also do the same right here, just at the bottom, and this is just going to indicate the shape of the knees. So something like this looks good. Just using the crease polish brush to go over the knees. Yeah, something like this is going to look just right for the knees of our character. I'm just going to pull this out a lot more. Remember the place for straight versus curves that we talked about earlier. I'm just going to make sure that I have those in place right now. Yeah, I like how this is looking a lot. Okay, I'm just taking a look at it from all angles and making sure that that looks good. I'm going to hide the hands for now so that this don't get in the way. All right, and something I'm noticing on my own character, I might need to arc the back a little bit more. So I'm just going to switch to this object with the grab brush. I'm going to bring this in a lot more. Something more like that. So that we have this nice S shape at the back or something like this. Yeah. That's what we want at the back. Okay. I'm going to refine this a lot more when I add or when I merge these two objects together. But for now, it's looking good. Okay. And I'm just going around the object, making sure everything looks good. All right. Now for the torso, I can go ahead and go into object mode. I'm going to select these three. Just select these three torso objects and Ctrl G to join them together. I'm going to go into sculpt mode. I'm going to increase my remesh resolution 0.03. Around there is fine. And Ctrl R to mesh everything together. I'm going to smooth out the transitions right here and also at the back. Make sure that the transitions are nice and smooth. And for the back right here, we can just start to drag this one out, something like this, so that overlaps really nicely with the legs. And we can also pull this up into a nice peach shape, something like that. Okay, so you can just pull this part up and you can bring this down. All right, I'm going to get rid of this. And at the back here, I'm going to once again make that nice S shape at the back. Yeah, something like that. Okay, and I'm also going to smooth out the transition right here. So that I'm just adding in some volumes and holding down Shift to smooth out the transitions. Now to add some detail to this, some anatomical details, we are going to use our reference as guide. Right here, I can see the crease at the side. I'm going to use the crease polish brush. I'm just going to mark out this crease at the side. Also be taking a look at this viewport here so that I know if that's looking nice or not. I'll just mark out that crease. Okay, something like that. And I can also just use the pinch brush. I can pinch this together so that that crease is a lot more sharper. Something like that. I can also, just like the way I see it on my reference, I can pull out the shoulders just a little bit more just to get that V shape in there. And let me actually go ahead and use the clay sheet brush to add in some volume here so that we can smooth out the transitions between these different torso parts. Okay, so just adding in volume, then with hold down Shift and smooth out everything. All right, I'm going to also smooth this out. Yeah, that looks good right there. I like how this is looking right now. I'm going to add some more volume right here, just on the side, and holding down Shift, I'm going to smooth this out. I'm going to mark out the center of the belly with the crease polish brush. So what I'm doing once again is just copying exactly what I see on my reference onto my own 3D sculpt. Nothing complicated. So I'm just going to mark out the middle right there. Then I can also mark out the belly button. I'm going to use the draw brush for this. Just mark out the belly button. All right, I'm going to make sure that the shapes from the side look good. I'm going to bring this in a little bit more. I'll bring out the rib cage. Yeah, something more like this. The breasts are going to sit right here. So we want to make sure that the rib cage is going to be able to handle them. So let's make those shapes look right. Something like that looks good. I'm going to take a look at this reference right here. All right. And from this reference, I can see this crease right here on the side. Shift C. I'm just going to bring down this crease, and that's going to define the stomach a little bit more. I can use the clean sheet brush to add in some volume right here. And hold down shifts and smooth out everything. Alright, I really like the way this is looking right now. To add in the breast of our character, before I do that, I'm just going to unhide the arms, Alt H to unhide the arms. And to add in the breast is really simple. The way I like to do it, you can actually use another round cube object and block that out. But the way I like to do it, just use the clean sheet brush. I'm just going to, so coming out from the shoulders, I'm just going to mark out, make a number 6, something like that. And then I'm just going to build this up. Going to hold down shift and sort this out. So I'll do that once again. Okay, from the side, I'm going to make sure this is looking right. So I think right now the rib cage is too high. So I'm just going to bring that down. Okay. And I want this to be way bigger. For you, you might want it to be smaller or bigger. I just want it to be a little bit bigger than this. So I'm just going to add some volume right there. Hold down shifts and smooth out this. Alright. I like what I currently have right now. Might increase the width of the hip right here. I can also adjust the shape of the hip from the legs. Yeah, something more like that. I'm going to bring this down a little bit more. Also bring this down a little bit more. Something like this looks good. I'm going to inflate right here. And then I'm going to crease the bottom of the chest. And right here, I'm going to mark this going into the shoulders. Something like this. I'm going to mark it going into the shoulders. So just with the crease polish brush, marking the sides or the under, and then I'm creasing that into the shoulders. We're going to refine this a lot more when we merge the body or the torso with the shoulders. But for now, this looks good. I'm going to use the inflate brush. I'm also just going to inflate this a little bit more. Something more like that. And I'll take a look at my actual concept, see what this looks like. And yeah, something like this seems just right for my own character. Go ahead and play around with the shape and the size of yours to see what you like. I'm going to reduce the shape of the back a little bit more. Alright, I like the way this is looking right now. Yeah, I like how this is looking. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to merge the hands together. I'll keep on refining the body, but for now I like the way that looks. I'm going to go ahead and merge the hands together, and I can increase the dimension resolution, Ctrl R to merge this together. And then we want to smooth out the transitions right here. I'm just going to smooth out the transitions, add in more volumes if I need to. Okay, like this. And I'm also going to add this in. Hold down shifts and I'm going to swing this out. Alright, I'll make sure that the shapes are looking good from all angles. This is why it's important to rotate around your whole sculpt. Make sure everything is looking good from all angles. And I'm also going to swing this out right here. I'm going to hold down shifts and crease out the separation between the bicep and the lower arm. Something like that. I won't make it too intense. Something like this is going to be just fine. Alright, also take a look at it from this viewport. Make sure that is looking good. And now that I look at my reference, I might need to just go in and inflate the size. I just want to increase the size of the arm, something more like that, so that that looks a lot more like my reference. I'm going to increase the shape right here. So if you notice what I'm doing, once again, I know I've said it before, but once again, I'm just taking a look at my reference, and then I'm transferring what I see on my reference to my sculpt. That's the whole goal right now. Okay, I'm going to add some more volume here, smooth out those transitions. Okay, I can also just mark this out like so. Hold down Control, and I'm going to mark this out. All right, like how this is looking right now. Yeah, lovely. I'm going to go ahead, join the arms with the shoulders, Control G to join this in, and I'm going to increase the mesh resolution, Control R to remesh this together. And for the shoulders, I'm just going to, and by the way, if you see a new color form just like this, I mistakenly press the shortcut. This is just a face set. You don't need to be worried about what this does for now. Just go up to mask, and then mask, and then no, go up to face sets, and then face sets from visible. All right, and that should clear that. And now the goal, what I want to do on the shoulders is just to make sure, and I've done it again, I'm going to go to face sets and face sets from visible. With the clear sheet brush, I'm just going to add in some volume, and what I want to do is to make sure that the shoulders is flowing nicely into the arms, just like this. So I'm just adding in some volume to make sure that the shoulders is flowing nicely into the arms. I can hold down Shift and smooth out on all of these. Okay, hold down Shift and smooth, and I'm going to smooth this out. All right, and this right now looks really good to me. I'm going to adjust the shape of the rib cage, something more, yeah, something more like this. And I'll define that rib cage a little bit more. So with time, once you're progressing in your sculpt, you definitely see some things that you can improve. Just like the way I spotted the rib cage right now. Just make sure that you improve those once you actually spot them. I'm going to make sure that the transition between these two parts are really nice. From the side, just going to add in some more volume right there and hold down shifts, and I'm going to smooth this out. Smooth out the transition at the rest of the back. Hold down shifts, I'm going to smooth all of this out. I'll mark out this separation line right here. All right, something like that. I'll hide the arms for now. I'll take a look at it from the side view, and I definitely want to make the back of this character a little bit bigger. So I'm going to use the grab brush for this. Going to sculpt mode, I'll use the grab brush. I'm using a big brush size because I want to make a big change. So I'm just going to bring this out, something more like this. All right, I like how that's looking. I'll add in some more volume right here. Hold down Shift, and I'm going to smooth all of this out. All right, I like how this is looking right now. Okay, so this is looking good for the body of my character. Definitely go ahead and refine the shapes of your character a lot more. I'm going to do a lot more refinement on this. Right now, I think the head is too small, so I'm going to scale that up a little bit. Also on the feet is looking a little bit too small. I'm going to scale that up, and I'm going to fix up the proportions, make sure everything is looking nice. So let's go ahead and summarize this video. So we sculpted the body, the hands, and the feet in this video, and now you understand why your observation is key. You've seen the way we have been able to use our observation skills to sculpt from our reference onto our 3D sculpt. And you know how to use your references. So you know how to observe your references, and now you know how to translate that onto your character. And now you know how to sculpt the body, the hands, and the feet for your character. Don't forget, if you need any extra help with this, feel free to join the Stylized Character Academy, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process. And if you're loving this masterclass so far, if you're able to create something with this masterclass, go ahead and leave a review of this masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video. All right, I'll catch you guys in the next one, where we are going to be sculpting the clothing and props on our character. So I'll see you guys there. Welcome to chapter 5. In this chapter, we are going to be sculpting the clothes and the accessories on our character. Our agenda for this chapter, we are going to take a look at how clothes behaves, and then we'll take a look at the anatomy of clothes folds, so why clothes folds the way it folds, and then we will dive into Blender and sculpt some different clothing types. As usual, make sure to share this masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are proud of. And a little bit of warning. This is the most important video in the entire masterclass for you right now. So make sure to watch the entire video. Alright, let's understand how clothes behaves. To understand how clothes works, I want you to think of a very simple illustration. So just think about how water behaves. So you know when you pour water into a glass cup, and when you pour water into a bottle, it takes the exact same form of either the glass or the bottle. That is the exact same way that clothing follows and conforms to the surface that it is placed on. In our case, the surface that the clothes is placed on is the body of the character. So the way the clothing looks, the way the clothing flows, the way it forms shapes is completely dependent on the structure of your character's body. And to understand how clothing creates these interesting folds and all these interesting shapes, we need to understand what is actually causing them. And that's going to lead us right into the anatomy of cloth folds. Understanding the anatomy of cloth folds is the most important step before you start sculpting or before you even start drawing cloth folds, because it's going to help you to stop guessing and start being intentional with the way you place folds when you're sculpting. Okay, so you need to understand that there are two main forces that cause clothes to fold the way that it folds. To understand clothes folds, you need to understand these two main forces. Every single fold that you see in clothing is created by either tension or compression. Okay, so what is tension? Tension is simply when the clothes is being pulled on, just like this. So this can be from one point or from 2 points or from multiple points. Wherever the cloth is pulled, tension is created, and this influences how the cloth folds form. So right here, you can see this point where she's dragging the dress. This right here is a point of tension, and you can see the way it's creating folds on the clothes just like this because of this tension point. So the fold right here was created by this tension point. And then we have compression, which is the opposite of that. When the cloth is being pushed into itself or into another surface, it causes the cloth to bunch up, and this is what creates compression folds. And you can see compression folds right here on the sleeves. So the cloth is being pushed into itself. It's also being pushed into the body of the character, and it's causing these types of folds. Now, all folds come from these two forces, like we have seen. Every fold that you're ever going to sculpt is going to be a combination of tension or compression. It's not going to be either tension or either compression. It's going to be a combination of both. Once you understand this, you're going to stop placing random folds and start placing them with intention. So these forces give rise to the different types of folds that you see, including, and there are 7 basic types of folds. We have zigzag folds, we have spiral folds, we have pipe folds, we have triple folds, we have half log folds, we have drop folds, and we have inlet folds. These 7 types of folds, you don't need to memorize them. What matters more is you understanding where tension and compression is happening on your character. So let's take a look at some examples so that we'll be able to identify this. We can see some examples, and let's just take a look at some of these. If I zoom in right here, we're taking a look at the drapery folds right now. Right here, you can see this point of tension, and also right here, you can see this point of tension. And because of those points of tension, it's creating folds just like this. So straight folds like this, also right here, like this. And right here in the middle, right here, gravity is acting downwards on this. So there's this kind of compression on the glute. So you can see the way tension and compression created folds on this glute. Also the same thing right here. So for pipe folds, this glute is probably being held from somewhere up here, and because of those tension points, it's creating these straight folds, and this glute is also being pushed in on itself, so it's creating this kind of compression on the glute. Now for zigzag folds and spiral folds, there's a lot of compression happening right here on the glutes, also right here, which is causing it to make these types of folds that you can see right here. So there's a lot of compression happening on zigzag folds and spiral folds. I'm going to take a look at drop folds right here. If you take a look at drop fold, is a bit similar to the drapery folds that we looked at earlier. So you can see there's a point of tension right here. There's also another point of tension right here, and that's causing this straight folds down. It's also causing this straight folds down here. And then we have compression acting on this one right here. If you also take a look at half log folds, you can see right here, there's this point of tension from the elbow, and then there's a lot of compression happening right here. So because of this point of tension, you can see these straight curves or these straight folds are being formed, and then because of the compression, this is being pushed together. Also the same thing right here, there's a tension point right here, and then there's compression happening right here. So these are the different forces acting on this type of clothes. Let's take a look at some other clothes so that we can further identify this. Right here on this clothes, you're going to see these folds happening right here, and these folds are happening because of this tension point. So you can see the way the chest is pulling on the clothes, and then it's forming these tension folds that we can see here. Also the same thing on the arm, there's compression happening here, so the clothes is being pushed in on itself, and then from this point right here, there's tension here, so some of these folds are also being created. And this one is a little bit similar to what we looked at earlier, like the drop folds. So we have a tension point right here, another tension point, which is causing these straight folds like this. And then we have gravity working down on this one, which is causing this kind of compression on the glute. So you can actually go ahead and download this Pure file. I'll leave a link below this video. So make sure to just download that and then just go through these different clothing types. Try to identify the points of tension and also where compression is happening on these glutes. It's going to give you a really good understanding of how to think about these folds when you start sculpting or when you're drawing folds. All right, so make sure to take a look at those references. All right, now let's dive into Blender. Let's actually sculpt the glutes and accessories for our characters. Just before we get started, I have this character right here. So this character is from the Blender Studio, and I want to show you something very important. This character is a character that's going to be used for animation, just like the same thing that we are trying to achieve in this masterclass. So we're trying to create a character that's going to be used for animation. And on the glutes, you can see the way the folds are very subtle. So they are kept in mind that this character is going to deform. And when this character is going to deform, we don't want the folds to be excessive. So you can see the minimal amount of folds that we have on this glute. So when sculpting glutes for your own character, don't overdo the folds. I'll show you some other examples right here. So this is another character from the Blender Studio. This is the Rain Rig. So you can see the minimalistic folds that we have on the character. can see that the fold is not like everywhere on clothes. It's just in some certain points, so that when this character deforms, it still looks good. Also, this last character right here, we have very minimalistic folds on the clothes right here. And you can actually download this character from the Blender Studio to take a look at them by yourself. Now, let's actually dive into Blender and let's get started with working on the clothes. So this is where we left off in the last chapter. And in this chapter, we are going to be sculpting a couple of things today. So I'm going to show you, instead of me just showing you how to approach this specific type of clothing, I'm going to show you how to approach sculpting a shirt just like this. So something like this, we're going to sculpt something like this. And then I'll show you how to sculpt trousers just like this. And then we'll move on to sculpting this type of skirt. And then I'm going to show you how to sculpt boots or just shoes in general. And then we're actually going to go ahead and sculpt the hair for our character also. So with these 4 clothing items, it should give you a really good understanding of how you're going to sculpt any clothing that you need for any of your character, because our concepts are going to be different. So with these 4 clothing, it should give you a really good idea of how to approach sculpting those. All right, so let's get started with the shirt, this one right here. Okay, to get started with sculpting clothes, we are going to start off with a cube. So Shift A, mesh, and then let's add in a cube right here. Inside of Blender, with this cube selected, let's go into edit mode, and we are going to use very simple box modeling to block out the forms of the clothes, and then we'll go ahead and sculpt on the clothes. So with the box selected, let's just move this down to where the shirt would be, somewhere around here. We can select this edge, and then we can just start to move it into place, something like that. I can select this face right here, E and Z, to extrude it, and I'm just going to place it somewhere around here. So the clothes is going to end somewhere around here. I can add in one look what here and scale this down. So right here, you can see the way the cloth is following the shape of the body. So I'm just going to make sure it's also following the shape of my own character, something like this. Okay, I'm going to add in one look cut at the side here and also one look cut at the middle. And to avoid having to do it both on the left and on the right side, we are going to add in a mirror modifier. I'm going to show you a quick way of adding the mirror modifier. Go up to edits and in preferences, under get extensions, just search for the auto mirror add-on, this one right here. Make sure it's installed on your computer. Then you can close out of that. If you press the end panel and you go to the edit session right here, so just look at this sidebar, you should see this edit, and then you should see auto mirror right here. The default settings are fine. If you just click on auto mirror, it's going to mirror this over to the other side, and it's going to automatically add in the mirror modifier. It's also going to delete half of the geometry for us so that we don't have to do it. So that's a really quick way of adding the mirror modifier. All right, I'm going to just pull this out. We're going to pull out the sleeves from right here. I can also add in another loop cut right here, and we are going to pull out the sleeves from right here. So this face is right here, and we can select these faces in the middle. We are going to insert these faces. So I to insert these faces, and we want these faces to stick to the boundary right here, to the boundary of the mirror. So we can press B so that it can stick to the boundary right there. Okay, and I can just bring this up. Right here, this is going to be the neck hole on the shirt. So we can actually X and delete these faces right here. We're not going to need those faces anymore. Also the same thing at the bottom, we can select these faces at the bottom and X to delete these faces. All right, let's add in some more look cuts. Ctrl R, I'm going to add in one look cut right there. Ctrl R, I'm also going to add in another one at the back. Okay, let's keep going. I'm going to select these faces and we can extrude out the sleeves. The sleeves, if you look closely on these clothes, are really short and slanted this way. So that's the exact same thing I'm going to do. I'm just going to extrude this once and I'm going to place it where the sleeves are going to be. We're going to adjust this a lot more, but for now, this is going to be fine. I'm going to move this back somewhere around here. Okay, S and Y, I'm going to scale this down, G and Y, And this looks good for the clothes. I can just GG to slide this in, GG to slide this in so that it fits the shape of the arm a little bit more. I'm also going to select this one and GG to slide it down like so. I can add in, okay, I'm not going to do that right now. That looks good. I'm going to select this edge right here, and I want to move this closer to the body of the character. I'm going to G and bring this in a little bit more. So I'm just grabbing it closer to the shape of the body, and also the same thing at the back right here. I'm going to grab it and move it right there. All right, this is looking good already. I can add in one look cut right there. I can select this one and move it so that it's not intersecting with the body of our character. I can also select this one and scale it more towards the neck, and I can move this one back. I'm going to add in one more look cut here so that we have some more geometry to work with. And right here, you can actually delete those faces. So X, and I'm going to delete those faces right there. I'm going to add in one look cut in front, and then I'm also going to add in one at the back right there. Alt S, I'm just going to scale that out so that it's not intersecting with the body of our character. Also the same thing right here, I'm just going to scale that up to make sure it's not intersecting with the body of our character. All right, we have something that's looking good for the block out. I'm going to make sure that this is also following the shape of our character from the side. So S and Y, I'm going to scale this down. I'll select this one, S and Y, can scale it down, something like that. And then also the same thing here, you can scale this one down just like this. Okay, this is looking good right now. I'm going to add in some more look cuts right here. All right, with these in place, we can actually go into sculpt mode to make use of the sculpting brushes. We want this glue to lie much better on the surface of the sculpt. So I'm going to go into sculpt mode, and I'm mainly going to use the grab brush for this. So G for the grab brush, and we can start pushing and pulling this into place. I'm just going to push this down, something like this, and you can also hold down shift to smooth it out. Okay, I'm going to push this closer, and just to be able to see the clothes mesh a little bit easier, right now I'm going to go up to viewport shading, and then I'm going to change this to object. And once I've changed that object, I'll go to the object properties. Under viewport display, I'm going to change the color to just a random color, something like this. All right, this looks good right now. I'm going to use the grab brush, make sure this is not intersecting the mesh, and then I can also hold down shift and then just smooth out on these other parts of the clothes right here. And I'm going to bring this down. I'm just going to make this lie on the clothes a little bit more. All right, so this clothes is going to be tucked into the trousers, so I'm just going to make this lie really closely to our character from the side too. Okay, I'm going to smooth out these areas, something like this, and I'll just make sure that that's looking good from all angles. If it is intersecting through your mesh, you can use the inflate brush, and then you can just inflate this out, something like this, just to make sure it's not intersecting. Some parts might still intersect. That's completely fine. That's because we don't have enough geometry right now, so that's completely fine. I'm just going to move this down, and also something like this looks good. So I'm going to make the sleeves look a bit more something like this, and also the sleeves, I'm just going to go back into this mode. I'm going to scale this down from the side, so S and Y, just scaling it on the Y axis, something like this. And I'm definitely going to bring this up a little bit more, and I can select this one right here and bring it up a little bit. If your character was wearing a long sleeve, it will be the exact same case. You just select this and extrude it to the beast right here, and then you add in more look cuts to define the shape of a long sleeve. But for now, this looks good. Okay, something I'm going to do, I'm going to go into edit mode. I'll select all with A and right click. I'm just going to subdivide this once. When I click the subdivision, I'm going to come down here, and then I'm just going to take the smoothness to 1. All right, now we have a lot more geometry to work with. And now we are going to use this to make the final shape of the clothes. So I'm just going around making sure that the collar is round throughout the whole neck. And if this is intersecting, we can use the inflate brush to inflate this out, and then we can smooth out the parts that we don't need to be inflated. We can also still use the grab brush to pull all of these out. Okay, I'm going to grab this out. Also the same thing like this, just going to smooth all of these out. I can use the grab brush and pull this down. All right, something like this is looking really nice. I'm also just going to switch my viewport display here to object so that I can see the way it's looking overall from these viewports right here. And I'm just adjusting the shapes is all I'm doing at this point, adjusting the shape so that it looks right, so that we have a nice block out that we can work off from. So I'm just using the grab brush to pull this into place. I'm also using the smooth brush to smooth out some of these areas. I'm just going to smooth out this area so that it's much closer to the body of our character, something like this. And right here, I'm noticing an opening right here. So I'm going to go into edit mode. If you notice something like this, you can just go into edit mode and then just join those back together, something like that. All right, I'm going to use the grab brush and I'm going to define the shapes of this a little bit more. Right now, I think we have too many loops at the middle here, so I'm just going to remove one of those loops, and something more like this is going to be much better. Okay, and once again, I'm going to make sure that this is following the shape of the clothing, something like this, and to inflate that out. All right, I think the cloth is a bit too long, so I'm just going to select this last row X and delete these faces. Okay, somewhere around there actually looks good. I can select this one and GG to slide it up. I'm also going to slide this one up, and I'm going to make sure that this is really close to the body of the character. All right, something like this looks good. Right here on the chest, we also still want to make sure that the cloth is lying on the chest. So I'm just going to use the grab brush and pull that area down. Okay, we want to make sure that it's lined on the chest, something like this. Okay, and I'm also going to inflate this right here. And I'm also going to inflate this right here. Okay, I'm going to use the relax slide brush. So this one right here, you can search for the relax slide brush, this one. And if you hold down shift, it's going to smooth out the topology right here. So I'm just holding down shift and I'm just smoothing out the topology. And then I switch back to the grab brush to just smooth out the topology even more. All right. I'm going to inflate right here. And I'm going to bring this up, and then I'll just smooth out over this area so that we don't have chords or geometry that's too bunched up together. So I'm just going to bring this in, and I'm going to bring this down. Make sure it's not intersecting through the hand. So just make sure to take your time at the blockout stage to have a nice blockout for your clothing. All right, this is looking good right here. I like how this is looking right now. You can definitely keep on tweaking this, but for now, I'm going to call this done. All right, I'm going to go into object mode. The next steps, once the blockout is done, I'm going to go to the modifier stack right here. I'm going to apply the new modifier. Okay, now that we've applied the new modifier, you can go ahead and just smooth out the back so that it's a little bit smooth. Just those middle areas, you can actually go in and smooth them out a little bit more. And when you're doing that, make sure to turn on X-symmetry so that I can actually make use of the X-symmetry. X-symmetry wasn't turned on when I was doing some of those changes, so I'm just going to symmetrize this. Okay, and now that I've symmetrized this, I have issues like this, so I'm just going to come here. We want all of these, just want this one vertex right here. So M, I'm going to measure this at center. M, I'm going to measure at center, and M, I'm going to measure at center, and also the same thing right here. And we'll just make sure that those vertices are in place. All right, something like this looks really, really nice. I'm going to inflate this out just a little bit more. Okay, I like how this is looking right now. The next thing we're going to do from this point on, now we can go ahead and start adding folds on this cloth. And the way we're going to do that is with the multi-resolution modifier. And I'm going to add in a multi-resolution modifier right here. And I'm going to subdivide this. And we're going to subdivide this once again. So what the multi-resolution modifier is doing, if I go into sculpt mode, you can see that it's giving us some more geometry that we can work with on our clothes. And you might be asking, what's the difference between the multi-res and the subdivision surface modifier? So let me just illustrate that. I'm going to duplicate this and I'm just going to move this to the side. I'm going to remove the multi-res from this and I'm going to add the subdivision surface modifier on this. I'll change the viewport levels to 2. Now this mesh that has the subdivision surface, if I try to go into sculpt mode and I try to sculpt on this, you can see that this new geometry that it generated, so the subdivided geometry that it generated, we can't actually work with that. We are still working with the initial vertices that we had. But with the multi-res, we can actually go in and work with those individual new faces that it created. So that's the difference between the subdivision surface and the multi-res. On the multi-res, you can sculpt on the subdivided faces, but on the subdivision surface, you can't really do that. So I'm just going to delete this and I hope that clears that up. All right, I'm going to go into sculpt mode and I'm just going to use the grab brush. I'm going to start pulling some of this out from each other, something like that. I'm going to pull this out. I'm also going to pull this out right here. Okay, and now the next thing that we're going to start doing is to sculpting folds on this cloth. So just like we looked at earlier, in points of tension and compression. So on this cloth, since it's really tight to the body, there's going to be some compression right here on the cloth. So right here, we're going to have some folds, but remember, we don't want to overdo the folds since this character is going to be used for animation. We still want that when this character deforms, the fold still looks nice. So we're just going to add in really solid folds. And for adding in folds, we don't want to use the X symmetry. So we don't want to rely on symmetry for this. We actually want to turn this off so that we sculpt asymmetrical folds. All right. With the draw brush, so this brush right here, I'm going to start adding some of those compression happening on the cloth right here. So I can just use the draw brush. I can draw this out, something like this. I can just go ahead and do that again. I'm going to draw this out here. A fold like that is going to look good. And then I can make another branch coming out from that fold right there. I can take this one all the way to this corner right here. Something like that is looking good. And then I can dig in this area. So I'm holding down control and I'm just digging in on this area where we had those folds right here. At the back, we can do something like this. Okay, so we have folds looking like that. I'm just going to connect these two folds together, something like that. Okay, and I'm going to hold down control. I'm just going to mark this out. So I'm just digging in those areas like so. Then I can come in here and just connect this fold, something like this. At this point, you want to make sure you're using reference when sculpting folds. If you try to sculpt folds without using reference, you're going to have something that looks really bad. So make sure at this point that you find a reference that you like and make sure you're actually using reference at this point. All right. And now that we have this with the draw brush, I'm just going to hold down shift and lightly smooth over all of this. Okay. All right. And on stylized characters, something that makes folds look really good is when we actually sharpen the folds. So I'm going to use the crease polish brush for this. I'm going to hold down control. I'm just going to mark out on these folds right here. So just something like this. I'll do that again. And just hold down control and just mark out on this fold just like this. And you can already start to see what that definition, how that definition is making the fold look good. I'm going to crease out this area again. Okay, so I'm just creasing out that low point right there. I'm going to also crease out this bottom area right here, and still holding out control. I'm just going to define some of these folds like this. Okay, so something like this for the folds look good. I'm also going to hold down control, mark out this area right here. Remember I said we don't want to overdo the folds, so something like this is already looking good like so. I'm going to hold down control and then just mark out all of these. Okay, I'm also going to hold down control and mark out some of these like so. And also when you're sculpting folds, you want to avoid making the folds look parallel. So you want to avoid making parallel folds like this. So when the folds are just the same, it tends to look bad. So we want to avoid that. So try to get in curves and diagonals when you're sculpting in the folds. I'm just still using the crease polish brush to mark out those folds that we have on the clothes right here. So something like this for me is starting to look good. Okay, I'm going to mark out this area right here, and I'm going to hold down control and just keep on marking out these areas. I can smooth out over some of this. Okay, and I can further go in and define these folds even more. All right, something like this for the clothes looks good. Around that area looks good. I'm still going to come back to define that a little bit more. But I'm just going to add in some of the folds at the armpit region right here. So if you take a look at our reference, you can see there's a lot of compression and tension from the shoulder happening on the shoulders right here. So I'm going to use the draw brush. You can just draw folds out like this. Okay, something like this. Just going to draw this out. Actually, for this one, I'm going to turn on X symmetry just so that I can do it on both sides, and then I'll actually go and turn off X symmetry and then adjust both sides. So I'm just going to draw this in place, just something like this. Okay, remember I want to keep this subtle, something like that. I'm going to use the crease polish brush and I'm going to mark out these folds, just defining these folds with the crease polish brush, something like that. All right, I'm going to smooth over everything, something like that, and then we can bring this much closer together, something more like this. Okay, I like how this is looking. I'm going to bring this even much closer, something like this, and I'll just make sure that the shapes on the sleeves are actually looking nice. I'm going to make sure that this is not intersecting, and I'll make sure that this is actually closer to the surface of the body. I'm going to use the grab brush to pull this out, and I'm going to use the grab brush to just make sure that the shapes on the sleeves are actually looking really nice. I'm going to use the draw brush and just going to add in some folds right here. Okay, something like that. So you can further define this with the crease polish brush. I'm just holding down control and I'm marking out these folds right here. All right, something like that. I'm not going to overdo it too much. I'm going to bring this out a little bit more. All right, something like that looks good for the folds on this cloth. I'm going to go into object mode and I'm just going to shade this smooth. All right, we can increase the resolution on the multi-red so that we can define this a lot more. So I'm just going to subdivide these ones. Okay, I'll go back into sculpt mode, and now we're going to have some more resolution to help us define some of these folds. I'll turn off X symmetry, and I'm going to go back in with the crease polish brush and just start defining the folds on this clothes. Okay, something like this. Just going to define these folds a lot more. Just hold it down control and defining those folds. I'm going to hold down control here and define this fold, and then I can also just switch back to the grab brush, just make sure that this is on, sitting on the character. something more like this. Okay, that looks good. And I'm also going to define these folds at this area right here. I'm just holding down control, I'm marking this out. Also the same thing right here, and also the same thing right here, just marking this out. Okay, and we have really nice folds on the bottom of the clothing, something like that. And we also have really nice folds right here. I'm just going to define this a lot more before I move on. So you want to make sure you're happy with the way your folds look before moving on. So just make sure you're always taking a look at your reference and make sure you like what your folds are looking like. Okay, that seems fine for now. I'm going to use the crease polish brush right here and define these creases around the armpits right here. Okay, so just holding down control and using the crease polish brush to define these edges right here. Okay, I'm going to hold down control and mark this out using the crease polish brush for that. I'm also going to do the same at the back using the crease polish brush. Can hold down control and define the edges right here. All right, and something like this is looking good. You definitely go ahead and refine the shape of yours a little bit more, much more than I have done. Okay, if I were to take this further, I'd refine it a lot more. But since you have a lot of clothing types to do, I'm just going to leave it here for right now. Something you can also do is just to add a solidifier modifier. So you can search for the solidifier modifier here and add that, and you can increase the thickness, something like this, just so that the cloth has thickness. And also with the solidifier modifier, if you go into sculpt mode, as long as the multi-res modifier is enabled, you're not going to see the solidifier in sculpt mode. So that's just a usual behavior in blend dye. You don't need to be worried about that. Okay, so something like this is looking good. Can go in and further adjust the shape of the sleeves even more. But for right now, this is looking good. All right, now the next item or the next cloth that we are going to go ahead and sculpt is trousers, just like this. And we're going to use the exact same steps that we used to model out the shirt. So sheet A, let's go ahead and let's add in a cube right here. I'm going to go into edit mode and I'm going to bring this down right here. Okay, for the trousers, I'm just going to overlap them on the shirt a little bit more. And I'm going to select these verses at the bottom here, S and X, to scale them out. From the side, I'm going to scale this a little bit more to fit the shape of the character. S and Y, you can scale this one down something more like that. I'm going to go ahead and press N to bring up the sidebar, and then using the auto mirror, we can select this and it's automatically going to add the mirror modifier for us. All right, so nice. I'm going to select this one and I'll just move that up. So we are going to extrude the sleeves for the leg from right here. I'm going to add in one loop at the middle right here so that we can just have some space at the middle. I'm going to select this edge at the top here. I'm going to move that out. All right, we can also add in one loop cut at the middle, and we can bring this one down and add in one right here and one right here. I'm going to select this one and this one, and then I'm going to move them down. I can select this one and this one, and then I'm going to move them up, something like this. Okay, that's going to look good. For now, we are going to refine this a lot more. Okay, I'm going to add two loop cuts right here. That's going to look good. And I'm also going to add in two loop cuts right here. We don't need all these faces at the top here, so X, and we can delete those faces. Okay, I'm going to select right here. So I'm just going to select these faces at the bottom right here. You can isolate with slash to make sure you're not missing anyone. Okay, that looks good. And then I'm going to E to extrude this, and for this one I'm just going to extrude it to the knee right here. So on this clothes, you can see the way it's tight at the knee, and then it kind of funnels out at the bottom. So I'm just going to leave it at the knee for now. I'm going to scale this down somewhere around here. We don't need all these faces, so X, and then we can delete those faces right here. I'm going to select these edges. I'm just going to move them back. All right, something we want to do on these edges is to round them out a little bit. Right now it's too squared off, so to round this out, you can go to edit, preferences. We are going to enable an add-on. Let's search for the loop tools add-on, this one right here, and then make sure it is installed on your computer, and then you can close out of that. If you right click, you're going to see this loop tools option, and then you can choose circle right here. Okay, nice. And you can scale this down to fit the shape of the knee, something like that. Also from the side, I'll make sure that that's also following the shape of the knee. And then you can add in more loop cuts right here. Okay, with this, let's actually just go into sculpt mode, and then let's just smooth out some of these areas. So inside of sculpt mode, we can smooth this out. So I'm just smoothing out these areas, holding down shifts and smoothing out these areas like so. Can also smooth out right here, and I'll make sure that this is following the shape of the body a little bit more than what we had before, something like that. And I can also smooth out this area right here, and I'm going to move this out. All right, something like that looks good. To see the shapes of the cloth a little bit more, I'm going to change the color right here and change it to a dark color, just something like this. All right, and we are going to need some more geometry. I'll go into edit mode. I'll add in more geometry there, and let's add in a few loop codes right here. You can also add in more right here. Okay, with these we can go back into sculpt mode, and then we can just use the grab brush and further refine the shapes of the cloth. And if it's intersecting like this, you can just use the inflate brush and inflate that out. Okay, something like that. And then we can also smooth this out, and I can use the inflate brush right here, and we can inflate this a little bit more. To inflate this, and I'm just going to inflate this out. I'm also going to inflate the back right here, and then I'm going to smooth all of this out like so. And I'm also going to bring this out like so. I'm going to use the grab brush and push this out just so that it's following the shape of the cloth a little bit more. And I'll push this out, something like that. At any point that it intersects, you can either use the grab brush or the inflate brush to move that out. Okay. At the top right here, I'm just going to make sure that this is also above the shirts. So the shirt is going to be tucked into the trousers. So something like this is going to work just fine for our needs. And then I'm going to smooth out right here. And I'm going to inflate it this way. Okay, something like this looks good. So just keep on smoothing that out until you like the shapes that you have on your block out. Something like this is going to look just fine for me. Okay, I like the way this is looking right now. I'm going to relax this with the relax light brush. I like the way the shapes are looking right now. You definitely still come back in to adjust this a lot more. I can select these faces at the bottom here, and E and S and Z, we can just scale, extrude this down and scale it up. And then I'm going to move it right here, something like this. And for this type of cloth, actually, it actually looks like it's covering up the whole leg. So I'm just going to do the exact same. And by the way, if verses merge in the middle like this, you can come in to the modifiers, and for a moment just turn off clipping, and then bring that out, just push that out, and then you can turn clipping back on. Okay, we don't want the vertices to be merged at the middle right there. Okay, somewhere around here is fine. And then I'm going to add in some more loop cuts right here. I'm going to add in 8 loop cuts, looks just fine for me. And then I'm going to use the grab brush, and then we can start pushing this into place, something like that. I'm going to make sure that this is not intersecting the leg. And I'm also going to do the same thing at the bottom right here. I'm going to inflate this out, something like this. And I'm just going to push this back, also something like this. I'm going to inflate this out, also inflate this out. And I'm just adjusting the shape to get something that I like. Okay. And I'm liking the way this shape is looking right now. I'm going to go into object mode. I'm going to shade this smooth early on. So from somewhere around here, that looks good. I'm going to inflate the shapes right here a little bit more. And I'm just refining the shapes until I get what I like. And also at this point, I'm taking a close look at my reference to see how the shapes are on the reference so that I can transfer those onto my sculpt. Okay, something like this is looking just right for me. Okay, I like the way it's looking right now. Yeah, that looks really nice. I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select all, and I'm going to stop divide this so that we have some more geometry to work with. Before I go ahead and add in the multi-rays, I'm just going to adjust this a little bit more so that the shape looks good from all angles. Okay, so I'm just going to bring this in. You can smooth over it, something like that. Okay, and we want to make sure that the vertices in the middle are actually at the middle. So just push that back to the middle. You can select all and then just GX and then move them back to the middle. Okay, I'm going to go into sculpt mode and I'm just going to relax some of this geometry right here. So I'm just using the relax slide brush. I'm holding now shift and I'm relaxing the geometry right here. Okay, right here, I'm going to also relax the geometry. And I'm going to smooth out the transition right here. And I'm going to bring this out. Okay, this so far is looking good for the blockouts of the trousers. I'm going to just bring the trousers up just a little bit more, something somewhere around here. Then I'm going to just switch back to the shirts for a little bit, and then I'm going to just push this up somewhere around here. I'll also just make sure that that's not intersecting. So we want the shirts and the trousers to work well together. I'm just going to push this up, something like that, and I can adjust the shapes on the trousers a little bit more, something like this. All right, I'm going to add a solidify modifier to this also, and something, and this is looking good. I'm just going to adjust the shape, something like this. Okay, I'll make sure that the shape of the trousers is looking nice before I go ahead and add in the multi-resolution surface modifier. All right, I'm happy with the way this looks right now. I'm going to apply the mirror modifier. We don't need to apply the solidify modifier. You can just go ahead and add in the multi-resolution modifier, and I'm going to subdivide this twice. For now, should be just fine. Okay, I'm going to smooth out the shapes that we have. I'm going to make sure X symmetry is turned on just so that I can make use of X symmetry. I'm going to smooth this out. I can inflate this out, something like that. And I'm also just going to use the clay shape brush, adding some volume right here where I can see some indents. I'm just using the clay shape brush to add in volume right there. And then I'm fixing up those shapes to make sure that it looks nice. Okay, something like this I'm liking a lot. I can also just switch to my body object, and then I can just push that in a little bit more so that it fits the shape of the clothes a little bit more. And I'm just adding some more volume right here. Okay, to sculpt the folds on this type of clothes, let's start right here. So you can see right here, if I zoom in here, you can see the tension happening on the clothes right here. So I'm just going to use the draw brush in this case. I'm just going to draw this out, something like this. So I'll draw one there, draw out another one right here. Yeah. And I can draw out another one coming out this way. Okay, something like this. Something like this is looking good. I'm going to subdivide this one more time just so that I can have some more geometry to work with. Okay, something like this, and also something like this. I'm going to smooth over all of this, and now we want to sharpen this a lot more with the crease polish brush. I'm just going to use the crease polish brush, mark this out right here, and I'm also going to hold down control and just sharpen the crease right there. So on stylized characters, really nice and sharp crease looks really nice. I'm just going to hold down control and I'm marking out this crease, something like that, and also something right here. I'm just marking this out like so. All right, I like how that is looking so far. I'm going to make sure not to overdo it so that it doesn't start to look really uncomfortable on the clothes. Somewhere around there is looking fine. I'm also just going to go ahead and mark out the seams on this clothes. And I didn't mention this when we were sculpting the shades, but to mark out the seams is really easy. You can use the draw brush or the draw sharp brush right here, this one. And then I can just use the draw sharp brush and then draw the seams. I'll take that all the way to the back. Okay, I'll make sure that that is also still looking nice. Take it all the way to the back, somewhere around there. I'll just go over this one more time. Okay, somewhere around here, it's going to be fine. To sharpen this crease a little bit more, I can use the pinch brush to just pinch this in a little bit so that that crease looks much tighter. I'm just using the pinch brush and I'm pinching the crease right here so that it doesn't, so that it looks sharper. Okay, that looks much cleaner for the crease right there. Okay, right here, I'm going to add a patch, which is the clay shape brush, and I'm just going to add in the volume right here at the middle of the trouser. So just something like this. And I'm just going to make use of symmetry for this one. And then I'm going to sculpt over this. And then we can further define the shapes that we have right there. So I'm just using the script brush to plane out the front right there. Something like that is looking good. I'm going to use the crease polish brush and I'm just going to mark out the sides. And still using the crease polish brush, I'm just marking out the sides. And I'm also going to do the same right here. I'll just sharpen these edges right here. Alright, so I'm liking how that is looking. I can reduce the shape of this a little bit more if needed. And from the side, I'm just going to make sure that that's looking straight and flat from the side. So I'm just going to use the grab brush to just pull this in a little bit more. Okay, that looks good right here. I'm just going to mark out the crease with the crease polish brush, mark out the crease right here. Alright, and I really like how that's looking. So add in some folds at the bottom here. So because this part is really tight to the cloth, there's no much folds there. But to add in folds right here, I can use the crease polish brush and I can just hold down control and I'm just marking down a straight edge down, something like that. Okay, I'll take a look at it from this viewport here. And I'm just going to smooth over everything, holding down control and I'm marking this down. Then I'm going to bring this ones down and also bring these ones up. Okay, something like this is looking good. I can also still use the crease polish brush to mark out another fold right there. So there's tension coming out from right here. So we have this type of straight folds. Just something like this. I'm not going to overdo this. Okay, something like that should be fine. So we are still keeping in mind that this cloth is going to deform. So I'm just going to keep it really simple, something like that. And I'm just going to also use the script brush, just plane out the sides, make sure that the sides are looking really nice and sharp. So I'm just going to plane that out from the side. And also the same thing right here. I'm going to plane this out. Then I'm going to hold down shift and smooth over all of these. I'm going to just use the crease polish brush again and mark out that area right there. Okay, something like this is already looking really nice. I like how this is looking so far. Okay, yeah, something like this is looking really nice. I like how this is looking right now. Okay, something I'm going to do is just to add in some folds at the back where the knee is going to bend. Since there's going to be a lot of compression right there, I'm just going to add in a fold right there. And the way I'm going to do that, I'm just going to draw out Z, something like this. So I'm going to do that again. Z, something like that. I'll take a look at it from the other viewports just to make sure that everything is looking nice. Okay, I'll smooth over everything. And then I'll come in and sharpen the edges of the folds. Holding down control, I'm just going to mark out the folds like this. So this is the point where the knee is going to bend. So it's going to be fine for that compression or for these folds to be here. Okay, something like that is also looking good. And then I'm just going to mark this out. Also hold down control here and mark this one out. And then you can definitely find that a lot more. Holding down control and just defining the folds that I laid out earlier. And if you need more geometry, you can definitely subdivide this a lot more. For now, I'm going to leave it where it is. And yeah, something like that is really going to look just right. And also right here, there also still be some tension right here. You can just add in some folds at the back right here. I'm not going to overdo the ones at the back. So something like this. Okay. Yeah, something like that is going to be just fine. I'm going to smooth out these shapes. I'm not going to overdo the one at the back here. So still keeping in mind the commissions. When this starts to deform, will it look good? That's just the question I was asking myself right there. Just to make sure that this looks nice. I'm going to smooth out this one here. I'm just going to add in some folds right here, something more like this. Okay, and I'm going to sharpen the edges right here. Okay, something like this is looking good. I'm just going to define this crease a little bit more. Okay, right here we can also just define the crease of the belt, so we can use the draw sharp brush and we can just define the crease going to the back. Okay, and then just take a look at the position right there, and if position like this looks good, I'm going to bring this back all the way to the back right there. Okay, and I'm just going to go over this again. Nice. I'm going to use the pinch brush and I'm just going to pinch this crease right here. I'm also going to do the same right here. I'm also going to do the same right here and the same right here. I'm going to use the grab brush. I'm just going to adjust this a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to use the pinch brush and I'm going to pinch that a little bit more. All right. And I'm really happy with the way this is looking right now. You could definitely go in and keep on tweaking this right now. But for right now, I think this is going to be fine so that we don't make this chapter too long. We still have the skirts to cover and the boots to cover. So something like this for now is going to look good. If you're sculpting trousers like this, just always make sure that you're taking a look at reference to make sure that the folds on your clothes looks good. And I'm just going to adjust this a little bit more before I can call it done. All right, something like this is going to look just fine. Okay, something like this looks just fine for the trousers. I'm going to adjust the color here a little bit more. All right, and I like how this is looking so far for the trousers. All right, now let's take a look at how we're going to sculpt this type of pleated skirt. So something like this. So when we learn how to make this type of variation, then it's be easy enough to make variations for these types and these other types of skirts. So this is what we're going to be sculpting right now. So I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to hide this one, and to sculpt the skirts, instead of starting from a cube, it's going to be way easier to start from a circle. So Shift A, I'm going to mesh and then I'm going to add in a circle. And on that circle, I'm going to change the number of vertices here. I'm going to change it to 33. All right. The circle is right here. I'm just going to isolate this with slash and I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to press 7 on the numpad to go to the top view, or you can just press right here. And with all this selected, make sure everything is selected with A. I'm going to go up to select and then I'm going to go to checker deselect. Under the checker deselect, I'm going to change the selected to 2. Okay. And I'm going to press Ctrl I to invert my selection. All right. With this in place, I'm going to select this, scale it in, and then I'm going to rotate it something like this. Okay. So I'm just rotating it and scaling it something like this. And then you can select these edges. So these longer edges right here. Just going to go around and select those longer edges. I'm going to right click and I'm going to subdivide on those. Okay. And we can further come in here, select those edges that we just subdivided. So those new verses that we just added. and Alt S. You can just scale this out a little bit more, or you can just use S, the same thing. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. You can select this, and E and Z, we can scale this up, and we can scale this down. And this is essentially the pleated skirt. We can scale this up a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to select this edge right here, E and Z. I'm going to bring this up, and I want to relax these edges or these vertices a little bit more. I'm going to right click, I'm going to go to loop tools, and then I'm going to relax those edges. Okay, we can do that again. I'm just going to relax this a little bit more, and then E and Z, I'm going to extrude from this, and I'm going to right click, loop tools. I'm just going to make this one circular, just like that. Looks good. And now we have the basic shape of the skirts. Okay, you can select this one S to scale this up a little bit more. Okay, and right now you might notice that the shading is a little bit weird. If it looks like this for you, you can just press Alt and then press Shift N to recalculate your normals. Okay, so that the shading doesn't look all bad. And now we have a skirt just like this. If we add a subdivision surface modifier to this, I'm going to increase my levels of viewport to 1 to 2. Okay, so something like this looks good for the skirt. You can add in one more loop core right there, and this is basically the skirt. Let's go ahead, let's bring back our objects, and I'm going to move this down here. In edit mode, I'm just going to scale this up, something like this. So scale this up to fit the shape of the character, and then from the side, S and Y, you can bring this in, and also the same thing right here, S and Y, we can bring this in, something more like this. Okay, I can also just move this one up. I can select this, move these ones up, select this one and move this one up to make it a little bit shorter. All right, something like that. And now we can use the sculpt mode to help us refine the shapes of this a little bit more. I'm going to make use of X symmetry, although this is not symmetrical. I'm still going to make use of X symmetry to help us sculpt out the shape. So I'm just going to pull it out. And I'll just make sure that this is overlapping the shades. So something like this. Okay, I'm going to move this out. And I'm just going to make sure that the skirt is overlapping the shades. We can also still go into the shades object and then just push that in a little bit closer to the body. Something like that. I'm going to push right here in. And I'm just going to, now that I'm here, I'm just going to grab that out. Then I'll go back to the skirt objects, and then we can just keep on refining these shapes until we have something that looks good. I'm going to make sure that this also not intersecting with the body of our character. I'm going to bring this out. I'm also going to bring right here out. Okay. And for the skirt right here, I'm going to make this a little bit more cold, something like this. So I'm just going to use the grab brush. I'm going to pull this part down. I'll pull this part down. I can pull right here up. Something more like that looks much nicer. I'm just going to copy the color from here, Ctrl C, and then I'm going to paste this right here. And then I'm going to also add in a solidify modifier, and I'm going to increase the thickness of the solidify modifier, something like this, and we can shade this one smooth. Okay, I can add in one look right here so that the shading here doesn't look weird. And I'm just going to move this one up and bring this one up. So something like this. This is just how you make a pleated skirt, something like that. And we can also just bring this one down right here for the back of the skirt. And with this, you can definitely go ahead and make variations of pleated skirts like these and like the ones I have on the concept. This is not going to be the final one. I'm going to work on this a little bit more after now, and I'll make the final skirts just something like this. But that is the overall idea that you're going to use to sculpt out the pleated skirts. Okay, I'm just going to bring this in something like this, and that is going to be it for the skirt. You can definitely go ahead and add a multi-res and sculpt over this if you need more details, but for now I'm just going to leave it at this. This is going to be completely fine for what I'm going to need. All right, this is going to look good. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to sculpt in the boots for this character, and this is going to be the method that you're going to use to sculpt shoes or boots. Is all going to be the same. But just before I get started with boots, right here, if I look at the boots, I can see that this is a high heel. So I'm going to need to adjust the shape of the foot to make it fit the shape of the high heel. If your character doesn't have a high heel shoe, you can leave the feet as it is. But now that I know that the character has a high heel, I'm just going to go into edit mode. Okay, I'm going to select some of these vertices, so somewhere around here. I'm going to make sure X-ray is turned on here. I'm going to select these ones. I can deselect these ones, and then we can just start to rotate this down a little bit more. So I'm just pushing this to adjust it to the shape of the feet that we want. And then we can also use Control and hold down right click to select. So that's just going to bring up the lasso selection, something like this. Then I can also rotate this and place this right here. Okay, and I'm just going to make sure that the shape of the feet still looks good. Okay, all right, here we are going to use sculpting to fix this up, so don't worry about this more. Okay, I'm going to go into sculpt mode. I'm going to turn off wireframes, and now we need to fix the shape of the feet. I'm going to bring these ones down. Okay, and we are going to need to remesh this if you want to sculpt it a little bit easier. For now, that's fine. Just adjusting the overall shape of the feet. Something like this is going to look good. Okay, and then just before I remesh this, I'm going to add in some volume right here, and we can smooth this out. So it would have been much easier to sculpt out the legs in this shape, but we're just going to show you how to sculpt the leg in both the normal shape and boots in this type of heel pose. So for your next character, you can sculpt the character, or you can sculpt the feet with the heel pose, something more like this. And I'm just going to smooth over this. I'm going to use the grab brush. I need to push this up a little bit more. All right, something like that. I'm just going to bring this down, and I'm going to smooth all of these out like so. I'm also going to smooth out right here, and I'm going to make sure that this transition looks nice. I'm going to see what that looks like from right here. Okay, I think that looks good. Try and push this back a little bit more. Okay, so the heels are going to be right here. So I'm just pushing that back a little bit more. Then I can also use the cleavage brush and just add in some volume right here. Right here. And then I can just smooth out these areas right here, just so that I can have a nice clean shape. Just holding down shifts and I'm smoothing out the area. And it's not very easy to smooth right now because we have lots of geometry. So just keep that in mind. It's not going to be really easy to smooth it out, but we're just going to try our best to smooth everything out. Just going to hold down shifts, smooth everything out, still making sure to maintain the forms of the feet. I'm going to plane out this area, this under part a little bit more. I'm just going to plane right here out. And then I'm going to use the grab brush to just pull this in. And then I'm going to smooth all of this out. Okay. I'm going to use the crease polish brush to just mark out right here. And I'm going to smooth all of this out. So I'll add in some more geometry right here. And then I'm going to smooth all of this out. All right, from the bottom view, I'm going to make sure that this is also still looking nice. Just going to round this out a little bit more. I'm going to add in some more geometry right here, and then I'm going to smooth all of these out. I'm going to adjust the shapes right here. I'll bring this up a little bit more. And I'm just adjusting and fixing the shapes of the foot. Now I put it in this kind of heel position. So something like that. It's going to look good. I'm going to bring these ones back, and then I'm going to smooth over this area. And I'm just going to bring this back, and I'm just rounding out the shape of the feet. Okay, and to fix right here, I'm just going to remesh this one more time. So the remesh resolution somewhere around 0.73 for me is working just fine. So I'm going to remesh that. Okay, we don't want areas like this, so I'm going to Ctrl Z, and I can actually just use the inflate brush while holding down Ctrl. I can deflate the toes so that these are not too close to each other. So while holding down Ctrl, we can just deflate the toes so that we actually have some space in between the toes, and then I'm going to remesh that once again. All right, and we don't have any of those issues at the toes. I'm just going to use the cliches brush, adding volume right here, so that the transition is nice and smooth. I'm just going to add in some more volume right here, add in some more volume right here, and then I'm just going to smooth all of this out. Okay, hold down shift, and I'm just smoothing all of these out. Okay, that is starting to look really, really nice. With hold down shift and smooth all of these out, and I'm going to add in some more geometry right here, just so that we can really, really smooth out the transitions. Something more like this. And with the crease polish brush, I'm going to mark out the separation, still going up this way. And I'm going to hold down shift, and I'm going to smooth all of that out. All right, this is looking good for the shape of the feet. You can definitely keep on refining the shape of the feet, but for now, this looks good for me. Okay, now we can actually get started with the shoes. For the shoes, I'm going to use a cube. So I'm going to add in a cube right there. I'm going to edit mode, and I'm just going to place it right there. And for any shoe shape, this is just a general guideline for modeling a shoe. I'm going to scale this to just fit the shape of the leg a little bit more. And then I'm going to extrude this down right here. And then I'm going to extrude this, I'm going to select this face and extrude it down right here. Okay, I'm just going to make sure I don't have any faces overlapping. Okay, and still from the side, I can select these ones, E to extrude it down, something like this, and I can just place this following the shape of the feet, and then I can also extrude this out, something like this. All right, I'm just going to follow the shape on my reference. So right here is going to be flat, so we can S, Z, and 0 to scale this on the Z axis by 0. Also the same thing here. All right, this is going to look good. I'm going to bring this one down. Okay, and you notice that the shoe is in the center. That's fine for now. I'm going to add in a loop cut at the middle, and then we can use the auto mirror add-on right here to mirror this over to the other side. All right, that looks good. And I'm just going to, in object mode, I'm going to move this right here. I'm going to add in a loop cut right there. I'm going to add in some loop cuts right there. I'm going to add in one more right here. I'm going to add in few loop cuts right there. All right, I'm going to select these, GG to slide them in. Also going to select this one, GG to slide this one in, and also this way. I can select this one, and right here, this is my main reference. I'm just going to round out this area a little bit more. So I'm just moving this in, something like that. Don't worry about it clipping through the feet for now. You don't need to really worry about that for now. I'm going to go into sculpt mode, And I'm going to make use of the sculpt brushes. We can add in some more resolution right here so that we can make use of the smooth brushes. So I'm going to go into sculpt mode. Just going to make use of the smooth brush. Just going to smooth here out. And can delete these faces at the top. We don't actually need them, so we just delete those faces right there. I'm going to select this one. Alright, click and loop tools. I'm going to choose relax right there. Alright, that looks good. I'll go back into sculpt mode and I'm just still making use of the sculpt brushes to help me get the shapes of the boots of the shoes. I'm just using the grab brush to push this into place. So something like this is looking good. I'm going to add in one loop cut right there. I'm going to scale this one out on the x-axis, and I'll actually just select these faces at the bottom here. I'm going to scale those ones in on the x-axis, and I'll also scale this one in on the y-axis, something like that. I'm going to isolate this shoe for now so that I can see it a little bit clearly, and then I'm going to smooth out these areas right here. So I'm just taking a look at my reference, and then I'm following exactly the shapes that I see on my reference. I might need to bring this down a little bit more, something like that, and then I can bring this in, and I can also bring this out. Alright, that looks good. I'm going to use the grab brush to push this in a little bit more. Yeah, something like this. And I'm going to use the grab brush, push right here in. I can also just smooth out this area at the back right here. Okay, and I'm going to make sure I like the shape of the boots before moving forward. So I'm just going to adjust and keep on adjusting this till I like the shape I have right here. I'm going to also change the color just so that I can see this a little bit clearly. I'm just going to choose a dark color right here. Something like this is going to look good. Right now we are using symmetry to sculpt the boots. So let's go ahead and let's apply the mirror modifier. I'm going to add in another mirror modifier. And I'm just going to select the mirror object as a head so that we can mirror this over to the other side. And now we're going to stop relying on the X symmetry. But before we do that, I'm just going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select these ones. Okay, I'm just going to select these ones for now so that I can scale this S, Z, and 0 to scale that on the Z axis by 0. Then I'm going to select this E. I'm going to extrude this out. Something like that. S and Y, I'm going to scale this down. I can actually just select this one, E, to extrude this down. So this is going to be the heel. I'm going to scale this down on the Y axis, and then I'm going to bring this back right here. Can also just select these ones, S and Z, 0, to make sure that they are on the same plane. So somewhere about here is going to be fine. I can select these ones right here, and I can actually just move them up. Something like this. We can actually move this right up. I'm going to smooth out the geometry right here. GG to slide this in. And I'm also going to I'll select boots on both sides. S and X to scale this in. Then GY to move that in. Okay. That looks good. I'm also going to round out right here. S and X and GY to move this in. Also the same right here. GY to move this in. Alright. And something like this is going to work. I'm just going to adjust the shape of the heel from the back. S and X. I'm going to scale this in. Okay. All right. And something like this is looking really good. So right now what I'm just doing, I'm still taking a look at my reference and I'm just adjusting the proportions I see from my reference, something like this. Okay. And now let's stop relying on symmetry. I'm going to go into sculpt mode and I'm just going to start sculpting this without symmetry turned on. I'm just going to pull this forward a little bit more. And for issues, you want to bring this right somewhere like this. And I'm also just going to bring this out, just push this out something more like this. And just so that the feet is not getting in the way, we can go into objects mode, and then we can hide this, something like this. I'm going to push this in like so, and I'm also going to push this in. All right, something like this is looking really, really nice. I like how this is looking right now. Okay, I'm going to adjust the shape of the boots right here. So I'm just going to follow the reference. I'm going to bring this out, and I can also just inflate these areas right here because it looks like it's a lot bigger. Something like this. You can use the grab brush to just keep on pulling this and pushing this one into shape. Okay, I'm going to pull this out to this side, something like this, so that it has a little bit of shape. I'm going to push this side out, something more like this. I can just bring this in. Now we can really start getting the shape of the boots in much nicer shape for the boots. Once again, at this point, make sure you're using reference when you're sculpting. Okay, I'm going to adjust this also from the back view. And I'm also going to adjust this from the side right here to make sure that everything is looking just right. Okay, I'm going to adjust the patterns right here. So this place right here, I'm just going to scale this on the x-axis. Yeah, something more like this. All right, and we can also use the grab brush to just keep on adjusting the shapes right here. All right, and something like this is already starting to look good. Can definitely keep on tweaking the shape and the proportions of the boots, but for now, in order not to make this too long, this chapter too long, I'm going to call it done for right here. Okay, I'm going to go into object mode. I'm going to shade this smooth. I'm going to right click and shade that smooth, and I'm going to add a solidify modifier to this, and I'm just going to increase the thickness that we have right here. Something like this is going to be fine. From the side, I'm still going to make sure that these ones are still on the same axis, so SZ and 0, to scale that down, something like that. Okay, and just like we've been doing for all the other clues, we are going to go ahead and add the multi-resolution modifier. To go ahead and add in the multi-res, we can just come in here and add in the multi-resolution modifier on this one. We don't need to apply the mirror modifier on this one because it's actually mirroring it over to the other side, so we don't need to apply it in this case. So I'm just going to subdivide on this a little bit more. Now we have something that looks like this, and from this point on, it's going to be up to you to just go into sculpt mode, and then you're going to start to define the shapes that you have right here. So something I like to do on the bottom right here, you can just define the separation between the sole of the feet and the rest of the shoe. So I'm just going to use the draw sharp brush, and then you can just start to draw this out. Okay, we're going to do that really carefully. And I'm just going to subdivide this one more time so that I can have some more geometry to work with. Okay, something like this. I'm just going to go from right here. I'm going to go all the way to the back. Something like that. And just keep on going right there. And I'm going to keep on going till I get to where we started from. And something like this. Okay, to avoid making crooked lines like this, an option you could actually turn on is under stroke. You could actually go ahead and stabilize your stroke, so that Blender helps you just stabilize your strokes a little bit more instead of getting jagged edges like this. But for now, this is fine. I'm just going to pinch this I'm going to go ahead and just pinch in those areas. Just using the pinch brush to go over it like so. Okay, still using the pinch brush to just pinch over all of these. All right, and for the sole of the feet right here, I'm going to use the line project brush, and then I can just slice this to make sure that that is looking sharp, just like so. I can also use the crease polish brush to just mark out this area right here. Make sure I'm on the crease polish brush, and I'll just mark out this area right here. All right, that looks good. And then you can definitely still come ahead and add in folds on the boots. So I know not everyone is going to be sculpting boots. So at this point, you can either keep on sculpting, or you can use this as a base mesh to start to build up the shoe you're going for. So I rather prefer sculpting, so I'm just going to continue using sculpting. But if you know how to use basic box modeling to model out the shoe, definitely go ahead and do that at this point. So I'm just going to go ahead, start adding in some folds right here on the boots. So just something like this. Okay, I'm going to add the same thing right there. Adding some more folds right there. All right, I'm also going to do the same at the top here. I'm going to add in some diamonds right here. I'm just taking a look at my reference and I'm going ahead and adding in some of these folds. Okay, I'm going to smooth over all of this, and now I can define some of the shapes on this fold. I'm going to use the crease polish brush to mark this out right here, and also hold down control. I'm going to mark it out right here. Yeah, something like that. And we can define the shapes on the shoes a lot more. I'm going to hold down control to mark out the folds right there on the shoes. And I'm just going to do that everywhere where I originally marked out the folds. Okay. Something like this looking good. And let me just bring that back. Okay. Something like this is looking good. And you can definitely keep on going and adding more details on the boots. I'm definitely going to add some more details to the boots when I'm sculpting my own too. But that's the general idea of how you sculpt shoes and how you sculpt boots. All right, let's go ahead and wrap this chapter up by sculpting the hair. And sculpting the hair is going to be very simple to do. Now that we have the head in place, we can select the head. We can go into sculpt mode, and we can make a selection of where the hair is going to come out from. I'm going to go from the side view, and then right here, I'm going to select the lasso max brush. If you have not yet added the lasso max brush to your quick favorite, you can right click and it should say add to quick favorite. So I'm just going to escape, and then I'm going to select that from my quick favorites right here. And then I'm just going to make a selection of the clothes of the hair, something like this. Just making out that selection, something like this. Okay, I'm going to deselect the areas that are not necessary. All right, something like this is going to look good for my own character. So I'm just making a base for the hair. So something like this is going to work just fine. I'm going to adjust this a lot more. I'm going to go up to mask, and then I'm going to mask extract. I'm going to leave the default options and choose extract. So what that's going to do is going to extract our selection into a separate mesh. Okay, that's good. I'm going to change the offset to 0, and then I'm going to bring out the thickness. I'm just going to increase the thickness, something like this. And at this stage, it's going to be really important to identify the shapes on your sculpt. So the shapes on my own concept here, I can see we have this big volume right here. Then I have this other volume, one on the side, and also another one on the side. And then we have this big volume at the back. So that's just essentially how I'm going to break it down. If you had a different hairstyle, something like this, you can break it down into two different parts. So one for the left side, one for the right side. So just something like this. And then you can also use another one for the back, if you understand from my illustration. Okay, so just break the hair into really simple parts so that you'll be able to easily sculpt it inside of Blender. All right, let's keep on going. I'm going to select this. I'm going to go into sculpt mode. And then I'm just going to the sides here. I'm just going to bring this in, something like that. Also going to bring this in. And then I'm just going to smooth out the edges right here. So just holding down shift and smoothing out the edges. So right now, this is still like one plane. So we are not really sculpting on this volume that you see here. We are still sculpting on this plane that we extracted out. Okay, now to actually make this a volume, you can go ahead and apply the solidify modifier that I added in for us. Okay, and what I'm going to do here, I'm going to use the script brush and I'm just going to plane out the side or this area right here. And just before I do that, you should actually remesh this. So I'm going to bring up the resolution somewhere around 0.015 works just fine for me. Control R to remesh that. And then with the script brush, we're going to plane out this area right here for the hair. And then I'm just going to keep on planing this out. So I'll go all the way to the back right here for our character. And then I'm going to use the grab brush. I'm going to bring this down. I'm also going to bring this area down, something like this. And I can also just adjust the color right here of the hair. Something like this. Looks good. And then I'm going to smooth this out so that everything is starting to look nice. Okay, and now that we have this, let me just identify the shapes on my head once again. Right here, I can see that the hair is flowing and it's coming to stop at a point right here. So all the hair is just flowing and it's bunching up at a certain point right there. So that's exactly what I'm going to do on my own hair sculpt right here. The brush I like to use to indicate the direction of the hair is the clay streaks brush. So C for the clay streaks brush. And then I can just start to indicate the direction of the hair, something like this. I'm just going to take this all the way to the back, something like this. Just going to start indicating that direction. Everything is going to meet about somewhere around here. So I'm just going to pull everything to that area right there. I can go over some of these areas more than once. And also going to do the same right here. Okay, I'll take a look at this, what this is looking like from the side. And I'm just going to add in the direction on the hair right here. Also right here, I can see that I need to add some volume right there. I'm just going to go ahead and add in some volume right there. Yeah, something more like that so that it looks like the hair is hanging, something like that. And also just keep in mind that this hair we are sculpting is just a placeholder hair until we actually get to the hair grooming stage. So this hair, the eyebrows, the eyelashes, we are going to replace this with actual hair geometry. So this is just for practice and also just to visualize what the hair is going to look like. Also, sculpting this hair is going to give us a better understanding of what the hair is going to look like for the final. Okay, so something like this, I can use the grab brush. I can just pull out this area right here. Okay, and then I can just bring this down into the head. Can use the clay brush to add in some volume at the front right here. So something like this. All right, this is looking good so far for this initial volume around the head. Okay, to add this other side, something like this, so this hanging part, I can actually go ahead and I'm going to add in a cube, or you can add in a plane, whichever is going to work. I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select all of these and I'm going to mesh them at center. So we just need one of these vertex. Actually, another easier way for us to do that will just be to go to Shift A, mesh, and with the extra mesh add-on enabled, you're going to see this option for single vet. So you can add a single vet right there. I'm going to go into edit mode. Okay. And I can just extrude this. I'm just going to extrude this once on the X axis, something like this. And then I'll go ahead and add a skin modifier. I'm also going to add a subdivision surface modifier. I'm going to increase my viewport levels to 2, something like that. And now we can just start to use this to place the hair at the middle right there. I'm going to place this right here. If you want to reduce or increase the thickness, you can select this one and press Ctrl A, and it's going to increase or reduce the thickness. Ctrl A, and then just move your mouse, and that's going to reduce or increase the thickness. I'm just going to bring this down like so, and I'm just making that shape that I can see on my own reference, something like this. I'm going to select this one, Ctrl A, to make this a little bit slimmer, a little bit thinner. Ctrl A, and I'm just going to move some of this back, just placing this in the right spots. Then select this and move them back, something like that. Also the same thing right here. And I can actually select all of these with A, and right click, and I can just see smooth vertices. So this one right here is going to smooth out the vertices. Before I do that, I'm going to deselect this one, right click, and I'm just going to smooth out the vertices right there. All right, something like this is looking really nice. I'm just going to adjust the shape of this. All right, I like how this is looking. All right, now, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mirror this over to the other side, since we have a similar shape to the other side. So I'm just going to add in a mirror modifier, this one right here, and then we can change the color. Actually, just going to copy the color from right here. I'm just going to copy the color. You can hover over this and press Ctrl C to copy the color, and then Ctrl V, you can paste in the color, and you can come to edit mode. You can select this, you can turn on proportional editing, and then you can just move those into place, something more like that. All right, that looks nice. That's looking nice. You can definitely go ahead and refine this a lot more. Okay, so this is looking nice right now. So adding the back part of the hair, we can select this. I can just duplicate this, Shift D, something like this. I'm going to Shift S, and I'm going to move this selection to cursor right here. So our cursor is in the middle of the word origin. I'm going to I'm going to P, separate this by selection, and I'm going to make sure that that's selected. I'm going to remove the mirror modifier, and I'm just going to go from this side. I'm going to bring this right here, and I'm just going to extrude this at the back, something like this. You can make this any shape like so. So I'm just going to put something like this for now, and then I'm going to actually go in and sculpt this into be properly. And right now you see that the skin modifier is not working, and if you read right here, it says no valid root vertex. So what you just need to do, select any of these vertex and then just mark this as root, and then you should see that working just fine. So I'm just going to place this something like this. I'm going to extrude this a little bit more. Okay, I'm just going to place it somewhere around there. You can also press Ctrl A and X to scale that out on the X axis only, and then I can just bring this up. So something like this is going to look fine for me. Ctrl A, I'm going to scale this one in a little bit more. I'm going to select this one, scale it in. Okay, and then I'm just going to move this up, something like that. I'm going to Ctrl A and X to move this in. I just have a shape that looks like this, I can increase my subdivision surface so that I have some more geometry to work with when I go into sculpt mode. And I'm just going to apply all these modifiers. An easy way to do that, Ctrl A, and we can just say visual geometry to mesh. And now if we go into sculpt mode, we can remesh this. Ctrl R to remesh that. I'm going to smooth over all of this. And now we can start to add some directions. So I'm just going to use the clear brush to add in some direction on this hair. I can actually use the X symmetry to help us right there. So I'm just going to add in some direction on the hair, just like this. So just something to indicate the direction on the hair. So I'm just using the clear brush and I'm adding in some direction like this. Okay, just adding in the direction on the hair. All right. Also at this point, make sure you're still looking at reference to make sure you have something that looks good. Okay, which is the grab brush. Just push this in. Something like that is going to be good enough for me right now. I like the way that's looking. I'm definitely still going to go ahead and sculpt this a lot more. But for right now, I like what I have right here. Okay, and at this stage, you might need to let's take a look at your own concept. So right here on my own concept, the thighs are going to be a bit thicker. And also I think I need to just adjust some of the portions on my own character, scale up the head a little bit more. So changes like this I'm going to make right now. I'm going to just inflate the thighs, something like this. I'm just going to inflate this. Okay, something like that. I can bring this down and push this part out. So I'm just taking a look at my own concepts and I'm just making these changes right here. Okay, and definitely you can go ahead, keep on making all these changes for your own characters. So this is essentially how you sculpt clothing and accessories for your characters. Any other thing, I'm going to leave it up to you to just go ahead and try it out on your own. All right, let's summarize this video. Now you've seen how we sculpted clothes and accessories. To summarize, clothes follows the form of the body. Folds come from two forces, which are tension and compression, and you want to focus on the forces and not memorization. That way you'll be able to sculpt much clearer folds for your character. And don't forget, if you need any extra help with anything we've discussed so far in this masterclass, go ahead and join the Stylized Character Academy, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process. Okay, and if you're loving the masterclass, if you've been able to get to this stage of the masterclass, most people are not going to get here. If you're loving it and you've been able to make something, go ahead and leave a review of this masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video. And now, if you're at this point, you've come really far. The next chapter, we're going to be going to Retopology. So we're going to finish everything that has to do with sculpting right now, and we're going to be moving on to Retopology. 50% of the people that started watching this masterclass have not gotten here. So if you're hearing me right now, just like clap for yourself. You've earned it. So in the next chapter, we are going to be taking a look at Retopology, and I'll show you how really easy it is to do Retopology for your character. All right, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Welcome to chapter 6. In this chapter, we are going to be taking a look at Retopology, and we are also going to be retopologizing the face of our character. And our agenda, we are going to take a look at what retopology is. We are going to take a look at some retopology terminology. So that's some of different terms used when doing retopology. And then we're going to take a look at face topology for animation. So that's the type of topology required on the face for animation and deformation. And then we'll actually dive into Blender and we're going to retopologize the face and the head for our own character. So as usual, share this masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are proud of. And a little bit of warning. For you right now, this is the most important video in the entire masterclass. So make sure you watch the entire video. Don't skip and don't jump around. Alright, let's get started. What is retopology? Before we define retopology, first off, we need to understand what topology is. And a simple definition that I'm going to give to you: topology is the arrangement of vertices, edges, and faces across the surface of a 3D object. And I'm going to show you an example of that in a moment, but just keep that in mind. Topology is the arrangement of vertices, edges, and faces across the surface of a 3D object. In simple terms, topology describes how the geometry of a model is structured. Alright, and now that we know what topology is, the topology just simply means to redo the topology of your 3D model. Hence why it is called retopology. So it means to redo the topology of your 3D model. So after sculpting, a model contains very dense and messy geometry that is not ideal for animation or production. So we need to rebuild the topology in a cleaner and a more structured way. However, when we are retopologizing, we are usually following specific criteria depending on the final use case of the model. In this masterclass, we are going to focus on retopologizing for animation and offline rendering. Okay, so I'm just going to go into Blender now, and I'm going to show you an example here. So I'm just going to turn on the wireframes for this. And if you take a closer look here, you can see the different faces, the different edges, and the different vertices that make up this sculpt. So this is an example of topology. You can see the arrangement of vertices, faces on this sculpt. So that is an example of topology. If I move right here, you can see an example of a 3D model that has been retopologized. So you can see that we are following some certain criteria when placing down these edges and faces and vertices. So that is what we call retopology. So this is a good example of retopology. In this masterclass, we're going to be focusing on retopology for animation and offline rendering. There are different retopology criteria. So the criteria for retopology can change on whether your character is being used for real-time rendering or games, or if it's being used for offline rendering and animation. In this class, we are going to mainly focus on topology for animation characters, although many of the principles can still apply to game characters. So I'm just going to walk you through the different criteria. So for real-time and game topology, the model needs to run smoothly inside of a game engine. And because of this, the topology count should be kept low. Okay, the character must be quick for the computer to process, and important areas may receive more geometry. So for example, areas like the face may receive more geometry than, let's say, a random prop on the back of the character. So some important areas are going to receive more geometry, while less important areas may use lower resolution or lower geometry because they are not as important. So these are some of the criteria for real-time and game topology. These are not all the criteria, but these are some of them. So these criteria are going to allow the character to move and respond in real time during gameplay. While for animation and offline rendering topology, the requirements are slightly different. In this case, the model is often going to be subdivided during rendering. So for animation characters, there's probably going to be a subdivision surface modifier on it. So it's going to be subdivided when we are rendering. So a higher poly count in this case is acceptable. The topology is usually built using mostly quad geometry. If you don't know what quads are, I'm going to explain that in a bit. So this is going to allow the character to subdivide smoothly and to deform better during animation. Alright, why do we do retopology? The main goal of retopology is to make our character animation ready. And we do this by reducing the extremely high poly count that we had from sculpting, just like I showed you in the example earlier. So you can see from our sculpt right here. So this is the sculpt. You can see how many vertices that we have here. We have over 2 million triangles on this sculpt. So we want to reduce that high polygon count. And we also want to create topology that's going to support the deformations, just like this, so that when we start to deform this character, it moves a little bit better. And we also want to start to consider how the character will deform during animation. And also doing the topology is going to help make other parts of the process much smoother. So other areas, other parts of the character creation pipeline like UV unwrapping, texturing is going to be much smoother because now we have lesser geometry that we can actually work with, and it's also going to improve performance when working with your character. So that's the whole reason why we do retopology. Now, let's take a look at some retopology terminologies. When discussing topology, the terms that we use generally fall into two main categories. So you have the core topology types, which are tris, or you can call them triangles. We have what we call chords, and then we have what we call n-gons. I'm going to explain what this means in a bit. And then for the topology structure and flow, we have edge flow, edge loops, and pulls. These are some of the common terminologies that you hear. There are other ones, but these are the main ones that we are going to look at. So the first group describes the types of pieces, while the second group describes how topology flows across the model. Although we work with quads and n-gons while modeling, the computer is ultimately going to process everything as triangles. So even if a model contains quads or n-gons, the computer will internally convert them into triangles when rendering. However, we preferably like to work with quads because they provide better structure and much control. And let me just hop into Blender and explain what I mean right here. So we have right here, if I just go into edit mode on this, we have this mesh. It has 3 edges. So this right here is a triangle. Okay, this one right here, it has 4 edges. That is a quad. And this one right here, it has 9 edges. That makes it an n-gon. So an n-gon is any face that has 5 or more edges. So if I just come in here and remove some of those, and now we have 6, this is still an n-gon. If I had removed only 1, this is still an n-gon. It has more than 5 edges, so that is still an n-gon. All right, so now we know what tris, quads, and n-gons are. Okay, and although we work with quads and n-gons, the computer is ultimately going to process everything as triangles. So let me just show you an example of that here. If I select these 2 edges and I move them up, we're going to see Blender is creating an invisible triangle here. So you can see this triangular shape right here. So Blender or any 3D software actually is going to automatically process everything as triangles. It can also show you that same thing going on right here. So instead of it making like a curve, you can see that Blender is converting that into a triangle. I can also show you that right here. If I just select this and move this up, you can see how Blender has converted this into a triangle. Although it might not be visible right here, we can see how Blender is converting that into a triangle. So the computer is going to ultimately process everything as triangles. But the reason we preferably like to work with quads is because they provide better structure and better control. So I'm just going to show you an example here. So I'm just going to select this edge and I'm just going to extrude this out something like this. Okay, and now with this quad geometry, we can easily come in here and add in loop cuts just like this. Okay, we can add it both vertically and horizontally. But right here, let's say we had an n-gon right here. So this face has 8 edges. That makes it an n-gon. If we try to add in a loop cut, you can see the way that stops the flow of the loop cut. So it can't go past that area because of this n-gon. Also the same thing with a triangle. If I just created a triangle right here, I can't still pass loop cuts through those meshes. So that is why we preferably want to use quads when we are modeling animation topology, so that it gives us better control and better structure. All right, we prefer to use quads because quads are the most commonly used face type in character modeling. They are going to allow for clean edge loops, going to support predictable subdivision, and it's also going to create better edge flow, and it's also going to deform more naturally during animation. So this is why most animation ready topology is built primarily using quad geometry. All right, now let's define some of the other terminologies that we looked at earlier. Edge flow. Edge flow describes the direction and the paths that edges follow across the surface of a model. Good edge flow is going to help surfaces divide cleanly. It's also going to help the character deform naturally during animation, and it's going to help us maintain the structure of the model. Edge flow should usually follow the natural forms of the character. So let me just show you an example of edge flow right here. If I just switch back to this, okay, you can see a different edge flow right here. So if I just select this, you can see how these loops are going across the surface of a model. So that's an example of edge flow. It describes the direction and the paths that edges follow across the surface of a model. Now let's take a look at edge loops. Edge loops are continuous chains of connected edges that run across a model. Edge loops are going to help us build structure in the topology. It's going to help us control deformations. It's going to maintain and organize symmetry. And edge loops are also one of the ways that we create and control edge flow. Let me just hop back into Blender. So right here, this is an edge loop. 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 So an edge loop is just a chain of connected geometry. And edge loops, as you can see, is going to help us create edge flow right here. Okay, what's the difference between edge flow and edge loops? Although they are related, edge flow and edge loops are actually not the same thing. Edge loops are a chain of connected edges, while edge flow is the overall direction that those loops follow across the surface. In other words, edge loops are going to help you create edge flow. Okay, and let's take a look at the last retopology terminology that we looked at, which is poles. So a pole is a vertex where more or fewer than 4 edges meet. So it's either more or is fewer than 4 edges. So some examples: 3 edges meeting at one vertex is a 3-pole. 5 edges meeting at one vertex is a 5-pole. We have 6 edges meeting at one vertex is a 6-pole. You can keep on going to 7 to 8 to 9. But for animation topology, we want to really keep it to 3 and to 5-pole. Also start going with 6-pole, 7-pole, 8-pole. It's going to cause a lot of pinching and stretching on the topology, and we don't want that, especially for animation topology. So a vertex with exactly 4 edges is going to be considered as a regular vertex, and the use case of pole is to redirect edge loops and to also control topology flow. So I'm just also going to show you an example of that right here. So let me just bring this back up. So let's see, for example, right here we have one, 2, 3, 4. These 4 faces going down. And let's say we just wanted to control the edge loop here. We wanted to control the topology flow. So from 4, we wanted to reduce this to 2. So a simple way to do that, we can just select this, and I'm going to collapse it on this one in the middle. I'm also going to select this, collapse it on this one in the middle. I'm going to select all with A, and then I'm just going to merge everything by distance so that those ones are collapsed on each other. And then I'm also going to get rid of this triangle right here. Okay, and now you're going to see you have been able to reduce these faces from 1, 2, 3, 4 going down, and now it's just 2 going down. So poles are going to help us control the topology flow on our mesh. So right here we created a pole right here. So 1, 2, 3 edges meeting at this vertex, that's a 3-pole, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 edges meeting at this vertex, which is a 5-pole. Okay, and also poles are used to redirect edge loops. So if I try to add in a loop core right here, you're going to see how that edge loop has been redirected towards this area, just like this. Also the same thing right here, you can see how that edge loop has been redirected because of this pole that we added in. So these are some of the use cases of poles, and that's what poles are mostly going to do. Okay, now let's take a look at face topology for animation. So the type of topology required on face for proper animation and deformation. When creating topology for a character's face, You must think about how the face is going to move and is going to deform during animation. So this means arranging topology so that it supports the facial expression and the muscle movement. To achieve this, we need to rely on specific edge loops around major facial features. And these loops include loops around the eyes, loops around the nose, loops around the mouth, loops around the nasal labia, which is from the nose to the corner of the mouth, loops around the face contour, which is from the forehead to the side of the face down to the chin, and then loops around the ear. So let's just take a look at some of these loops. So I'm just going to bring this up here and I'll show you the use cases of these loops with a rigged model right here. So if I go into pose mode on this, we have these loops here around the eye. And if I just try to close this, you're going to see the way these loops going around the eye are supporting the deformation of the eyelid closing. So that's why we want to have loops around the eye. So just like this, so that it's going to deform the eyelids closing and also the eyes closing. And then we also want to have loops around the nose so that we can move around the nose. Okay, and just change this to medium point. Okay, so we can see the way this is going to deform the nose accurately and properly, just like what we want. And then we have loops around the mouth. This one is actually very important. So if I just move this back, you're going to see the way the loops here are supporting the deformation on the face right here. So this is why we want to have proper edge flow and proper edge loops around the mouth. Okay, we also want to have loop around the nasal labia. So that is right here. This one going right here. And this is going to help us with the formation like the laugh line. If she had an extreme smile on her face, the loop going around the nasal labia is going to help with that. Also want to have loops around the face contour. So right here, we can just deform that if needed. And then we also want to have loops around the ear. So right here, we have these loops going around the ear so that if we needed to deform the ear, it's going to be really easy to do that. So these are the face topology, or this is how we want to structure the face topology for good animation and deformation. So at this point, we can dive right into Blender and we're going to go ahead and retopologize the face and the head of our character. Okay, so this is where I left off on my own character. So I worked on the clothes a lot more. I did some changes on the shoes, also on the skirts and on the shirts for my character. So this is where I ended off. And just before we get started with topology, first off, we need to organize our Blender scene. So far, we have not named anything. Let's just go ahead and organize some of this. So I'm just going to select the clothing. I'm just going to select all the clothing objects right here. I'll make sure I select everything. And I can move these ones into their own collection. So I'm just going to select these and I'm going to move them into a new collection. Okay, that's everything. M to bring up this menu right here, and then we can choose new collection, and then under the collection name we can just type in clothes. Okay, right there. Now we have this collection for our clothes, and I'm also going to do the same thing for the hair. I'm just going to select the hair objects M, and I'm going to move this to a new collection called hair. All right, now we have collection for the hair. This collection right here, I'm just going to rename it to high poly. Okay, just like this. I'm going to move the clothes into the high poly and also the hair into the high poly. Okay, and I'm just going to hide these ones for now. And just before we do that, before we start to rename everything, one thing that we actually want to do before retopology is to set the scale of our scene. So right now, if I add in a new cube, this cube, if I come to the end panel here, this cube is 2 meters high and our character is almost 10 times that. So because we have not been sculpting with real world scale, now we want to go ahead and do that. And to do that, we are going to use this cube as reference. So I'm going to place this cube on the grid floor. So if I just come up here to the viewport overlays and I turn on the X and Y axis overlays, so you can see where the red line is. So I'm just going to go into edit mode on this cube. I'm going to move this G and Z and move it 1 to move it up. Okay, so now we have that cube right there. With this cube selected, Control I, and we can select every other thing. And I'm going to use the 3D cursor as the pivot point. So you can come up here and you can change here to pivot points, or you can use the full stop on your keyboard to bring this up. So you can just select it from there. I'm also just going to turn on screencast keys here. Okay. And now with the pivot point set to the 3D cursor, you can just scale this down. And I'm just going to move this somewhere around here. So I'm just going to make sure that the leg is directly on the floor. Okay. And we can scale this down. So normal human height is about 1.6 or 1.7 thereabout. So I'm just going to place it right here. So I know this cube is 2 meters. So I'm just going to place it something like this. Okay. And I can select the cube. I can delete this. We don't need that right now. I'm just going to zoom back into this. Okay. Now that we have done that, we need to apply our transform since we just scaled this down. So I'm going to Control A and I'm going to apply all transforms. You might get an error that looks like this. Just find the object. So I know that it's this object, and because I duplicated them as linked duplicates, I won't be able to apply transforms on that. But that's fine for now. I'm just going to hide those ones. I'm going to select every other thing, Control A, and I'm going to apply all transforms. I might see some things go crazy, like the solidify modifier and the skin modifier might not be working well. So we can just select this one. So this is the hair. I'm going to select this. I'm going to select A, and you can Control A to shrink this back down. I'm going to change my pivot point back to the default, which is median point. Then Control A. I'm just going to shrink this one back down. So it's just somewhere around here. Okay, something like that looks good. All right. Also on the eyelashes, you can see that the solidify modifier, because we applied the scale, we need to change the values on the solidify modifier. So I'm just going to bring that down. Somewhere around here should be fine. Okay. Also the same thing on the shade too. I'm going to change the values, the thickness on the solidify modifier. Okay, something like that. Also the same thing right here on the skirts. I'm going to just change the solidify modifier. Okay, I think 0.003 works just fine for me. I'll also do the same on the shoes. So anywhere you had a solidify modifier, just go ahead and change those values to something that looks a lot better. Also on this one, I had a skin modifier here. So Control A, I'm just going to scale this one down. I also had a solidify modifier here. I'm just going to bring this down, something like this. I change this to 0.03. And let me see if I remove the negative here. It looks much better. And also on this specific object, I was using this middle as the origin point for the mirror. So now that I've applied the mirror modifier, it's no longer working on this object. So I'm just going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select these ones, Shift S and cursor to selected. Okay. And I'm going to right click and set origin to 3D cursor. So this is just for this specific mesh because I knew that the origin point was being used by the mirror modifier. Okay. And that looks like everything. All right. I can unhide these ones. Okay. And this collection here, I can just hide the clothes and hide the hair for now. You don't really need to see those for now. Okay. The next thing that we want to do before we get started with Retopology, you are going to go ahead and we are going to merge some of these together. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to select the head, the ears, the neck, the body, the legs, and the arms. So these ones right here. Let's leave the hands and the feet. I'm going to show you another way of adding those in. So we want to apply all the modifiers on this. Control A and visual geometry to mesh. That's going to apply all the modifiers. I'm going to make sure that my head is the active object. So I'll select that one last so that we have this orange outline on it. And then Control G to join everything together. Okay, now we have the body as one object. If I go into sculpt mode, you're going to see these different colors. So that's just Blender creating face sets for you. You don't need to worry about that. I can go up here to facets and facets from visible, so we don't really need those. And now we can remesh everything together, so we can remesh. So these are still different objects, you just need to remesh them together. So we can choose a remesh solution. I'm just going to go, actually we can come up here and under the remesh, under the voxel size, we can select around the ear. So I'm just going to select around the ear right here. I'm going to come up here, select the eyedropper, and I'm going to select this. I'll make sure it's actually selecting. Okay, so this doesn't seem to be working right now. That's fine. I'm just going to zoom out. Okay, for some reason that it's not working. I'm going to use the grid instead. I'm just going to take this up somewhere around 0.076 should be fine. Okay, and then I'm going to remesh this. Okay, that is not exactly what we want. We lost all our details, so I'm going to take this way higher. Okay, somewhere around there, and we can even take it higher from here. So I'm just going to take this little bit lower. Okay, somewhere around 0.0008. So it's going to work just fine for me. Control R to remesh this, and this might take a while to remesh. Okay, now if I zoom in here, you can see that we've been able to remesh everything together. So now it's going to be a matter of just going in and smoothing out the different transitions between this, and also smoothing out the overall shapes right here. So let's start at the back of the neck. I'm going to use the clay sheet brush. I'm just going to add in some more geometry right here. So with the clay sheet brush, just going in, I'm adding in some volumes right there just to smooth out the transition. Then I'm going to hold down shift and smooth all of this out. I'll also do the same right here. I'm going to smooth out all of these. Okay, and now we have that nice transition between the back of the head and the neck. I'll also do the same right here under the jaw. I'm going to add in some more volume, and then I'm going to smooth this out just like that. Okay, nice, that looks good. Also at the back of the ear, I'm just going to hold down shift and smooth out this. I'm also going to come in here, just smooth out right here. Then you can add in some more clay strips right here, just adding some more volume right here, and we can smooth this out. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to smooth out the faces across the face, and then I'm just going to come back in here and add in some of the details. So at this point, we really want to make sure that we define these details a lot more, because we're going to start placing vertices on this with the retopology. So we really want to define these details a lot more. I'm just going to hold down control with the crease polish brush and mark this out. Also the same thing right here, hold down control and I'll mark that out and make really nice shapes on the face of the sculpt. Also, very importantly, around the side of the nose, let's use the crease polish brush to mark that out. And also the same thing at the bottom right here, and also the same thing right here. And very importantly on the eye. So I'm just going to isolate this one for now. So I just press slash to isolate that. And with the crease polish brush, I'm just going to bring this up like so. And I'm going to also bring this, just sharpen the edges this way. All right, something like this is going to look fine for my own character. You can also sharpen these areas on the ear right here. I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to sharpen the areas inside of the ear. Also the same thing right here. Hold down control, mark this out. I'll do the same right here. So I'm just using the crease polish brush right now to define some of the geometry that we lost since we remeshed this object. Okay, something like that looks good for the face and for the neck. Let's go ahead and let's smooth out the transitions right here. Once again, we're just going to be using the clay sheet brush right here. So I'm just going to add in some geometry right here. Then I'm going to hold down shifts and I'm just smoothing this out. Holding down shifts and then just smoothing out everything. And also the same thing right here. I'm just going to smooth this out. So the back, we were just smoothing out the transition. So I'm adding in some volumes right here. And then I'm smoothing out the transitions at the back. Just so that everything looks nice and blended well together. Hold down shift and I'm going to smooth this out. I'm also just going to smooth out the whole mesh so that we don't have any weird looking pieces. So I'm just going to smooth out everything, just holding down shift and I'm smoothing out everything. I'll also do the same at the front, hold down shift and I'm smoothing over everything right here to smooth out the transitions right here. I'm just going to use the crease polish brush. I'm just going to take this from the chest towards the shoulders, just like this. Okay, and then I'm just going to smooth out right here. Okay, under the armpit here, I like to define this crease. So I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to define right here. I'm going to hold down control and also define this edge right here. And then I'm just going to smooth out everything till I have something that looks nice. We can further define the creases underneath the breast. So I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to define it right here. Okay, I'm just defining the edge right here. You can also do the same thing on the rib cage right here with the crease polish brush. Also going to do the same thing right here, and I'm just going to go over everything, smooth everything out. Okay, and I'm also going to smooth out over the arms so that everything looks nice and smooth. Okay, I can adjust the shape of the shoulders if needed. So I'm just going to adjust this just a tiny bit more. I'm going to smooth out these edges. So I'm just making sure that all the transitions look nice everywhere. If I need to, I'm going to come in here and add in some more volume and then smooth out everything. Okay, let's go behind the character. We can use the clay shoes brush. You can add in volume coming out of the back right here and going into the leg. So just something like this. And then we can hold down shifts and then we can smooth out all of these. I want to make sure it's really nice and smooth so that everything blends nicely together. I'm going to hold down shifts and then I'm just going to smooth out everything. At the back right here, I can use the crease polish brush and define this edge a little bit more. So just something like this should be fine. Can also define this edge at the back right here. All right, something that looks just like that looks good. I'm going to smooth out the legs right here. Just make sure that the shapes look good on the leg. And at the front, we can use the same technique, adding the clay shoes brush. Then we can just smooth out everything right here. So I'm just holding down shift and I'm smoothing out everything. I'm going to add in some more volume right here. And then I'm going to smooth out everything on the character. I'm going to also smooth out right here till everything starts to look nice. I'm going to add in some more clay shoes brush, some more volume right here with the clay shoes brush. And we can smooth out everything. All right. And this is starting to look good for the body of our character. All right. I'm just going to smooth out some of this. Okay, and this is going to look good for the body of the character. You can definitely refine yours a lot more. Now to actually add the hands and the legs, so let me just isolate this, come out of the isolation view, and I'm going to rename this to hands. I'm going to rename this to feet. And the reason I didn't add the hands and the feet to this body object is that if I check on the feet, you can see the amount of high resolution that we have on the feet compared to the rest of the body. So if we were to merge this together and remesh everything, we're going to have a lot of geometry. So to avoid that, here's how I'm going to do it. I'm just going to go ahead and hide the hands and the legs. H to hide this. On the body of the character, I'm going to add in a Boolean modifier. I'm going to add in two of them. I'm going to change the two of them to union. And just be aware of this, that this is going to take some time to process on your computer. So just actually make sure to save so that in case Blender crashes, you don't lose any progress. So just go ahead and save your file. So I'm going to select the object. I'm going to select the hands right here. This is going to take some time to process, so I'm going to pause the video and resume it afterwards. Okay, and now you can see that the hands have been added. So our mesh, if I just zoom in here, you can see if I toggle X-ray, you can see that it has been properly added to the body. Also, let's go ahead, select the objects, and I'm going to select the feet right here. Okay, now the feet object has also been added in. Let's go ahead and let's apply all these modifiers. So we can just Control A and visual geometry to mesh. Okay, now the Boolean modifier has been applied. Now we can select this and we can go into sculpt mode, and now be able to smooth out the geometry between the hands and the arms. So I'm just going to smooth this out. So I'm just holding down Shift. I'm just smoothing out the transitions right here. I'm also going to smooth out transitions on the side too. Okay, something like this. And I'm just going to smooth this out. And also just smooth out right here. And just make sure that the shapes going into the hands actually looks nice. Okay, I can add in some clay shapes right here, some volume right here. And I'm going to smooth this out. All right, something like that looks good for the arm. Let's go ahead and also do the same for the leg. I'm just going to smooth out all of these. Then I'm going to use the clay sheets brush to add in some volume right here. Okay, something like this. And then I'm just going to hold down Shift, smooth out everything to make sure that that's looking good. Okay, some details I would like to add on the legs and the ankles. So right here, I can use the clay sheets brush, can just mark in a V shape like this and a U shape like this. So just something like this. I'm going to smooth over everything, and we're going to have the shape of an ankle. I'm going to use the clay sheets brush to just mark that out a little bit more, and I'm going to hold down Control and then just mark out this edge right here. I can use the grab brush to pull that out a little bit more, something like this. And I'm just going to smooth out all of these, and I can go over those shapes again, just define the ankle a little bit more. I'm going to use the clay sheets brush, adding some volume here, hold down Shift, and then I'm going to smooth this out. All right, and I'm also going to go ahead and add in the ankles on the inside of the leg. I'm going to use Alt B to just max the viewport selection, and I'm going to use the clay sheet brush. I'll add in some volume right here, just at the top right here. Can add in a U shape just like this. I'm going to smooth over everything, and the ankles on the inside, we want them to be higher than the ones on the outside. So I'm just going to place it right there. Okay, somewhere around there looks good. I'm going to smooth over all of these, and then I can define these shapes a lot more. I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to define it exactly the same way we did for the other one. Okay, something like this is looking good. So I'm just going to smooth out this. All right, that's looking good for the legs. You can definitely refine this a lot more than I have done right here. I'm going to clear the mask with Alt B. Now that we have refined the sculpt, let's go ahead. I'm going to name this body, and for the feet and hands, you can actually delete these ones, but you don't need them anymore. X, and I'm going to delete those, and these other ones, I'm going to rename them. So I can rename this one to brows, and I can rename these ones to eyes. Okay, now we are finally set for Retopology. I'm going to create a new collection here. I'm going to make sure that this scene collection is selected, and I'm going to press C, and that's going to create a new collection right here. I'm just going to name this low poly. So this is where all our Retopology objects are going to be inside of. So let's get started with Retopology. For Retopology, Shift A, Mesh, and let's add in a plane. Before we can get started with Retopology, I'm going to first of all define those main edge flow around the face. I'm going to hide the eyelashes for now. I'm going to use the annotation tool. I'm going to change the placement from 3D cursor to surface, and let's just plan out the topology first of all. So we need proper edge flow, proper edge loops around the eye. So I can just draw this out, something like this. So this is going to be for the eye and for the eyelids. You also need proper edge flow around the nose, just like this. So this is going to be mirrored over to the other side. So I'm just drawing on one side. And then we also need proper edge flow around the mouth. Then we need proper edge flow going from the nose to the side of the face, down to the chin. Okay. Then we need proper edge flow from the forehead to the side of the face, down to the chin. So that's the face contour. Then we need proper edge flow going around the ear. So just something going around the ear like this. All right. So these annotations are going to help us, or you're going to be a guide when we start placing down the topology. I'm just going to go okay. I'm going to check in front, so that way I don't see the annotation through the mesh. And also I'm just going to reduce the opacity of the animation of the annotation so that doesn't get in the way. I'm going to take this to 0.3. Okay, somewhere around there is going to be fine. And now we can start using our plane to form the topology. I'm going to be in vertex selection mode. I just need one of these vertex, so I'm going to select one, Control I to invert the selection. Then I'm going to go ahead and delete this. I just want to get started with one single vertex right here. I'm going to make sure to turn on snapping. So right here, my snapping options are face project, and then I also have rotate and scale turned on. And then I'm going to make sure to turn on snapping. And now I'm going to move this right to the eyes. So I'm just going to start around the eyes. And for each of these edge loops that we marked out, we are going to start off with 8 edges. Okay, so I'm going to start off with this vertex right here. I'm going to extrude one right here. I'm going to extrude one right here. Extrude one right here. And I can select this two and press F to create a new face right there. If I double X-ray, you're going to see that a little bit clearly. Like I said, we want 8 edges. Right now we have only 4. And to actually see the number that we have, we can come up here to viewport overlays, and then we can turn on statistics. That way is going to show the number of edges that we have. To turn this into 8, we can easily right click and then subdivide. So that's going to give us 8 edges right now. And let's go ahead and just place this right where they need to be. So I'm just placing them on the eyelids, just like this. Okay, and then we can select this one E and S. I'm going to extrude this out. I'm going to place it just following the shape of the eyelids of my character. So something like this. Okay, just get places right here. I'm also going to select this one E and S. I'm going to extrude this one out, and then I'm just going to place it right here. So this is going to be the edge flow around the eye. Okay, that looks good. You might notice some weird shading on this object. I'm just going to select all and then press Shift N to recalculate normals. And also to see these faces better, we can come up here to the mesh edit mode overlays, and then we can turn on Retopology. Okay, and you're going to see this blue face. It's going to make the mesh, or it's going to turn the mesh blue. If you don't see this face, you can once again just press Shift N, and that's going to recalculate normal so that you can actually see colors. All right, I'm going to select this, and let's go ahead and let's make the topology around the nasal labia. So Shift D, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm just going to place it right here, just at the corner of the mouth. I'm going to extrude this to the middle of the face. Right now, I don't know where the middle of the face is. So to be able to know that, let's go ahead and let's add a mirror modifier. I'm going to make sure clipping is turned on here. And then I'm also going to turn on cage so that we can actually see the left and the right side. And with clipping turned on, if I move this to the middle, it's going to clip at the middle right there. Okay, I'm going to extrude this one down, And right now we have only 2 edges. We can right click and subdivide this. Now we have 4 edges. I'm just going to place this somewhere around here. And like I said, we want 8 edges, so I'm just going to right click and subdivide this one more time so that we actually have 8 edges right here. So I'm just going to make this follow our annotation lines a bit more. Okay, I'm going to select this E and S to extrude and scale this out. Okay, you can see these faces are not blue. I'm going to recalculate normals on this one, so I'm just going to select this with L and then Shift N to recalculate normal so that we actually see these blue faces right here. Okay, something like this is going to work just fine for us. Can make this a little bit bigger, so I'm just going to scale this down or something more like this. All right, I can select any of these vertex here. I can Shift D to duplicate any of these vertex. Let's go ahead and let's make the loop around the mouth. I'm going to extrude this in. Also going to extrude this one in. Ctrl R, I'm going to add a loop core right there. Ctrl R, add another loop core right here. Now, if I select this, we have 4 edges. Remember, we want 8 edges. So I'm just going to right click and subdivide. And I'm just going to place these loops following the shape of the mouth. Okay, something like that. And I can select this one E and S to scale this out. And then I can just bring this down. So I'm just going to arrange this something like this. So just going around the mouth. Okay, that looks good. We can duplicate any of these edges either from here or here. Shift D to duplicate this one. I'm going to place it right here. I'm going to extrude it towards the middle. Also the same thing for this bottom one. We have 2 edges now. We can select this with L, right click, and then subdivide. And then I'm going to place this right here. Now we have 4 edges. Let's right click and subdivide once again so that we actually make this 8 edges just the way we want it to be. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. We can select this E and S to extrude and scale that out. And then I'm just going to place it something like this. Okay, now we have these edges. I'm just going to also select this one, Shift N, and calculate the normals there so that these faces are actually showing up blue. That's the way we want them to show. All right, right here we have these loops. Now let's go ahead and do the one going around the face. I can select these 2 edges here, Shift D to duplicate this one. Okay, I can select this E to extrude this back, and I'm just going to move it into a position like this. L to select this, and I'm just going to go ahead and recalculate the normals right away so that those faces are the correct color. I'm going to select this and I'm going to extrude this 1 and 2. So we need 4 faces at the top. So I'm going to extrude this one more time. Extrude this to the middle. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 faces at the top. And then we have another 4 faces at the bottom, which is going to make us have 8 edges. So I'm just going to extrude this one down here. I'm going to extrude one more time. I can scale this one down. And I can just extrude one more time here. So if I select this, we have 8 faces. And if I select this, we have 8 edges, just exactly what we're looking for. And I'm just going to arrange this a little bit more. So now when I'm arranging this, you're going to notice I'm kind of following the same edges that we have on the eyes right here. So we are going to eventually connect these together. So I can just put them close so that when you start connecting, you don't need to find where they are once again. So I'm just going to place them something like this. Okay, right here, it's going to look good. I'm going to go ahead and I'm also going to extrude the ear. I'm just going to duplicate this one to the top here. Extrude 1, 2, 3, and we can select this one, F, to create a new face right there or a new edge right there. I can select this, right click and subdivide. Okay, I'm going to move this one to the top of the ear, so to this corner right here. Also going to move this one to this bottom corner right here. I'm going to select this one and move it to this corner. So we want these 2 edges on the rim of the ear, just like this. And then I'm also going to select this one, place it right here, something like this. Okay, I'm just going to adjust the vertices right here. And I can also select this one. Let's go ahead and E and S to extrude it. Before we do that, let's make sure to turn off snapping. And then E and S, we can scale this one out. And then we can turn back on snapping, then manually go and snap this in. So I'm just going to place this somewhere like this, just following the annotation that we marked out earlier. And you can see some of these faces have the blue color, some of these faces don't. I'm going to select this and shift N to recalculate the normals right there. Okay, this looks good. I'm just going to line these ones up just a little bit more, something like this. Okay, all right. So these are the main edge loops that we need on face. Everything that we're going to do from this point on is just to fill in the gaps and to merge this together. So let's go ahead and let's start merging this together. I like to start at the bottom of the mouth here. So I'm just going to select these two edges, F to create a new face there. And I'm going to keep on pressing F. So just select this edge and press F. I'm going to keep on pressing F, F until I get to this face right here. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's fill in this part right here. I can select these two, F to create a new face. And then I'm just going to keep on creating a new face until I get right here. Okay, and you can see how easy it was for us to join that up. These two we can merge together. So M, merge at center right there. Also these two that are close to each other, F, and I'm going to merge this one at center. I'm also going to do the same right here. So you might see that we need some more loop cuts. We're going to add that in eventually. Right here, I'm just going to push this closer. Okay, closer to each other, something like this. And I can select this one, M, and I can merge this one at the center. Can also do the same here, M, and merge at center. I'm going to bring this one down, something like this. Okay, so you see this loop coming out here. So this one at the corner of the mouth, so this one right here, I'm going to merge it with this one, M, and merge at center. And also the same thing right here, M, and I'm going to merge this one at the center. Okay, you're going to see that we need some more loop cuts to be able to merge this more efficiently. Let's just go ahead and merge some of this ones before we start adding in those edge loops. I'm going to merge this one at center, and you can actually select this and press Shift R to repeat your action. So select this and Shift R, and that's just going to repeat your action. So we have something that looks like this. Now let's go ahead and let's add in some extra edge loops. So we're going to need an edge loop right here. So I'm just going to go around the eye. I'm just going to add in extra loop cuts right here. Okay, I'm going to make this follow the shape of the eyelid a lot more. So I'm just going to bring this back. Okay, something like that. And I also just smooth out the topology going around the eyelids a little bit more. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Now we can select this one's M and merge this one at the center. Okay, for right here, we can create a new face, or we can add in a loop cut, so an edge loop right there. I'm going to select this one, M, and I'm going to merge this at the center right here. I'm going to select this, and we can create a new face. So if we select this one, I will press F, it's going to create a new face. If this is not creating a new face for you, just go up to Edit, and then go up to Preferences. Under Get Extension, search for the F2 add-on, and make sure this is installed on your computer. I'm going to select this one and press F to create a new face right there, and also do the same thing, press F to create a new face right there. And I'm just going to keep on creating new faces until I get to the top up here. So create a new face there, create a new face. You're going to notice that we need an loop cuts right here. So we'll Ctrl R, I'm going to add in one loop cut right there, and then I'm just going to fill up that face. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. Let's go ahead and let's fill up this patch right here. So I'm just going to bring this back, and we're going to add in two loop cuts right here. So since I added two loop cuts right here, I can also go ahead and add in two loop cuts right there. I'm also going to add in at the back also, and also because we added a new loop here, I'm just going to add one here. I'm also going to add one at the back. Okay, we can actually go ahead, and I'm going to select this, and I'm going to merge these ones at the center. We can press Shift R to repeat our action. Okay, something like this. To fill this up, we can F to create a new face right there. We are going to need an edge running right here so that we can create new faces here. So I'm just going to add in one edge right there. I'm going to select this one and press F to create a new face right there. And more or less, we have been able to fill up the topology. Okay, we are going to need to add in some more loop cuts, just help us refine the shape and to actually make sure that it's conforming to the surface of the sculpt. So Ctrl R, I'm going to add in 2 new loop cuts right there. And to actually make sure that these are sticking to the surface of the mesh, we can add in a shrink wrap modifier. And then for the targets, I'm going to choose the body sculpt. And if I turn on cage, you're going to see what that is doing. Okay, so now we have that right there. I can add in a loop cut right here just to have some more geometry going around the eye. Can add in a loop cut also just right here. So I just added in this loop cut right there. Okay, right here the faces are being stretched a little bit, so I can add in a loop cut here and also another loop cut right here. Okay, this is looking good so far. Now what we want to do, if I just move to this corner, you're going to see how the mesh is sinking into the sculpt. So I'm going to go into object mode to make sure that we apply the shrink wrap modifier in edit mode. I'm going to shift D to duplicate this and then Ctrl A to apply the shrink wrap. And now you're going to see when we go into edit mode, it looks a lot better. You can also add in one loop cut right here. So I'm just going to add in one loop cut right here so that these faces are not too stretched. I'm going to add in one loop cut here. Since I added one there, I can go ahead and just add one at the back also. Okay, now we have this. We need to go ahead and smooth out the topology. The easiest way to do this is going to be to go into sculpt mode, and then let's come here to the object properties. I'm going to turn on wireframes, and then we are going to use the relax slide brush. So shift and spacebar to search for the relax slide brush, this one right here. And if you hold down shift while using the relax slide brush, it's going to smooth out your topology. So I'm just going to over all of this. Just going to smooth over all of this. And yeah, right here we haven't, so I'm just going to Ctrl Z. Right here we haven't merged this together, so I can add in 2 loop cuts right there. And I'm just going to make sure to merge this one together. Okay, let's go back into sculpt mode, and then let's go ahead and smooth out this one right here. So I'm just going to hold down shift and I'm just smoothing out the overall topology on the character. I can also space these ones out, something like this. And I'm just going to smooth these ones out. So I'm just holding down shift and I'm smoothing all of this out. All right, now we have topology that looks good for the face. Okay, next steps, we're going to go ahead and we're going to fill up the mount area. So to fill up the mount, I can just select these ones, E, Z, and S, to extrude and scale this down on the Z axis. Okay, and then I'm just going to select individually select these vertices. I'm just going to place them on the line of the mouth, just like this. Okay, I'm going to select this one that's hiding here. I'm just going to place it right here, and then I'm going to add in some more loop cuts right here. I'm going to add them in right here. I'm going to snap this to the surface of the sculpt. Okay, now that we have that, that looks good. Let's go ahead and let's fill up the nose. So the way I like to fill up the nose, so take a look at this loop coming from the bottom here and this loop coming from the eyelid. I'm just going to select these two edges and then I'm going to just extrude going over the middle of the nose. So I'm just going to extrude this something like this. I'm going to arrange this a little bit properly, just straighten them out a little bit more. And then I can select this to F to create a new face right there. And we can fill this in. Okay, so F, I'm going to create a new face right there. You can also go ahead, Ctrl R, and I'm going to add in a loop right there to support the geometry or the shape of the nose right there. Okay, that looks good. I'm just going to place this on the side of the nose. We can also select this one right here, and then we can extrude this out. So I'm just going to select this, and then I'm going to extrude it to right here. F to create a new face right there. Okay, right here, we're going to zoom out. I'm going to create a new face from this vertex here. F to create a new face. F to create another new face. F to create another new face. And I'm just going to press F to create a new face right here. So now we have this ring going around the nose. So I'm just going to select this. And you want to make sure that this is an even number. So we have 8 vertex right here. If you have 9, you can just come in here, add in one more loop cut to make that 10. Mine is 8, so I'm going to leave it at that. And if you also notice, if I zoom in, I'm kind of clipping into the mesh. So I'm going to bring up the head panel. Under view, I'm going to reset the default clip start. So you can just hover over this and backspace to reset that. And if you zoom in, you don't have that anymore. I'm going to select this and E and S to scale this in. I'm going to do that once again, E and S to scale this in. And since we have an even number of faces, you can just press Ctrl F and then we can grid fill this in. If we didn't have an even number of faces and we try to grid fill this in, it's going to give us this error right here. So just make sure you have an even number of vertices. So Ctrl F grid fill, and I can change the way the grid fill looks. I'm just going to 2 looks good, and then I'm just going to snap that to the surface of the sculpt. Something like this looks good for the topology around the nose. I can add in an extra loop cuts right there. I'm just going to go into sculpt mode, and then I'm going to relax this geometry a little bit more. So I'm just using the relax slide brush and just relaxing out the geometry a little bit more. So holding down shift and then just smoothing out the topology, something like this. So more or less, these are the topology that we need for the face. Let's go ahead and let's finish off the head of our character. For the head of our character, we can select this one right here, and we can just extrude following the number of edges that we have here. So I'm going to extrude 1, 2. So I'm just following this number here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So I believe I have that correctly. Let's see. I'm going to select this F to create a new face right there. I'll just keep on pressing F to create new faces. Okay. And now we have created faces all the way on the forehead. I'm just going to place this correctly. You can add in some more loop cuts right here. So I can add in one loop cut right here, another loop cut right here. Since I added a loop cut right here, I'm also going to do the same at the bottom. Ctrl R to add in a loop cut at the bottom. And also the same thing at the bottom. We can select these and then we can actually extrude following the number of vertices that we have here. And we're also conforming it to the shape of the neck. I'm just going to extrude this following the same number right here. I think I have that correctly. Okay. And then I can select F to create a new face right there. Okay. And I don't have the number correct. I can just add in another loop cut right here and F to fill this in. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to smooth out this topology. I'll go into sculpt mode and use the relax slide brush. You can just smooth out the topology underneath right here. Also the same thing at the top. I'm going to hold down shift and smooth out the topology right here. You can just also use the grab brush and then just push this back a little bit more, because something more like this is the shape I'm looking for. I'll switch back to the relax slide brush and I'm just going to relax this out. Okay, to fill up the rest of the head, I can select these edges at the back. So these are the ones that we extruded at the back of the ear. Can just extrude this back all the way to the back and I'll mesh them at the middle right there. And we can add in more loop cuts right here. So I'm just going to add in any number. 7 is the number I added right here. Okay. And now we need to fill up the back. So you can see something happening here. Let's go ahead and apply our shrinker modifier. I'm going to duplicate this one. So you can actually come down here and duplicate and then also apply this. Okay. That looks good. And then to fill up the back of the head, I can select these edges coming from here. E to extrude them backwards. Something like this. And I'm just going to place them something more like this. And then I can select this one, F to create a new face there. And I can just keep on creating new faces till I get to right here. Okay, something like this is going to be fine. We are going to need 2 edges running to the back here. I'm going to add in 2 right there. Then we can fill up this face. We are going to need 2 loop cuts coming from right here. So we can add in 2. And I can also fill up these faces right here. And then we're going to need 2 edges right here too. I'm going to place it right there. I'm just going to fill up these faces. If you need more loop cuts at the top here, we can add in 1 here and add in another one right here. Now I'm just going to go into sculpt mode and I'm going to smooth out the topology. So going to sculpt mode with the relaxed light brush, I'm just going to hold down shift. I'm just going to smooth over the topology that we have right here. Okay, and you can see how easy it was for us to fill out the back just using that method. So I'm just going to hold down shift and I'm going to smooth out everything. All right, this looks good. I'm going to go ahead and Control R. I'm going to add in a loop cut right here just to add some more geometry around the ear. And now let's go ahead and let's retopologize the ear. So the ear is going to differ for most characters. Your ear might be less detailed than this or might be more detailed than this. So I'm just going to show you the general approach for retopologizing the ear. So I'm going to start from this edge right here, and I'm just going to extrude this following the shape of the ear. So I'm just going around the ear. I'm just going to extrude it. The number of edges or the number of vertices I'm extruding right now doesn't really matter. I'm just going to extrude this down, extrude till I get somewhere around here. I can select this one and F to create a new face right there. Okay. I also do the same at the back. So from this edge right here, I'm just going to extrude. Now we need to follow the same number of edges that we extruded in front. So I'm just going to extrude. So just following the same number that we have there. Don't worry if you make a mistake. You can always add or remove as you see fit. So I'm just going to keep on extruding. I'm just following the same number I extruded out in front. I'm going to extrude this all the way back to the top. Okay, and right here we want to merge this one right here. So I'm just going to create a new face right there. Just going to adjust this. Okay, we can select these ones and F to create a new face right there. And I'm just going to keep on pressing F to keep on creating new faces just to fill up these edges that we extruded out. Okay, and everything should work just fine. Yeah, and now we're going to need 3 edges running through these faces here. So Control R3, I'm going to add in loop cuts right there, and then we can just select these ones, F to create a new face there. I'm just going to keep on creating new faces right there, and also the same thing right here. Going to create new faces right here. Okay, I'm going to go into object mode and I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier so that I can apply the shrink wrap transformations in edit mode. Okay, the back of the ear is going to be very easy to do. I'm just going to select this E and S to scale this down. I'm going to do that one more time. E and S to scale this down, and then Control F. I'm going to grid fill this in. So once again, you want to make sure you have an even number of faces right here. If you don't have an even number, you can just add in a loop cut right here. But I do have an even number, so Control F, and I'm going to grid fill this in. Okay, something like this definitely looks good. I'm going to go into sculpt mode and I'm going to use the relax slide brush. So I'm just going to hold down shift and then just smooth out the geometry at the back of the ear. So something like this for the back of the ear, starting to look good. Okay, I like what this is looking like right now. And now let's go to the front of the ear. So like I said, the front of the ear is going to be different for most characters. So this is the general flow that I use to retopologize the ear. So I'm just going to select this E and S. I'm going to extrude and scale that in. And then I'm just going to place this at the rim of the ear. Okay. Now I have something that looks like this. Alright, that looks good. Right here, since we have this part of the sculpt, I can just extrude this out and I'm just going to follow the shape of that part of the ear. So just something like this. Then I can select this one and F. I can create a new face right there. We can actually select this. I have 9 vertices here. It will be easy to grid fill this in. So Control R, or I can actually just select this and dissolve one of these edges. Okay, something like this. And E and S, I'm going to scale this in. And Control F, I'm going to grid fill this in. I'm going to change what the grid fill looks like. Okay, I think 2 should be just fine. Something like this looks good. And I can go back into sculpt mode and just use the relaxed light brush to just smooth that out a little bit more. I'm going to also add in another loophole right here so that that conforms better to the shape of the sculpt. All right, with this we can go ahead. I can select this one, E and S, to extrude and scale this in, and then I'm just going to place this following the ring for the shape that we have on the sculpt, something like this, just placing that around the whole ear. Okay, something like this right here. I'll make sure that there are not any errors on the sculpt, and something like this looks good. I'm going to add in one loop cut right here just to make that conform better to the shape of the sculpt. And now let's see so how we are going to retopologize this. There are many different ways that we can retopologize this specific part of the ear. And also for the ear, you don't need to be really specific because the ear is not going to deform as much. But if your character is going to, if you know that the ear of your character is going to deform as much, then you can start to keep the deformations in mind. But for this ear, it's not going to deform as much. So let's just go ahead and let's figure something out. I'm going to just select these ones right here and select these ones, E and S to extrude, and then I'm just going to place this. So I want to follow the shape that I have on my sculpt. I want to make sure to conform to the shapes that I have there. Okay, I can also select right here, create a new face, and also create another new face right here. Something like that looks good. I can select this one and make it follow the shape that I have here on the ear. And I'm just going to extrude this out. Okay, something like this. I can select this one and create a new face right there. I could actually just go through Z, and I'm going to merge these ones together. M merge at center, something like this. All right, so I'm going to create a new face here. I'm going to create a new face here, another new face here. And I can fill this one in, something like that. I can create a new face right here. I'm just following the shape of the ear I initially sculpted, something like this. It's going to be different for every ear. So just, you're going to need to do some problem solving to figure this one out. Okay, I'm going to create a new face right there. Right here, I can select these ones, E and S, to scale this in. Okay, something like this. Actually, that doesn't work right now. I'm going to create a new face right there, another new face right here. And now I can select this E and S to scale this in. Okay, and Control F, I can grid fill this one in. Okay, also the same thing right here, E and S, something like that. I'm just going to cover up some area space so I can create a new face right there. And E and S, I'm just going to scale this in. And Control F, we can grid fill this one in. Okay, now we have topology that looks like that on the A. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier, and I'm just going to go into the sculpt mode, and I'm just going to relax the topology that we have on the ear, just like so. So something like this. I wasn't really too specific for the ear. I just wanted the topology to follow the shape of the ear that I had, and something like that is already looking good for the ear. And I'm just going to smooth the rest of the ear out, the geometry around the ear out. We're just going to smooth all of that out. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to push some of this back and hold down shift and then just smooth out everything. Also smooth it out all the way to the back. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and let's extrude the edges at the back of the neck. I can select these ones and I can extrude this down. Can extrude it down one more time, and we can fill up these faces right here. We can also do something right here, so we can just extrude following the shape of the neck right here. And I'm going to select this and just create new faces right there just by pressing F. And if I select this, we have 15 vertices. I want to make this an even number, so I can just select this one, F, and I'm just going to create new faces right there too. Okay, now we should have 14 vertices. That's fine. Now we can select this and we can extrude it down. Before extruding it down, just make sure to turn off snapping, and then I'm going to extrude this one down, S, Z, and 0. I'm going to scale that on the Z axis by 0. going to scale this out and Control R. I'm going to add in like 5 loop cuts right there. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. I'll go into sculpt mode. I'm just going to use the relax slide brush and then just relax all of these. Okay, right here, I can see that some of these bits is meshed together. I'm going to turn off clipping and then I'm just going to pull this out of each other. Then I'm going to turn back on clipping. Then I'm just going to smooth this out. Alright. This is essentially how we retopologize the face and the head of our character. Right here, you're going to notice how the loops or the topology is going up. This is because of the mirror modifier. So if I apply the mirror modifier and I actually enable X symmetry here, and if I hold down shift and smooth out the topology, that wouldn't go up anymore. So I'm just going to hold down shift and then just smooth that out. We are going to add back in the mirror modifier, but for now, let's just apply that and smooth out all of these. Okay, I'm just holding down shift and I'm smoothing out all the geometry that I have right here. Okay, something like this is looking good. I'll go back into edit mode and I'm going to use an add-on to automatically help us add the mirror modifier. So if I come right here under edit, auto mirror add-on, if you don't have this enabled, just go up to edit and preferences and then search for the auto mirror add-on. Make sure this is installed on your computer and then just press auto mirror and it's automatically going to add in a mirror modifier for you. I'm going to move this above the shrink wrap modifier. Okay, something like this looks good. And this is essentially how we topologize the head and face for our character. I'm going to go back to the annotations and I'm just going to get rid of this. We don't need them anymore. All right, so this is how you topologize the head and face for your character. So let's go ahead and let's summarize this chapter. So you've seen how to retopologize the face using very simple techniques. So we started low poly and then we started adding more resolution as we needed them. And you've seen the important edge flow for facial deformation. You've seen how these individual edge flow and edge loops are going to make the formation much better. All right. Don't forget, if you need any extra help with anything I've mentioned so far, you can join the Stylized Character Academy, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process. And if you're loving the masterclass so far, go ahead and leave a review of this masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video. And with that, I'll see you guys in the next chapter where we are going to be retopologizing the body of our character. I'll see you guys there. Welcome to chapter 7. In this chapter, we are going to be taking a look at retopologizing the body of our character. And our agenda for this chapter is very simple. We are going to take a look at some important things to remember when it comes to retopologizing the body of our character. And then we'll take a look at body topology for animation. So that's the topology on the body that's going to be proper for animation and deformation. And then we will dive into Blender and we actually retopologize the body of our own character. All right, make sure to share this masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are proud of. And a little bit of warning for you right now, this is the most important video in the entire masterclass. So watch the entire video, don't skip and don't jump around. All right, things to remember for body retopology. So in this chapter, we are going to be topologizing the body, the hands, and the feet. However, the process doesn't end there because there are some essential areas and some essential objects that we need to create before we can call the body topology complete. And these areas include the eye cavity. If you don't know what the eye cavity is, it's just essentially the part where the eyeball is going to be seated in. I'm going to show you how to model that. And then we also need the mouth cavity. So this is where stuff like the teeth, the tongue, and the gums are going to be seated inside of. And also the mouth cavity is important. So when the character opens its mouth, it's not an empty space. You actually see something inside of there. So that's where the teeth, the tongue is going to sit. So that's what the mouth cavity is. So we are going to go ahead and model this once we retopologize the body, the hands, and the feet. And in addition to this, we also need to model in objects like the eyeballs And we also need to model in the teeth and the tongue for our character. And I'm going to show you how to use already existing assets to actually model the eyeball and the teeth and the tongue for your character. So you don't have to model everything from scratch. I'm going to show you how to use assets to do this. Okay, so once these elements are in place, once the eye cavity is in place, once the mouth cavity is in place, once we have gone ahead and we have added in the eyeballs and the teeth and the tongue, then we are going to go ahead and we are going to reproject the sculpted details back onto our retopologized mesh to recover details from our original mesh. Now I want you to keep in mind, I did not say we are going to bake our sculpted details. We are going to reproject our sculpted details. Those are two very different things, and I'll show you how we are going to do it as we get to that area of the video. Okay, body topology for animation. When creating topology for the character's body, you must think about how the body is going to move and how the body is going to deform during animation. To achieve this, rely on some specific loops around major areas of the body, and these loops include, first off, we have the shoulder loops, and I'm just going to jump into Blender right here, and I'm going to show you some examples of this. So right here, we have these loops that go around the shoulder, just like this, and then also have these loops that go around the armpit. So we need these loops. These are going to be important. If I just go on the rig and I just start to deform this area, you're going to see how, because of those loops that we have going around to the back and also these ones around the armpits, you can see how the shoulder is deforming really nicely because of those loops that we have. So on the body, we want to make sure we have the shoulder loops in place, and then we also want to have loops for the elbow. I'm going to dive back into Blender, and if I just go to the back here, you're going to see that we have this kind of patch at the back of the elbow. And if I just select this and I move this, I'm just going to move it into an angle like this. You're going to see, because of that patch, is helping us retain the shape of the elbow. So that's what the loop around the elbow is going to be useful for. So I'm going to show you how to model in something very simple like that. And then we also need loops around the wrist of our character. So right here, all these loops are important. If I just select this and I start to just rotate this around, you're going to see how these loops are helping deform the wrist of our character. So this one is going to be really important. We need loops right here. Okay, and then we also need loops around the knee. So just like we had for the elbows, we're going to have the same thing for the knee, so that when our character deform, when the leg bends like this, you can see how it's preserving the shape of the knee. Okay, and then finally we need loops around the hips for our character. So right here, we need these loops on the hips, so that once our character deforms, you can see how those loops are helping to preserve the volumes of our character. So those are the main edge loops that we're going to use on our character. So we need the shoulder loops, the elbow loops, the wrist loops, the knee loops, and loops around the hips. All right, at this checkpoint, we can dive into Blender and we can retopologize the body of our character. So this is where we stopped off from the last chapter. Let's go ahead and let's start with retopology of the body. I'm going to make sure to turn on screencast keys here so that I can see all the shortcuts I'm pressing. And I'll make sure that the low poly collection here is selected. We still want to make sure we are modeling in the low poly collection. To get started with the body, we're going to start off with a circle object. So Shift A, mesh, I'm going to add in a circle right there. And just before clicking anywhere else, just come down here. And then we want to change the number of vertices here to 10. Okay, I'm going to start off with 10 vertices, just like this. And now I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to go from the front view. Make sure snapping is turned off for this. Then you can just scale this down. I'm just going to move this right here for the armpit. So we want to start creating the shoulder loops that I showed you earlier. So I'm just going to place this directly under the armpit. So something just like this. Okay. Also from the side view, I'll make sure that that envelopes the whole armpit. And I can just S and Y and scale this on the Y axis. Something like this. Okay. I can select this with this still selected, Shift D to duplicate this, and I can rotate it and scale it here. I'm going to place this one for the loops around the arm. So this edge here is going to start forming the loops around the arm. From the side S and Y, I'm going to scale this up a little bit on the Y axis. I can also rotate it and then just move this into place. So we have something that looks like this. Okay, now with this in place, I'm just going to extrude this one down. Okay, something like that. I'll select this loop here. I'm going to extrude this one this way. I'll scale it up and rotate so something like this. And then I'm going to extrude this one going backwards. And I can just scale it up just to fit the shape of our character. I can also move this one forward. You're going to notice now that the faces are inverted. So I can select all and press Shift N to recalculate the normal so that we actually see the blue faces. And then to make all of this snap to the surface of our sculpt, you can go ahead and can add a shrink wrap modifier. Our target is going to be our body sculpt. Okay, let's go ahead and let's apply the shrink wrap transforms in edit mode. So I'm going to duplicate this, then I'm going to apply that one. Okay, now we have it touching the surface of our character just the way we need it to be. Okay, I'm going to leave 3 faces at the top here. Then I'm going to start from right here. So this edge right here, I'm just going to extrude it. I'll turn on snapping at this point. I'm going to extrude it, place it right here, and I'm just following the number of edges that we have up here. I'm going to extrude this right here. So I'm leaving 1, 2, 3, and then I can connect these 2 together. So I can select them and F, just connect those 2 together. Okay, right here, we can fill this on. We can fill in if it's right there. And if we were to fill this in, we are going to create a triangle. You don't want triangles for this topology, so I can add in a loop cut right here. Also do the same thing on this other side. So I'm just going to add in a loop cut here, and I'm going to select this and F to create a new face there, and also select this one and F to create a new face here. I'm just going to push these ones down. So these loops right here is going to be the loop going around the shoulder that I showed you earlier. This one is going to go around the whole character just like this. So we can select this edge here, then we can just extrude this one to the middle of the character. I'm not exactly sure where the middle of the character is, so we can go ahead and we can add in a mirror modifier. I'm going to make sure to move this above the shrink wrap modifier, and I'm also going to turn on clipping right here, and I'll also turn on cage on the mirror modifier, and I'm just going to place that right there at the middle. Also the same thing at the back. I'm going to extrude this all the way to the back, and then I'm just going to adjust some of this. So I'm just making these loops a bit more wider. So I'm just going to bring these ones up a little bit more. I can select this one and I'll place it right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. If I select these loops here, you can see we have 10 vertices. Also the same thing right here, we have 10 vertices. So we can just select these 2 and we can come up here to edge, or the shortcut is Ctrl E, and then you can just say bridge edge loops, and it's going to bridge those edge loops together. As long as you have the same amount of vertices on the both edges, it's going to bridge those edge loops together. All right, the next thing I like to do at this stage is just to go ahead and subdivide this loop. So I'm going to Ctrl R, I'm going to subdivide this, and I'm just going to add in new loop cuts. And right here, I added in this loop cut here, and you're going to notice that it also went ahead and added in here. So we're not going to add in here again. So I'm just going to Ctrl R. I'm going to keep on subdividing those loops this way. Ctrl R. And we want to skip this one. I'm going to add in a loop cut right here. If you did that correctly, you should have, if you select here, you should have only 20 vertices. So that's how I know you did that correctly. I'm just going to add one more loop cut right here. I can also add in one more loop cut right here. We can add in some more loop cuts going across here. So Ctrl R, I'm just going to add in 2 loop cuts going across here. Okay, I don't want the mesh to sink into our sculpt, so I'm just going to go back into object mode. I'm going to duplicate and I'm going to apply the shrink wrap modifier. And going back into edit mode, now we have something that looks like this. For this loop in the middle here, I'm just going to make sure that this one is actually following the shape of the armpits. So I'm just going to use the grab brush and I'm going to push these ones back. Okay, somewhere around here looks good. Okay, now something that I want to keep in mind at this stage, if I select right here, you're going to notice that we have 9 vertices and 8 edges. And if I select the face of our character or the face topology, you're going to notice that we have 14 vertices and 13 edges. So at this point, we want to go ahead and line these up. So we have 8 vertices here, or we have 9 vertices here. I can Ctrl R, I can add in 3 loop cuts here. Ctrl R, I can also add in 3 loop cuts right here. And now if I just select that, we have 15 vertices and 14 edges. And let me see what we had here. So we have 14 here and we have 13 here. So I'm going to need to remove one of these edges, and I'm going to need more edges in front than I need at the back. So I'm just going to come in here and I can get rid of this one. And now if I select it, we should have 14 vertices and 13 edges, just like what we have right here. Okay, so when we want to merge those two together, it's going to be really easy to merge those together. So you just want to make sure to keep this in mind. And I'm just going to space this out a little bit more. Okay, right here, I'm going to select this loop. Okay, I'm going to turn off snapping, and E and S, I'm going to extrude and scale this in, and I'm just going to move this up. Okay, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and turn on snapping. I'm just going to go into vertex selection mode. I'm going to select each of these individual vertex, and I'll just move them to the corresponding edge on the neck. So I'm just moving them to the corresponding edge, so that once we come in to actually merge this together, it's going to be a lot easier to do that. So I'm just going to move them like so. We'll also bring this right here. I'll select this one. I'm going to place it here, and also the same thing right here. Okay, this is looking good. I can add in a loop cut right here. I can actually add in 2 loop cuts right there. I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to duplicate and apply a shrink wrap modifier. To see the wireframes of the body topology, we can go into the object properties under viewport display. Let's just turn on wireframes, and we can actually go ahead and we can smooth out the topology a bit more. So I'll go into sculpt mode. I'll use the relax slide brush, so this one right here, and I'll just hold down shift. Then I'm going to smooth out the topology right here. Just holding down shift, and I'm smoothing out the topology so that we have topology that looks really nice. And don't worry that it's going backwards a little bit. Once we merge the head and the body together, we are going to be able to smooth out the topology together, and it should line up really nicely. So that looks fine for the body of the character. All right, let's go ahead and let's continue on with the chest of the character. I'm going to select these 2 edges in the middle. I'm going to bring them a little bit closer, something like this. And I'm just going to extrude in the middle of the chest right here till I get to somewhere about here. Okay, something like this looks good. And from right here, we can already see this edge lining up with the breast of our character. Or even if your character is a male character, just find the edge lining up with the chest, and then we can extrude this following the shape of the chest or the breast of your character. I'm just going to extrude this way. Okay, and once I get somewhere around here, I can select this to M major center. Also the same thing here, M, and we can merge the zones at the center, and I'll just make sure that this is following the shape of our character's chest. Okay, so now we have something that looks like this. Okay, if your character is a female character, you can just go ahead, select this, and then E and S to extrude and scale this in. E and S to extrude and scale this in. And then you can actually go ahead and grid fill this in. If you grid fill it in and it brings up this kind of error, that's completely fine. You just need to add in 1 loop cut here. You can add in 1 loop cut here. You can add in 1 here. I'm just going to add in 1 here. Then you can go ahead and grid fill this in. But if your character is a male character, I'm just going to undo my steps. Something that I can actually do is just to actually go ahead and grid fill this in from this point on. So we can add in a loop cut right here so that we have an even number of vertices. So Ctrl F, and then you can just grid fill this in, something like this. If your character is a male character, something like that is going to work for a male character. Since my character is a female character, I'm just going to go ahead and show and do the method that I showed you earlier. So E and S to extrude and scale this in. And I'm just going to do that a couple of times till I get to the middle right here. And then Ctrl F, I can grid fill this in right here. Okay, I like how that looks. And then I'm going to use the relax slide brush. and then I'll just smooth out the whole topology that we have here, and I'll make sure that the topology is still following the shape of the sculpt. Okay, so I'm just going to hold down shift and smooth out everything just like this. Okay, I'll hold down shift and I'll smooth out the whole topology to make sure everything still looking nice right here. Okay, something like that looks good for the chest of my character. And then from right here, you can just select these edges, and I'm going to extrude this one back, and I can also select this one, and I can just extrude this one back. So we are going to connect them together. So I'm just extruding back following the number of edges that we have here, and I can stop somewhere around here. I can select these two edges F to create a new face there, and I can also create new faces right there. And I can just select these ones and can extrude these ones all the way to the back. Okay, something like that is going to be fine. I can add in two loop cuts right there, and I can fill this one in. Can also add in two loop cuts right here, and can fill this one in. Okay, we can have something like this just to have some more loop cuts going down to the back. I can add in two loop cuts right here, and I can select this M and merge at center. I can also do the same thing here, M and merge this one at center. I'm just going to move this so that we have some space right here. So I'm just going to move this so that we have some space to work with right here. I'll move this one back, and right here I'm going to delete this face. Okay, and then we can also delete these faces. Then we can fill this one in just like that. I'll go into sculpt mode, and I'm going to use the relax light brush, and I'm going to smooth all of these out. Okay, I'm just going to hold down shift, and I'm smoothing all of these out. Okay, so with the relax light brush, just holding down shift and smoothing all of that out. Okay, I also smooth out under the armpits right there, and I also smooth out right here. Okay, now I'm going to just bring this up. So I want the topology to follow the shape of my character's body. So I can see that I have this rib cage showing right here. I can select this, and before you extrude this down, you want to turn off snapping. If you don't turn off snapping and you extrude this down, you're going to have something that looks like this, which is not exactly what you want. So just make sure to turn off snapping. Then we can extrude this one down. Then I can turn back on snapping right here, and then I can just place these vertices on the surface of the sculpt. So I'm just placing each individual vertex on the surface of the sculpt. I can select these ones and then just grab them to move those into place. I can do that once again. I'll turn off snapping right here, and I'll extrude this one down. I'll turn back on snapping. I'm just going to place this right here. Okay, I'll select these ones at the back and G to just place them at the right spots. Okay, now we have geometry that's going to conform a little bit better to the shape of our sculpt. I'm going to select this. I'll turn on snapping once again, and I can just extrude this E and Z to extrude this down, and also S and Z. I'm going to scale this on the Z axis by 0. Okay, something like that. I'll just place it right there. I can add in some more loop cuts right here. I'll go into the sculpt mode, and I'll use the relax light brush, and then just relax this out. Okay, I'll hold down shift, and I'm just going to relax the topology in the front right here. Okay, I'm going to show you how to add some more topology right here to further define the shape of our sculpt. I'm going to show you, or we can actually just do that right now. I'm just going to select this right here, and just to have more topology that's going to conform to the shape of our sculpt, I'm going to select this, Ctrl B to bevel them. Okay, I'm going to come down here to the bevel options. I'm going to increase the segment 2. Okay, we have created triangles here. I'm going to show you how to remove this. We can come up here and turn on the auto merge vertices. I'm going to select this and GG to just merge those two vertices together. We still have this triangle here, so I can select this and Ctrl X to remove that triangle. Okay, now we have more vertices. Without taking more vertices to the back, we have more vertices that we can just place on the character here. I'm going to turn on snapping, so we can just place this to further define the shape of that rib cage. Okay, so something like this. I'll place this on the edge of the rib cage, something like this. I'm going to sculpt mode. I'll make use of the relax slide brush. I'm just going to smooth out the geometry. So we have something that looks more like this. Okay. And that's going to retain the shape of our sculpt a lot more. I can also add in one loop cut right here. And I'm just going to object mode. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. And I'll go ahead and just hold down shift and smooth out the topology that we have right here. I'll also do the same at the back, hold down shift and smooth out the topology that we have right here. Okay, from right here, I can select this one. I'll turn off snapping. I'm going to extrude this one down. Okay, I'll scale it and then just move it on the x-axis. I'm just going to slightly rotate this something like this. Okay, now to apply our shrink wrap transformations, I'm going to go back into object mode. I'm going to duplicate and apply this one. All right, now we have something that looks like that. I can go back into object mode or back into edit mode, and then I'm just going to line these ones up. Okay, so that it just follows the shape of our sculpt. I can also add in another loop cut right here, and then just make that follow the shape of our sculpt. And then I'm going to add in some more loop cuts at the back right here. Okay, this is looking good. And then to continue on, I'm going to just select 3 edges here, and we can extrude this one down. And I'm just going to extrude it to follow the shape of this part of the character right here till we get all the way to somewhere here. So let me just clean this, and we're going to go ahead and we're just going to extrude this, and we are going to extrude and scale. We can also rotate this if needed. Extrude and scale. The number doesn't matter right now. I'm going to turn on snapping so that it's actually snapping to the surface of our sculpt. Okay, I'm going to scale this one down. I'm going to extrude this one, scale it down. You want to make sure that it doesn't merge at the middle here. If you extrude, you want to make sure that that doesn't merge at the middle. Okay, so just extrude and then you can scale it down, something like this. Extrude and scale this one down. And I'll go all the way to the back. I'll extrude this one out, scale it down. Extrude this one out, scale it up in this case. And I'll just keep on extruding right here. And like I said earlier, the number that you're extruding right now doesn't really matter. Just keep on extruding until you get somewhere around here. Then I'm just going to space these ones out, and then we can create new faces right here. Okay, we are going to need to smooth out the topology here. I can go into sculpt mode, and with the relax slide brush, I'm just going to smooth out the topology right here. I'm also going to smooth it out right here. For these ones right here, I'm going to switch to the grab brush, so this brush right here, and I'm just going to move these ones up, and we want to start planning out the shape of the topology that's going to go around the hips, just like I showed you earlier. Okay, so I'm just going to move these up, so something like this. Okay, so we need something like this, and right now we are done with the body. Once you're able to get here, this is the hard part of retopologizing the body. The legs and the hands are just essentially tubes, so it's going to be very easy to retopologize them. So once we're here, what we want to do, let's just go ahead, select this. I'll turn off snapping, and then I'm just going to come from the front view, and I'm going to extrude this one down, rotate it this way, and I'm going to scale this on the Z axis by 0 to SZ and 0 right here. Then I'm going to move this one down. I'm going to scale it and then just place it right here. So I just want a straight edge, something like this. Okay, so we just want something that looks like this. I'm going to move this one forward so that it conforms better to the shape of our character. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. Okay, and then I'm just going to add in 2 loop cuts right here. I'm going to go ahead again, duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. And now with this, we can go ahead and we can use the relax slide brush, and we can just smooth out the topology that we have here. I also smooth out the topology that I have at the back right here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and then just smooth this out. So we want something that looks like this. And you can see the way the topology is following and conforming to the shape of our character. That's exactly what we want. And then we can just adjust this topology right here just so that it looks really nice. Okay, some of these vertices are really tight here together. We are going to adjust that in a moment, but for now this looks good. Okay, now we are done with the body. Let's go ahead and let's work on the legs and the arms. For the legs, it's very simple. We can just select this. I'm going to turn off snapping. I'm going to go to the front view and I'm just going to extrude this down right here. And I can also scale it down. Just place it somewhere around here. Okay, from this side, I'm going to move this right here to make sure that that just follows the shape of our character. Okay, and that's going to be fine. I'm going to come in here at the middle. I'm going to add in another loop cut just at the knee, and I'm just going to rotate this to follow the shape of the knee, so something like that. And then I can come in here, I can add in one loop cut. I can scale this one up and move this right here. I can also add in a loop cut right here, scale this one up and move it to fit the shape of our character. Okay, now that we have something like this, we can come in here, we can add in more loop cuts. I'm going to add in 4 loop cuts right there. I'm also going to add in 4 loop cuts there. I'll add in another 4 loop cuts there. And right here, I can add in 7 loop cuts. Okay, so this is looking good right now. I'm going to go into sculpt mode and we can make use of the relax slide brush and then just smooth everything out together. So I'm just going to hold down shift. I'm going to smooth out the topology right here. So I'm just holding down shift on the relax slide brush and I'm just smoothing out topology here. Inside here, we just want to smooth out the topology so that it's not too pinched together, so that topology is not too pinched together. So I'm just going to hold down shift and I'm going to smooth all of this out right here. Also, something I want to do, I'm going to select the vertex here and I can see I have an odd number of faces going down to the leg. So I'm just going to come probably somewhere around here. I can add in an extra loop cut here so that the faces I have going down here is an even number. That's going to make retopologizing the leg a little bit easier. And now you can see that the deformations or the topology on the leg is now actually following the shape of our skull. So we can come back to object mode, we can duplicate and we can apply this right here. I'm going to add in some more loop cut right here so that we don't have these stretched faces. I'm just going to add in some more loop cuts. I'll go back into sculpt mode and I'll just hold down shift with the relax slide brush and I'm going to smooth one of these out. Okay, holding down shift and I'm smoothing this out. You can also push this topology in the right direction, so something like that is looking good for me. Okay, at the back I'll see what this looks like. Right here we added the new loop cut and just come in here and then also still smooth out the topology at the back. Okay, and I like what the topology at the back is looking like. Right here, I'm just going to push these ones together so that it follows the shape of our skull. At the back, we can smooth this one out right here. Okay, also at the back here, I'm going to select these and I'm just going to push these ones together. Okay, and also the same thing right here. I'm going to push these ones together and I'll go into sculpt mode. I'm just going to smooth out the topology right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. All right, it's looking good right now. I'm just going ahead and I'm smoothing out all the topology that we have, and I'll come in here and I can add in one extra loop cut right here. I'm going to hold down shift and I'm going to smooth out right here. Okay, and that is the topology for the leg. We are going to come in here and we're going to add in extra loops around the knee to make sure that it deforms properly. But for right now, this looks good. Let's go ahead and let's retopologize the arms of our character. I'm just going to smooth out the edges right here before I go ahead and start doing that. So I'm just holding down shift and smoothing that one out. Something that we can also do just to add in an extra edge loop right there, just to add to the topology so that I can better deform to the surface of our skull. So I'm just going to hold down shift and smooth this out. Okay, that looks good. For the arms, it's going to be the exact same thing that we did for the legs. You can select this loop right here and I can extrude this one down. And I also from the side, I'll just place this right here, scale this down and I'll just rotate it right here. Okay, I'm going to add in a loop cut at the elbow right there. I'll scale this one up. Also from the side, I'll make sure that it's in the same shape that we have for our sculpts. Okay, I'm going to add in some loop cuts right there. I can add in 9 loop cuts right there. Can also come in here, I can add in 8 loop cuts. Okay, something like that is going to work. I'll just add in some more at bottom here, and I'm going to use the relax slide brush, and then I'm just going to smooth out everything together, and I'll make sure that this is following the shape of our sculpts. Okay, if you see any weird thing happening like this, so you're trying to smooth it out and you're seeing these weird shapes, just go ahead, duplicate, and then apply this. Okay, so hold down shift, and yeah, you're not going to have that anymore. I'm just going to hold down shifts, and I'm going to smooth out the whole topology on the arm right here. So just holding down shift and smoothing out the topology, something like this. If I go back into edit mode, you're going to see that I have on the sculpt, I have this kind of curve on the elbow. So I'm just going to push this one down. I'm going to use this vertex or this edge. I can turn on snapping, and I'm just going to make it conform to the shape of that curve so that we don't lose that shape on our retopology. I'll show you. So just like the same way we did, we added more geometry right here. For the rib cage, we are going to do the same thing right here. Okay, so we can select these. Just going to make sure to select these. Okay, something like this. Okay, and then Control B, I can bevel this. And then we don't want this end gun here, so we have an end gun right here. We don't want this end gun, we don't want this triangle. To get rid of the end gun, make sure auto merge is turned on, and then GD to slide this right here. We're going to get rid of that end gun. Also the same thing right here. And then we don't want this triangle here, so I'm just going to select this and Control X to get rid of these triangles. And then I'm going to use the relax slide brush. Then I'm just going to smooth out the topology right here. Okay, and when smoothing out the topology, you still want to make sure that the loops are following the shape of our skull. So I'm just going to push this part up. I'm going to move right here down, and I'm going to hold down shift, and I'm going to smooth out everything. Okay, can also just get rid of this loop cut right here, of this one. Yeah, can get rid of that one, and then just hold down shift and smooth out so that that area doesn't get too cluttered. So something like that looks good for the topology. Okay, and I'll just make sure that the topology is still looking good from all angles. So I'm just going to smooth out these areas right here. I can push these ones up and hold down shifts, and I can smooth them out right here. Okay, also right here too, just make sure that the topology is looking nice. I'll hold down shifts and smooth everything out. Okay, so that's looking good for the elbow. Something like that. I like how that looks right there. Okay, and now let's go ahead and let's make those joints that we pointed out earlier. So we want to make loops around the elbow. So I can select these ones right here, just like we did for the front. I'm going to Control B to bevel this. Then I'm going to merge these ones together. Make sure auto merge is turned on there. Okay, and this one I'm going to merge it right there. And if it's not merging, you can just select this to M and merge at center. Then I can get rid of this triangle right here. Okay, I'll go into the sculpt mode, and I'm going to relax the geometry. If you try to relax the geometry and it's doing something like this, once again, you can come on here, duplicate the shrink wrap, then you can also apply the shrink wrap, and then you should be able to smooth out the geometry a lot more. And I'm just going to make sure that this is following the shape of the elbow that we sculpted out. I'm just holding down shift, and I'm smoothing out the topology. You can also just grab this one to make sure it's following the shape of the elbow. Okay, something like that is definitely following the shape of the elbow. I'm going to smooth out these areas right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this, and I think that looks really nice. All right, yeah, I'm loving how that is looking. Let's also go ahead and do the same on the knees right here. So on the knees, I can go into my Retopology objects, and I'm just going to get rid of this loop cut for now. I'm going to select this one. I'm going to turn off snapping. I'm just going to rotate this one a little bit just to follow the curvature of the knee. I can select this one right here, and Control B, I can bevel this. Actually, I'll just select one more here. Control B to bevel this. I'm going to select this, and GG to slide this in, and that's going to merge with this other vertex. GG to slide this one in. I'm going to select these two, and Control X to get rid of the triangles, and I'll go ahead, duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. And then I'm going to use the relax light brush and then just smooth out the topology so that that conforms to the shape of the knee a little bit more. And I'm just going to push this up to follow the shape of the sculpt a little bit more. So holding down shift and smoothing out that topology, something like this. I'm also going to push up the topology right here. I'm just going to hold down shift and I'm going to smooth out everything right here. Okay, this looks good. I might also just do the same thing at the top right here, just to retain the topology that we have also at the top. So I'm going to select this one right here, all the way to here, yeah, and then Control B to bevel these. Then I can merge those two together, also merge this one together. I can also select this and Control X to get rid of the triangles, and then I'm going to go back into sculpt mode with the relax light brush. I'm just going to push this into place. So I'm going to push this one down. So all I'm doing here is just to make it follow the surface or the curvature of my sculpt. So some of those details that we added on the sculpt, I just want to make sure that we still retain those details on our retopologized mesh. So something like this is going to be just fine for me. So I'm just pushing this into shape, holding down shift, and I'm smoothing this out. Okay, something like this is going to work just fine for me. All right, so this is the body done. Now we are going to go ahead. We're going to retopologize the hands, and we're also going to retopologize the feet for our character. We can go ahead and we can merge the body with the head. So these two should have the same modifiers, so it should be completely fine. So I'm going to select the body, like the body retopology, and select the head, and then Control J to join those together. I'll go into edit mode and we can select these, and they should have the same amount of vertices. So Control E, you can bridge those edge loops together. I'm going to go back into sculpt mode, and I'm just going to use the relax light brush. Then I'm going to smooth out the topology right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm just holding down shift and I'm smoothing out the topology right here. Also at the back too, then just smooth out the topology, hold down shift and smooth all of this out. Okay, and now we have the head and the neck of our character. We have the head and the body of our character joined together. Now we are going to go ahead and we are going to retopologize the fingers for our characters. This one, we are going to go ahead and start off with a cube. I'm going to make sure I'm still in my low poly collection. Shift A, mesh, and I'm going to go ahead and add in a cube. I'm going to go into edit mode, and I'm just going to turn off snapping. Make sure snapping is turned off. I can also turn off this auto merge vertices option for now. I'm going to turn that off. I'm just going to scale this down from the front view, and I'm going to move it right here for the arms or for the fingers. So I'm just going to scale this down here. I'm going to rotate this to follow the shape of the finger, and then I'm going to move it to this index finger right here. Rotate this. I can press R twice to rotate this, and I'm going to place this right here. Okay, so something like that. From this angle too, I'm just going to rotate that just so that it follows the shape of the finger. Okay, something like that is looking good. I'm going to select this, that face at the top there, and I'm just going to move this right here. I can scale this down, and I'll just place it at the tip of the finger. Also, this face right here, we're not going to need this face, so X, and I can delete that face right there. I'm just going to select this and make sure that that's conforming to the shape of the finger. So I'm just rotating that and moving it a little bit more. I can select these edges and then just rotate them something like this. Okay. Now that we have this, I'm going to add in a loop cut right here. I'm going to add in 2 loop cuts right here on the side. Okay. I'm also going to come in here and I'm going to add in loops on the joints. So where the joint of this finger is going to be, I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to add in loops right there. Okay. And now we have something that looks like this. We can definitely go ahead and we can duplicate this for the other fingers. Okay. I'm going to duplicate Shift D to duplicate this. And we're going to need to rotate this one to fit the shape of this finger that we have it on. We might need to come in here. We can scale this one down. Okay. Then we can also just move these ones to exactly where the joints are going to be. I'm just going to select this one. The joint of this finger is going to be right here. And I can also select this one and move it up right here. I can also select that one at the back and move it up to something like that. I'm going to go ahead, L to select that, and then Shift D to duplicate this. I can scale this one down. Okay, and then I'm going to select this. I'm just going to make sure that it's following the shape of the joint. So I'm just going to move this onto the joint. I can select right here and I can move it right here. Also from this angle, I'm just going to select this and I'm going to rotate it to follow the shape of the fingers. Also this one, I'm going to rotate it to follow the shape of the fingers, something like that. And for this one, I can just duplicate it right here. And I'm going to rotate it to follow the shape of the fingers. I'll also place that right here. GG to slide this on here. And also GG to slide this on here. I'll select this and I'll slide this one backwards a little bit. Okay. This is looking good so far. Okay. Now to better make these vertices and these edges snap to the surface of our sculpt, you can make use of the shrink wrap modifier. I'm just going to add in the shrink wrap modifier. I'm going to make sure that the target is our body sculpt. And now we have something that looks like that. Okay, that's going to be fine for now. And then just before we apply the transformations of the shrink wrap in edit mode, I'm going to select this. And I'm also going to duplicate it for the thumb. So Shift D to duplicate that. And I'm just going to rotate it and place it for the thumb right here. So on the thumb, we only have 2 joints. So we can just select this one and we can delete those vertices. Okay. And then I'm just going to rotate this ones into place. Something like that. I'll make sure that this one is still on the joints of the fingers. So right here, I'll also place this one right here. And then I can also place this one right here. Okay, so something like this is going to be fine. And with the shrink wrap modifier, you can see what we have. I'm just going to come in here to the object properties. Under viewport display, I'm going to turn on wireframe so that I can see the wireframes a little bit better. I'm going to go back into, or actually in object mode, I'm going to duplicate and I'm going to apply this. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to, now the next thing that we're going to do is just to come in here and we're going to snap these vertices properly to the surface of the finger. So I'm going to turn on snapping. And what I want to do, these 3 faces on the side, I want to make sure, so these 3 faces, if I can just select the right one, yeah, these 3 faces, I want to make sure that they are snapped to the side of each individual finger. So right here, I can select this one, move it right here, select this one, move it right here, select this one, move it right here, and also select this one and move it right here. So that's exactly what I'm going to go ahead and do for all these other fingers. So I'm going to do it on both sides, so on this side and also on this other side. Okay, just to place it right there, and also the same thing right here. And then I'm going to place this one right here, and then I'm going to place this one also right here. I'm going to also place this one on the side just like this, and I'll do the same thing on this other side. Okay, and then also the same thing for the thumb. I'm just going to place this one right here, and also the same thing right here. I'm going to place this one right here. So what we essentially did is we just left 2 row of faces at the top for each of these fingers, and then we want 3 on the side. Okay, now that we have that in place, we can go ahead and can start joining these fingers together. I'm going to select these 2 edges right here. So I'm going to press F to create a new face right there. I'm going to select this edge right here, and I'm going to create a new face right there. And I'm also going to create another new face right there. Okay, and then I'm just going to line this up a little bit better. Okay, then we have something that looks like this. I'm also going to do the same thing right here. I'm going to select this on F to create a new face. And then I'm just going to create new faces right there, and I'm going to line them up, something like that. And I'm also going to do the same thing right here. And then I can line this one up, something more like this. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. We're going to need an extra loop cut right here to make it conform better to the shape of the sculpt. So we can add in a loop cut right there, a loop cut right there, and a loop cut right here. And I'm just going to make these ones a little bit straighter on the fingers. I'm just straightening it out on the fingers. Okay, now that we have something that looks like this, I'm just going to go into object mode. I'm going to duplicate, and I'm going to apply the shrink wrap. And what we want to do now is just to select this loop going around here, and we're going to extrude that to somewhere around here. Before we do that, let's turn off the snapping option, and then we're going to extrude this one out. I'm also going to scale it up, something like that. I'm going to scale this one on the Y axis so that it doesn't get to the thumb here, S and Y, and you can also G and Y and move this right here. And then I can right click loop tools, and then I can choose the relax option right here. So that's just going to relax that mesh or that loop out for us. There's something like that looks good. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier, something like that. And definitely we're going to need some more loop cuts right here. So let's just go ahead. I'm going to add in a couple more loop cuts. I can add in 3 loop cuts right here. And I'm just going to go ahead, duplicate, and apply the shrink wrap modifier. Now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to line this one up with the knuckles a bit more. So just lining this up with the shape of the knuckles that I sculpted out, something like this. Okay, and also same thing here, just going to move these ones back a little bit, and then just clean up the geometry a little bit more. Also right here you can see this line that we sculpted on the hand. I'm just going to use these loops, and I'll just make those line up with that edge that we sculpted out. Okay, so that we retain the forms of the sculpt. So something like this is going to be just fine. Okay, and now we have something that looks like this. I'm just going to select this, right click, loop tools, and I'm going to relax this once. I'm going to add in, I can come here and add in another extra edge loop. Then I can just select this GG and then just slide this one in and also slide this one out. Okay, now one thing I want to keep in mind, if I select these loops right here, you can see that we have 34 vertices. But if I come back to the arm right here, you can see that we only have 20 vertices. So 34 and 20, the difference is a bit much. So we are going to need to reduce the number of faces coming out of the fingers here, or coming out from these loops here, so that we'll be able to easily join this off together. And a simple way that we can use to do that is just to collapse. So this edge right here, we are going to collapse it with this middle one right here. So we can just select this. I'm going to turn on auto merge right now. I'm going to select that, merge this one right here, select this one and merge it right here. Also the same thing right here. So we're just going to merge these ones and also the same thing right here. I select just these ones and slide it here. We don't want triangles, so I'm just going to select these edges and Ctrl X to get rid of those. Okay, we can go into sculpt mode. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier, and I'm just going to use the relax slide brush, and then I'm going to smooth out everything. Okay, now we have topology that looks like that. We're also going to do the same thing at the bottom. I'm going to select these ones right here. So select these two and GG to slide those ones in Okay, can also do the same thing right here, GG to slide this one in, and also the same thing right here, GG to slide this ones in, just like we had on the top. I'm going to select these and Control X to get rid of those triangles right there. I'm going to just hold down Shift and smooth out the topology that we have right there. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Okay, I can also just smooth out the topology and it's here. Okay, and now if I select this, we have 22, and on the hand we had 20, so it's going to be definitely much easier to fill those in. Okay, now to continue on with the topology of the hand, and just make sure I have that selected. I'll go into edit mode, and these three faces on the side here, these three faces that we had on the side of each of the fingers, we want to go ahead and connect them to the ones that we had on the thumb. So what we want to do is just create edges going like this that are going to connect those edge loops. So I'm just going to clean this, and I can select right here, and I can create a new face right there, and I'm just going to move this, and then I can create a new face right there and also another new face right there. So now we have these three edges connected for all the fingers. That looks good. We can also connect these two edges that we have right here. We can connect them with these two that we have on the thumb. So I'm just going to select this edge right here, F to fill that in, and also F to fill this in. And then if you select that, we have been able to connect those edges that we have on the thumb and also on the index finger. And from this point on, the topology for the hand is actually very, very simple. All you can do at this point is just select everything right here. I'm going to make sure stamping is turned off. And then I'm just going to extrude this right here, something like this. And then we can just scale that to fit the shape of the hand. And I'm just going to place it somewhere around here. I'm not going to take it all the way here just right now. I'm going to place it somewhere around here. Then I can select these ones. I can just rotate them a little bit. I can also select this one and rotate it a little bit. So now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. Now we have something that looks like this. For this loop right here, we can add in an extra edge loop right here so that this face is not too stretched. So we can add in an extra edge loop right there. And then we can also make sure that these loops are following the shape of the shape that we have on the sculpt of the thumb. So this first part right here, I'm just going to push this one to the other side. I'm just going to make sure that this shape is following what we had on our sculpt. You can add in some more loop cuts right here. I'm going to add in 4 loop cuts right there. And right here, I'm just going to make sure that this is following the shape that we had on our sculpt. So something like this. You can just place this right here. I'm going to turn snapping back on, and then I'm just going to move this right here, and I'm just going to place this. So I'm just lining this up a little bit better. Okay, you can definitely go into sports mode, and we can use the relax slide brush to help us out. So I'm just going to smooth out the topology right here. So hold down Shift, and I'm going to smooth out the topology, something like that. So you can see the way these loops here are following the shape of the thumb or the curvature of the first part of the thumb. Okay, I'm going to hold down Shift here and smooth this out. Then I'm also going to hold down Shift here and then just smooth this out, something like that. You can also smooth out the geometry right here. Okay, and now we have something that looks just like this. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. And if I select this edge right here, you can see we have 26 vertices. Remember, we had only 20 right here. So now we need to reduce the amount of topology coming from the hand right here into this other part of the rest of the body. So something that we can do right here, if you remember this edge that we added in, what we can actually do is just to connect this one back on itself so that it reduces the number of polygons that we have coming out from the arm. So I'm just going to erase this, and I can select these two right here. I'm going to rotate them and place them just something like this. Also the same thing, I'm going to make sure I have the same edge loop selected here. select these two edges, and I'm just going to rotate them something like this. Okay, I can select this edge here, so this edge here, and this edge here. I can F to create a new face right there. I can also select this edge, F to create a new face, and we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4 loop cuts. So Control R, but add in 4 loop cuts right there, and then we can merge these ones together. So I'm just going to select M, the merge center, select those two, and we can press Shift R to repeat our action. Also do the same thing right there, and also the same thing right there. And now if I select this, we have been able to reduce that from 26 down to 22. We still need to remove 2 more vertices to be able to connect them together, but that's fine. Before I do that, I'm just going to go back into sculpt mode. I'm going to use the relax light brush, and I'm going to smooth all of this out. So just holding down shift, and I'm going to smooth all of this out, and then I'm just going to move this something just to follow the shape of this part of the sculpt a little bit more. Okay, something like that is going to look good. I can adjust this a little bit more. And now to further remove some vertices, remember these 3 faces that we had on the side of each of the fingers. We can come in right here, and I can just push this one down, and I can, with this edge selected, F to create a new face there. And just like that, we have gotten rid of those 2 vertices. So if I select this, now we have 20 there, and if you remember, we also had 20 right here. So it's going to be easy enough to connect those together. So I'm just going to select the hand right here, and before we connect those together, let's work on the fingers a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to just go into sculpt mode. I'm going to hold down shift and smooth this out. And now let's work on the fingers. For the fingers, we can add in 3 loop cuts right here, and also 3 loop cuts right here, 3 loop cuts right here, and another 3 loop cuts right here. I also do the same thing right here. I add in 3 loop cuts right there. I'm going to add in 3 loop cuts right there. For this part of the finger here, I'm just going to add in a loop cut here. I can turn off snapping. I'll just Ctrl Z. I'll add in a loop cut right there. Make sure snapping is turned off, and I can just scale this up. So I'm just going to place this one where the fingernail is going to be. Also the same thing right here. I'm going to scale this one up. Let's click and add in a loop cut right there. And I'll add in another loop cut right here. I can scale this one up, and I'm just going to add in 1 loop cut right there. Okay, now for the joints on the fingers, we want to make sure that the fingers bend really nicely when it starts to bend. So these 2 faces at the top here, we can bevel this with Control B. Okay, and then I'm going to turn on auto merge. I'm going to select this vertex right here, and GG to slide that one down here, and GG to slide that one down here, and we can get rid of these edges right here. Then we can go back into sculpt mode and then just smooth that out. If you have any weird smoothing like this, you can just go ahead, duplicate, and apply the shrink graph modifier. And I'm just going to hold down shift, and I'm going to smooth that out. So this is the topology that we want for each of these finger joints. So I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to select all the finger joints. Okay. And this one. And I'm also going to select these ones right here. Select these ones for these fingers, and also, okay, these ones I can see is not lined up properly. So I'm just going to leave that one for now. I'm going to Control B to bevel this. Okay. And I'm just going to come in here, GG to slide this one down here, GG to slide this one here. And I'm just going to slide these ones here so that we don't have any end guns on our mesh. Slide these ones down. Also the same thing right here. And make sure we do the same thing right here so that we don't have any end guns. And we can select these edges right here. Control X to dissolve those edges. And also the same thing right here. And X, and we're going to dissolve those edges right there. Okay, I'm going to go into sculpt mode. I'm going to use the relax light brush. Then I'm just going to smooth out the whole topology so that we have something that looks nice for the joints. Okay, so I'm just holding down shifts, and I'm smoothing these out. So I have so that when this character starts deformed, the finger still looks nice. The finger deformation still looks good. Okay, so I'm just going to shift this one back, or no, this one. I'm going to move it forward. Then I can select this one and then Control B to bevel that. And then I'm just going to select this one, Control X to dissolve these edges. Okay, and then I'm going to relax this out. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. I'll just make sure that this one is actually on the joints right there. Okay, I'll just hold down shift and I'm going to smooth everything out. Okay, I'm just going to line some of these up a little bit more. I can come in here and just add in some more loop cuts at the fingers so that we actually have some more topology going around the fingers. So when it starts to deform, it actually deforms really nicely. Can also add in a loop cut going right here. And I'm just going to hold down shift. I'm going to smooth all of this out a little bit more. Also the same thing at the bottom here, holding down shift and just smoothing this out. Okay, I like how that is looking. I like what that's looking like. And let's also go ahead and do the same thing for the thumb. I'm going to add in some more loop cuts right here. So I just added in 3 loop cuts. I'm going to add in one right here where the fingernail starts, and I'm going to add in another one right here. And I can just scale these ones up. I'm going to select this, Ctrl B to bevel this, and GG slide this one in, and also GG slide this one in. I'm just going to select this, Ctrl X to dissolve that. I'm going to go back into sculpt mode. I'm going to duplicate and I'm going to apply the shrink wrap modifier, and I'm just going to smooth out the geometry right here. Okay, so this is the geometry that we have for the thumb, and now we are going to go ahead and we are going to finish off the topology for the tip of the finger. Right here, I'm going to add 2 loop cuts right there. I'm just going ahead and adding in 2 loop cuts for each of these fingers right there. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier, and now we have something that looks like this. And just to retain the shape of the area of this around this finger here, I'm just going to move this to follow the shape. I can select this one and insert it something like this. Then I can just place this right here. So I don't have fingernails for this character. If you had fingernails for this character, you would use this exact same steps, but just line this up to follow the fingernails. And if you had fingernails, you probably also want to add in 1 loop cut, probably somewhere around there, so that I can follow the shape of the fingernails a little bit more. But for me, I don't have fingernails. I'm just going to place this somewhere around here. Okay, and I'll also do the same for all of these other fingers. So just moving this to the side, and I can select these faces here and insert them, and I'm going to place them appropriately on the fingers. Do the same thing right here. You can move these ones to the side of the finger. I can select this and I to insert them. I'm going to place it right here. Okay, and you also probably want to turn up auto merge at this point so that these vertices don't merge right here. So mine merged. I'm just going to select this X and I'm going to delete these faces and I'll just reconstruct them back again. So I can select this vertex right here, F to create a new face there. Also the same thing there, F to create another new face, and I'm going to fill this one in right here. I'm just going to make this match the topology of the finger or the shape of the finger a little bit more. Okay, something like that looks good. And I'm just going to keep on adjusting this. I'm going to select this I to insert this, and I'll turn on snapping. I'll just move this into place. So now we have something that looks like this for the fingers. I'll also go ahead and do the same thing on the thumb. I'm going to add in 2 loops right here. Okay, and I'm just going to push this one to the side. I'm going to select these I to insert this one here, and I'm just going to make this one follow the shape of sculpt, something like that. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier, and now we have something that looks like this. Okay, and this looks good. I'm going to go ahead into sculpt mode and I'm going to use the relax light brush, and then I'm just going to smooth out the topology on the rest of the fingers. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Okay, and these are the fingers done right now. So this is the finger done for this character, and can go ahead and merge this together. So I'm going to select the Q. I'm going to also going to select the plane, Control G to join them together, and they should have the same modifier, so everything should be fine. I'm going to go back into edit mode. You can select these ones and also select these ones, Control E, and you should be able to bridge the edge loops right here. Remember, we said we want loops around the wrist, so I'm just going to add in 2 loop cuts right there, and I'm going to hold down shifts. I'm just going to smooth all of this out. So holding down shifts, I'm going to smooth all of this out right here. I can just add in some more loop cuts right here just to have some more even spread out topology, something more like this. Okay, so this is how you topologize the hands. You're going to use the exact same techniques for the toes. It probably is mostly the exact same thing. I'll just show you how we're going to do it. So you're going to start off once again with a cube. So Shift A, mesh. I'm going to add in a cube right there. I'm going to turn off snapping. I'm going to go into edit mode. I'll scale this one down. I'll move it to the front and I'll just place it where the toes are going to be. I'll move that right here. Okay, I'm going to focus in on this. I can just press period on the numpad to just focus on this. And I can select this. I'm going to rotate this something like this. I'll just place it to follow the shape of the toe, something like this. Okay, so this was the initial starting point that we had for the fingers. This loops or this face right here, we can delete that one. We don't need it. So X, and I'm going to delete that face right there. And I'm just going to select this one and place it in the appropriate spot. Okay, I'm going to add in a loop cut in the middle right here. And I'm going to add in 2 loop cuts right there for the two. All right, this one is going to look good. I'm just going to go ahead, select all of these, and I'm going to duplicate this for this other two. So I'm going to scale this part down. I can select this and move this out. Then I'll do the same thing for the other tools. I'm just going to duplicate this and scale this one down. Also the same thing right here. Scale this one down for this two. And also the same thing right here. You can scale this one down for this two right here. I'm just going to place this one SZ. I'll scale this up. Also the same thing right here. SZ and scale this one up. And the same thing for all these other tools. SZ, I'm going to scale this one up right here. And now we have something that looks like this. We can go ahead and we can add in a shrink wrap modifier. I'm going to add in a shrink wrap modifier. Also, I'm going to go to the object properties. I'm going to go to the viewport display and I'm going to turn on wireframe so that I see the wireframe a little bit clearly. And for our shrink wrap modifier, we can select the targets as the body sculpt. And we're going to have something that looks like this. This is going to be completely fine for now. We're still going to come back in and clean up the topology around the tool. So I'm just going to duplicate and apply this right now. And just like we did for the tools, I'm going to turn on snapping. And we just want those 3 edges or those 3 faces right there to be on the side of the tool. So we want these 3 faces to be on the side of the tool. So I'm just going to place this in the correct spot. So somewhere around there should be fine. Also do the same thing for each of these other tools. The same thing for this big toe. And I'm just going to place it right there. And also the same thing right here for this two. I'm not bothered about the top one for now. I'm just going to leave that one as it is. I'm going to place these ones on the side a little bit more. Okay. And also the same thing right here. And I'll place this one for this two. And also the same thing right here. Okay. So we want 3 on the side. Okay, this is going to be fine for now. And just like we did for the fingers, you can select these 2 edges and we can create new faces right there. And I'm just going to line these ones up a little bit better. The same thing right here. Create a new face right there and line them up a little bit better. Okay. And I'll do the same thing right here. And I can line these ones up a little bit better. Something like this. And also the same thing right here. And I'm going to line this a little bit better. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. If you remember what we did on the fingers, we added in an extra loop cut right in the middle, just so that that can conform to the shape of the sculpt a little bit better. Okay, now that we have that, we can select this loop going around here. I'm going to turn off snapping, and I'm just going to extrude this one back, so we have something that looks like this. Okay, I'm going to make use of the shrink wrap modifier to help us just snap these faces. So I'm going to go back into object mode. I'm going to duplicate and I'm going to apply. So I'm going to also right click loop tools and I'm going to relax this. I'm just going to press Shift R to repeat my action a couple of times. And now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to move this one to something somewhere around here. I'm going to also come in here and I'm going to add in some more loop cuts. I'm going to add in 4 loop cuts right here. And what we want to do, just like the same thing, the exact same thing that we did for the fingers, we are going to collapse some of these edges. So right now we have 42 vertices coming out of here. So we just want to collapse it so that not this much vertices are coming out from the legs. So I can select these 2 edges. So we're going to be collapsing them to this vertex or this edge in the middle. So I can select these 2 edges. I'll turn on auto merge. And then I'm just going to merge this one together. I'll do the same thing right here. And I'll also do the same thing right here. Okay, I'll do the same thing right here. And we don't want these triangles here. So I'm just going to select these ones. Make sure I have the right thing selected. And Ctrl X to dissolve those. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. And I'm just going to hold down Shift and I'm going to swing this out. And also just push this to line up with the shape of our topology or of our sculpt a little bit more. I'm going to bring this out, hold down Shift, and I'm going to smooth this out. I'll just push this into place so that we have something that looks like this. I'll also go ahead and do the same thing at the bottom. I'm going to select these 2 edges here, GG to slide them, and the same thing right here. And then the same thing right here. And then I'm going to select these ones and then Ctrl X to dissolve those. Okay, I'm going to use the relax style brush. Then I'm going to smooth out the topology a little bit more so we have something that looks like this. Okay, and I'm just pushing the topology into place, something that looks more optimal for the legs. And now we have something that looks like this, and this looks really nice. And for the legs, we can just select this. I'm going to go from the side view. I'm just going to extrude this to right here. I can SY and 0 to scale this on the Y axis. I can scale this up and I can just rotate it to somewhere around here. So something like this. We also want to scale it down from the X axis. And I'm just going to scale it down something like this. Okay. And now we have this for the tool. I'm going to duplicate. I'm going to apply the shrink wrap modifier. And just the exact same thing that we did for the fingers. These loops going around here, I'm going to connect them to themselves. So I'm just going to take them and just increase the opacity of this. I'm just going to take them all the way to the back of the heel. And then we are going to connect them on themselves right here. I'm just going to move these ones down a little bit. So just push them down a little bit more. Okay, let me just clean this and we are going to go ahead and we're going to extrude these edges. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 right here. I can select this and I can just extrude going all the way to the back. I'm just going to extrude and I'm not bothered about the number that I'm extruding. I'm just extruding until I get to right here. I'll make sure I still have the same loops. Okay, so right here we can select these two and fill this in, and then we can also fill up this one. And then I'm just going to push some of this down a little bit so that we can create some space right there. Okay, so now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to add in some more loopers right here and just subdividing this a little bit more. Okay, and now we have something that looks like this. We can definitely go ahead. We can add in more loop cuts here. I'm just going to add in 5 loop cuts right there for the shape of the feet. Okay, so right here, I'm going to select this, and I can see I have an odd number of vertices selected, so I can add in an extra loop cut right here so that we can easily fill this one in. So I'm just going to select right here. So I'm just going to select these loops here and here, E and S to fill this one in. Then we can create a new face right there. If I select that edge and press F, I'm going to create a new face there. Also the same thing right here. I'm going to create a new face right there. And just before I continue, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier just so that this looks a little bit more uniform. Can also select these and right click loop tools, and then I can just relax this out a little bit more. So we have something that looks like this. I'm going to go ahead E and S to scale this in, extrude and scale this in a little bit more. I can create a new face there, and I can do that once again. E and S, I can just create new faces right here. Okay, so I'm going to select this one coming out. So I'm just referencing it with this. This is the edge in the middle of the tool. So I can select this edge right here. I can merge it with this one. So F to create a new face there. Also F to create another new face there. You can create one more on the side. F to create another new face. And also F to create another new face. You can add in a looker right here. Then we can merge these ones at center. Okay, you can add in another loop cut here. We're going to merge these ones at center. We're also going to merge these ones together. We're going to merge this one together. And we're going to merge this one together. So let's just go ahead. I'm going to select this one M and merge at center. Also the same thing here, Shift R to repeat my action. Now also do the same thing on this other side. And just like that, we have been able to fill in the bottom of the feet. So I'm just going to go back into sculpt mode. I'm going to use the relax slide brush, and then I'm just going to smooth this out. So just holding down Shift, and then I'm smoothing this out. So just holding down Shift and smoothing this out. Okay, now I have something that looks like this. Okay, I'm going to select right here, and I have 26 verses. Let's see how many that we had here. So we had, if I just select this one, we had 22 vertices here. So we're going to need to get rid of some of the vertices that we have here. And to do that, we can just select these loops. So right here, so I just selected from right here, going all the way to here. And I'm going to turn off snapping for this one. I'm going to extrude this up once. And if I create a new face right there, and I also create a new face right there, we have been able to reduce that from 26 to 24. Can do that one more time. I'm just going to select it right here. I'm going to extrude this one up, and I can create a new face right there. And now we have 22, and I believe that's the same number here. That's the same number that we have on the legs. So it's going to be easy enough to join those together. For the ankles, don't worry about the ankles for now. I'm going to show you a very simple way of retaining the shape with our retopology. Let's just come back to the tools for a little bit. So right here, I'm going to add in a loop cut right there, and we're just going to add in 2 loop cuts right there. So I'm going to add in a loop cut right there. But those don't deform as much, so I'm not going to pay much attention to them. I'm just going to add loop cuts right here. So I'm just going to add in 2 loop cuts here. It's adding one right here, adding 2 loop cuts right there, adding one right there, adding 2 loop cuts. Also adding one right here and adding 2 loop cuts. I'll go ahead and duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier, and I'll just add in a loop cut right here. And I'll go into sculpt mode. I'm going to hold out Shift. I'm just going to smooth all of this out. Okay, console at the bottom. I'm going to smooth this out. Okay, Now we have something that looks like this. With hold down shift and with smooth out everything. All right, with this in place, we can go ahead and we can merge the feet retopology with the rest of the body. So I can just select these two and then Control G to join them together. And I'll go into edit mode. I can select these loops here, also select this loops right here. I'll just make sure it's just these two that are selected, and then Control E, we can bridge these edge loops together, and Control R, we can add in like two loop cuts right there. Then we can go in and just hold down Shift and smooth out the whole topology. Okay, now we have something that looks like this for the legs. And to retain the shape around the ankles, I'm just going to select these. I'm just going to make sure that's matching the shape of the ankles, something like this. I'm going to select these and then Control B to bevel with these ones, and I'm just going to merge these like so. And with this, we can select this, Control X, get rid of the triangles. Then I'm going to smooth out this area right here, and I'm just going to push down the shape of the topology. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. I'm just going to smooth out right here. I can see how that's retaining the shape of the ankles right here. Okay, that looks really nice. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing right here. I'm going to select these ones, and then I can bevel that. I'm going to bevel that right here. GG, I'm going to slide this right here. I'm also going to slide this one, and then we're going to get rid of these edges. Control X to get rid of the edges right there. I'm just going to hold down Shift. I'm going to smooth out everything, and that's going to retain the shape of the ankles. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier, and I'm just going to smooth all of this out and make sure that that's following the shape of the ankles right there. So I'm just going to smooth out the whole topology for the rest of the body. Okay, right here we have the topology of the body in place. I'm just holding now Shift and I'm smoothing out everything. So far we have been able to retopologize the whole body. So now we're just going to go ahead and we are going to do some cleanup around some of the areas of the face. So right here on the mouth, I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to select these edges here, and I'm just going to scale them down. I'm going to push them closer to the corner of the mouth. I'm going to turn on snapping for this. I'll just push these ones closer to the corner of the mouth. I'm going to Control Z. I'll turn off auto merge so that doesn't merge. I'm just going to push these ones closer, something like that. We can add in an extra edge loop right here just to retain the shapes of the mouth a little bit more. So something like that. Okay. And also right here on the eyes, we can add in an extra edge loop here. So this face is getting too stretched. So I can add in an extra edge loop right here and another extra edge loop right there. I'm going to go into sculpt mode. I'm going to use the relax slide brush. I'm just going to relax this together. I'm just going to relax the topology right here. I can hold down Shift and smooth out the topology. Okay. Right here for the eyes, we are going to need some more loop cuts so that when the eye starts to close, we are going to be able to, the topology is going to be able to support the closing of the eye. So I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to add in a loop cut right here and another loop cut right here. And something like this should be able to support the closing of the eye. I might just shift this one here and I'll just add in one more loop cut right there. So that once we start closing the eye, it's going to close a little bit properly. Okay, I'll go into sculpt mode and I'll just smooth out the topology a little bit. I'm just smoothing out the topology around the eyes, making sure that everything looks good. Okay, I'm going to hold down Shift and smooth out everything. Okay, and this is definitely going to look good for the shape of our topology. So I'm just going ahead and I'm going around the whole character and I'm cleaning up the topology. Now that we're cleaning up the topology, we can just apply the mirror modifier. I'll make sure X symmetry is turned on so that these loops in the middle right here, we can actually just smooth over those. Okay, I'll also do the same thing on the face. And also right here, we're just going to smooth out the topology in the middle. hold down shift and I'm going to smooth this out. Okay. To something like that. We're just smoothing out the topology around our whole character. I'm just going to push these ones in a little bit more. I'm going to smooth out the topology right here. Hold down shift and smooth this out, and I'll just also hold down shift and I'm going to smooth all of this out right here. And this is looking good so far for the topology of our character. Now that we have retopologized the body, the hands, and the feet, we are going to go ahead and we are going to model the eye cavity for our character. Okay, so to do that, I'm just going to select our mesh right here. I'm going to apply the shrink wrap modifier, and I'm going to add back in our mirror modifier. For this, we can use the auto mirror. So I'll just go to the edit, and then I'm going to use the auto mirror, and then we should have the mirror modifier automatically added. And now for the eye cavity, I'm just going to select this, E and S to scale this in to something like this. And we're just going to determine the thickness for the eye. I'm going to actually hide the eye right here. I don't need to see that one. I'm going to hide it right there. I can also hide the body right there. I'm just going to determine the thickness. I can GG to move this back, and you can press C to move it back past this boundary. So somewhere around here is going to be fine. Something like this. I can scale this up a little bit more and then just move this back. I'll make sure to turn off snapping, and I'm just going to move this back. I'm also going to move this one to the side. Okay, so now I have thickness like that for the eyelashes. I'm going to select this one, and I'm just going to GG to slide this on. So I just want even thickness around the whole eyelid. So something like that is going to look good for me. Okay, I'll push this one in a little bit more, and I'll also push this one in a little bit more. All right, for the eye cavity, what we can do is just to select that edge right there, E and S to scale this up, and then from the top view, I'm just going to push this in something like this. So it might be a little bit difficult to see this. Let's just go ahead, and I'm going to Ctrl plus to select that, and I'll select it somewhere around there, and then Shift H to hide every other thing so that it's not too difficult to see the eye cavity. I'm just going to place it somewhere, something like this. S and Z, I can scale this one up. Okay, and then I'm just going to round out the eye cavity a little bit more. Instead of it having the shape of the eye, I'm just going to round it out a little bit more. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I can also just select this, and I can right click loop tools, and I can relax this one out a little bit more. Okay, something like this is definitely looking good. I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to add in a loop cut right here, and Alt S. I'm just going to scale this out just a little bit more. So something like that. I just scaled it up a little bit more with Alt S. And then I'm going to come in here. I'm going to add in a loop cut right here. I'm also going to add in another loop cut right here. I'm going to select those two edges, and I'm just going to Alt S to scale that up just a little bit more. And now we have that thickness around the eyelids, and this is how I like to model the eye cavity. Can also just add in another loop cut right here. Okay, so this is going to be all for the eye cavity. I'm going to Alt H to hide this. I'm going to toggle off X-ray. Now we have the eye cavity, and the next thing we're going to go ahead and do is going to model in the mouth cavity. I'm going to select this one right here, Ctrl plus to select this. So I'm just going to Ctrl plus to select this, and then Shift H. I'm going to hide all of this. I'm going to select this one. I'll go from the top right here, and I'm just going to extrude this backwards on the Y axis, and then I'm going to extrude that on the Y axis once again. I'm going to scale this up. I'll move it to the side, so on the X axis, and then S and Y, I can just scale this on the Y axis a little bit more. And now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to select this. I'm just going to move these ones up, I'm going to start bringing this one down. I can select this and move this up. And actually, now that we're doing this, we can actually turn off the topology option so that it doesn't get too confusing. So I'll go up here to the mesh edit mode overlays. I'll turn off the topology option. And then I'm just going to move this up right here. And I'm also going to move these ones down. So we are going to start making that opening for the mount. So right here, if I take a look at it from the front view, you can see how we can see into the mount. So we don't want to be able to see that. So I'm just going to select these edges right here. So these ones right here. And I can move these ones down. Something like that. So that that overlaps itself and so that we don't see that opening through the mouth. I can also select these ones. Then I can bring them up. So something like that. Then I can select these loops right here and GG to just move them this way. And can also just slide these ones this way. So something like this is going to be just fine. Okay. So now if we take a look at it from the front, we don't see through the mouth. That's exactly what we want. I'm going to select these ones. And for the mouth cavity, we just want something like this. I'm going to Alt H to unhide so that I can see the other parts of my character. And with the annotation tool, we just want something that looks like this for the mouth cavity. So this is what it's going to look like from the side view. And then from the top view, we want something that looks like this. Okay. And now with this, I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to select those loops once again. I'm going to go back into the edge selection mode. Ctrl plus to select more. And then Shift H to hide this one. I'm going to select this. S and Z to scale this up. And I'll place it right there. Okay. And then I'm just going to extrude this one all the way to the back. S and Y and 0 to scale that on the Y axis. And S and Z, I'm going to scale this up. Okay. Something like that. And I also want to round this out a little bit more. So I'm just going to right click, loop tools, and I'm going to relax this one out. I'm just holding down Shift R to relax the topology. I'm holding down Shift R to repeat my previous action. And then if I come from the side and add in a loop core right here, I can scale this up to fit an addition drawing. So something like that. And also scale this up. And I'm going to extrude this one to the back. You can scale this one in. I can extrude this to the back, scale this in. Okay. I'll just move this one also. Also from the side, I can extrude this one down, something like this. And just one more time right here. I'm going to add in some more loop cuts right here. Just to better get the shape of the mouth cavity. Okay. I'm going to add in a loop cut right there. And I'm going to add in another loop cut right here. I'm going to slide this one back. And now I have something that looks like this. Okay, nice. Now from the top left fix of the shape, I'm going to go into the sculpt mode. I'm just going to use the grab brush. I'm just going to push this one into shape. I can hold down Shift and then just smooth all of this out. You can also use the relax light brush and then smooth out the topology right here. Okay, so I'm just holding down Shift and I'm smoothing out the topology. Can use the grab brush, hold down Shift and also smooth out the topology right here. Okay, and now I have something that looks like this for the mouth cavity, and I can just actually select all of this, Ctrl plus to select this, and I can go into the vertex selection mode, right click. I can smooth out these vertices. Okay, we can also go into sculpt mode. We can make use of the inflate brush and we can inflate this, but you're going to notice if we inflate this, it's actually going to be deflating, and that's because these faces are inverted, so the normals are actually facing the other side, which is actually how we want it to face. So that is correct. So I'm just going to hold down Control so that we can actually inflate this one up. I'm going to inflate right here. So right here is where the teeth is going to be. That's going to inflate right here. I can smooth out right here with the grab brush. Okay, I'm going to switch back to the inflate brush, hold down Control, and then just inflate this out. And now we have something that looks like this. So this is going to be the mouth cavity, something like this. We can always still come back to adjust this once we add in the teeth and the tongue. We might still need to come back in here and adjust this, but for right now, this is fine. I'm going to erase all of these, okay, and Alt H to bring back the rest of our character. And I'm going to make sure that it's not clipping through the character from the side. So right now, this is looking really nice. So if I just illustrate this right here, if I just select this faces and I use the proportional editing and I just bring this down, I'm going to scroll down on my mouse wheel, and then I'm just going to bring this right here. So if I open the mouth, let's say this character was going to be deformed, you're going to see that we still have something showing inside of the mouth so that it's not just blank. And then our teeth, the teeth and the tongue is going to sit right inside of there. Okay, and now we have added in the eye cavity and the mouth cavity. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shade this one smooth and see what that looks like. Okay, so now we have the topology for our character, something that looks like this. The next step, what we need to go ahead and do is to add in the eyeballs, the teeth, and the tongue for our character. And what we want to do right now is to make use of assets. And I'm going to show you where you can download those assets from. So right now, if you go to blender.org/download/demo files, you're going to come here and you're going to see the human bees meshes. Depending on when you're watching this video, the versions might be different, but just go ahead and download that. It's going to bring you to a page like this, and your download should automatically start. So right here, my download has automatically started. I'm just going to close this because I already have it downloaded right there, and I'll go to the file explorer. Right here, I'm going to right click and we're going to extract this zipped file. Okay, and I'll go into that folder and I'm going to open the Blender file inside of that folder. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to open that up right there. And then we should have something that looks like this. I'm going to go to the overview workspace so you can actually see these instructions right here. I'm going to explain what all of this means. So we need to install this asset bundle onto our computer. So we're going to go up to edit. We're going to go to preferences, and under file paths, we're going to add in a new asset library. We're going to click the plus button right here. And this one, we can save it to where we save all our projects or all our sculpts. I'm just going to go to where I save all my sculpts. I'm going to create a new folder and we can call this one human bees meshes right here. I'll actually make sure I have the spelling right. Okay, I'll go into that folder and I'm going to select add asset library, and the import method we want to change this to append. Okay, let's come down here and let's make sure we save the preferences from right here. I'm going to close out of this, and right here where it says copy bundle to asset library, we're just going to click down on that and we are going to choose the human bees mesh right there, and we are going to copy that to the asset library. And now if we come down here, we should see that inside the asset library right here. All right, let's go ahead and let's just close out of this file. We're going to go back to our sculpt. If we come down here and we split up the viewport and we go to the asset browser, under where it says all libraries, we should see the human bees meshes here. If you don't see this, you can just come here, close your file, and then you can open it up once again so that you'll be able to see those asset libraries. So I'm just going to open that up again. I'll split this up right here and I'm going to change this to the asset browser. Under all libraries, I'll come down here to where it says human bees meshes, and now you should see all of these in place. So all these are free assets that we can use on both our personal projects and both on commercial projects that are provided by the Blender Studio for free. So we can use this on our projects. So I'm just going to go to the Stylized category here, and we are going to make use of the jaw. I'm just going to drag and drop that here. We're also going to make use of the eyes right here, and I'm just going to close this one down. Okay, so right here, those are a bit far away. We can just select the both of them, Alt G to clear the location right there. Okay, so we have been able to clear the location. Let's go ahead and let's place the eyeball in the right place. We are going to use the eyeball that we added in earlier when we were sculpting as reference. So I'm just going to unhide the eyeball from the outliner, and then I'm going to move this one into place. So I'm just going to place it right here. I'm going to scale it down, something like this, just to be similar shape to the eye that we had in earlier. And also from the side, I'm going to move this one forward somewhere around here, and I can just scale this one down a little bit more. And now I have something that looks like this. I'm going to hide the original eye, and now we have something that looks like this. I can shade this one smooth. Okay, and for the eyeball, we want to make sure that when we rotate it, it's not clipping through the eye cavity. So just press R twice to rotate that, and then just make sure it's not clipping through the eye cavity. I can see a bit of clipping. I'm just going to slightly move this back. We are still going to add another object for this that will represent the cornea of the eye. But for right now, this is looking good. I'm just going to adjust it into the right position, and if I rotate that, it's not clipping. Okay, so that's exactly what we want. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mirror this over to the other side. So I'm just going to mirror this for now, and something like that looks good for the eyes. Also the same thing for the teeth. We're going to go ahead here, and I'm just going to place it inside of the mouth. So somewhere around here, I can scale this down just to fit the shape of the mouth, and I'm going to place this right here. And right now, I need to make some changes on the mouth cavity. So I'm just going to select these, and I'm going to press Shift H to hide these ones. Okay, and the changes I want to make are right here. I'm just going to select this edge, and I'm going to make sure proportional editing is turned on. S and X. I'm just going to scale this one up on the X-axis a little bit more. So select this and scale it up, something like that, so that that actually fits the teeth right here. Okay, and something on these bead meshes right here. These pieces are just extra pieces that we are not going to use. So I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to press L to select this, and under the menu here we can select seam. These pieces we are never going to see them, so we can just delete them. They're just extra pieces that we don't need, so we can delete those pieces right there. Also the same thing right here, we can delete these pieces. And then also the same thing under the tongue, we can delete these pieces right here. Okay, just to optimize the mesh a little bit more. I'm going to unhide every other thing. I'll just hide this back. Okay, and now we have been able to add in the eyes and the teeth and the tongue for our character. Okay, I'm going to turn off the wireframes right here. Now, the last step to complete the topology of the body is to go ahead and retarget our sculpted details back to our retopologized mesh right here. I'm just going to make sure my screencast keys are turned on here. I'm just going to clean off the annotations. And the way we are going to retarget it, we are going to go ahead and we are going to use the shrink wrap modifier. So I'm going to select this. We can apply, at this point, we can apply the mirror modifier. So I'm just going to apply this. Then I'll add in a shrink wrap modifier. And for the target, we want to choose our body sculpt. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. But if you notice on the face, the eye cavity and the mouth cavity don't know exactly where to be snapped to. So we want to select those geometry and want to tell those parts of the topology not to snap to any part of the body sculpt. So let's go into edit mode. I'm going to unhide everything with Alt H, and I'm just going to disable the shrink wrap modifier for now. So I'm going to go into the eye right here. I'm going to select this loop for the eye cavity. I also do the same on the left side of the character, and Ctrl plus to just select till I get somewhere around here. Okay, and we are going to create a new vertex group right here. I'm going to add in a new vertex group, and I'm going to call this no shrink wrap. Okay, I'm going to create that new vertex group, and I'm going to assign these vertices to that vertex group. I'll also do the same for the mouth cavity. Let me just adjust the shape right here. I'm just going to increase this. Okay, and then I'm going to select these ones and something like this. A selection like this is going to be just fine. Then we can assign these ones to the no shrink wrap right here. I'm going to turn back on the shrink wrap, and under where it says vertex group, we are going to select the no shrink wrap, and we are going to need to invert this. Okay, so now you're going to notice that the mouth cavity and the eye cavity are not affected by the shrink wrap. All right, to continue the process of retargeting our sculpted details to our retopology, we are going to go ahead and we are going to add in a multi-resolution modifier, and we are going to move this one above the shrink wrap modifier, and we're going to subdivide this once, and I'm just going to subdivide this once again. Now you're going to see that most of our details are back on our character, which is nice and exactly what we want. We can now go ahead and apply the shrink wrap modifier. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to apply this. Okay, now with the multi-res modifier, what we want to go ahead and do is just to go ahead and clean up the rest of the sculpt. Now we have a lot more geometry that we can work in with the multi-res modifier added. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to clean up the sculpt. So right here on the eyelids, I'm just going to clean up the sculpt. So I'm just smoothing out everything that we have. So I'm just starting off with the face and I'm cleaning up the eyelids. So right here, we can make this a little bit sharper. I can use the crease polish brush and just sharpen this up a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to smooth this out like this. All right, now that eyelid is looking really nice and sharp. I can crease in the bottom of the eyelid right here, and I can adjust the shape of the eyelid into something more that I like. Okay, something like this. I can smooth out these areas right here, and with the multi-res modifier in place, we are just going ahead and we are refining the shapes that we have on our sculpt. Right here, you're going to see that the mouth is opening. So to close off this opening, we don't want to be able to see the teeth. To close off this opening, let's just use the inflate brush and let's just close this up, something like this. All right, something like this looks nice. I'm going to use the grab brush and I'm just going to push this in, something like that. So that's for the corners of the mouth. All right, here I'm also going to use the inflate brush and then just inflate the lips right here and also the lower lips right here. We can further crease the lips here. So I'm just going to use the crease polish brush. I'm going to hold down control and I'm going to crease the lips right here. Okay, also right here, I'm going to mark out the chin. I'm going to just smooth out the geometry that we have so far. So that's exactly what I'm going to go ahead and do for not just the face, but the whole body. I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to smooth everything out. I can mark out this area right here with the crease polish brush for the corner of the mouth. Something like that looks good. I'm going to also define the corner of the nose. I can use the relax slide brush here and just hold down shift and smooth this out. And also, if you're wondering how I'm able to toggle the wireframes on and off very easily, you can come up here to where it says the viewport overlays, and then where it says the wireframes, you can turn it on and off. If you right click on this, you'll be able to add a shortcut. So the shortcut I added onto the wireframes was Shift Q. So anytime I press Shift Q, it's going to either toggle wireframes on or it's going to toggle it off. So you can just come up here and you can add in your own shortcuts. Shift Q is the shortcut that I like to use. Okay, so I'm going to use the crease polish brush. I'm just going to mark this out, something like this, and I'm also going to mark right here out. So just sharpen up the details that we had in the sculpt. You can also just use the draw brush and dig in the nostrils in a bit more. You can also just smooth out the shapes right here for the nostrils. Okay, something like that definitely looks good. All right, I like how that's looking right there. Let's go ahead and let's clean up the ears. At the back of the ear right here, I'm going to use the relax slide brush and just smooth out the geometry that we have right here. And right now we want to go ahead and we just want to clean up the shapes on the ear. So we want to make this really nice and sharp. Right now you can see that the shapes are a bit too soft. So I'm just going to go in with the crease polish brush. I'm going to mark out the shapes right here for the ear. Okay. Something like that. And I'm also going to do the same right here. And I'm also going to do the same right here. So I'm just defining the edges of the ear just so that it can look really nice and sharp instead of it looking soft. I'm going to mark out this edge right here. I'm also going to mark out this edge right here. And also mark out this edge right here. And I'm just going to smooth out these areas so we have something that looks like this. Okay, from the side, let me see what this looks like. I'm just going to adjust the shape of the ear until I'm happy with the way it looks. Something like that definitely looks good for me. I'm going to smooth out the transitions on the head here. So I'm just holding down shift and I'm smoothing all of these out. Then I can also define this jaw area right here going into the neck. So something like this. Okay, I'll also define right here with the crease polish brush. Something like this. Okay, and I'll hold down shifts and I'm going to smooth all of these ones out. Holding down shifts and I'm just going to smooth this out. Okay, this is looking good. Let's go down to the body and we're going to further define the shapes right here. I'm just going to use the crease polish brush to define the shapes. I'm going to hold down shift, define the shapes right here. Also on the rib cage, I'm just going to define the shapes right here and also right here. I'm just taking a look at the topology and I'll just still make sure that it's following the shape of our character. Okay, right here in the middle, I can just add this in. Okay, something like that. And I can also just crease in this area right here. And for the back, I'm going to smooth out the back and I'm going to crease it in a little bit more. Okay, so we are not adding extra details. All we are doing here is just to refine the details that we have right now. That's all I want to do right now. I'm just refining the details that we already added in. I'm going to smooth out some of the geometry right here. Okay, just at the groin area right here. And I can also sharpen up right here. Okay, something that looks like that. I can also sharpen up the knee right here. So I'm just using the crease polish brush and going over that area. So right now I see that the topology is not really following that area. So I'm just going to use the relaxed light brush. I'm going to just push this up just so that I can follow the shape of the legs. Something more, yeah, something more like this. I'll use the crease polish brush once again. I'm just going to define that a little bit more. Okay, I also do the same at the top right here. And just hold down shifts and I'm going to smooth all of that out. Okay, that is definitely looking good. Right here, I'm going to also define the shape on the ankles. Okay, I'm going to hold down control and mark that out, something like that. So we're just defining all the shapes that we had that we marked out earlier. Something like this definitely looks good. I'm just going to mark this out. Okay, I'm going to smooth out the geometry right here, making sure that we have nice transitions from the feet into the legs, something like this. I'll hold down shift. I'm going to smooth it out like so. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to define the tools a little bit more. I'm going to hold down shift. I'm just going to mark this out, hold down control and mark out the tools. So I'm just defining the shapes that we had on the tools earlier from our sculpts. Okay, I can also mark out right here, so just in between the tools. And I can also use the relaxed light brush, then just smooth this out, something like this. Okay, something like this is definitely looking good. Let me go ahead and refine the shapes on the hand. I'm going to mark right here out. Let me see the back of the elbow. I'm also just going to mark right here out. Hold down control and mark this out. Like so. Okay, Now also mark out right here. Okay, looking good. And for the fingers right here, you can definitely define the shape of the knuckles, something like that. Also right here, I'm just going to hold down control and crease that a little bit. Also something like this. And on the finger joints, this one is actually looking quite good. So I'm just going to mark this out like so. And I can hold down control right here and then just mark this one out. I'm going to hold down control with the crease polish brush and mark this out. Okay, something also like this. Hold down control and I'm going to mark this out. The same thing right here. I'm going to hold down control and I'm going to mark this out. And also the same thing right here. So you definitely want to take your time with this. I'm kind of rushing a little bit because this chapter has gotten a little bit too long. So just go ahead and make sure you take your time with this. So I'm just going to mark this out until I have a shape that looks like this. Also at the bottom right here, I can just mark all of these shapes out. And also right here, I can mark this out a little bit more. Okay, I like how this is looking. I'm going to go into object mode. And right now we want to apply the multi-resolution modifier, but we are not actually going to come in here and we are not going to apply it. If you do that, you're going to have too much resolution for our character. This is going to become less optimal for animation and deformation. So we are not going to do that. So the way we are going to do this is we are going to come down here to shape and we are going to apply the base. And what that is going to do, if I just turn off right here, you can see that on our base retopology is not, we don't have the shapes that we had from our sculpt. So if we apply this base right here, it's going to try and retarget the shapes that we had on our sculpt onto our retopology. So let's just go ahead. I'm going to select this and we're going to apply base, and you're definitely going to see some changes on your character. I'm just going to Ctrl Z. So just take a look at what it looked like before. And if I apply base, you're definitely going to see some changes. So that's just going to help retain some of the shapes on our retopologized mesh. So now if I get rid of the multi-resolution modifier and I apply the subdivision surface modifier, now you're going to see what we have. We still have some of those details coming through. So we're just able to retarget what we had onto our retopologized body mesh. All right, this one was a really long one. Let's go ahead and let's summarize. So now you know where to place essential loops on the body for proper deformation and animation of the body. And you also know how to retopologize the body. As usual, if you need any extra help with anything I've mentioned so far, go ahead and join the Stylized Character Academy, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process. And if you're loving the masterclass so far, if you've been able to get to this point, you can go ahead and leave a review of the masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video. And with that, I'll see you guys in the next chapter where we are going to be retopologizing the clues for our character. All right, I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to chapter 8. In this chapter, we are going to be taking a look at retopologizing the clothes for our character. And our agenda for this chapter is very simple. First off, I'm going to show you some important things to remember for cloth topology. And then we'll dive into Blender and we're going to retopologize the clothes for our characters. As usual, share this masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are proud of. And a little bit of warning for you right now. This is the most important chapter in the entire masterclass. So watch the entire video. Don't skip the video. Don't jump around. All right, let's get started. Things to remember for cloth topology. Just keep in mind that all the topology techniques that we used when retopologizing the face and the body will still be the same techniques that we are using for the clothes. But for the cloth topology, we need to consider something I need to keep in mind is how the cloth is going to deform when the character starts to move. And to do that, we need to make sure that we keep the same or similar topology with the underlying geometry. So when you're retopologizing the clothes, we just want to keep in mind how the clothes is going to deform, and to be able to, for the clothes to be able to deform properly, you just want to keep the same or similar topology with the underlying geometry. I'll go into Blender and explain what I mean by that right here. So I have this clothes that I just modeled out really quickly. So this is the clothes model, also modeled out the shots, and I've also rigged this paragraph. If I go into pose mode and I just start to deform this right here, you're going to notice that when I start to deform, you can see that the clothes is breaking a little bit. Also the same thing right here. Let me just rotate the hips. So you can start to see the way that the clothes is clipping through the body. And the reason this is happening, you can see if I just, this is the geometry of the shirt. If I hide this, you can see the geometry of the underlying body. So because they don't have the same or similar topology, we have issues with deformation like this. And this is not what we want when we start deforming our own character. I'll show you a better example here. So this shirt right here, I've duplicated this from the underlying topology of the body. And if I just go into pose mode and I move this, you can see how there's no form of clipping because we have the exact same topology on the clothes. Also the same thing right here for the shot. So we want to try as much as possible to keep the same or similar topology with the underlying geometry. We might not always be able to keep the same topology with the underlying geometry because our clothes might have folds or might have some extra part, maybe it might have a collar. So we won't be able to keep the exact same topology. So we want to just try to keep similar topology with the underlying geometry. So that's everything that you need to know for the clothes topology. Now let's actually dive into Blender and we're going to retopologize the clothes for our character. And the way I actually recommend for you to go through this chapter is just to watch me doing it so that you can see my thought process, because we are all going to have different clothing types. So just watch how I do it, see the thought process of me retopologizing the clothes, and then you'll be able to take the techniques I use and then implement that in your own projects. So this is where we left off in the last chapter right here. We just reprojected our details back onto our retopologized mesh. So we are going to go ahead and we're going to retopologize the body. I'm going to select the new low poly collection here. I'm just going to press C to create a new collection under the low poly collection. And I'm going to name this clothes. I'll just name that appropriately. All right, something like this. And I'll just put underscore Retopo there because we already have another collection inside of the high poly collection called clothes. So I'm just going to put underscore Retopology. I'm also going to rename some of these objects. So I'm just going to rename the body here to body. I'm also just going to rename these ones. I'll rename this one to eye, and I'll also rename this one to jaw. Okay, now we are going to be retopologizing the clothes inside of this clothes retopology, and I'm going to show you my step-by-step process for retopologizing clothes. So I have it written down here, and if I just zoom into this, okay, so the process I like to take for retopologizing clothes, first off, we are going to make the base topology from the body. So since we have already retopologized the body, we can make a base topology from the body of our character. And then once we are done with that, we are going to align the topology with the seams. So we have seams on our clothes like right here and right here. So we are going to align the topology with the seams. Once we are done with that, we are going to go ahead and align the topology with the folds of our character, of our clothes. And then we are going to go ahead and we are going to reinforce the seams that we added earlier. Then we're going to add some cloth thickness, and then we are going to reproject sculpted details, if any. So this step is going to be optional. We're going to reproject sculpted details if there are any sculpted details to be reprojected. All right, so I'm just going to keep this down here for when we need it. So let's go ahead and let's start off with the first step, which is make the base topology from the body. I'm just going to bring this down here. Okay, I'm going to hide some of the things that we don't need to see. So I'm just going to hide the hair for now. Also just going to hide the eyebrows right now. Okay, so we need to see the clothes, this shirt right here. Let's go ahead and let's start off with the shirt. I'm also going to select the body. I'll just make sure to name this properly. I'll just add underscore Retopo there. Okay, and now I'm going to duplicate this. So remember I said we want to make this topology from the body. So let's duplicate the body. I'm going to call this clothes. I'm going to call this one shirt underscore Retopo. I'm going to move this one into the clothes retopology collection. Okay, now I'm going to select that and select these shades, and I'm going to Shift H to hide every other thing. So Shift H is going to hide every other thing, and let me just make sure to turn on screencast keys here so that I can see the keys I'm pressing. All right, now we have this body duplicate and we have our high poly cloth. Okay, so now let's go into edit mode on the body topology, and we're going to delete some parts that we're not going to use for the topology of the shades. So right here, I can select these faces, X, and I can delete these faces. I can hover over this part, L to select all, and then I'm going to delete this part. Also, the same thing right here. I'm going to delete these faces, and also right here, I'm going to delete these faces. Also, the same thing right here. I can delete these faces, and I can just select these with L, and I'm going to delete these ones. All right. Now, this is going to serve as the base topology. So let's go ahead and let's add a shrink wrap modifier to this. We can get rid of the subdivision surface modifier. We don't need that one for now. I'm going to go ahead and add in a shrink wrap modifier. I'm just going to select the targets as the cloth sculpt. Also, right here, let's make sure to just turn off the solidify on our cloth sculpt so that the geometry actually sticks to the front of our cloth sculpt. So I'm just going to remove the solidifier from there. Okay. And if I go back into edit mode, I'm also just going to turn on Retopology right here so that we can see this a little bit better. You can see what we have. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. And now you can definitely see what we have a lot better. All right. So let's just go ahead and let's line these ones up a little bit more. So I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to line this up a little bit properly. I'm going to come down here and then I'm just going to start placing this into place. You can also make use of the mirror modifier. I'm going to delete half of this X, delete these faces, and I can go ahead and add a mirror modifier. And I'm going to move this up right here. Okay, I can get rid of this edge right here. It might not be really useful. You can always still add one if you need to. And what I'm just doing right now, just to go ahead and place a topology following the shape of the clothes so we can properly have it on the edge right there. So I'm just placing the topology. You want to make sure that you have it on the correct spots. All right, now we have something that looks like this. This loops here might be a little bit too much, a little bit unnecessary, so we might end up getting rid of this, but for now that's fine. I'm just going to come down here. I'm going to place these ones to start to follow the shape of the shirts. Okay, something like that is going to look good right here. If you remember this additional topology right here that we added for the body, when we're retopologizing the body, we're not going to need this for the clothes. So you can just go ahead. I can select this. I'm going to turn on auto merge basis here. Then I'm just going to slide this one on itself, and also the same thing right here. So we just clean up that topology right there. Also at the sleeves here, I'm just going to bring this in, and I'll just make sure that this is following the shape of the sleeves. Okay, so I have something like this right now, and let's just get rid of some of this extra topology. So the topology right here is not going to add anything additional to the clothes. So let's just go ahead. I'm going to select these faces X. I'm going to delete these faces, also these faces right here. I'm just going to get rid of those ones, and I can also get rid of these ones right here. And to cover this up, we can select these faces right here, or these faces right here, and then we can just extrude something like this. I'm just going to extrude, scale this on the x-axis a little bit, bring this way, extrude, scale this down. I'm going to extrude this one more time. I'm going to turn on clipping on the mirror modifier so that it just clips to the middle right there. I can also turn on this option right here so that we can see the other side too. I'm going to select this and just fill these faces in. Okay, I'll make sure I fill that in correctly. Okay, something like that. We are going to need one loop going down here. That's completely fine. I'm just going to add in one loop right there, and I'm going to add in these ones, something like this. And now I'll just go into sculpt mode. I'll go to the object properties, and I'm going to turn on wireframe so that I can see the wireframes in sculpt mode. And then I'm just going to hold down shift, and I'm going to smooth out the topology that we have right here. Okay, smooth out the topology in the middle. Also at the back, just going to hold down shift and smooth out the topology here. Also at the back, I'm just going to go ahead, smooth out the topology here. Okay, and if you see any weird stuff going on like this, let's just go ahead, duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier, and that should temporarily fix that issue. Okay, something like this is going to be just fine. All right, now we have something that looks like this. I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate and apply the shrink wrap so that we can apply the shrink wrap transforms in edit mode. So now we have something that looks like this. I'm just going to make sure that the base topology is looking good before we move on to the next step. All right, now we have this base topology that we can work with. And the next step, we're going to go ahead and we're going to align the topology with the seams of the clothes. So let me just drag this down here. And let me show you the seams on this sculpted mesh here. So you can see we have seams around the collar here. And I also have seams along the sleeves right here. So we're going to go ahead and we're just going to align the topology with the seams. Right here, this one is very straightforward. I can just come in here and place this one to follow the seams right here. I'm just going to place that all along this seam like so. Okay, something like that is definitely looking good. I can select these ones and then just adjust it to fit the changes that we made. All right, now we have something that looks like this. And I also have seams right here. So I'm just going to use this edge to place it on that seam. So these ones, I'm just going to move back a little bit so that I have some space to be able to do that. All right. And then I'm just going to place these ones on the seams right here. Okay. I'll make sure that that looks appropriate from all angles. And I can just slide these ones down so that the faces here are not too compressed. I'm going to slide this down. I'll select these ones, slide them down. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. And I'm just going to go into sculpt mode. I'm going to use the relax slide brush to just smooth out the topology that we have right there. Something like that. I'll make sure that this is following these seams. Okay, and also at the back right here. Something like this definitely looks good. Okay, this topology right here might be a little bit unnecessary. So right here, the topology is not going to follow the shape of the sleeves. So I'm just going to rebuild the topology at the sleeves here. I'm going to get rid of these faces right here. Can also select these ones and these ones. X, and I'm going to delete these faces right there. And let's just rebuild the topology. I'm going to select these and I'm going to turn off snapping up there. And we can just extrude this down. Something like this. Okay, I'm also going to place this right here. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap, something like this, just so that that sticks to the surface or to the edge of the sleeve. Somewhere around there is fine. And I can also get rid of this, and then I'll just come in here. I can add in more loop cuts, so I can just add in 4 loop cuts right there. Okay, I can see that the edges are compressing right here. This is going to be fine. I'm going to show you how we are going to reduce the number of edges that we have here. We are going to do that in the next step. For now, this is going to look just fine. Okay, and I'll just make sure that everything is looking good from right here. I'm going to go into sculpt mode and I'm just going to smooth out the topology right here. Okay, right here. I don't really like this pull right here. It's not really necessary to have it, so I can delete these faces. And let's just rebuild out this topology. I can also get rid of, dissolve that edge right there. And I can select these ones and slide it on itself. And then I can merge these two together right here. I'll go into sculpt mode and then I'll just going to smooth out everything. All right, now we have something that looks like this. This looks a lot nicer for the clothes what we are going for. Okay, I can add in an extra loop right here just to maintain the shape of the clothes. I'll go back into sculpt mode and I'm just going to smooth this out. And also right here, I'm going to smooth all of these out. And then I can adjust the placement of these vertices at the top here. Okay, that is definitely looking good. I can just keep on adjusting these edges to make sure that the topology looks nice and make sure that the seams are aligning. So that's what we are doing in this stage. I'm still aligning the seams right here. I'm just going to place this right here, and I can add in an extra edge loop right there just to conform better to the shape of the clothes. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. So you have something that looks like this. All right, now we've been able to align the seams, and something like this is definitely looking good right now. Okay, so that is the second step done. The third step what we want to do is to align the topology with the folds that we had on the clothes of our character. So we want to align, let me just hide this for a moment, and we want to align the topology with these folds. So I'm just going to draw out the folds. I'm going to use the annotation tool to just draw out the parts that we want to align. I'll change my placement to surface there. I'm just going to draw out the parts that we want to align with topology. So I'm going to align them at this high points of the fold and also these low points of the fold. Something like this. And then we can also align it with right here. We don't have too much topology on the, or we don't have too much folds on the clothes. So it's going to be easy enough to align. I'm just going to place this right here. So we want to align the topology with these annotation lines that we just drew out right now. I'm going to unhide that mesh and I'll go back into edit mode, and we can go ahead and we can start aligning this topology. I'm going to go into the vertex selection mode. I'm just going to start aligning this with the annotation lines that we draw out. I'll make sure snapping is turned on, and I'll just go ahead and keep on aligning this. Okay, right here, I'm going to need to move these ones up. And then also, I'm just going to place these ones right there. Something like that. We are going to need some more topology at the bottom here. I can just add in 2 loop cuts right there. I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier so that I can apply the transforms in the edit mode. Okay, and then right here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use this loop right here. I'm going to align it with this second annotation line that I have here. I'm just going to start aligning that something like this. Okay, this one is very easy to do. I'm just going to bring this down somewhere around here. I'll place this here. We want to make sure that we don't merge this together. So I'm just going to move this up. Okay, and then I'll just place this correctly. Something more like that. Okay, and then I'm also going to use this loop cut here and align it with this third annotation line here. So that's all I'm doing right now, is just to align the topology with the folds. All right, so now we have something that looks like that. And then I'm going to align this last and final one right here. Something that looks like this. So this one is coming down. So I'm just going to select these ones and bring them down, something like this. And I can clean these annotation lines right now since we have pretty much aligned every other thing. So I'm just going to clean the annotation lines. So we have something that looks like this for right here. Okay, and for the folds, to make the folds or to make the topology conform to the shape of the folds, something I like to do is just to select the edges right here. So the edges right here on this high points of the fold, I'm going to select till here. And then the easiest way to get more geometry so that it can conform to the shape of the folds is just to bevel this. So I'm going to bevel this somewhere around here. And in the bevel options, I'm going to change the segment to 2. And right here, we have created this end gun and these triangles. We don't want that. So let's just slide this one in. Make sure auto merge vertex is turned on. And then GG, I'm going to slide this one in somewhere around there. Also the same thing right here. And then let's select this edge and also this edge. And then dissolve those edges right there so that we don't have the triangles. And now we can make this vertex follow right here. So you're just going to follow the shape of the folds a little bit more, something like this. All right, so we're just making the folds conform a little bit better now that we have more geometry. I'm going to bring this one down here. Okay, something like this. I'll go back into sculpt mode with the relaxed light brush. I'm just going to smooth out the topology a lot more. Okay, and if I just isolate this mesh, you're going to see how, because we added that additional geometry there, you can see the shape of the clothes in object mode, or you can see the shape of the folds in object mode. And by the way, we are going to be baking the normals of these clothes. So we just want the topology to follow the shape of the clothes just a little bit more. Then we are going to use the normals to get in back all our details. So something like this is going to be fine. I'm going to slash to go out of the local view, and then I'm going to add in a look code there so that that face is not too stretched. And then I can just use the smooth brush. Then I can smooth all of these out. Okay, something like this. I'm just going to go ahead and smooth out the geometry right here, and I'll also smooth out right here in the middle, all the way going all the way to the back, something like this. Okay, I can add in another look right here so that this one conforms better to the shape of the sculpts. All right, we have something that looks like this right now, and I'm really happy with the way this looks. Okay, so we have been able to align the topology with the folds down there. I'm just going to duplicate and apply this so that we see that a little bit more. And if you need to, at any point in time, you can just come in here. If you need more geometry, just bevel this and then make the additional changes that we made so that we don't have any hexagons and triangles on your mesh. But for me, this looks fine right here. So I also have some folds on the sleeves. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to align these edges with these different poles that I have on the sleeve. I'm going to turn off snap in here, and I'm just going to move this one somewhere around here. Then I'm going to place this to be on the high points of the fold. I can also add in another loop here. Okay, so this is going to retain the geometry of the folds a little bit more. I'm going to place this one right here. Then I'll place this one right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'll just make sure that this is on the high point of the fold, and then this one I'm going to place it on this low point of the fold. You can use out the annotation tool to mark this out if you need to see this a little bit clearly. But for me, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to place this in the correct spot, and right here I can place this on the high point of this fold, something like this. Also right here I can place this one on the low point of this fold, and we have a slight fold right here. So I'm just going to place the vertices just to align with the folds, something like this. And I can also just select this one and move them out, something more like this, so you can see how the topology is now following the shape of those folds right there. I can also add in another loop cut right here, so just something like that. All right, we have way too many edges compressed right here. So to get rid of this, I can select these. So I'm just going to select these edges till I get somewhere around here. Okay, and then I'm going to slide this one on this vertex right here, or on this edge right here. I'm just going to slide it, and with auto mesh vertices turned on, that's going to mesh together. And also the same thing right here, and I'll just make sure that I don't have, so I just meshed. Okay, before we do that, let's make sure to turn off snapping so that we don't have any weird deformation. So I'm just going to snap this. Okay, and then I'll also do the same right here, snap this right here. And then I can get rid of this triangle, and then also this triangle right here. Now I've been able to reduce the number of polygons or the number of edges running down to the bottom of the sleeves. And we also still have this one following the shape of the topology, something like this. Okay, I'm just going to adjust this one, and right here I can also do the same thing. So I can just collapse this one like this. I'm just going to move this to somewhere around here, and then also the same thing here. I can collapse this one right here, and then I'm going to get rid of the triangles. Okay, and I'm just going to make this diamond shape at the sleeves here and also right here. And now I've been able to reduce the number of geometry running from the top of the sleeve to the bottom while still maintaining the folds from our sculpted mesh. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. I'll go into sculpt mode, I'm just going to hold down shift and I'm going to smooth out everything. Okay, and now we have topology that looks like this. All right, so now we have been able to align the topology with the folds on our clothes cut. So let's move on to the next step. This is going to be to reinforce the seams. And by reinforcing the seams just means adding more geometry to the seams so that when we subdivide this, the seams are still intact. So I'm just going to select those parts where I have seams right here. So that's here and here. I'm going to select this and I'm just going to show you an example here. If I had a seam right here, I'm going to show you something there. So just imagine I had a seam right there. I'm going to bevel this. Okay, something like this. So this is exactly how we want to reinforce the seams, just by adding in more geometry both to the front and to the back of those seams. So now we have something that looks like this, and I'm just going to Ctrl Z. I'm going to do that again, and I'm going to make sure auto mesh basis is turned off. Then I'm going to just bevel this again. Now we have something that looks like this. And if we had the seams intersecting each other like this, what you just go ahead and do right here is just to select this, and you can S and scale this to 0. Okay, let me turn on auto merge so that merges at the middle. So S and 0, and then you just go ahead, select these two edges, and then Ctrl X to get rid of that edge right there. So if you had seams that are intersecting, that's just how you go ahead and do that. I'm just going to select this S and 0, and then select this and Ctrl X, and you do that for all the seams that are intersecting just like that. So I don't have seams right there, so I'm just going to Ctrl Z, and I'm going to merge these back together. So I can just select these ones and merge them back on itself. I'll make sure auto mesh basis is turned on here, and can just merge this one back on itself, and then also the same thing right here. So that's how you would approach if you had seams intersecting. On this clothes, I don't have seams intersecting, so it's going to be completely fine for me. At the bottom here, I'm just going to make sure that there's still space between the reinforced seams and the other part of the topology. So I can just move these parts down, and something like this is going to work just fine. All right, so you have been able to reinforce the seams there. So if we subdivide this, this is going to look really nice, especially around the seams. Right here, I'm just going to make sure that we don't have faces stretching this way. I'm just going to place this something like this, and I'll go back into sculpt mode, and then I'll just smooth out the geometry that I have right here. All right, so that we have even quad topology all around the topology of the shirts. Okay, now we have something that looks like this, and this is definitely looking good. I like the way this is looking for the clothes. Okay, so now we have been able to reinforce the seams. The next step, we're going to go ahead and we're going to add in cloth thickness on our Retopologized shirt. So to do that, we can apply the mirror modifier here. We don't need that anymore, and we are going to add in a solidify modifier. Okay, and I'm just going to increase the thickness, something like this. And to know how this is going to look because we're eventually going to subdivide this, we can just right now go ahead and add a subdivision surface modifier. So I'm going to press Ctrl 1 to add in a subdivision surface modifier. We are still going to remove this, but for now I'm just using it to gauge the type of thickness I need for this cloth. So something like this should be fine. I'm just going to change this to 0.007 right there, and I'm going to get rid of the subdivision surface modifier. Okay, now we have thickness on the clothes. We are going to go ahead and we're going to apply the solidify modifier. But if I apply this right now, you're going to notice that we have something like this going on shirts. And what's going on is that with the solidify modifier, it created this inside parts, and it also created this rim. And since we still have the shrink wrap modifier on this, everything is being shrink wrapped to the cloth sculpt. Okay, so the way we are going to combat that, let's just go to the object data properties. I'm going to remove this vertex group here, and I'm just going to create 2 new vertex groups. I'm going to name this one shell, and then I'm going to name this one rim. I'll go back to the modifiers, and then under the solidify modifiers, we have this outfit vertex group. So if we select the corresponding vertex group names, once we apply this solidify modifier, the shell, which is this inside part of the solidify modifier, is going to be assigned to that vertex group, and also the same thing for the rim. So I'm just going to go ahead now and apply that. So we still have the same issue, but we can now go into edit mode. I'll go to the object data properties. I'll create a new vertex group. I'm just going to leave the name as group, and then I'm going to select the shell. So all the faces that are in the shell. Also going to select the rim, and I'm going to assign those to this new vertex group that we added. I'm just going to assign that there. I'll go back into objects mode, and under the shrink wrap modifier, we can just select the group, and then let's just invert this. Okay, and let me just isolate this. And now you're going to notice that the solidify is working exactly how we want it to work. All right, now we can go into edit mode, and right here, I'm going to turn off Retopology right now. Just going to turn this one off. I'm going to add in a loop in the middle here, just so that we can round out this corner. So I'm just going to press Alt S, just round this out a little bit. I'll just also make sure to do this on the other side too, so that I can make use of symmetry. So just select both sides, and then Alt S to just scale this out, just so that we can round it out a little bit, something like that. All right, so I'll also do the same right here. Alt S, I'm just going to scale this one out. And then also the same thing at the bottom right here, Alt S, I'm going to scale this one out. Okay, these faces that was created, or that were created by the solidify modifier, we are not going to see them. So we just need to optimize this mesh. And the way we can do that is by deleting some of these faces, so that we don't have additional geometry that we're never going to see. So right here, I'm just going to select these loops right here. I'm going to delete those faces. Okay. I'm also going to come in here. I'm going to select these loops here. Something like that. Make sure to select the loops going around. I can delete those faces right there. And just before I delete that, I'm going to select mirror selection to the other side. And the shortcut for that is Ctrl-Shift-M. And under here, I'm just going to make sure to press extend, so that we can select both sides. And then I'm going to delete those faces. And then also the same thing right here. I'm just going to select those faces X and delete. And I can hover over this, press L. It's going to just select all those faces that we are not going to see. X, and we're going to delete those faces right here. Okay, now we still have thickness. If I go into object mode, we still have thickness on this. But those faces that we're not going to see, we have been able to get rid of them. All right, now we have been able to add thickness. The next thing I want to do is to reproject our sculpted details back from our sculpted mesh onto our retopologized mesh. The way we are going to do that is with the multi-res modifier. So I'm going to come to the modifiers here. I'm going to add in a multi-resolution modifier. I'll move this above the shrink wrap modifier, and I'm just going to subdivide this. Okay, you can already see that we are getting our details back. And I'm just going to subdivide this one more time, something more like this. All right, now we have something that looks like this. It's really clean and really nice. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just apply the shrink wrap modifier. And right here on the clothes, we are not going to be applying the base the way we did for the body. We are going to leave it the way it is right now, because we are going to be baking down the normals. So we are going to leave the multi-res on this until we get to that stage of baking. So for right now, you can just still go into sculpt mode, and you can refine the shapes around the clothes, so around the seams. Right, so you can just refine the shapes to make sure that you have exactly what you want. You can also come in here. I can add in some more additional details on the clothes. So you can just add in smaller folds, something like this on the clothes. So you can just do that, because we are going to be baking all the details down. I'm not going to do that right now, just so that we can go ahead and we can retopologize other parts of the character. Okay, the next part I'm going to be retopologizing for this character is going to be the skits. I'm just going to unhide everything. Okay, I'm going to hide these ones. I don't need to see them. And the next part I'm going to retopologize is going to be the skits for our character. So we are going to be using this exact same steps for the skits. But you notice that the skits is a little bit different from the body. So the body topology won't be able to fit around the skits, but we're still going to borrow some topology from the body to start off as a base for the skits topology. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to duplicate the body topology, and I'm just going to rename this to sketch and make sure I have correct spelling, sketch underscore retopology. And I'm going to move that into our clothes retopology collection right there. And I'm going to select the sketch. I'm going to shift H to hide every other thing. I'm going to select this. I'll go into edit mode and let's delete the pieces that we're not going to need. I'm just going to select this one right here. I'm going to delete that face. L to select these ones. X, we can also delete these ones. And right here, we can delete these faces. I'm just going to delete these faces. Also the same thing on the back. I'm going to delete these faces, and then I'm just going to select all these other ones. I'm just hovering over this and pressing L to select those, and I'm going to just delete those faces. All right, so this is going to serve as our base for the sketch. Let's go ahead and let's add in a shrink wrap modifier. I'm going to also get rid of the subdivision surface. We don't need that for now. I'm going to set the target as the sketch right there. I'm also going to select the sketch and just get rid of the solidifier. We can just disable it in the meantime. Okay, so we need a topology right here. I'm going to go into object properties, and under viewport display, I'm just going to turn on wireframes right there so that we can see the wireframes of this. All right, this is going to serve as a nice base for the sketch. I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier, and then I'm just going to start adjusting the base topology. So we are still in step 1. We are making the base topology from the body for the sketch. Right here, I'm just going to adjust this topology, and I can start aligning the faces that we are going to use to create the base topology for the sketch. So I'm just going to bring this back right here. I'm going to place this one somewhere around here. I'm going to turn on Retopology right now so that we can see this a little bit better. So I'm just going to turn on Retopology right there. And we can also make use of the mirror modifier. So I'm going to select this half. I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to also add in a mirror modifier. Something just like that. And I'm just going to start aligning the topology, something like this. So we just need the base topology for the sketch. I'm going to place this one somewhere around here. I'll just make sure that this is snapping correctly. So I'm going to select this. I can just extrude this one down here. I'm just going to place this somewhere around here for the sketch. Also the same thing right here. We're going to extrude this one down. And I'll create new faces. So I'm just selecting this vertex, pressing F to create a new face right there. And also a new face right there until I get to this other part of the sketch. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. And I'm just going to select these edges in the middle here. I'm going to extrude this one down. I'm going to turn on clipping on the mirror modifier. And I'm just going to move the mirror modifier above the shrink wrap. And then I'm going to place this correctly. I'm just going to place this somewhere around here. And I'll just move this, make sure that these are touching each other at the middle right there. All right, now we have something that looks like this. We can add in some extra topology right here. And I'm just going to scale this one down. I just want to leave space around this place. So I'm going to add in another loop cut here. I'll turn off snapping, GG to slide this one in. And I'm just going to leave space around this part of the sketch. Okay, something like this. Okay, something like this is going to be fine for the topology. I also do the same at the front here. I'll just move this into place. All right, so now we have something that looks like this. So we can select this right now, and we can E and S to extrude and just scale that one into place. And I'm just going to place it following the shape of the topology, something like this. All right, also the same thing at the back. E and S to scale this one, to extrude and scale it down. And we can just place it to follow the shape of the sketch a little bit more. Now we have something that looks like this. I'm just going to go into the sculpt mode. I'm going to use the relax light brush, and I'm just going to smooth out the geometry that we currently have. Okay. Something like this. I can select these ones, just make sure that they are in the middle. Something like that. And let's space this out a little bit more. Okay, and let's go ahead and let's just keep extruding out the geometry for the base. So I'm going to select this E and S to just extrude and scale this one right here. And I'm also just going to place this one somewhere around here at this corner here where it starts to bend. Also the same thing right here. Okay, and I'm going to select this F to create a new face right there. And I'm just going to leave this face open right here. Once we add in more geometry, it's going to be easy enough to fill it in with a quad. So I'm going to leave this open instead of filling it with a triangle. So something like that is going to be fine for now. I'll also do the same right here. I'm going to select these E and S to extrude and scale this in. And then I'm just going to make sure that I place this correctly. Okay, the same thing right here. And I'm going to select this and I'm going to create new faces right there. F to create a new face right there. And we can go in and we can add in some more look cuts right here. So something like this is going to work as the base topology for the skits. I'm just going to go around and just refine the topology that we have, just so that it doesn't look too rough. I'm just going to adjust these ones into place, something like this. I'm going to use the relax light brush in sculpt mode to relax this one out. All right, now we have something that looks like this. So this can serve as the base topology for the skits. So let's go ahead and let's align the topology with the seams of the pleats. So right here, you can see the seams of this skirt right here. I'm just going to place these ones following the skirts. Also the same thing right here. I'm just going to place these ones following the edge of the skirts or the seams of the skirts. I can select right here and then just adjust where this is placed. Can also just make sure I have the snapping correctly. I'm going to make sure to select the correct vertex and I'm just going to place that right here. And right here, we can definitely add in some more look cuts just so that I can conform to the shape of the topology a bit more. And I'm just going to place this in the right spot. I can also select these ones. Then I can just slide them and make sure we have even geometry around here. So I'm just going to slide these ones into place. All right, we have something that looks like this. I can add in some more look cuts right here. Okay, that definitely looks good. And let's just adjust this a little bit more. I can also add in another loop cut right here. Something like this. I'm going to get rid of this loop cut here and I'm just going to add in another one just so that follows the shape of the edges that we have. Can also add in one at the bottom here and also one at the top right there. All right, this topology is starting to look really nice. Just going to move this, something like this. The next step that we need to take for the clue topology is to align the topology with the folds. On this case, we don't really have folds except right here. And we have already been able to make the topology follow the folds of the skids. So right here, this one is good. And now the next step is going to be to reinforce the seams. Just before we do that, let's go ahead and let's add in more topology. So we're going to need some more topology right here. I'm just going to add in 3 loop cuts right there so that that conforms to the shape of the sculpts. Also the same thing right there. All right, now we have something that looks like that. And I'm just going to go ahead and keep lining this. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm just going to go into object mode. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrinker modifier so that we have something that looks like this. The next step, let's go ahead and let's reinforce the seams on the skits. I'm just going to select these right here. Make sure to select all the way down here. Also the same thing right here. And also the same thing right here. And control, I'm going to turn off auto merge vertices. Control B to bevel this. Okay, actually I want to make sure to deselect this one so you don't have seams there. Also right here. And then I'm just going to bevel this, something like this. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Can align this geometry a little bit more with the seams. And remember right here for intersecting parts, what we want to do, I'll turn on the auto mesh versus. I'll select this one S and scale it to 0, and then I can select this one Ctrl X to dissolve those edges. Also the same thing right here, S, scale this to 0, and then I can select this one and dissolve those edges right there. Okay, I'm going to just move this edge up a little bit more, something like that, just that we have even spaced out geometry. I'm going to select these ones, and then I'll just align this topology to start looking right. Okay, I'll go into sculpt mode, and I'll just use the relax light brush, and then I'm going to smooth out everything. Okay, I'm definitely going to add in on-loop cuts right here, and then I'm just going to space this one out a little bit more, something like this. I can also select this and then just move them out just a little bit more, and select these ones, bring them in. Also select these ones and bring this one in, something like this. I can add in an extra edge loop right here, and we're just going to make the topology a little bit more uniform. Yeah, something like that definitely looks good. I'm going to add in an extra loop core right there, and I'm just going to move these ones into place. Okay, I can also add in an additional loop core right here. I'll move this one somewhere around here. Okay, I can also select this one, rotate it, place it somewhere around here. All right, something like that. And I can add in an additional loop cut at the back there, and I can just start to align these ones a little bit properly, just to make the topology look nice and even all around. At the middle here, I'm just going to move this. I'll turn on clipping, and then just move this on itself. Okay, and then I'm going to just come in and align the seams once again, just so that I know it's in the absolute correct spot. So I'm just going to align this up a little bit more. And now to close up these holes that we had right here, just going to clean up the geometry right here. And to close up these holes, let's see, we have 2 edges right here, and we have 4 edges right here. So we need to reduce these 4 edges to 2. So we can, an easy way to do that, just bring this down. I can create a new face right there, and then I can also create another new face right here, and then I can fill this in. All right, something that looks like that. Looks very nice. Also, I'll do the same thing at the back. I'm just going to select these ones, bring them down. I'm going to create a new face right there, also another new face, and then I'm just going to fill this in. All right, something that looks like this, and just make sure that this is following the shape of the clothes, something like that. Okay, we can definitely add in an extra edge loop here just to serve as a supporting loop cut, and also right there, I'm just going to adjust this one. Yeah, something more like that, and I can just move this one into place. Then also move this one to place. Okay, I just added in an extra edge loop right there, and I'll also do the same right here. Let's get to add in an extra edge loop right there, and I'll make sure that these loops are sitting right on the edge. Also the same thing right here, make sure it's sitting right on the edge, and then I'm going to place this correctly on the skirts. I can add in another extra edge loop right there. Okay, now we have enough loop cuts, and the geometry is now looking good, so we can move on to the next step. And the next step for us is to go ahead and can add the cloth thickness to the skirt. So to go ahead and do this, we can apply the mirror modifier, and we're going to add in a solidify modifier right here, and I'm just going to isolate this one. And just before I apply that solidify modifier, right here at the bottom, we can see that the shading is getting weird a little bit. I'm just going to add in a loop cut right there. I'll make sure to turn off snapping. Then I'm just adding a loop cut at the bottom there. Okay, so that we have clean shading at the bottom there. Also at the top, I'm just going to move this one a little bit closer to the top. Okay, so something like this is going to work just fine. All right, and let me see how this is looking from the back. Something like this is definitely going to work fine for the skirts, and The same way we did it for the shirts, I'm going to create new vertex groups. 2 new vertex groups. I'm going to name this one shell. And I'm also going to name this one rim. I'll go back to the modifiers. Under the outfit vertex groups, I'm just going to choose the corresponding names right here. And then I'm going to apply this. Okay. I'll go into edit mode. I'll just turn off Retopology for now. So you can see this a little bit better. I'll select the shell, select the rim, and also select that one. And then I'll create a new vertex group. And then I'm just going to assign the selected faces to that new group. I'll go back to object mode, and under the shrink wrap modifier, we can select the group, and then let's just invert this. So we don't want that solidified part to also shrink wrap. So that's exactly why we are doing that. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. We're going to go ahead and we're going to clean up the thickness right here. I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to add in a loop core right there. And just before I do that, we're going to clean up right here. So before doing that, I'm just going to select this X, delete those faces that are not going to be seen. I'll probably go higher a little bit because this is the sketch and it's going to be potential of it being seen. So I'm just going to select right here, delete those faces. And then also right here, I'm going to delete those faces. I'll select this one with L, and then I can just delete these faces right here. Okay. And now we are going to clean up the geometry right here. I can actually just select the shell here and shift H to isolate this one. And I'm just going to clean up the geometry so I can slide this one back. And also the same thing here, I can slide this one back just so that these are not intersecting with each other. I'll also make sure to just turn off the auto mesh. I'll move this one back, and then I'll move this one back. All right, right here at the front, I'll select this one, move it back, and also just clean this up just so that it looks a little bit much nicer. And you can also do the same thing right here at the back. You can select this one, move it back. Can also select this, move these ones back. Select this one and move it back a little bit. And I'm also going to move this one back. Okay. And also the same thing in front here. We can select these ones, move them back. And I'll just make sure that the topology looks nice, something like that. And we can actually make use of the symmetry option. So I'm just going to Alt-H to unhide everything. I'm going to go into the sculpt mode and we can symmetrize this. I'll make sure that the symmetry options right here are set to +X to -X so that that symmetrizes correctly. And now we have something that looks like that. You can definitely still go in and adjust the loops a little bit more to look nicer. But I'm going to clean that up after recording this. But for now, this looks good. I'm just going to add in a loop cut at the edge right here. Alt-S just so that we can round out the edge of the sketch a little bit more. So something like that. I'll also do the same at the top. Ctrl-R to add in a loop cut right there. And Alt-S to just scale that up. So now we still have thickness on the sketch. Something just like that looks nice. Now, the last step, we're going to go ahead and we're going to reproject our sculpted details. So to do that, you're going to add in a multi-resolution right there. I'll move that above the shrink wrap and I can just go ahead and subdivide this. I'll just subdivide this once for now. I can delete the higher to delete the higher subdivisions. I can press delete higher to delete the higher subdivisions. Okay. And now we have something that looks like this. Then you can definitely go ahead and play around with thickness. I'm going to play around with it a lot more after the recording. But for now, this is going to look just right. I'm going to go ahead and apply the shrink wrap modifier. Okay. Now I've been able to go ahead and retopologize the sketch. If I just hide this, you can see that really nice geometry that we have on the sketch. So this is definitely looking good. Let's go ahead and let's retopologize the shoes for this character. I'm going to unhide every other thing. I'm going to also unhide the high poly collection. I can hide these ones. And let me select the shoes right here. So for the shoes, we are going to use the exact same steps that we used right here. So we are going to make base topology from the body. So let's go ahead and let's just duplicate this body object here. I'm going to rename that one to shoe_retopo. and I'll just make sure to move that into the correct collection, and I'll just make sure I have the spelling also correct here. Yeah, okay. And I'm going to select those two, Shift H to hide every other thing except these two objects. Okay, now I can select these. I'm going to select right here, this faces right here. I can go ahead and delete this. I'm just going to delete just the faces. All right, something like that looks good. And I can select every other thing. I can also select this part right here, because we can just mirror this over to the other side once we are done. I'm going to X and delete these faces right here. And there's also right here, we don't have anything at the bottom right here, so I can just select this. We don't have anything at the bottom of the shoes, so I can select these ones right here. I can delete those faces, okay, or I can actually hide these faces. I'm going to hover over this and L to select this, and I can delete these faces, Alt H to unhide this. And for the sheets or for the shoes, we don't have tools like this, so I can select this one, hide this, and L to select these ones in front, X, and we can delete those faces, and we can unhide every other thing. Right here at the ankles, we don't need this extra topology, so I can just select these. I can turn on auto merge. I'm going to merge this right here. Okay, also the same thing right here. I'm going to merge these ones together, just like so. All right, it's definitely looking good. I'm just going to go into the sculpt mode. I'm going to use the relax light brush to just smooth this out a little bit more. We can also get rid of the subdivision surface modifier. We don't need that one for now. All right, let's go ahead and let's add in a shrink wrap modifier, and I'm going to select the targets as the shoes. Okay, on the shoes, I'm also just going to turn off the solidify modifier so that snaps to the front of the shoes. Okay, I'm going to select shoe topology. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap, duplicate and apply that. Okay, now we have something like this, and let's just go ahead and let's make the base topology from this topology that we extracted from the body. So I'm just going to go ahead, I'm going to place this below. I'll turn on snapping. I'll just start aligning this a little bit more. Okay, now that we have aligned that, I'm just going to select this edge right here. I'm just going to extrude to create topology for the tip of the boot. So something like this, I'll just place this one at the middle, and I can select these two faces or these two edges here, F to create a new face. Can also add in a new edge right there, and then just snap it. Also adding another new edge right here. Okay, and I'm going to also come up here to the mesh edit mode overlays, and I'm going to turn on Retopology just so that I can see this a little bit better. Okay, right here, I want to find the middle, so I'm just going to select these faces here. I can see we have 14 edges, so I'm going to select, I just want to find where the middle here, so I can just connect this up. I'm going to select here and here, then I'm going to select here and here, and then I'm just going to keep on doing that until I find the middle right here. So right here, these two edges at middle, so I'm going to select this one and select this one, F to create a new face there, and also F to create another new face right there. And we can just fill in the topology right here. I can create a new face right there, also another new face right there. I'm going to do that one more time right here. Let's create a new face right there, and also another new face right there. And let's go ahead, let's add in some more loop cuts right here to the side. And I'm also going to add in another loop cut right here on the side. And then I can create new faces, something that looks like this. Also from this other side, we're going to need to add in loop cuts right here. And then we can merge this one together and also merge these ones together. And right now, you can add in some more loop cuts. I'm going to just merge this together. Okay, and let's create topology that looks like that, and then we can add in some more loop cuts right here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead into sculpt mode, and then I'm just going to smooth out the topology right here because it looks like the topology is not looking too good. So I'm just going to smooth out the topology. I'm going to go into object properties and then just turn on wireframes from the viewport display. I'm just going to hold down shift and smooth out everything. Okay, now we have something that really looks nice for the topology for the shoes. I'm just going to hold down shift, smooth out everything all the way to the top here. Holding down shift and I'm just smoothing out everything. And then I can duplicate and apply the shrink wrap. And then I'll just come back in here and I'm going to smooth out everything. Okay, and that is the first step. We have been able to make the base topology from the body. Now let's go ahead and let's align the topology with the seams. So that's the next step. And right here on the shoes, you're going to see where I have seams. So I have seams right here, as well as seams right here, and then I have this kind of design on the shoe. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to align the topology right there. So something like this. It's going to align this. It doesn't need to be perfect right now. We are just aligning the topology that we have. Going to move these ones back. Something like this. Okay. And also the same thing right here. I'm going to move these ones back. Something like this. And let me just use Alt D to mask the viewport selection so that I don't see the other shoe right now. Something like this is going to be fine. I'm going to select these faces going around it. Okay, something like this. X, I'm going to delete those faces right there. And let's just create new geometry that's going to align properly to this design that we have on the shoe. So I can select these ones right here. And I can just extrude this out. Okay, something like this. I also do the same on the other side too. I'll extrude these ones out. And I'm going to select these faces, bring them down. Then I can create new faces right there, just so that it aligns properly with the design that I have on the shoe. Okay, something like that. And then I can just select these ones. I'll move this one back. I can just extrude this a little bit more to follow the shape of the design. And I can create new faces just following the design of the shoe. Okay, now we have something that looks like this, which conforms to the shape of the shoe a little bit more. I can add in some extra edge loops right here and also some extra edge loops right here just to conform better to the shape of the sculpt. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier. And right here, let's go ahead and let's just connect these vertices back together. So I'm just going to create new faces right here. And let's see if that's going to connect correctly together. Okay. All right, something like that looks just fine. I'm going to bring this one back a little bit. We're going to scale it down, place it right here. And this topology going this way, I don't know if that's necessary. So I'm just going to select these ones right here. I'm going to dissolve this. Okay. Also the same thing on this other side. I'm going to dissolve this. And we can select these loops going at the back here. Now we have this triangle. To get rid of that triangle, something that we can do, I'm going to turn off snapping. I'm just going to press V to rip this apart. I'm going to delete those faces. And then we can create new faces going all the way to the back, all the way to the other side, something like this. And I can add more loopers right here. I'm just going to go into sculpt mode for a bit to smooth out the topology. Okay, also smooth it out on this other side. Okay, and we still have seams on the side right here. These ones are really easy enough to just go ahead and we're just going to line this up. Now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to get rid of this edge right here. I'm going to go into sculpt mode to smooth this out. And then I'm just going to add back in another edge right there, just so that that follows the shape of the edge that we have right now. Okay. Now we have something that looks like this, and this is looking not too bad. This is actually looking good. Okay. Now we have topology that looks like this. And now we have been able to align the seams that we had. And now the next step is to align the topology with the folds right here. So I'm just going to use the annotation line to draw out the folds. I'm going to hide this one for now. We're going to use the annotation lines. We have this fold, this high points of the fold, and we have this low point of the fold, this other low point of the fold, and have these high points. Okay, something like that. I'm just going to do on one side for now. I'll unhide this, and let's go ahead, and I'm just going to start placing this to follow those annotation lines that I drew out. So something that looks like this. I can select these ones, bring them down just to follow the shape of the folds that I drew out. And I can also bring these ones down right here. All right, and then I'm also just going to bring these ones down a little bit more. Okay, now I have something that looks like this, and I'm also going to place this one a little bit more like this. And if you remember, just exactly the same way we did for the shirts, we can add in some more geometry. So I can select these ones right here. Okay, Ctrl B to bevel this, and then I'm going to slide this one in here, and I'll just Ctrl Z. I'll turn off auto merge for now. I'll bevel that again, and I'll turn back on auto merge, select these two and merge them together. Then we can get rid of these ones right here. And now I can, with this extra geometry that we have, I can just place this to follow the shape of the folds a little bit more. Okay, we have something that looks like that there. I'm going to also bevel this edge right here. I'm going to merge this one here and also merge this one here. I'm going to select these two, Ctrl X to dissolve that. I can just select these edges behind and then just bring them down a little bit more. And then I'm going to go into sculpt mode. I'm just going to use the relax style brush to just smooth out the geometry I have right there. And I'll also smooth out the geometry that we have at the bottom. Okay. Now we have something that looks like that. And yeah, I'm happy with the way that looks for now. If I need to, I can definitely still come back and add in more geometry as I see fit. But for now, this is going to look good. Let me just go ahead and focus on this other side. So I'm going to hide this one for now. I'll use the annotation lines to just draw out the folds right here. Okay, we have something like this on the other side. I'll unhide this, and let's go into edit mode on our Retopology objects. And right here, I can just place this one. Okay, something like that. I can select these ones right here, Ctrl B to bevel this, and I'm just going to select these places right here, and also the same thing right here. I'll select these, Ctrl X to dissolve them, and then I'm just going to place this to follow the shape of the folds that we have. So you have something that looks like that. Okay, right there, that one is fine. And then I'm going to select this one, bring it down here. Also the same thing, I'll bring this one down here. I'll just align this a little bit more. Can move these ones up. Something like this. GG to move these ones up. And then I'm just going to place this something like this. Okay, don't worry about this for now. We are going to smooth out the geometry a lot more. And I'm just going to place this something like this. I'm going to just come here and just place it following the shape of the folds right there. And also the same thing right here. Just going to place this ones right here. Okay, I'll go into sculpt mode. I'll use the relax layer brush and then just smooth out the geometry behind there. So I'm just gently smoothing over the geometry that we have. Okay, so we have something that looks like this now. I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap. All right, and I'm just going to move these ones into place right here. This one at the middle, I can select this one, Ctrl B to bevel this, and then I can just merge these parts together and get rid of the triangles here. Control X to get rid of the triangles, and then I'm just going to place this to follow the shape of the folds a little bit more. Okay, so this one is going to serve as a supporting loop for this fold right here. I'm going to go back into Sculpting for a bit, and then I'm just going to smooth out everything. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Okay, and right here, what we can actually do right here is just to merge this together. So I can select this space G to join them together. Also the same thing right here, G to join them together. I'll get rid of this diamond here. So I'm just going to select these three faces, press F. It's going to create an end gun. That's fine. Also going to select here, press F, and it's going to create a new face. And then I'm just going to select this G to join them together, G to join these two. We want to join these two together. See, and then I'm going to come in here and then just smooth out everything. And I'll just make sure that the topology is following exactly the shape that we want. Okay, something like that is definitely looking good right now. And for the most part, those are all the folds that we have on the boots. So I'm just going to clean this off, something that looks like that. All right, and the next step after aligning the folds is to go ahead and reinforce the seams. So right here, this design on the boots, I think we have already been able to reinforce these ones. So these I'm going to leave the way they are, but for these ones, I'm just going to move them back into position. Okay, something like this. Also on this other side, I'll just make sure that it's in the right spot here. Okay, and then you can select those seams on both sides, and then I'm just going to bevel this with Control B. Okay, something like that. And these are going to be it for the seams. So I've been able to reinforce those seams a little bit more. I'm just going to sculpt mode with the relaxed style brush. Then I'm just going to smooth out the geometry a little bit more. Now let me just isolate this and see what that looks like. And yeah, that's definitely looking really nice. I'm just going to leave this one as is. All right, the next step is going to go ahead and add in cloth thickness. And we do this the exact same way we have been doing it. I'm going to add a solidify modifier right there. And just before I add that, I'm noticing right here that this is not matching up. So I'm just going to go into sculpt mode, and I'm just going to move this up a little bit more. All right, something more like that's going to be just fine. I'm going to duplicate and apply this. All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and add in a solidify modifier. I can also add in a subdivision surface modifier on this, just so that when we subdivide this, we're going to see what the thickness is going to look like. So I'm just going to adjust the thickness. I'll bring this up to somewhere around here. Yeah, something like this should be fine. I'll get rid of the subdivision surface modifier. And before we apply the solidify, as we have been doing, I'm going to turn off the topology here. Okay, and then I'm just going to create new vertex groups. I'm going to name this one shell, and I'm also going to name this one ring. I'll go back to object mode. Under the modifiers, I'll come down here. Under the outfit vertex groups, I'm going to select the correct names, and then I'm going to apply this one. I'll go back to the object getter properties. I'll add in a new vertex group. I'm just going to select the shell, also select the rims. I'm going to select the group, this new vertex group that we added. I'm just going to assign those to that group. And then back to the modifiers, I'm going to select the shrinker modifier, and then the vertex group, we want to select group, and then we're going to invert this. All right, now we have something that looks like this. I'm just going to isolate this one like so. All right, something that looks like that looks good. I'm going to go into edit mode, and then let's just round out this area a little bit more. I'm going to turn off snapping there, and I'll just Alt S to round out this right here. And at the bottom here, we are not going to see this part, so I can just X and delete these faces. And then we can also delete these faces right here, and I can just delete those inner faces since we're not going to see them. So something like this for the boots is going to be absolutely fine. Okay, something like this is definitely going to work just fine. Now let's go ahead and let's project our details back onto the boots. So I'm going to add in a multi-race right there. I'm just going to move this above the subdivision, above the shrink wrap modifier. I'm just going to subdivide this, and you can see how clean it looks. Really clean. It's a retopologized mesh. I'm going to subdivide this one more time, and this is looking so very clean. I like how this is looking right now. I'm going to apply the shrink wrap modifier, and with the multi-race you can definitely go ahead and add in more details on the boots if you need to. I'm going to do that after recording this so that this chapter doesn't get too long. To keep moving forward, I'm just going to unhide everything. I'm also going to clear my viewport mask, and you can see these other parts of the shoes that I had. So these parts I actually modeled them in, so we can just reuse the topology that I had here. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm just going to move this into the low poly collection. Make sure it's in the right collection. I'm going to hide the high poly collection for now. Okay, and then we can get rid of some of these modifiers. I'm going to remove this mirror modifier. Actually, I'll remove this one. Okay, I can move the solidifier above the subdivision surface modifier, and then we can definitely go in here and add in more topology to make this look nicer. And we can just adjust the shape of this a little bit more so that the topology actually looks clean. Okay, so I have something that looks like that, and I'm just also going to adjust this one too. All right, so also add in some more loop cuts right here. Something like that definitely looks good. I'm going to add in some more loop cuts here also. Okay, something like that. I'll make sure that this is not looking, this is looking smooth. Okay, something like that is also going to look nice. And I'm just going to remove the color from this for now. I don't need the color on this one right now. All right, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to apply the subdivision surface modifier, and I can also apply the solidify modifier right here, and I can go into sculpt mode. I can further adjust this to the exact shape that I want. Okay, something like that. You can definitely go ahead and refine yours a little bit more. So instead of just creating new mesh from the body, you can also reuse existing topology and then clean that up for the other parts of your character. I'm also going to do the same right here for the sole of the shoe. I'm going to duplicate this one. I'll move it into the correct collection right there. I'm going to hide that collection. I'm just going to remove the color from this one. Okay, and right here I can actually apply the subdivisions of this modifier. I'm going to get rid of the mirror modifier. That one is not going to be useful for now. And we can get rid of some of this extra topology that we're not going to use. So I'm just dissolving some of this topology that's not going to be useful, and we're going to have something that looks like this, and I can get rid of this topology right here. All right, this one is definitely looking really nice. I like how that is looking right now. We can go into sculpt mode if needed. I'll just go into sculpt mode on this, and we can adjust the shape of the sole of the shoe here. All right, something like that. And then the last part that I had on the shoe was this ring right here. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to move this into the low poly collection. I'll hide the high poly collection. I'll remove the color from this one. Okay, and I can apply all these modifiers here. I'm just going to apply the mirror modifier. I don't need this mirror modifier, so I'm just going to remove this one. I'm going to apply the skin modifier. I'm also going to apply the subdivisions of this modifier. Okay, and now we have something that looks like this. We have geometry for the ring, just like so. I'm going to duplicate this for this other side. So Shift D to duplicate this, and we can mirror this over. The shortcut is going to be Ctrl M. Then we can mirror this on the x-axis. Then I'm just going to remove this pin. And just before I do that, I'm going to Ctrl Z. I'm going to make sure auto merge vertices is not turned on. So I'm going to duplicate this once again. Ctrl M and X to mirror this over to the other side. And I'm just going to move that to the correct spots. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. And I'm just going to sculpt mode. I'm just going to refine the shape of some of these objects that we have right here. Okay, so for the close topology object, you just want, it should either have the multi-race modifier or you should have a subdivisions of his modifiers. All of that modifiers should be applied at this stage. So this is how you're going to just go ahead and topologize the clothes for your own character. I'm not going to mirror this over to the other side just yet. I'm going to wait. We are going to do the UV unwrapping before I mirror this over to the other side for the shoes. But for now, this is going to look good. And this is how you topologize clothes for your character inside of Blender. So let's go ahead and let's summarize this chapter. To summarize, now you know how to topologize the clothes for your character. You also know how to create clean topology to maintain the folds on your clothes. You're going to need to do some experimenting to make sure you have it looking right. So just go around and play in the topology until you have something that looks good. Don't forget, if you need any extra help with anything we have covered in the masterclass so far, you can go ahead and join the Stylized Character Academy, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process. And if you're loving the masterclass so far, you've been able to create something, just go ahead and leave a review of the masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video. I'll catch you guys in the next chapter where we are going to start UV unwrapping our character. I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to chapter 9. In this chapter, we are going to be taking a look at UV unwrapping our character. Our agenda for this chapter, we are going to take a look at the basics of UV unwrapping. And then I'm going to show you how to UV unwrap a 3D model, how UV unwrapping works. And then I'm going to show you some important UV unwrap considerations, some things to keep in mind while UV unwrapping your character. And then we'll actually dive into Blender and we're going to UV unwrap our character. As usual, share this masterclass with someone. Let's say more artists create work that they are proud of. By now, if you have not yet shared this masterclass, come on, just go ahead and share the masterclass with someone. And a little bit of warning, this is the most important video in the entire masterclass for you right now. So watch the entire video, don't skip around and don't jump around. Alright, let's jump right in. The basics of UV unwrapping. The core reason that we are creating UV maps is to get our 3D character ready for texturing. That's one of the main reasons that we create UV maps, is to get our character ready for texturing. As we all know, textures, videos, painting, even this video you're watching right now, exists on a flat 2D surface or a flat 2D plane. And so far we have been working on a 3D model. So we need a way to apply these 2D images onto our 3D character. So UV unwrapping is that process where we are going to take our 3D characters, we are going to flatten the surface of our 3D model, and we are going to put that onto 2D space. So that's exactly what UV unwrapping is. So far I've been working with the 3D character. So we need a way to convert or to switch that onto the 2D space so that we can paint in textures, images as we need to on our character. Okay, so far while creating our character, we have been working in 3D space. However, textures only exist in 2D space. So to avoid confusion between the 3D space and the 2D texture space, instead of using the XYZ coordinates in the texture space, the texture space actually uses the U axis, which is the horizontal axis, and the V axis, which is the vertical axis. So whenever I hear UVs, just know that we are simply referring to the 2D texture space, and that's why the name is called UV unwrapping. So just keep that one in mind. Alright, how to UV unwrap your character. I'm going to show you how to understand UV unwrapping if you don't still know how this works. So a good way to understand how UV unwrapping works is to think about how clothing is made. So before a shirt is assembled, it begins as a flat piece of fabric. So everything is just like one long big fabric. So these pieces, like right here, you can see these pieces have been cut out from a flat material, and then they are stitched together to form this final volume of the shirt. So that's how UV unwrapping works. So if you look closely at the shirt, you're going to notice these lines where the fabric pieces meet. So these lines are called seams, and these seams show where the fabric was cut and joined together. And UV unwrapping works in a very similar way. In order for us to be able to flatten our 3D character or our 3D model onto 2D space, we need to cut seams on our model. So I'm just going to take this back. So right here, you can see the way these were cut and these were joined. So now we are just reversing the process. We are going from a volume like this, and now we're going to cut seams to make them lie flat like this. So that's just how UV unwrapping works. In order for us to flatten our 3D character onto 2D space, we need to cut seams on the model. So these seams are going to allow the surface of our 3D model to open up and lay flat on the UV space. And once it's flat on the UV space, we can then go ahead and easily texture and add images onto our 3D model. Now, let's take a look at some important UV considerations, some things to keep in mind. One important thing I want you to keep in mind when creating UVs is where the seams are placed. Okay, so when textures are applied to a model, the seams can sometimes become visible. So right here, you're going to notice on the shirt right here, you can see the seams. Also right here where the collar starts, you can see the seams. On a shirt like this, you want to see the seams. Like, it's reasonable that we actually see the seams. But on our 3D character, on our 3D model, like the body, we don't want to see the seams. So we don't want those seams to become visible when we add in textures. So because of this, we usually try to place the seams in areas that are less visible. Especially for our 3D character, we are going to be trying to place the seams in areas that are less visible. And we're also going to place it in areas that are going to be hidden from the camera. So hidden from the 3D view. So in just those areas that we're not going to see as much, that's where we are going to place the seams. And then you can also place seams on naturally separated areas of the model. So on clothes, it will be reasonable to place the seams exactly where the seams of the shirt are. So that one makes sense for clothes. Okay, so these are just some things that are going to help us create cleaner and more seamless textures. All right, that's really all you need to know for UV unwrapping. We're going to dive into Blender and we're going to start UV unwrapping our character. And UV unwrapping is really simple, and you can also make it like very complicated. So in this chapter, I'm just going to be showing you a very simple way of UV unwrapping your own character, just the bare minimum that you need to UV unwrap your character. So let's dive into Blender. This is where we left off in the last chapter. I'm just going to go ahead. I'm just going to turn off the wireframes on this clothes right here. All right. And I have a UV unwrapping checklist that we can follow. Okay. So right here is very simple. We are going to cut seams, like we mentioned in the fundamentals. Then we are going to fix stretching, if any. And then we are going to arrange our UVs. So we are going to be UV unwrapping everything that we have retopologized so far. So the body, the clothes, we're going to go ahead and we're going to be retopologizing all those things. And you should probably go ahead, like pause this video right now and name your objects if you have not yet named them properly. So just go ahead and name your own objects. So this is the step that we're going to use for UV unwrapping a character. We're going to cut seams, then we're going to fix the stretching, if any, and then we're going to arrange the UVs for our character. All right, so far we have been working in the sculpting workspace. Blender actually has this nice UV editing workspace here. So I'm just going to select our character and I'm going to go into the UV editing workspace. And once we go into the UV editing workspace, you're going to notice that it takes us into edit mode. That's completely fine. On this viewport here, I'm going to bring up the sidebar and I'm just going to change my length to my focal length to 150 just so that I can see the character a little bit more. So the first step on our UVs was to cut seams. So let's go ahead and let's cut seams for this model. And by the way, let me just turn on a screencast keys. If you want to maximize your viewport, you can press Ctrl and spacebar to be able to maximize your viewport. Okay, I'm going to leave it as is right now. I'm going to go into the edge selection mode, and now we want to start cutting seams on our characters. Let's start with the legs and with the hands and with the neck, because those parts are just like cylinders. And the way you unwrap cylinders is just to go at the top here, and you can just select an edge that goes around the cylinder like that. And just before I start doing that, I'm going to turn on one option. I'm going to come here and I'm going to turn on live UV unwrapping. I'm also going to come to the UVs here and I'll turn on live UV unwrapping. I'm going to show you why I turn that on in a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to Ctrl E and I'm going to mark that seam right there. If I select all of this, you're going to notice that it has started unwrapping. So I didn't need to press U and then unwrap. With the live unwrapping, it's going to unwrap in the UV space. And you're also going to notice that it's only when I select everything that I can see the UVs. To make that stop happening, I'm going to just select this UV sync selection. So now, even though I don't have everything selected, I can still see the UVs. Okay, I'm going to just come down here. So this is going to be the bottom of the cylinder. And then Ctrl E, we can mark the seams right there. And you're going to notice how that unwrapped because of the live UV unwrapping. I'm going to show you why we turned this one on a little bit later. But for now, This is the reason we turned this live view unwrapping in the 3D viewport on. Okay, I'm going to select these edges once again, and I just want to mirror it over to the other side so that we can mark the seams on both sides. So you can press Ctrl Shift M to mirror your selection over to the other side, and you can come down here and also just choose Extend so that it selects both sides, and then Ctrl E and then mark seam. If you select any part of your character, let's say you select here, and you try to press Ctrl Shift M, and it's not mirroring over to the other side, it's probably because your character is asymmetrical. If you're making an asymmetrical character, that's completely fine. You have to just select every side manually. But if your character is symmetrical, something like mine, and you see like it says failed to mirror, just go ahead, select everything, then come up here to mesh, and then just choose snap to symmetry, and everything is just going to symmetrize your whole model. Make sure everything is in the same place. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead. So this is the cylinder for the leg, and to unwrap a cylinder we are going to need a seam going down the middle, so something around here. So I'm just going to select something around here. I'll hold down Control to just keep selecting. Okay, and I'll just select to where I marked out that seam at the top, so somewhere around there. I'll just deselect that one. Okay, something like that. Ctrl E, I'm going to mark seam. Okay, and now you can see once we have marked seam, we have been able to unwrap this left leg of the character. I'm just going to Ctrl Shift M to mirror that over to the other side. Okay, something like that. Ctrl E, and I'm going to mark seam, and you're going to notice that we have been able to unwrap the both legs. Okay, that looks good. For the hands, exactly the same thing. I'm going to select this edge right here, so that's going to be the bottom of the cylinder, and then I'm going to select this other edge right here. Okay, I'm going to mirror this one over to the other side. Ctrl Shift M, and just before I mark the seams, I'm going to select another seam at the bottom right here. So remember I said in the fundamentals we want the seams to not be so visible, so that's why I picked a seam inside of here instead of picking one on the side here. So I just picked one inside here, and then also on the arm right here, I'm just going to pick one that's on the underside of the arm, because you're not going to see that one as much. So I'm just going to select something like this. Okay, I'll mirror my selection over to the other side with Ctrl Shift M, and then Ctrl E. I'm going to mark seams right there, and you're going to notice these right here are the arms. We have been able to mark those seams. Also on the neck is just like a cylinder, so you can select this one, Ctrl E, mark seam. This seam right here I know is going to be covered by the shirt, so I'm okay with marking the seam right there. And then I can come in up here, so instead of selecting probably this one, so if I zoom out, you're going to notice that we can see that seam a lot. So I'm just going to select one right here. Okay, something like that. We're not going to see that seam as much, so Ctrl E, mark seam. All right, that looks good. And then this is also a cylinder, so we want to mark a seam going across the length. Ctrl E, and we're going to mark the seam. So you can see right here, this is the neck. All right, so we have been able to unwrap the legs, the hands, and the neck. I'm going to focus on the feet and the hands next. So on the feet, if you did the Retopology right, you should be able to select a seam that goes across your feet model like this, so something like this. So you can just go ahead, Ctrl E, and then you can mark seams right there. And then I'm going to mirror this over to the other side, Ctrl Shift M, and then Ctrl E, and then mark seams. And by the way, if you don't want to use the shortcut Ctrl E, you can also still come here up to edge, and then you can also mark seams. It's the same options. Okay, let's find where those are. So right here, this is the top of the feet. So I just selected this and I pressed L just to select this island. So you can see that that's the top of the feet. Right here, I want to just separate these ones. So I can come in here and I can mark a seam right there. So I'm just going to Ctrl Shift M to mirror this over to the other side, Ctrl E, and I'm going to mark seam. Okay, now it's looking good. Something like that is looking good. So that's going to be all for the feet. We have separated the top side of the feet. I'm just going to select L, and then I'll come down here just to select just the seam that we marked. So those places that have seams on them, I just want to limit my selection to those places that have seams. So we have been able to separate the top part from the bottom part. All right, we're going to do the exact same thing for the hands right here. If you did the topology correct, you should be able to select a loop that goes around here like this, just to make it not go throughout the whole body. I'm going to select this face right here in face selection mode. I'm going to hide those faces, and then I'll just come back to edge selection mode. I'm going to select these. Okay, right here, I'm just going to make manually select until I get to this other seam, so that I make sure that we separate the top from the bottom. And then on the other side, everything should look good. I'm going to Ctrl E, and then I'm going to mark the seams, and then you can see the hands right there. I'm just going to mirror this over to the other side. Ctrl Shift M, and then Ctrl E, mark seams, and now we are going to see the arms. And you can definitely leave the hands like this, but something I like to do is just to go in and cut out the fingers. So I'm just going to select the loops going around the fingers. So these ones going around the fingers, I'm just going to select those. Okay, I also go to the bottom and make sure everything is selected. So I just want to separate these fingers into their own UV islands. So each of these that you're seeing here is called a UV island. So I just want to separate the fingers into their own separate UV islands. I'll also select these ones right here. I'm going to Ctrl Shift M to mirror it over to the other side, and then Ctrl E. I'm going to mark out those seams. Okay, and now we have something that looks like that. And I think I've made a mistake somewhere, because I can see that this did not mirror correctly, or this did, yeah, right here I didn't select this part. So let me just go ahead and select that part, because I saw that it didn't unwrap properly. So I'm just going to select that part. I'm going to Ctrl Shift M, and then Ctrl E, mark seam. Okay, now we have something that looks more like that. So you can see the individual fingers are on their own UV islands. Okay, something like that. I'm going to Alt H to unhide those parts that we hid before. Okay, so now we have been able to work on the feet, the legs, the hands, the arms and the legs. Now let's work on the torso a little bit more. On the torso, we can just separate the front side from the back side of the torso. So I'm going to just select this loop right here. Okay, Ctrl E to mark seam, Ctrl Shift M to mirror that over to the other side, and then Ctrl E. I'm going to mark the seam, and now let's see what we have. Okay, we can see this still looks a little bit distorted, so we can come up here to actually make sure that we separate the top or the front side from the back side. Let's come here and let's mark a seam. I'm going to mirror this over to the other side, and Ctrl E. I'm going to mark a seam. Okay, and now you can see what we have, and we can still go in here and separate this edge at the bottom here. So I'm just going to come right there. Okay, I want to select this edge, so just this edge that I just want it to continue on. Okay, so Ctrl E, mark seam, and yeah, now we have something that looks like this. So this is the back of the torso, and this is the front of the torso. Okay, so now we have been able to work on the torso. So now let's shift our focus to the head, and the head is actually very easy to do. First off, let's just separate out the ear. So the head is the only thing left, so we want to go ahead and separate the ears. I'm just going to select these loops right here, Ctrl E, mark seam. I'm going to mirror this over to the other side, Ctrl E, and mark seam. Okay, something like that. Let's see. Our UVs are still looking a little bit too distorted. I'm just going to select these loops at the back here, and this seam, I'm able to mark this one because I know this is going to be covered by the hair. So I'm not bothered that this seam is just going down the middle of the hair. And I'm also just going to select edges like this. Okay, and then Ctrl E, you can mark seams right there, and let me see what this looks like. All right, and that's definitely looking really nice. So one more thing that we're going to do, we're going to separate the mouth bag. So if I just select this, we want to separate the mouth bag, and we also just want to separate the inside of the eye cavity from the rest of the face. So I'm just going to select this one, Ctrl Shift M to mirror it over to the other side. I'm going to mark those seams. Now those ones are going to go onto their own separate UV islands. Then I also do the same for the mouth. I just go inside of the face right here, and I can select this seam here, Okay, this seam is a little bit too visible from the front, so I'm just going to select this one, Ctrl E, and I'm going to mark seams right there. Okay, so that is going to separate the mouth bag. So this is the mouth bag. Let's unwrap this a little bit more so that it's not too distorted. I'm just going to select this mouth bag. I'm going to go over it and press L, and then I'm just going to press Shift H to hide every other thing. And then we can cut a seam down the middle here, Ctrl E. I'm just going to mark a seam right there. Okay, this looks good. I'm going to unhide every other thing, and you're going to notice that when every other thing was hidden and we marked a seam, the mouse bag took up the whole space, and that was because we unhid everything. So just to make everything go back to the way it should actually be, I'm just going to reselect one of these edges that already marked seam, and then just to reset everything, I'm just going to Ctrl E and then mark seam. And now we have UVs that look like this. And let me just cross check that we have actually marked everything and we don't have any distortions. So right here on the ear, I'm not comfortable with the way this looks. I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to separate the front part of the ear from the back part of the ear. So I can just select this edge going here. Okay, something like that. So I'm just making sure that those seams are not too visible. Okay, they won't be too visible. Ctrl E, mark seam. I'm going to move this over to this other side. Ctrl E, and I'm also going to mark seams right there. Okay, now I'm just going to take a look at this and make sure that there are no distorted parts of the character of the UVs. And yeah, I think the UVs are looking really nice right now. Okay, so the next step that we wanted to take a look at is to fix stretching. So what exactly is stretching? I'm just going to go back to the UV workspace. On our UVs here, now that everything is laid flat, so this is an interpretation, these UVs here is an interpretation of what we had in 3Ds. And now that some of these faces are flat, some of these might actually be stretching. So to check that these are not stretching, let's come up here and let's just check UV stretch. So just check that UV stretch right there. And what you want to, okay, just before we start looking at that, let's come here. I'll change this from outline to black just so that we can see this a little bit better, and we can uncheck faces. So yeah, uncheck faces just so that this is a little bit easier to see. On the UVs, what we want to avoid, if you see any part going like becoming too yellow or too red like this, we want to avoid anything happening like that. So if you see any of the faces going towards the red color, that means that those faces are stretching. So we want the faces, or we want all the faces to be in this kind of blue color. So that way we know that nothing is actually stretching. And from what we can see here, we can see that most of these UVs actually look good. But we want to check that if we add textures to this, whether those textures are going to stretch. So let's actually go ahead and let's add in a new texture. So to do that, I'm just going to, we can see we're in edit mode. I'm going to go to the materials. I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a new material. I'm going to just call this UV checker. All right. And under the base color here, I'm going to create an image texture. And I'm going to create a new image texture. I'm going to call this UV grid. So we're going to load up a grid right there. And for the width and the height, I'm just going to change this into a 4K. So you can type 1024 times 4, and it's going to do the maths, and it's going to bring up 4096. So I can just Ctrl C to copy this and paste this right here. And the color, we can leave that as black. We are going to be using a color grid. Okay, so I'm going to select color grid and I'm going to select new image. All right, right here, you're going to see that image loads up. So we don't still see the texture. If we go into material preview mode, we are going to see the texture, but I just want to work in solid mode. So let's go up here. Let's go to the viewport shading. Let's change our object color to texture. All right, now we can see this a little bit more. Okay, so what we want right here, I'm just going to close this. I don't want to see the image right here, just so that I can just see this a little bit better. So what we want right here, if you notice right here on the chest, you're going to notice that these letters here are getting a little bit stretched than the one that you see right here. Let's also check on the face. So right here, you can see that the size of the square right here is definitely not the same right here. So if we were to add a texture to this, something like a noise texture, right here is going to be really stretched. So we want to avoid those. So let me just take a look at some other parts. Okay, on the toes right here, you can see how the letters are getting stretched. So we want to avoid this when we are adding textures. And there are a lot of ways that you can go about fixing UV stretching. So I'm just going to show you the simplest and the most easiest way for fixing UV stretching. So let's just go ahead and fix the UV stretching on the feet right here. I'm just going to select this with L. Okay, and then I'll zoom into this. And you might notice that when you press U to bring up the UV unwrapping menu, we have three options here. So we have the unwrap angle based, we have the unwrap conformal, and we have the unwrap minimum stretch. So you can already start to see the option that we're going to use. Since we want minimum stretching, we are going to be unwrapping with minimum stretching. This one is the default that Blender normally uses. The unwrap conformal is more for simpler objects. If we try to use that, it's not going to give us a really good result, especially for characters. You really want to use that one for really simple objects. So you can just press U to unwrap, and then we are going to use unwrap minimum stretch. So let me just select these other ones right here. I'm going to L to select these ones, and then U, and I'm going to unwrap with minimum stretching. Okay, and if we zoom in here, you can start to see that the size of square that we have here is starting to get similar to the size that we have right here. And I'm just going to turn on the subdivision in edge mode just so that it smooths out the shapes that we have here. I'm just going to turn that on. Okay, you can start to see that the size of squares that we have now evened out across the whole feet. You're also going to notice that the feet here are using a lot more texture space than the rest of the body. So what I'm just going to do here is select all. I'm going to come up here to UVs, and then I'm just going to say average eye landscape. Don't worry that these are overlapping each other now. We're still going to come back and arrange the UVs. That's going to be our last step. So if I just take a look at this, I can see that this is looking good. So there's really no much stretching here again. There's still a little bit, but it's not much. But I can leave with that one. Okay, something like that is looking good. I'm going to go to some other areas that are stretching. Let me check on the fingers here. Okay, on the fingers here, yeah, we have some stretching. So I'm just going to select these ones. Control L to select these. I'm also going to mirror this over to the other side. And then U, I'm going to unwrap its minimum stretching. Okay, and then I'm going to select all UV, average, island scale, just so that we have the same letters, the same sizes across the whole UVs. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. On the chest right here, I can select this front part of the torso U and unwrap its minimum stretching. And UV, I'm going to select average island scale. Don't worry about this, we're going to fix that one later on. Okay, let me just check for these areas where we have stretching. On the ears right here, we have stretching. I'm going to select both sides U and unwrap its minimum stretching. And I'm going to select all UV, average island scale. Okay, and also on the face, we have a little bit of stretching. So I'm just going to select the face U and unwrap its minimum stretching. Okay, we still have some things going on here. So these ones we have to go in and fix them up manually. You can see right here on the nose, the size of the squares are a little bit bigger than all the other parts. So we are going to go ahead and we are going to fix this up. So I'm just going to one more time come in here and we are going to select the average island scale. So there are a lot of ways, a lot of fancy ways that you can use to minimize the stretching. But since we have this option to unwrap with minimum stretching, that's the option I'm going to be showing you how to do in this chapter. So let's go ahead and let's move on to the next step, which is going to be to arrange our UVs. Okay, I'm going to go back to the UV editing workspace. I'm going to select all UVs and then I'm just going to pack these islands. Don't worry, we are still going to arrange it something more than this, but I just wanted to pack it so that everything is in one UV grid. So I'm going to select all of these and I'm just going to move this over to the side. All right, if you still remember, we had some stretching right here on the mouth and also on the nose. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to fix up the stretching there. I'm going to select the head and I'm just going to move it into the UV grid. I actually want it to be in the center of the UV grid. So if you want any of these UVs to be in the center, you can just select it and then press N to bring up this sidebar. And then under the UV vertex, the X and Y coordinates, we can change that to 0.5. Okay, I'm also just going to rotate this on the X-axis by 180 degrees so that we have something that looks like this. Okay, so we are going to need to fix up the stretching that we had on the mouth. So to fix this, now I'm going to show you why we turned on live UV unwrapping. So we turned that on because we're going to be using a lot of pins. And what pins are, so if I just select any of these vertex here and I press P, is going to pin the vertex. And with live UV unwrapping enabled, if I press G to move this, you're going to notice that if I move this, every other part of the UV is moving. So if I just unpin this, you're going to notice that that's not the same behavior. So if I just move it, it's just going to move this part. But since we have these pins here, every other thing is going to move relative to these pins. So I'm just going to pin this center right here. I'm going to select this center. I'm just going to select the center right here. I want this to be right in the middle of the UV grid. So I'm going to make use of the 2D cursor. So just like in the same way in the 3D view, we have the 3D cursor right here. So in the 2D workspace, we also have the 2D cursor. I'm going to move the 2D cursor directly to the center. So I'm going to go to view and I'm going to change the location of the 2D cursor to 0.5. Okay. And now I can scale this S, X, and 0 to just scale this on the X-axis while making sure that the 2D cursor is our pivot point. So I'm just going to scale this once again. I'm just going to Ctrl Z there. And I'll make sure that my pivot point is the 2D cursor and then S, X, and 0. I'm just going to place that right there. Okay, that has not still fixed our stretching for us. I was just making sure that the UV map is in the middle. Now, to fix the stretching, we're going to need to come in and adjust some of the vertices on the face in the UV editor right here. So I can select this one, I can push this down, and you're going to notice since we are pushing this part or this vertex that is pinned, every other thing is going to move relative to those vertex. So if I was just pushing a normal vertex, this is the reaction that you're going to get. But since these are pinned, I'm just going to G and Y to move this one down. Okay, and just before I start doing that, I don't want any other parts of the UVs to change. So I'm going to pin down this part right here. Also going to pin down right here. So I just don't want these edges to change because those parts actually look fine. I don't want them to change. I'm also just going to come here and I'm going to pin the eyes here. I'm going to also pin the eyes and then I'll just pin the ears because these sides look fine. So I don't want those to change. So I'm just going to pin those. And now I can select this and I can just push this down. I'm actually going to just pin all of this and then we can select this. We can move them down. Okay, I'm going to select these ones and move these ones up, and you want to be careful while doing that so that Blender doesn't do something like what you just did there. So I'm just going to move this one up, something like this, and I'm going to pin all of these. Actually, I just pin these sides so that Blender knows that we want to keep the UVs, and instead of doing that, I can select all of this. I'm going to use the pivot point, the medium pivot point, S and Y to scale this. And yeah, I'm just going to scale this down to something like this. I'm just going to do that again, S and Y. And if we keep on scaling it down, it's going to go back to where it was. So I'm just going to scale it down to something like this, just to close the mouth a little bit more. Okay, if we go back in here and we start refining the shapes right here. So if I just bring this one down here, you're going to notice that we are actually moving those grid. So you're going to notice that we are affecting the texture. G and Y. I'm just going to move this down here. Okay, I'm also just going to bring this one down here. Yeah, and you can start to see we are straightening that out. I'm going to bring this one down a little bit more. I'm just going to keep on adjusting this one, just so that we straighten out the texture right there. So that's exactly what I'm doing right now. So G and Y, I'm just straightening out the texture. Alright, now we have something that looks a lot more cleaner on the mouth right there. I'm going to adjust these a little bit right there, and let me also adjust the bottom dips. So G and Y, I'm going to bring this one up. Also the same thing right here, and also the same thing right here. Okay, you can start to see that we're cleaning that up a little bit more. I'm going to G and Y to move this one, and also G and Y to move this one, and also G and Y. And actually, if you don't want the UVs to actually keep on updating, you can come up here and then just turn off the live unwrapping, so that I can just adjust this for now. Okay, and I'm going to adjust the UVs until everything starts to look good on the lips. Okay, and something like that is going to look good for the lips. Okay, all right, we can definitely go ahead, and I'm going to pin some of these. I'm just going to pin the rest of the mouth right here. P to pin this. I'm also going to pin these other areas right here. And I'm going to pin right here. And something that we can actually do, instead of moving each of these vertices one by one, we can come here and we can make use of this grab UVs brush. So we have this brush. If we increase the size with F, we can just adjust the shape of the UVs. So you're going to notice now, if I just shift it, you're going to see the changes happening, just so that we can make sure that there's no stretching on these UVs when we start to add textures. I'm just going to move these. Okay, I'm going to start moving these bottom ones too, just so that we don't have any stretching right there. I'm also going to do the same on the nose. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the selection brush right there. I'm going to select these. So I'm just going to select these ones right here. And then I'm going to pin them. Okay, and then I'll go back to the grab brush here. And I'm just going to adjust. So I just want the same size of square on the nose. So I'm just going to adjust this so we can start to adjust what we have right here. Okay, and make sure not to make any mistakes. I'm just going to push some of this back. Okay, and I'm also going to adjust this side here. Okay, something like that. I'm also going to adjust this, and I'm just going to adjust this side to make sure that everything is looking good. Okay, so something like that is definitely looking good. We have been able to resize this. All right, something like that is definitely looking a lot better. I'm also just going to use the grab brush just to push this into place. All right, this is looking good. And also another use of the pins, if we select this and we unwrap, because we have every other thing pinned, you're going to notice that those pin parts remain the same. So if I unwrap it angle based, you're going to notice that all those other parts still remain the same. So I'm just going to Ctrl Z. Now we have something that looks like this. On the eyes right here, we want to keep in mind that the eyes are actually going to close. So when this eyes close, we don't want our textures to get stretched. So the way we are going to do that for the eyes, we are going to select these edges right here. I'm just going to select these. And I'm just going to select this in the 3D viewport just so that it selects also in the UVs. Okay, and we are going to scale this down. So S and Y, we are going to scale this down. Make sure no other thing is selected. So these parts are the other parts to the eye cavity. So just make sure to deselect those. And then I'll come in here, S and Y. I'm going to scale this down. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. All right, and now if you go back in here, you can now see that if these eyes are closed, the textures here that looked compressed right now are not going to be stretched once the eyes are closed. So that's exactly the way we want it. Right. Okay, and this is going to look good for the face UV unwrap. So we are not going to be using any, I'm not going to be showing you how to mirror the UVs of this, because we're going to be keeping it very, very simple for this masterclass. So I'm not going to be showing you how to mirror the UVs. We're just going to be manually placing down the UV. So that's the stretching that I'm going to fix on the face. So now, I believe we have been able to fix stretching on every other part. So now we're going to move on to the next step, which is going to be to arrange these UVs a little bit more nicely. So I'm going to go into the UV editing workspace, and we can go ahead and we can start to arrange these UVs a little bit nicely. I'm going to maximize these viewports right here. I'm going to select this one, and I'm just going to move it right here. I'm also just going to scale the face up, and a little bit of warning when you're scaling things up in the UV editor. So we are going to be placing all these right here. You're going to notice if I scale the face up, you're going to notice how the letters here are much smaller compared to these other parts. So keep in mind what's happening there. As we are scaling up the face, it's taking up more space on this texture grid. So you can see the text becoming smaller. So if you're scaling up anything, just keep in mind that it's going to take more texture space. That means that part is going to have more resolution than other parts that don't have the same scale. So if we went in here, let me just select the legs and we scale this down, you can see the way the letters are becoming much bigger. So just keep that in mind that now that we have scaled down the legs are not going to have as much resolution as the face. So always keep that in mind if you're going to be scaling anything. Right here with the face, I'm comfortable with the face having more resolution or more texture than other parts of the body, because the face is going to be much more visible than other parts. So I want more resolution and more texture on the face. So I'm completely fine with scaling up the face. So I'm just going to scale this and place this somewhere around here. All right. Now let's go ahead and let's just logically place these UVs. So right here, I'm going to select this seam, and this one is the right part of the character. So I'm just going to place this, and I'm also going to place it on the right side of the UVs. So I'm going to place this right here. Okay, I'm going to select the other arm right here, and I'm also just going to place it right here, something like this. And also something we want to do at this stage is just to make all the letters stand up straight. So right now you can see this on the torso, the letters are upside down. So we just want the letters to stand straight to make sure everything is readable. So I'm just going to place this one right here, and you can see the way all the letters are actually very readable. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to select the legs right here. This is the right leg of the character, so I'm going to place this one right here. Okay, I'm also going to select this left leg and I'm going to place it right here. Definitely you don't want any overlapping on the UVs, except you know what you're doing, but generally you don't want any overlaps on the UVs. So I'm just going to place this ones right here. So we might need to scale this one down just based on what I'm seeing. We might need to place other objects here. So I'm just going to scale these ones down like this, but also keep in mind that we have less texture resolution now that we're scaling this down, but I'm going to be fine with that since we are not going to really see the leg as much. So I'm just going to place this one here, and I'm also just going to place this one right here, something like this. I could place the leg UV something like this. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. I'm also going to align the torso right here. I'm going to rotate this, and you can hold down Control to snap the UV islands, the rotation of the UV islands. So you can, when rotating, you can hold down Control just to snap it. So I'm just going to place this somewhere around here. Okay, something like this. And for this other part of the torso, I'm going to rotate this one, and I'm going to place it right here. And for the torso, I'm actually going to select this too. I'll change my pivot point to the individual origins. I'm going to scale this one down, okay, just so that we have some more space here. I'm just going to place it something like this. You definitely don't want any overlapping here. So I'm just going to move this, make sure they're not overlapping each other. Okay, something like this. Let me go ahead and let me place the neck. So for the neck right here, and by the way, if you select UV island and it selects, so let me just select this in the 3D view, you're going to notice that it's also selecting all those other vertices that are connected to it. And if you move, it's actually going to move all those other vertices, and we don't want that to happen. So just make sure you're in face selection mode so that that doesn't happen. So you can move the neck to somewhere around here. And just to leave space for some other things, I'm actually going to move the neck up here. I can select the head and just bring this one down. And then I'm also just going to bring this one right here into the UV space. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. Let me go ahead and let me place those eye cavity. So I'm just going to select those eye cavity. I'm going to place this one here. I'm going to place this one right here. And I'll just make sure, okay, this one is the left side of the character. So I'm going to place it right here. I can just rotate it and place it somewhere around here. Also the same thing for this right eye cavity. I'm just going to place it right here. Okay. And I'm going to also place the ears. So for the ears, I can select the ears right here. So this is the right ear. I'm just going to place it. Oh, this is the left ear. I'm just going to place it right here. And since I scaled up the textures on the face, I will also just scale up the ears so that the face and the ears have roughly the same texture size. Okay. I'm going to select these other parts of the ears. I'm going to bring this in right here. I'm going to rotate it and place it right here. I'm also just going to scale this one up, just like we did for the other side. And then for the back of the ears, I can select these ones and place them right here. Can also scale this one up a little bit. And I'll select this other side of the ear. And I'm going to place it right here. I'm going to rotate that and place it, scale it up a little bit. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Now, let's go ahead. Let's lay out the feet. And for the feet, I'm actually just going to select all of these. And the feet, I know that they're not going to be seen as much because they're actually going to be inside the shoes. So I'm just going to scale these UV islands down. You don't need as much texture resolution on this part. So I'm just going to bring this here. I'm just going to place this appropriately. You definitely don't want any overlapping. I'm just going to bring this down here. And I'm going to place them appropriately. So right here, I can have something that looks like this. Okay, I'm going to make sure that these are not overlapping. I'll move this one up a bit just to make sure we don't have any overlapping geometry there. Then I'm going to select this one. This one is for the right side, for the left side of the character. I can rotate this one and place it right here. Okay, I'll make sure that they are not overlapping. Okay, and the text right there looks readable. Okay, so that's nice. I'm going to rotate this one and place it right here. Also, this is the bottom, like this is the underside of the leg. So I can scale this one down a little bit more. So I'm just going to place it right here. And here, I'm going to move this one. I'm also just going to adjust this one. And I'm also just going to adjust the placement of this one. I can select these two and just scale them down if needed. Okay, something like that, just to make sure that there are no intersections. And I can just place this one right down here. Okay, I'll make sure that these two are the same size. I'll place this one right there. Okay, now we have something that looks like this, and that looks fine. That's looking good so far. I'm going to select these two and just scale them down a little bit. Keep in mind of what I said about scaling down these objects earlier on. Okay, and now we have these left. So let me just check which objects these are. So we have the mouth bag left, and we have the rest of the palms and the fingers. So I'm just going to place the mouth bag somewhere around here. Okay, and then for the rest of the fingers, I'm just going to lay them out this way in these remaining spaces that we have. So for this part right here, I'm just going to select these. Okay, I know that that's the left side of the character. So I'm going to move it to the left side of the UVs. I'm going to rotate this one, place it right here. Also this one, I'm going to rotate it, place it somewhere around here. Okay, I'm just going to move this one to this side, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to place the thumb right here. So I'm just going to select the thumb. I'm going to move this one right here. I'm just going to rotate this, place this one here. I'm going to select this other one and place it right here. Okay, for the rest of the fingers, I'm just going to lay them out this way. So I'm going to start from the pinky, and I'm going to move this one right here. I'm going to go to the middle finger. Is that the middle finger? No, that's the ring finger. I'm going to place this one right here. I'll rotate it just to make sure everything is following roughly the same scale and the same orientation. I'm going to place this right here and also place this one right here. I'll move on to the middle finger. I'm going to place this one right here, and I'll just orient it to face the same direction. And then the index finger, I'm going to place this one right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. And then I'm going to select the bottom side of the index finger. I'm going to place this one right here. The bottom side of the middle finger, I'm going to place this one right here. And then the bottom side of the ring finger, I'm going to place this one right here. Then the bottom side of the pinky finger, I'm going to place this one right here. Okay, so this is the layout that we used for the hands right there. I think that looks good. Now I'm going to select this other side of the hands. So this is the right side of the hand. I can place this right here. And then I can also just place this ones right here. Something like that. I'm just going to, let me see. I'm going to push these ones down a little bit just so that we have some more space here. I'm going to select these ones and then just move them here. And then I'm going to place the fingers right here. Okay, so let me just go ahead. I'm going to select the pinky finger. And I'm going to move this one right here. I'm going to rotate it facing downwards. Okay, something like this. I'm going to select the ring finger. I'll place it right here. I select the top of the middle finger. I'm going to place that one right there. I select the top of the index finger and place this one right here. Okay, and then I'm going to select the bottom of the index finger. I'm going to place this one right here. You can actually just stack this side. I'm going to select the bottom of the middle finger. I'm going to place this right here. I'm going to select the bottom of the index finger. Is that the bottom of the ring finger? Yeah. I'm going to place this here. And then the bottom of the pinky finger, I'm just going to place this one right here. And then let's go ahead and let's place the thumb. I'm just going to move this one right here. I'm going to rotate this one, place it right here. I'm going to deselect this one, then move this one and place it somewhere around here. Okay, so now with this, we can readjust this. Okay, we can actually place the neck and the bottom here. I don't see why not. Okay, and I'm just going to adjust some of these. I'm going to move this one inside here. And let's see. Could definitely leave the UVs to be like this. I'm just going to select all of these. So what now I'm just doing is so what I'm doing right now is just to arrange the UVs and just make them look nice so that I can actually understand them if I come back in and look at this later on. So that's just all I'm doing at this stage. I'm just going to push this around and make sure that I've utilized all the space on the UV grid. Okay, now we have something that looks like this, and this is not looking too bad for our character. Alright, so I'm just going to zoom out here and I'll make some last adjustments on this. Okay, I'm just going to move this, and now something like this for UV map for this character is going to look good. You can definitely go ahead and arrange your UVs in a different way than I've arranged my own. You can definitely go ahead and do the same. Just make sure you like the placement of everything, and since we all have different characters, your UV placement is probably going to be different, but that's how you're going to go ahead and you're going to lay this down. So if I just go back into object mode, if you're in Blender 5.0 and above, you should see the UVs even if you are in the object mode. So this is looking good so far for the UV layout of the character. Okay, I'm going to isolate every other thing, and we can actually hide the low poly collection. We don't need to see this. Now we're going to move on to UV unwrapping the shades, and we're going to use the exact same steps that we used here. So we're going to cut seams, we're going to fix any stretching, and then we're going to arrange the UVs. I'm going to go back to the UV editing workspace, and on the shade we had seams right here. So let's just mark those areas where we had seams. I'm just going to select those areas, Ctrl E, and then I'm going to mark them. Since we have live UV unwrapping enabled, is going to unwrap the mesh right here. We can see we have a lot of distortion going on, so we need to do a lot more work on this shade. So on shades, you normally see a seam going down this way. You also see a seam going down this way. So I'm just going to select these, and I'll just make sure that I have the seam selected on both sides. Okay, for the sleeves right here, I'm going to deselect these parts, so I don't need to cut right here since we have already cut this bottom. I'm also just going to deselect this parts on the other side, and Ctrl E. I'm going to mark seams. Okay, now you're going to see what we have right here. And if you remember, we left some geometry inside of our character, so just to emulate, or just to give the idea of solidification on the clothes, we left some of these other parts of the meshes inside. So these parts, you can either come in here and you can Ctrl E and mark seam to separate that from the rest, but I'm actually just going to leave those, and this is going to be the UV map for the shade. So it wasn't as complicated as we had for the character. So let's just go ahead and let's clean up any stretching. To see if we have any texture stretching, I'm going to go to the materials, and I'm going to add in a UV checker texture right here, and I don't see any much stretching. So I believe that since we had the live UV unwrapping, it was actually using the last UV unwrap option that we used, so it unwrapped everything with minimum stretching. Okay, so you can see there's really no stretching on the colors right here. If we unwrap with the normal angle based, then you can see there's like some stretching, but since we unwrapped with minimum stretching, you can see everything is actually looking really nice. Okay, so we have been able to fix the stretching, and then let's just go ahead and let's arrange these UVs. So to arrange this one is going to be really easy to do. I'm just going to select this. I'm going to rotate this by 180, and I'm going to place it right here. We're going to bring this back part of the shades and place it right here. And then these are the sleeves. I can place these ones right here, something like this. And I can also just move this one, place it right here. Okay, I'm going to select these ones and then just move it down, something like this. And then I'm going to place these parts of the clothes right here. Okay, and for the shades, these UVs are looking nice. I'm just going to select these ones and move them up a little bit. All right, something that looks like this. Nice. Okay, this is definitely looking good. I'm just taking a look right here, and yeah, definitely the seams are looking good. All right, so this is going to be for the shirt. The shirt was really easy to do. Let's go ahead and let's work on the skirt. If I add in the UV checker texture, you're going to notice that we have no UVs on this. So let's go ahead and let's start marking seams. So we can mark seams right here. We originally had seams on the skirt. So I'm just going to mark the seams right there. Control E, I'm going to mark the seams right there. And you're going to start to see something is unwrapping. Since we have not yet unwrapped this part of the skirt, you can see how the textures are like stretching. If we were to add the texture, like an actual texture instead of this grid texture, we definitely don't want that to be happening. So we are going to go ahead and for these clothes, I'm going to select right here. And I'm just going to, I'm going to select right here, Control E to mark this seam. Okay, something like that. I'm going to select these faces on the inside here. And I'm going to hide those ones for now because I want to select. I'm going to just make sure I'm in face selection mode. I'm going to hide those so that it doesn't give us those edges that we had there before. So I'm going to make sure I'm in face selection mode and hide that. And then right here, I'm going to select something like that. So it makes sense if there was a seam right there. So I can just select that and also select right here. And then I'm also just going to select this part of the seam. Okay, Control E, we can mark the seam right there. I'm going to mirror this over to the other side, Control Shift M. And Control E, I'm going to mark the seam right there. Okay, something like that is looking good. I'm just going around seeing what this is looking like. And you can start to see we have the textures laying really nicely on the skirt. So I'm going to select right here. And then I'm going to select right here. I'm going to select these. I'm just going to go all the way up until where we marked seams right here. Control E. I'm going to mark that seam and then Control Shift M. Control E. And then we're also going to mark seams right there. All right. I'm going to select all U and unwrap with minimum stretching. Okay. And right here, you can see we have the textures skewing. So we don't want that to happen. So I'm going to need to cut a seam somewhere around here. So I'm just going to select that right there. And I'm just going to cut a seam. Control E, mark seam. Control Shift M. I'm going to mirror that edge over to the other side. Control E. And I'm just going to mark a seam there. Okay. And you can start to see we have less stretching of our textures. And this is actually looking good for the skirts. I'm going to unhide every other thing. And I'm just going to mark this seam once again. Okay, and right here, just on the inside of the skirts, you can mark a seam right here. So you can notice the way this texture is skewed on this one. So I'm just going to Control E, mark the seam there. Control Shift M to mirror that and mark the seam over to the other side. Okay, something like that is definitely looking good. So now let's go ahead. We have been able to fix the texture stretching and we have also been able to mark seams. So now let's go ahead and let's arrange the seams. One way you can do this is to select all UVs and then you can actually use the pack islands option and let's see the results that gives us. So it gives us the same result. I don't necessarily like this. So I'm just going to manually place this. I'm going to come in here. I'll select these ones. And I'm just going to move this one into place. I'm going to rotate this, place it right here. Okay. I'm also going to place this one right here. And I'm going to place this ones right here. So if I'm correct, this is the back and this is the front. Okay, nice. I'm just going to select this one, move it right here. Okay, something like this. And we can see the way the textures are standing upright or the letters are standing upright. That's exactly what we want. I'm just going to select these parts of the skirt right here. And also this one. I'm going to just start moving them into place. I'm going to select this one and rotate this one like this. I'll select this one, rotate it like this. And I can select this one, rotate it, place it right there. And also select this one and place it right here. I'll just make sure that these are standing straight up. And I'll move these in. Alright. And we have something that looks like this. Alright, so let's lay out some of these other parts. And this one right here is the inside of the skirt. You're not going to be seeing this part as much. So I can rotate this. I can just scale it down a little bit because you might still see this part. So I'm not just going to scale it down all the way to something like this. I'll just scale it down a little bit. And I'm going to place this one right here. And then I'm also just going to rotate this one. And then I'll just place it right here. Okay. I'm going to place it right here. We want to make sure that there are no overlaps. So I'm just going to move this one. I can scale this one down because I know this is the inside of the skirt. I'm just going to scale this side down. And I'm going to place these ones right here. Alright. Now we have something that looks like this for the skirts. And if we go back into object mode, you're going to notice how we have everything looking really nice and really sharp. Alright, I like the way the skirt is looking. Alright, here for the shoes, you're going to notice on the shoes I have different pieces. So I have this part of the shoe, then I have this part, then I have this part, then I have this other part. So what we can actually do is just to select all of these, and we're actually going to unwrap them on the same UV grid. So they are going to share the same UV map. So let's just select all of this. Let's go into edit mode, and we're going to start unwrapping this. So I'm just going to Shift H to isolate just the boot for now. And the boot is actually really simple. We can just come down here to the back and Control E, mark in a seam right there. And it's going to really try its best to map everything out nicely. I'm going to add the UV checker texture here. So you can see we have some skewing. So we might need to go in and manually tick this. For now, that's fine. I'm going to select a seam right here, the inside of the boots. Okay. That looks good. Right here. I'm going to leave this side as is. Let me just see if I Control E and mark a seam right there. What does this look like? Okay, I'm going to mark a seam. I'm going to leave that seam right there. I like how this is looking. Okay, and then for the other parts, every other thing is looking nice. I'm going to unhide every other thing. I'm going to add the UV checker texture to this. So this, because these are different objects, you need to add the UV texture, the UV checker to these different objects. So I'm just going to select these ones, Shift H to hide every other thing. And these ones are really simple. This is just like unwrapping a really elongated cube. So I'm going to select this, Control E. I'm going to mark a seam right there. I'm also going to mark a seam at the bottom right there. And I'm just going to do that for all of these, Control E. You can also press Shift R to repeat your action. So I'm just going to do that. Shift R to repeat my action. And then I'll make sure I have the correct one selected. Shift R to repeat my action. And then we don't want this to like curl on itself. We can select these right here. And also this edge right here. Control E, mark seam. So we want it to unwrap something more like this. So I'm just going to select that seam right there, and also and just make sure I have the correct one. I'll select that seam right there. Okay, Control E. I'm going to mark that one as seam. Okay, I'll also do the same right here. Control E, mark that seam there, and I'm going to select this one, right? Yeah, and then Shift R. We can repeat our action. I can see how this has UV unwrapped really nicely. I'm going to unhide every other thing. This right here, I'm just going to add the UV checker texture to that. Okay, and I'm going to come in here, Control E. I'm going to mark a seam right there. Okay, I'm just going to isolate these two for now. Shift H to hide them. I'm also just going to come in here, Ctrl E, mark a seam right there, and I'll unwrap this. Okay, nice. I'm going to make sure live UV unwrapping is turned on. Okay, I'm going to just select this, Ctrl E. You can mark a seam right there. Okay, that is looking good. This one is going to look really nice. Actually, I'm going to remove the seam from there and I'll just mark it at the bottom here because I know one of the straps covers the seam. So Ctrl E, and I'm going to mark a seam right there. I'm going to unhide every other thing. All right, and we are left with the sole of the shoe right here. So I'm going to add in the UV checker texture. I'm going to select this and just Shift H to isolate this, and we can go ahead and we can unwrap this. I can select this edge right here or this edge right here. So I'm just going to go around. Ctrl E, I can mark a seam right there. I can also do the same at the bottom here. Ctrl E, I'm going to mark a seam right there. I can come in here and mark another seam. Ctrl E, mark seam. Okay, right here. Let me see which edge this is. Yeah, you can definitely mark an edge right here. Also going down here too. Ctrl E, mark seam. And I'm going to mark another edge right here. So this one, I'm just going to select this. And I'm going to mark these edges. Okay, I'm just going to mark till somewhere around here. Ctrl E, I can mark a seam there. And something I can do is to come in here and I'm also just going to mark a seam at the bottom here. Okay, so something like that. And then I'm going to extend this edge to reach right there. And yeah, now I've been able to wrap this really cleanly. I'm going to Alt H to unhide every other thing. And just to reset the UVs here, I can just select one of these seams that we have already marked seams, and I'm just going to go ahead, Ctrl E to mark seams, and it's going to lay out the UVs something like this. Okay, we had a little bit of stretching right here at the back of the boots. We have a little bit of stretching, so we can make use of the pins. I'm going to select this. I'm going to pin this. I'm also going to select this, and I'm also going to pin this. And with those pinned, now I can scale this on the y-axis. And just notice right here, once I scale this S and Y, you're going to see how we are getting rid of that stretching. So I'm just going to S, Y, and 0 to scale it in the y-axis. And then also the same thing right here. Now we have gotten rid of those stretching right there. Okay, something like that definitely is good. And I don't see any other stretching, any other place right here. I've forgotten to mark a seam right here, so I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to select these, Control, and let me just select this other parts too. Okay, Control E, mark seam right there, and I'm just going to Alt P to clear everything, and then I'm just going to select these, Control E, mark seam just to reset everything, and then I'll go ahead and I'll just pin these ones again. I'm going to select this, P to pin this, and I'm going to pin this side, and S and Y and 0 to get rid of the stretching right there. Okay, and that is looking really nice right here. I'm going to see, so I don't like the way this is like doing this, so I'll find somewhere else to mark a seam. I can mark another seam right here, Control E, mark seam right there, and you're going to notice that this is not moving, and that's just because we pinned this. So when the live UV unwrapping takes place, you can see that that's not moving, and that's just because we pinned that. Okay, so I'm just going to I'm going to select Alt P to pin this, to remove the pins there. And then I'm just going to select any of these edges, mark seam just to reset everything. Then I'm going to come back here. I'm going to pin this. This is the third time we are doing this now. So let's just go ahead, S, Y, and 0 to scale this down. And then also S, Y, and 0 to scale this down right here. And then for these ones right here, I'm going to straighten them up. So right here, you can see that the textures are a bit skewed. So I'm just going to straighten these ones up here. I'm going to pin this, and we can scale this on the y-axis or on the x-axis by 0. Then I can also pin this one here and do the same thing right here. I'm going to SX and 0. Okay, and now you're going to see that we have definitely reduced and minimized the stretching that we had there. I'm going to do the same thing right here. I'm going to pin these ones and SX and 0 to pin that here. I'm going to pin these ones SX and 0. And then I can also just pin these ones and pin this side. I'm going to SY and 0 to scale that on the y-axis. Then also the same thing right here. I'm going to scale that on the y-axis. And we have gotten rid of most of the stretching right there. And on this part right here, I'm looking for this part. Is it? Okay, right here. Let's definitely go ahead and straighten this one out a little bit more. I'm going to pin this. I'm also going to pin this. So I'm going to select this SX and 0. And also the same thing right here. I'm also going to go ahead and pin these ones. I'm going to SX and 0 to scale this, and I'll do the same thing right here. And now we have something that looks a lot more like that, and that looks a lot more cleaner to me. But you can definitely go ahead and keep on playing around with the UVs, just not to make this chapter too long. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call it right here. So we need to arrange the UVs. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to arrange these UVs. I'm going to place this one right here. Okay, something like this. And for some of those parts that we are not going to see, so I know we are not going to be seeing this part, so I can just bring this right here. I'll make sure I'm in face selection mode so that I don't move other parts. I'm going to bring this right here. I can scale this one down right here. I know we are not going to be seeing that, so I'm going to scale it down, something like that. And okay, I'm going to select all these other ones, and I'm just going to start placing them just to arrange them a little bit more. So I can place this one right here. And these straps right here, I can select these. I'm just going to select them in the 3D viewports, and I'm just going to line them up here. Also the same thing right here. I'm just going to place the ones at the bottom here. Okay, something like this. I'm going to place this right here. All right, and let me see which object this is. Okay, this is not going to be seen as much, so I can select this, scale this down, and just place this right here. And this is the sole of the shoe. Depending on the kind of design you're doing on the sole of the shoe, you might see it, or you might want it to be seen. So I'm just going to place this one somewhere around here. I'm going to place this one somewhere around here. I'm going to place these two somewhere around here. I can scale these ones up actually, and I'll just place them right here. Okay, let me see. Then we have these other parts. Yeah, I'm going to rotate these ones right here, and I'll just place them right here. And these ones, which are these right here, yeah, I can just keep these ones somewhere around here. Okay, so these for the UVs of the shoe. I'm happy with the way this looks. I'm just going to readjust this just a little bit more. Okay, and we have some empty spaces. That's completely fine. Since we are using this character for animation, we don't need to optimize the UV space as much. Okay, I'm going to go back into object mode. And you're going to notice here that all these objects are using the same UVs. If I just select them, they're using the same UVs. Alright, so this is what you want to go ahead and you want to do for the rest of your character. You also want to do it for the eye. So let me just go ahead and do it. And for the eye right here, you're going to notice that it already has a UV. And this was one of the assets that we downloaded from Blender Biz Meshes. So this one already has UV. So if we add in the UV checker, right here, you can see how nice that looks. Okay, also the same thing for the teeth. You're going to notice right here that you have UVs, but you're going to notice that the tongue are like outside of the UV grid, and this is because they are using UDIMs. So UDIMs are something I'm not going to touch on in this particular chapter. If you want to know more about UDIMs, you can join the Stylized Character Academy. I'm going to be making a whole separate video inside the Stylized Character Academy about that, but I'm not going to be using UDIMs. We are just going to stick to one UV grid for now. So let's just go ahead and let's adjust this. I'm going to select all of this, Control L to make sure I select everything, and I'm going to just scale this down. I'll change my pivot point back to median, and I'm just going to scale this down, place this somewhere around here. I'm going to rotate this, place this right here. I'm also just going to rotate this and place this right here, and then I'm going to scale these ones and bring it down here. And something like this is also going to work. I'm going to add in the UV checker texture to this. So something like this looks good, and I can see one of my objects is not properly unwrapped. So I'm just going to make sure that it's actually not one of my retopologized objects. So I'm just going to go through this and see that I have UVs correctly on everything. Okay. So probably that one that was not UV unwrapped was one of the sculpt high poly objects, but we don't need to worry about any of those because we cannot mark seams or lay the UVs for the high poly objects. So this is what you want to go ahead and do on all the objects that you've retopologized so far. You should have something that looks like this to be able to conclude this chapter. So let's just go ahead and let's summarize this chapter. To summarize, UV maps are going to allow you to apply textures on your 3D model. The whole reason we are creating UV maps is to be able to apply textures, because like we said earlier, textures are in 2D space. So since you have been working with a 3D model, we need to flatten it so that we can be able to apply textures. Now you also know that seams allow the model to open and flatten into the UV space, and you also know the careful seam placement that's going to help avoid visible texture seams. You've also seen how we have been able to do that while unwrapping our character. So as usual, if you need any extra help, if you want any extra information about UDIMs, there are separate videos inside the Stylized Character Academy. So just go ahead and join the Stylized Character Academy. I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process. And if you're loving the masterclass so far, go ahead and leave a review of this masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video. And I'll catch you guys in the next chapter, where we are going to start grooming the hair for our character. I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to chapter 10. In this chapter, we are going to be taking a look at grooming the hair for your character. And our agenda for this chapter, first off, I'm going to show you the approach for creating different hairstyles. And then I'll show you how hair grooming works inside of Blender. I'm going to show you my workflow for creating different types of hairstyles. And then we are going to dive into Blender, and we are going to create different hairstyles inside of Blender. Okay, share this masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are proud of. And for you right now, this is the most important chapter in the entire masterclass. So watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't jump around. Alright, the approach for different hairstyles. Hairstyles come in a lot of forms, shapes, and sizes. So it's important that we are able to understand how the hair works and also break down how the hair works so that we can recreate it inside Blender. The only way we are going to be able to understand how the hair works is if we analyze the hairstyle from references. So we know that hair comes in a lot of variations. So we need to be able to understand the hairstyle so that we can easily recreate it inside of Blender. Because once we understand something, then we'll be able to recreate it very easily. And the only way we can understand it is once we analyze the hairstyle from our reference. So right now at this point, if you don't yet have references that you're going to be using for your hair grooming, just go ahead and gather those references. If you can get references from the hair from all angles, that's actually going to be really perfect, so that you have a very clear idea of how the hair works so that you can recreate it inside of Blender. For any hairstyle, here's a simple checklist of things to look out for. before you start creating the hair inside of Blender. So first off, just ask yourself this question: can we separate the hairstyle into parts or into volumes? Or another way you can see this is, how can we make this hair easier to groom inside of Blender? So that's the first question that you're going to ask. I'm going to use some examples here, but that's the first question. And then the second question is, what is the flow and the direction of the hair? If you can answer these two questions correctly for any hairstyle that you're going to be creating the hairstyle is going to be really easy. So these two questions are some of the core things I need to ask yourself before creating any hairstyle. So let's just take a look at some examples. So let's say we wanted to create this hairstyle inside of Blender. So the first question, can we separate this hairstyle into parts? And the answer for that will be yes. So instead of trying to think of this hairstyle as one whole, we can separate it into different parts. So the way I would approach doing this, so this can be a separate part inside of Blender. This one right here, there'll probably be another one on the left side, and then we can separate this one into its own part. So this back part of the hair, we can separate that into its own part, and then right here we can separate this part into its own part, just like this. So instead of thinking of the hair as one big hair object, we can separate it into different parts, so that it's actually easy for us to groom it. Another part of this hair that we can even add it is right here. So you can use different objects for this part of the hair inside of Blender. And then the second question that I want to ask is, what is the flow and the direction of this hair? For this one, just keep in mind the way the hair is shaped. So right here for the ponytail, you can see the direction of the hair. So it's coming down here, it's coming straight, and then it starts to twist just like this, and it starts to turn. So you can see how that is different for each of these hair right here. So if I just come here, this one comes down and then it twists this way. So these are just some things that you want to keep in mind before you start grooming the hair. If you understand and analyze the way this works before diving into hair grooming, it's going to be really easy to be able to recreate the hair inside of Blender. Also the same thing here, you can see the direction right here this way. So the direction is coming from right here, everything is being packed at the back right here, then everything is just coming in this way, just like this. You can see at the bottom here, there's a different direction than we had for this part right here. This one is a little bit shorter, so just keep these in mind before you start grooming the hair. Let's take a look at another example right here. So right here we have this hairstyle. So for this hairstyle, we can break it down into two parts. We can break it down into the left part right here, and also into the right part right here. Okay, so we can have something that looks like this. And also for this hairstyle, I can't see the back of this hair, so I don't have reference of the back of this hair, but probably something that I would do is also separate the back into its own part. But since I can't see the back part of the hairstyle, I can't see for now. So this is why you need to gather references from all angles so that you actually have an understanding of the hair. So from what I can see on the reference, I'm just going to separate it into the left side and the right side. And then let's take a look at the hair flow. So right here we have the hair coming down straight, and then it starts to wiggle, something like that. It's coming down straight here, and then there are a lot of curves this way. Also the same thing on the right side of the hair, like this. It's coming down straight, and then it starts to wiggle, something like this. So that is for this hairstyle. Let's take a look at this one right here. Okay, so we can separate this one into two volumes. So I can separate this one into this part that sits on the hair, okay, and then this other part right here, so the bone on top of the hair. And then for the direction of the hair right here, you can see the way everything is coming down here to the middle, and everything is just meeting up at the middle here. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. And then for this other upper part of the bone, we can clearly see at the direction we have a lot of curliness, and we also have a lot of noise on this hair. So that is the direction and the hair flow of this hair. Let's take a look at another example right here. Let's take a look at this one right here. So for this particular hairstyle, for this one, we could actually just leave it as one volume this way. Okay, and then for the hair flow, we can definitely see a lot of noise right here. So let me just write this out. We have a lot of noise, and then the hairstyle is also very curly. So just keep that in mind before you start grooming this hair. So I'm going to leave a link for you to be able to download this file, so you can just come in here and identify the different parts of the hair and also the hair direction. Is going to be really important that you're able to do this. So just go ahead and download this file so that you can come in here, analyze this reference, also break down the hair into parts, and then also determine the hair flow. It's going to be a really useful exercise, so just go ahead and do that. So that's the approach for creating different kind of hairstyles. Now let's take a look at how hair grooming works inside of Blender. So most times when we are working with hair, we are dealing with a lot of hair strands. So the average human hair has about 100,000 hair strands, and if we were to create this in 3D, it would be unreasonable trying to manage that many hair strands. It's going to be really difficult trying to groom or comb those many hair strands, because that's a lot of hair. So in Blender or in any other 3D software, instead of trying to groom so many hair strands, we are going to make a few strands control the majority of the hair, or another way to say it, we are going to control many with a few. So here's how it works. We have this parent hair right here, so that's the one that we're going to focus on. That's the one we are going to push and pull into shape, and then we are going to use some modifiers to add in children hair, and those children hair are going to follow the shape of the original parent hair that we added in. So these few are going to control many of the hair. So that's why I said few strands controlling the majority of the hair. You're only going to be focusing on this guide hair. So this is either called, you can either call it a guide hair or a parent hair. So I'm going to be referring to it as guide hair most of the time. So we are going to be adding in guide hair inside of Blender, and then we are going to use modifiers to tell the children hair how they should be on the hair. So the way hair grooming works inside of Blender is a similar concept to the way the subdivision surface modifier works, where we control the shapes for our objects just by using a few vertices. So you can just think of it in the same way. Okay, so with hair grooming, we want to create sufficient enough parent hair that will control the entire hair, and we want to be careful not to create too many or too few parent hair, because with too many guide hair, it becomes unreasonable to comb the hair effectively. But if we have too few guide hair, we don't have much control over the hair. So the sweet spot in between this is exactly what we are looking for, where we don't have too many or too few guide hair to control the hair. Okay, so now that you know this, I'm going to dive inside of Blender, and I'm going to walk you through Blender's hair grooming tools and Blender's hair grooming technique. Okay, so right here, I have this file right here. I also leave this file below so that I can play with this file. So first things first, I need to know for hair grooming. First off, you need a scalp object, and the scalp object is just essentially where the hair is going to emit out from. So instead of trying to place the hair on our character, which might become a little bit inefficient, we want to use a scalp object like this. Okay, the scalp is going to make the hair grooming very, very efficient. Okay, so once you have a scalp object, another thing that I want to keep in mind is to make sure that you have UVs on your scalp object. So something as simple as this, I'm going to show you how to create a scalp object very easily inside of Blender, and I'm also going to show you how to make simple UVs just like this. So I'm just going to switch this back to the asset browser, and I'm going to explain what all of these mean. But for now, let's go ahead and let's add in a guide hair. So you can come up here to add curve, and we can add in an empty hair right here. You're going to notice nothing changes in the viewport. If we come down here to the outliner, you're going to notice that we have that curve or the guide hair parented to the scalp object. Okay, and the way we are going to be modifying this curve object is either in edit mode or in sculpt mode. For majority of the hair grooming, I like to use the sculpt mode. So let's just go into the sculpt mode. Okay, and you're going to see all these nice brushes here that we can use to modify the hair. So I'm just going to quickly walk you through what all these brushes do. So if I select the add brush, just as the name implies, it's going to add in hair just like this. We can come up here and we can change some of the settings. So right here, we can change the length, we can change the points. I'm going to change the length to about 0.15. Okay, and then I'm going to change the points to 20 just to show you what that's going to do. And if I add in another hair strand, you can see that the length is definitely shorter. And if I go into edit mode, so just press tab to go into edit mode, you're going to notice here that we have more vertices on this hair strand, so we can push and pull this one around a lot more than we had for this one. So on this one we just had 8. So if you go back into sculpt mode, and I'm just going to show you the comb brush, I'm going to come back to explain this. If we come in with the comb brush and we just try to push and pull this around, we're going to notice that we have a lot more control over the one where we just have 8 points. So that is for the add brush. Also on the add brush, we can change the count here to 5, and depending on the radius of the brush, it's going to add in 5 new hair strands depending on the radius of your brush, but I generally like to leave this one to 1. So that's what the add brush does. Now let's take a look at the delete brush. The delete brush, very self-explanatory. It's just going to delete the hair strands right there. So you can just delete this one, just hover a bit, hover over any hair strand, and then just delete it. The density brush works just like the add brush. The only difference being that we are going to specify a distance right here at which it's going to add in the hairs. So if I just specify the distance of 0.1, okay, and I just start adding in hair, it's going to add in hair, but each of these hair is at a distance of 0.01. So if I just come in here and I keep on adding in hair, it's going to add in hair at a distance of 0.01. We can also come in here to the curve shape, and we can change some of the settings like we had for the add brush. So that's the way that the density brush works. Okay, the selection brush, let's take a look at the selection brush. With the selection brush, we can select parts of the hair. So we can just come in here and select just parts of the hair, and then we can adjust this. So I can use the comb brush. I'm going to explain the comb brush in a bit, but we can just use the comb brush, just push and pull just those parts that we selected. It's not going to affect any of these other parts. So we can either do that, or with the selection brush, you can come in here and select the whole of the curve. So instead of selecting parts of the curve, you can select the whole curve just like this. Okay, so just hover over a couple of them and then select the whole curve, and it's going to select that. Okay, so now that we have selected that, we can come down here to the comb brush, and let me explain what the comb brush does. You've already probably seen what the comb brush does. So the comb brush is just going to push and pull the hair into shape, just exactly the way you want it to be. So we can just push and pull this one into shape, something like this. Okay, so that's how the comb brush works. If I just select everything, we can push and pull the hair strands into place. The glue shrink brush right here is either going to glue the hair or it's going to shrink down the hair. If I hold down Control, we can shrink down the hair. If you don't want to use the shortcut, you can come up here to set it to subtract, and then you can just shrink this down, or you can set it to plus to bring this up. I like to leave it on the default, which is plus, and then just hold down Control and then shrink down those hair strands. Okay, the next brush that we're going to look at is the pinch brush. So on the pinch brush, let's just see, for example, I come in here and I select these hair strands. With the pinch brush, I can just pinch those ones in just like this. Okay, I can definitely start to see what we have with the pinch brush. So this is going to be really useful if you're grooming a lot of hair that has clumping on it. Okay, let's go over to the puff brush. I'm going to select all, and the puff brush is just going to puff out the hair just like this. So it's just going to make the hair stand up straight on the hair scalp. The pull tease brush is going to pull the hair in the direction that you specify. So in the specified direction, you're just going to be able to pull the tip of the hair. The slide brush, this one is going to be really useful. You can slide the hair in different directions just like this. And then the smooth brush is going to smooth out the hair. Any hair strands that were bent, just going to smooth it out, just smooth out the curvature just like that. So these are all the brushes. You can come in here and play around with these brushes. Something that I like to do is to add these brushes to my quick favorites. So just right click on these brushes and then add them to your quick favorites. We are going to be using the selection brush a lot. So for the selection brush, I added a shortcut to this one. You can right click on it, and then right here you're going to see add shortcut. The shortcut that I added in for mine is W. So let's say I'm on the comb brush and I'm just combing in these areas, and I just want to select one of these here. I can just press W and it's going to switch to the selection brush. And then now that I've selected this, I can switch back to the comb brush. Then I can just comb this one into place, something like that. Okay, I want to show you two options that we have on every brush. So we have the sphere option and the projected option. For the sphere option, it just works like an actual comb. So if I just comb out these areas, something like this, you're going to notice that it's selecting only the ones in front, and it's not really going to touch the ones at the back. So let me just comb that. So you can see just moving the ones in front. Let me do it right here. You're going to notice that it's just combing the ones in front, and it's not really touching the ones at the back. So the sphere option just works like an actual comb, but the projected option is going to comb everything. It's just going to go through the whole hair. It's going to comb everything into place. So the projected option I like to use when I'm just starting out to just get the overall shape of the hair, and then the sphere option, I like to use the sphere option just to refine the shape of the hair. I'm going to show you how we are going to use this when we actually start grooming hair. Okay, so that's how you're going to go in and add in the guide hair, and then you're going to need to add modifiers to be able to actually make this hair look like hair. You can come in here and change this to your asset browser. Then under the essentials, just choose the hair collection. You're going to see all these modifiers that we can add onto the hair. So like I mentioned earlier, we're going to add in parent hair, which is this one, or guide hair, and then we're going to add in children hair. If you wanted to add in children hair to this, the modifier that we're going to use is the interpolate hair curves right here. So I'm just going to drag and drop this one right here. You're going to notice that everything disappears, which is not exactly what we want. So I'm going to come down here to the modifiers. These are modifiers, so as I drag and drop that there, it added it in as a modifier. I'm going to show you another way of using these. We can use them as nodes, but for now let me just show you the modifiers. So to set up the interpolation, let's just select the scalp. So I'm going to select the scalp object right here, and you can see that some of the hair return. You just need to increase the density value way up. So I'm just going to take that to 50,000. So these are the initial guide hair that we had, and now we have added in children hair. So the children hair are just following the guide hair that we placed in. If I also just go back into sculpt mode and I just move this, you're going to see how that is working. Okay, we can also still come in here and add in some more modifiers. We can add in the clump modifier, and we can play around with the way this looks, and just come in here and play around with the way this looks. I would advise that you come inside of Blender and actually just play around with some of these modifiers and see what they do and see how they work. So you can either use this as modifiers, or if you want to have more control over the way the hair looks, we can use this as geometry nodes. So I'm just going to split up my viewport right here. I'm going to open the geometry node editor, and we are going to add in a new geometry node right here. So just click on the add modifiers and then just select the geometry node at the bottom here. I'm going to disable this modifier, so the interpolate and the clump modifiers, just so that we can start from the guide here. So we can select this. I'm going to create a new geometry node right here. I'm just going to name this hair. You can name it whatever you want it to be. So the interpolate hair curves, we can drag and drop it right here and just place it right here. Okay, so you can see that everything disappears just like the way it happened before. So we just need to select the surface. So I can select the surface as the scalp, and then inside of geometry we need to do one more setup. So just drag out the surface UV map and then search for a named attribute. Okay, this one right here, and then we are going to look for the UV map. So just come in here. You can copy the name of the UV map from the data properties here and then just paste it right here. You're going to notice some of the hair return. If I increase the density to about 50,000, okay, you're going to notice that we have the exact same thing that we had when we had the modifiers right here. With the, let me just come in here and I can add in the clump hair curve. So this one right here, and I can just drop that right there, and you're going to notice how that is working. You can come in here and play with the guide distance just to have something that we like. So the advantage of using these nodes in the geometry node editor is that we have much more control over what we can do in the geometry node editor. So we can come in here. If you really know how to use geometry nodes, you can come in here and add in more nodes to have more control over the shapes. You're going to see how we are going to use this when we start grooming the hair inside of Blender for our character. So just come in here and play around with these nodes, both as modifiers and also as geometric nodes, just to see how it works. Okay, now I'm going to show you the workflow, my workflow that I like to use for grooming hair. This is my workflow that I use and that works for almost all hair types. There might be some cases where you need to deviate from this, but this is the general guideline. So here's the hair grooming workflow. First off, you create the guide hair. So you create parent hair just like this, and then we go ahead and we interpolate the guide hair, and then we add in hair clumps, and then we add in noise and hair freeze just to break up the perfection on the hair. So let's take a look at that again. First off, we create the guide hair, then we interpolate the guide hair. So we are going to use modifiers in this case to interpolate the guide hair, and then we are going to add in clumping to define the shapes on the hair. We are also still going to use modifiers to do this, and then we are going to add in some noise and some hair freeze on the hair so that we can break up the perfection on the hair. And you're going to see how we are going to do this inside of Blender. So this is the 4-step workflow that I like to use to create any hairstyle. Okay, so now that you know all of this, that's everything that you need to know. That concludes the fundamentals. You can now dive right into Blender and we can start working on the hair groom for this character. So from the end of the last chapter, you should be somewhere around here, which is completely fine. Now we are going to switch to the layout workspace. So before we're working in the sculpting workspace, but since we are no longer sculpting, we can go to the layout workspace right here. And I'm just going to set up the layout workspace. I'm going to bring up the end panel, and under view, I'm going to change this to 150. And I'm going to change the viewport lighting to matte cap. And I'm also just going to uncheck outline right here. I just like the way it looks without the outline. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm also just going to close up and arrange some of the collections, and also we can come in here to the restriction toggles. We can turn on the disable in viewport, and then we can just disable the high poly collection in viewport instead of hiding it. So when we disable the collection in the viewport, Blender is not going to think about it anymore, but if we hide it, Blender is still thinking about it. So just think of it something like that. So let's just disable it in the viewport since we don't need to see it. If you ever need to see it, you can still enable it. Okay, now we have something that looks like this for the hairstyle today. So we are going to groom this hairstyle, but this is going to be the last thing that we're going to do. First off, we are going to go through easier examples. I'm going to show you how to groom in the eyebrows and the eyelashes, and then we are going to groom in a short hair like this, and then I'll now show you how to groom a hair like this. Okay, so let's get started with the eyebrows. This reference, I'm going to leave a link that you can download this reference. So we're going to be using this as a guide for the eyebrows. So I'm just going to place this somewhere around here. So like I mentioned earlier, we need a scalp object for the eyebrows. So let's just go ahead and let's create that scalp. So I'm going to select this one. I'm going to go into edit mode, and I can just select the area around where the eyebrows is actually going to be. So something like this. I'm just going to select the area where the eyebrow is actually going to be. We can disable or we can enable the viewport collection. We can enable the high poly collection just so that we can see where the eyebrows would actually be. So something like this is going to be fine. Okay, I'm going to disable the high poly collection, and then I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to press P, and I'm going to separate this one into its own collection. Let me just turn on screencast keys here so that I can see the keys and press it. So I'll go back into object mode, and I'm going to select that object that we just duplicated. Let's rename this to brow. I'm going to just turn off caps lock, and I'll name this brow underscore scalp. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. Under the modifiers, I'm going to get rid of the subdivision surface modifier. I'm going to add in a shrink wrap modifier, so you can just add that from right here. I'm going to select the target as the body because I want to make sure that that's lying right on the surface right there. So I'll just make sure to add in the shrink wrap modifier, and then we can mirror this over to the other side. So I'm just going to add a mirror modifier, and I can just delete these faces here. These ones are 2 extra faces that we don't need, so I'm just going to delete those faces right there. Okay, let's apply all these modifiers. We can press Ctrl A and then visual geometry to mesh right here. So this is the scalp object. Let's create a new collection in our low poly collection where all these scalp objects are going to sit. So I'm just going to select this low poly collection. I'm going to press C, and then it's going to create this new collection. I'm just going to rename this to scalp objects, or you can just name this hair underscore scalp, just like that. Now we can select that brow scalp, and we're going to put it inside that collection this way. So something like this. We can select this brow scalp. Remember that we need to have UVs for this brow scalp. So I'm just going to split up my viewport right here. I'm going to change this to the UV editor, and I'm just going to go into edit mode on the brow scalp. So select that, go into edit mode, and let's make sure that we unwrap this. So I'm going to select all. I can get rid of this UV checker grid. I don't see that one, and then I can press U, and then you can choose any of these options. It doesn't really matter in this case. I'm going to choose the unwrap angle base. At this point, make sure you don't have any of your vertices still pinned. So remember that we duplicated this object from the body object, and when we're doing the UV unwrapping, we might have pinned some of the objects. So just make sure you don't have any objects, you don't have any vertices pinned right here. You can select all and press Alt P to remove any pins, and then I'm just going to scale this one down and place it right here. The orientation of the UVs don't really matter in this case. I'm going to close this down. Okay, I'll just make sure I close that properly. I'll bring this back up here, and I can actually close the timeline. I don't need to see the timeline right now. Okay, now we have this scalp object, and our scalp object has UVs. Now we can go ahead and we can add in the curve. So Shift A, curve, and we can add in an empty curve. We're going to be starting from scratch on this one. We are going to notice that that curve is printed to the brow scalp. I can rename this to something like eyebrows. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Now, what I want to do before I start grooming, I'm going to enable the high poly collection. I'm just going to make use of the annotation tool. I'll make sure that the placement here is set to surface, and then I'm just going to mark out where the eyebrow is going to be, or where I intend for the eyebrow to be. Okay, something like this. The eyebrows on my character are really thin, so I'm just going to mark this out, something like this, just so that I have an idea of where the eyebrows are going to be. Okay, I'm going to disable that collection. Now I can select the scalp object. I'm just going to switch back to my selection brush, to my selection tool there, and then we can go into sculpt mode. In sculpt mode, we are going to be adding guides just like this on the hair. Let me increase the brushes here so that I can see the brushes, and then I'm also going to turn on the name so that I can just see the brushes I'm using at all points in time. So we can get started by adding in new guide hair. So we're going to be adding in parent hair just like this. So we can make use of the add brush. I'm going to turn on X symmetry, and let's just add in the first hair strand this way. We can see that this is definitely way too long for the eyebrows, so we need to come up here, and then we can reduce the length. So I'm going to take this to 0.01. Okay, this is still too long for me. I'm going to take this down to 0.007, and let me see what that looks like. Okay, something like that definitely looks good. Now I'm just going to follow exactly what I see on the reference, and I'll make that for my own character. So now that I've added in this hair strand, we can come in here to the comb brush, and then we can comb this in. I'm going to be using the quick fill right a little bit. You also notice on the quick fill right we have these little underlined letters for each of these tools that we have added to the quick fill right. So those are just shortcuts. So if I press Q and press A, that's going to switch me to the add brush. If I press Q and I press D, that's going to switch me to the delete brush. So you can just learn this shortcut. It's going to be really useful since we are going to be adding and we are going to be using these shortcuts. We are going to be using these tools a lot. So it's going to be really nice for you to get yourself familiar with these shortcuts right here. So now that I've added in that hair, we can come in with the comb brush, and then we can just comb this one into place. I'm going to follow what I have on the reference, something like this. I can just comb this one here. From the top, I'll make sure that that's not intersecting through the face. And at this point, I'm just going to change my brush type to projected. Okay, just so that I can comb this a little bit easier rather than using the sphere option. So I'm going to push this one up here, something like this. Okay, nice. I can go to the add brush, switch to the add brush, and then I can add in another hair curve right here. And then I'm going to comb this one into place. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I can come in here, can add in another hair strand right here, and comb this one into place, something like this. Okay, so I'm just taking a look at the reference and determining which hair guys I need to add in next. Okay, something like that. So just make sure that you have the reference on your side when you're adding this hair. I'm going to switch to the selection brush right here. So my shortcut is W for the selection brush, and I'm going to change this to the curve selection just so that I can select the whole curve instead of selecting parts of the curve. and then I'm just going to curve this just like this, something like this. And before I add in a new hair strand, you're going to notice that I deselect everything. The way I deselect everything is with Alt A, and I'll just make sure that my screencast keys is actually turned on so that I can see the keys I'm pressing right here. Okay, so Alt A is going to deselect everything, and A is going to select everything. That's another useful shortcut that you need to know. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to add another hair strand right here, and I'm just going to comb this one into place, following the reference from the top or from the front view and also from the top view. Okay, I will have something that looks like this. I can add in another hair strand right here, and I can start to comb this one into place. Just something like this. Okay, now that I deselect everything, I can see that that's going through the mesh. So I'm just going to use the selection brush to select just that one. Then I'll switch to the comb brush. Then I'm just going to push this one out, something like this. And I'm also going to push this one in like this. Okay, I can select all of these and then just adjust them a little bit more. And I can just toggle overlays, so I can press Z and toggle overlays from up here, or you can just come up here and toggle overlays, but I prefer to use the shortcut right here just so that I can see how things are looking. Okay, that is looking really nice. I'm just going to bring up these ones a little bit. Okay, I'm going to use the add brush, and I'm going to add in a hair strand right here, and I'm going to comb this one into place. So from the top and also from the side right here, I'm going to add in another one at the top. I'm just going to comb this one into place. So this is going to get a little bit repetitive, but I'm not going to speed up this one just so that I can actually see how long it takes. It is not going to take you like any less time. Probably take you longer time if this is your first time of doing this. So just make sure to take your time with this. I'm going to select this one here, and I'm going to use the slide brush. I'm just going to actually slide this one right here. Okay, and then I can comb this one into place, something like this. I can add in a couple of hair right here, so I'm just going to add in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I'm going to use the comb brush to just comb these ones into place, something like this. And then also from the top, I'll just make sure that's not going through the hair. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Okay, still following what I have on the reference. Okay, and this looks good. I'm going to add in some more hair guides at the top here. So I'm just going to add in some more right here. I'm going to use the comb brush and just comb these ones into place. I'll make sure that this is not intersecting or going through the head. Okay, and then I'm going to make use of the comb brush to just comb this one out like this. Alright, something like that is definitely looking good. We're going to come in here and we're going to add in more guide hair just until I feel everything right here. So I'll come in here, I'll add in some guide hair, and I can just start grooming these ones into place. And then I'm going to come from the top here. I'm just going to adjust this, make this follow the shape of the hair, just like this. Okay, and then I can select these ones right here. I'll just make sure I select those ones. Then I'm going to use the comb brush to just comb this one into place like this. I'm going to select this one, and then I'm going to slide this one just a little bit. I can also select this one and then slide this one. I'll select these and then just slide them around, just push them a little bit just so that we have even spacing a little bit. Can also come in here and add in one hair strand right here. I'm going to add in one hair strand. Then I'm just going to comb this one into place like this. I'm going to select all of these and then I'll just comb them a little bit, make sure nothing is intersecting through the hair. Okay, something just like this. And I'm also going to add in some guides at the bottom here. So I'm going to switch to the add brush. Then I'm just going to add these ones right here. And then we can comb this into place, just like the way you see it on the reference. So something like this. I can use the slide brush to move these ones around a bit. Okay, and I'm going to switch back to the comb brush to just comb these ones into place. Something like this. And once we start to get to the end of the eyebrow, the hairs are going to start to get shorter. So we can use the glue shrink brush and then we can hold down Control and shrink this down. You're going to notice that it's not shrinking down right now. You just need to come up here to scaling and then on that minimum length, let's turn this down to 0. Okay, and then hold down Control and then just shrink these ones down. I'm going to switch back to the comb brush and then I'm just going to comb this. I'll make sure that that's not going through the head and I'll place this right there. I'll select everything and place it right here. Okay, I'll also select these ones right here and just make sure that they are intersecting through the mesh. I can go into edit mode and also just select this. So I'm just hovering over this and pressing L to select them. And then I'll make use of the comb brush to just push this one out. And I'll just make sure that it's on the head and not passing through. Okay. Now we have something that looks like that. And I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to add in some final hair strands. Come in here and add in a couple of hair strands just like this. Then I can use the comb brush, just move these ones into place. I'm also just going to make use of the glue shrink brush. I'll shrink some of this down just like this. I can also shrink this one down. I'll hold down Control to shrink this one down. Then I'll make use of the comb brush to comb this into place. And then I can slide some of these around. So I'm going to bring this one here, bring this one here. I'll just make sure that it's not intersecting through the scalp objects. Okay, and now we have something that looks like this on both sides. Okay, so this is looking good. We can still come back and adjust this if we needed to, but for now this is looking good. So if you wanted to make any adjustments at this stage, I'll highly suggest switching to the sphere option, just so that you don't mess up any grooms that you had before. Okay, so I can just adjust this a little bit more, but I'm going to call this done for now. Okay, now we have this hair, guys. I can also just get rid of this. Actually, I'll leave the annotation line for now because we're going to use it later on. Now, what we want to go ahead and do is to add in children hair. Now that I've added in the guide hair, we're going to need to add in children hair. So let me just minimize this. I'm going to split up my viewports right here. And I'm going to switch this to the asset browser. Under all libraries, I'm just going to choose the hair asset library. Okay, and let's give that a second to load. Now we're going to be using modifiers to add in or to interpolate the hair. And if I just actually bring this up here, I'm just going to show you the workflow, the hair grooming workflow, just so that we don't forget it. So we're going to create guide hair. That's what we have just done. Now we want to interpolate the guide hair. So we are going to make use of modifiers for the eyebrows and the eyelashes. We are going to make use of modifiers for now. So we are going to use these different assets as modifiers. When we get onto grooming the short hair, I'm going to show you how to use this as nodes in geometry nodes. But for now, let's just go really simple. I'm going to drag and drop the interpolate hair curve right there. You're going to notice that everything disappears, which is not exactly what we want. I'm going to select the surface, which is the scalp. and then we can increase the density. So I'm going to take this up to about 50,000. We're going to see what's happening right here. Okay, so now you're going to notice that the interpolate hair curve is scattering hair everywhere across the scalp object. So if I just move this, you're going to notice what's happening. It's scattering hair everywhere across the scalp object. Let me just increase the density so that we can see that a little bit more. I'll take this up to 100,000. Then just take this up a little bit more, about 800,000. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Now we need to tell Blender that we just want the eyebrows just to be somewhere around here. So to be able to do that, if you take a look at the interpolate hair curves, we have this max texture. So we are going to use a texture to tell Blender that we just want hair just here. We don't want it everywhere on the hair scalp. So to be able to do that, we are going to paint in a texture. So let's select the brow scalp. I'm going to go up here and I'm going to switch it to the texture paint workspace, and we are going to create a new texture. We can come up here and we are going to be, for the mode, we are going to set this to single image. Since we are just creating a single image, this is not going to be used in any material. So I'm just going to change this to single image, and then I'm going to create a new one. Then I'm just going to name this. You can name this brow density. Okay, and then the resolution, we can go for a 2K resolution here. I'm just going to copy this and paste this one right here. For the color, we can leave it as black, and then we're just going to create a new image right there. This image is very important. We want to make sure that we save this image. So I'm just going to split up my viewports right here. I'm going to change this to the image editor. I'm just going to open up that we just loaded in, and let's save this image. You can come here to save image and then save right here, and then just create a new folder called textures. Okay, it's going to be useful also when we start texturing. So just create a new folder called textures, and then let's save that brow density image into that folder. Okay, now we are going to, everything is black. So if I just isolate this, we can see that everything is black. We are going to use a white color to tell Blender where we want the hair to be. And by default, we are going to have a black color and a white color in the texture paint. We can switch this with X. So I can just press X to switch this. Okay, now we have the white color. So we're going to be able to use the white color. I'm just going to paint in here. Before I start painting, I'm going to use the paint soft brush. I like the way that brush works a lot better. Then I'm just going to paint this in here just like this. Okay, I can also switch back to the black brush if I need to refine this a little bit more. So I'm just going to switch right here to this brush. I can refine the shape if I need to. We can always still come back and refine this. And also, when you make any changes to the texture right here, also make sure that you come in and you save the image. The shortcut is Alt S. Just make sure that you save the image, because Blender will not automatically save the image for you. If you don't save this image, you can lose the image even just while working inside of Blender. So make sure to save the image at this point. Okay, so now I'm going to go back into object mode. I'm going to slash to bring back everything. I'm going to select the eyebrow curves, and then under the interpolate hair curves, let me just bring this one down. Also bring this up. We are going to choose the max texture, and you're going to notice what happened right here. So the max texture is just telling the hair that we just want hair in those places that we painted in as white. Okay, so I'm just going to select this. I'm just going to increase this a little bit more. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'll probably take this up even more. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. We can go in and we can refine that mask a little bit more. I'll go back into the texture paint workspace. I'm just going to refine the mask. I'll make it just a little bit small, something like this. Okay, and I can just isolate the scalp object for now. And you can press Ctrl and spacebar to just maximize the viewport right here. I'm just going to draw this one out so that we have something more like this. I can switch back to the black brush and I can just clean out some of these areas. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Okay, this is going to be fine for now. We're definitely going to adjust these eyebrows a little bit more. Okay, now on these eyebrows, you're going to notice that something is off about these eyebrows. On these eyebrows, we have the same thickness from the root to the tip, and if you check hair strands, That's not the way hair strands actually work. So for us to be able to change the shape of this, we are going to come here to the render properties, and Blender has a way or different way of dealing with curves. So on the strand setting here, if we set the shape of the curves to strand, the roots and the tip is going to have the same thickness. But if you set it here to strip, we are going to be able to modify the thickness of the curve. And the way we modify the thickness of the curve is right here. So if you just come down here, we can drag and drop the set hair curves profile, drag and drop that right here. And if we come in here, we can adjust the shape of the hair. The average human hair is about 0.1 millimeters. So I'm just going to type that here, 0.1 millimeters. And then it's going to give you what actual hair should look like. So this is what actual hair is going to look like. And something I'm going to do in this case, I'm just going to select this curve just so that we can see it a little bit better. I'm going to come here to the object properties. Under viewport display, I'm going to change the color to black. And then I'm also just going to change my viewport shading here to object just so that I can see this a little bit more. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I can go into sculpt mode a bit and then start to just adjust these hair strands now that we can see the children hair, so that we can see how this is going to flow. So something like this. I might need to adjust the textures, this texture a little bit more. So I'm just going to switch to my brow scalp here. I'm going to go into texture painting, and then I'm just going to paint this one out. Now add in some more whites to these areas right here. Okay, so that I have something that looks more like this. Alright, I'm happy with the way this looks. I can go back into sculpt mode on the curve, and I can just keep on adjusting the way this actually looks. So we have something that looks like this, and I can just adjust these areas into a shape that you like. Okay, I'm definitely going to adjust this a lot more, but not to make this chapter too long. I'm going to leave it at this for now. I like the way it's looking for now, but I'm going to still adjust this a little bit more once I have the time to do that. Okay, on this hair curve, we can also still come in here and play around with the set hair curves profile. So you can just play around with the shape and see what you like. For the shape, I'm going to take this one up just a little bit, somewhere around 0.6 is actually looking just fine for the hair. And then I'm going to increase the interpolation amount just so I can have more hair curves right here. I'm going to increase that a lot more. Okay, something more like that is what I'm looking for. Okay, this is looking good. Probably I'll reduce that a little bit more. So let's take this down to 3. Okay, and something like this is looking good. Now we have been able to interpolate the guide hair. The next thing that we're going to do is to clump the hair guides. So I'm going to select the curve here, and I'm going to drag and drop this hair clump modifier right here. And if I just toggle overlays, you're going to already notice what that is doing. So you're just clumping the hair together. Okay, we can change the guide distance which is using to clump those hairs together. Right now you're going to notice that if you change the guide distance, it's not changing. But if we come down here and we uncheck the existing guide map, so if this is checked, Blender is going to create a guide map for you. Since we want to be able to change the values here, I'm going to uncheck the existing guide map. I'm just going to take this value to a low threshold, something like this. Okay, and you can definitely see what's happening on the eyebrows. So everything is starting to clump nicely together. Okay, from the top, I'm just going to go into sculpt mode a little bit. I'm just going to push this one into place. Alright, so now we have something that looks like this, and this is looking really nice for the eyebrows on the clumping. So for the clumping, I like to do both a primary clump and a secondary clump. So I'm going to just tone down the factor here. So this is going to be our primary clump. I'm going to drag and drop the clump once again, and I'm going to uncheck the existing guide map. I'm going to use a lower value than what we had here. So for the primary clumps, we had 0.004. So on the secondary clumps, I can use 0.002. Okay, and now you're going to notice that we have clumps inside of the primary clumps right here. Okay, so that's just a nice way to break up the hair just by adding in clumps. So you have those clumps right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. The next step is going to be to add in some noise or some hair freeze. So I'm just going to scroll up here. We are going to add in some light noise to the hair. We can either use the freeze hair curves or the hair curves noise. For the eyebrows, I'm going to stick to using the freeze hair curve. So I'm just going to drag and drop this right here. You're going to notice everything goes crazy. Just uncheck cumulative offset, and then we're going to come in here and we're going to play with some of the settings. So the two settings I like to play with is either the distance here, so you can just reduce the distance, okay, something like that, and you're going to notice what the freeze curve, what the freeze modifier is doing. It's just adding a little bit of randomness to all the hair. So I'm just going to tone that down just by reducing the factor right here. So we have something that looks like this. Okay, so this is looking good for the hair curves on the eyebrow. So that's how you're going to create eyebrows for any character that you're going to be creating. So you can just come in here and play around with these settings on the modifiers. I'm going to definitely come in here and do that a lot more, but for now we can keep on moving forward. The next thing that I want to show you how to do is how to create eyelashes for your character. So for the eyelashes, we're going to do it the same way that we did for the eyebrows. So first off, we're going to duplicate the scalp object. So I can select right here. So I'm just going to go into face selection mode. I'm just going to select this ring that goes around the eye, something like that. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this one, and I'm going to separate this one into its own object, and then I'm just going to select it from right here. I can rename this to lashes underscore scalp. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. I'm going to move that into the scalp collection. I'm going to get rid of the subdivision surface modifier on that one. I'm going to add in the shrink wrap modifier. I'll select the target as the body object, and then right here I can just come in and shape this one up a little bit nicely just so that it fits the shape of the eyes. I'm going to do the same right here. So I just turned on snapping. I'm just snapping some of these into place, and then I can also make this one a little bit narrow. So I'm going to slide this in. So GG to just slide that in. So the eyelashes are going to be emitted out from right here. If I take a look at my own reference, so let me just zoom out here. If I take a look at the eyelashes here, we don't really have any eyelashes at the front here. So what I'm going to do right here, I'm just going to move this over to the other side. I'm going to delete some of these faces right here. Okay, we might not need eyelashes there, so we don't need them to emit out from there. And I'm also just going to select this one. I'll just move that down just a little bit more. Okay, so now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to mirror this over to the other side, and let's apply all our modifiers here. Ctrl A, then we can select visual geometry to mesh. Just like this, I can now get rid of these annotation lines that we had right here. Okay, so to go ahead and get started with the eyebrows, remember that we need UVs for the scalp, and I'll just make sure to save this image here. So image, I'm just going to save this so that we don't lose that. I'm going to change this to the UV editor. I'll go into edit mode on this one. I'll select everything. I can get rid of the UV grid. I don't need to see that. And I'm just going to select all, and then I'm going to unwrap. Then we have something that looks like this. I'll just make sure I have these right here. Make sure that I don't have any duplicates on top themselves. So I have something going on right here. I can just delete those and let me see. Okay, I'm going to recreate and reconstruct this face. I think I had an issue going on right there. I'll also do the same on the other side. You're going to select this one and create new faces there, and then I'm going to unwrap this. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. And the unwrap, the way the orientation doesn't really matter in this case. I'm just going to scale everything down and place it right here. We just need to make sure that we have UVs for this. Okay, so this is going to be fine for the lashes scalp. Now let's go ahead and let's add in a curve. I'm going to come up here to add curve, and we can add in an empty hair. We're going to notice that is related to the lashes scalp right here. I'm just going to rename this to eyelashes. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. I'm going to go into the sculpt mode, and we are going to start adding in the guide hair for the eyelashes. So let me just go back to our reference right here. We're going to start adding in guide hair just like we have right here. I'm going to use the add brush, and we can just add in a new hair right there. And for this lash, I'm just going to increase the shape or increase the length. So I can just take this to 0.01, should be fine here. I'm going to select this one. Okay, and now you're going to notice that the radius of this is way too big. So when we are grooming, we don't want to deal with this for now. So I'm just going to go back to the render properties, and I'm going to change this one to strand for now. Okay, and then I'm just going to come in here. I'm just going to place in hair, come in here and place in evenly spaced out hair for the eyelashes. Just go around the eyelash scalp, and I'm going to place in the hair. And just so that I can see where I'm actually placing the hair, I can select this scalp just so that I can see where I'm placing the hair a little bit more. So I'm just going to place in the hair right here. We don't want to have too many of these hair strands, so I'm just going to come here and place this. Okay, something like this is going to be fine for now. I'm going to make use of the comb brush, and I'm just going to, from the top somewhere around like a view like this, we can just use the comb brush and we can comb this one out. Also just comb this one out like this. Okay, so we want to comb this one out and up. Okay, I'm also just going to move these ones up, something like this. I'll push these ones up. I'll also just push these ones this way. Alright, and now we have something that looks like this for the scalp. You're going to notice right here that the guys that we have at this corner are much shorter than these ones that we have here. So I'm going to make use of the grow shrink brush. I'm going to hold down control, and I'm just going to shrink down these areas right here. Okay, just hold down control and shrink down these areas. And I'm also just shrink down these areas. I'll grow this part out a little bit. Alright, so now we have something that looks like this. You're going to notice I didn't turn on X symmetry. So to be able to mirror this over to the other side, remember we can go into edit mode. So I'm going to select all of these. I'll just go back into object mode, make sure only this is selected. I'll go back into edit mode on the curve. I can select all of these, Shift D to duplicate this, Shift D to duplicate this. We want our 3D cursor to be at the world origin so that we can mirror this over to the other side. So Shift S and then cursor to world origin. Then we are going to use the cursor as our pivot point, and then we can press Ctrl M and X to mirror this over to the other side. And let's make sure we have X symmetry turned on so that whatever we do on this side is going to affect, it's going to be changed on the other side. So we can still come in here with the comb brush, can just comb these ones into place. Okay, and we can have something that looks like this. Yeah, and I'm just going to comb this a little bit into place. I can change this to projected just to be able to change out the shape of this a little bit easily. And I'm just using the comb brush to just comb this out. Okay, now we have something that looks like this for the upper eyelashes. Let's also just go ahead and groom out or add in guide hairs for the lower eyelashes. I'll go back into sculpt mode, still on this same curve object. I'm going to use the add brush, and I'm just going to come in here. I'll select the scalp just so that I can see where I'm placing those hair, and I'm going to come in from right here. I'm going to start placing this guide hair like this. At the bottom, we don't need too many guide hair. This is probably too many, so I'm just going to switch to the delete brush. I'm going to just delete some of these, and then I can slide some of these ones around just to make sure that they are evenly spaced too. I'll slide some of these ones around this way. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to use the comb brush to just comb these ones out like this. I'm going to comb all of these out, and then we can make use of the comb brush from the side view. I can just start to push this one up. something like this. From the side here, you can also just curve this one out. So just make sure to take your time with this when you're grooming in the hair strands. I'm just going to curve these ones into shape. Right here, I'm going to smooth out this one. You can actually just hold down shift and then it's going to smooth out everything just like the way it works in the sculpt mode. I'm going to push some of these ones down this way. I'm going to push some of these ones this way. Okay, I'm going to use the grow shrink brush. I'm going to shrink down some of these. Alright, and I'll just make use of the comb brush to just push these ones into place. Alright, now we have something that looks like this, both for the upper eyelashes and for the lower eyelashes. So right now we have been able to create the guide hair. We have been able to create guide hair. So what we want to go ahead and do is to interpolate the guide hair. So to interpolate the guide hair, I'm just going to close this sidebar. You don't need to see that one. I can select this and then I can drag and drop in the interpolate hair curls, and then let's set this up. I'm going to choose the lashes scalp, and then we can increase the density right here. So I'm just going to take this up to a really high value, something like this, until I start seeing a lot of hair strands. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. With this, I can just go back into sculpt mode. I can make use of the grow shrink brush just to make this look a little bit more nicer. So I can shrink down this part. Okay, I'm going to grow out this part just to make everything look really even and nice, something like this. I can also just use the comb brush to just comb these ones out. Now that we can see what the hair is going to look like. It's going to be really useful to do that. So I'm going to also just grow these areas right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I can shrink down these areas right here. And I'll use the comb brush, then just comb this one into place. I'm going to make use of the grow shrink brush and then just comb that into place. Something that looks like this. Alright, this is definitely looking good for the eyelashes. I'm going to copy the color that I have on the eyebrows, Ctrl C to copy this, and I'm going to paste it right here for the eyelashes. We have way too many children hair on the lower eyelashes, so we're going to be adjusting that. But for now, I'll leave it the way it is. I'm going to go to the render options. I'm just going to change the curve type or the curve shape to strip. And now we are going to make use of the set hair curves profile. I'll drag and drop that one right there, and then I can just type in 0.1 millimeters. Now we have something that looks like that. You might need to make this thicker or less thicker depending on your own character. For me, I think I'm going to make it a little bit thicker, so I'll just take this to 0.2 millimeters and see what that looks like. Okay, something like that is definitely looking good. I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to adjust the shapes of this just so that I just want it to look really nice. Alright, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to push these ones up. You can actually just grow all of these ones, just screw them out a little bit more. So this is going to depend on what you want your character to look like. For me, something like this works just fine. Alright, I like how this is looking. So I've been able to interpolate the guide hair. Now let's clump the hair. I'm going to move the set hair curves profile above the interpolate hair curves. That's just how I like it. There's really nothing. Anywhere you place the set hair curves profile, this one doesn't really matter. I'm going to drag and drop in the clump hair curves on this one. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. We can play around with the guide map. So I'm just going to uncheck existing guide map, and with the existing guide map, you're going to notice right here that it's just using the hair that we have as the existing guide map. We might not necessarily want that. In some cases we want that. Well, in this case I don't really want that. I'm just going to go back into object mode. I'm going to uncheck the guide distance, and then I'm just going to bring this to a low value, something around here. Alright, and we have something that looks like this, and we can come in here, play around with the tip spread. I'm just going to go with a really low value just so that it breaks up the clumping a little bit more. Now we have something that looks like this for the lashes. and then we can add in noise. So that's the last step. You can come in here and we can add in noise and freeze to this. So I'm just going to drag and drop in the hair curves noise. Okay, I'm going to uncheck cumulative offset, and I'm going to increase the size or the scale of the noise, and also the scale along curve. I'm just going to increase this one. I'll take this to 15. Let me see how that looks. Okay, and right here I'm just going to reduce the factor, just something like that, and I can also increase the scale a little bit more. All right, so you can see what that is doing on the hair strands. Okay, something like that. I'm going to reduce the factor a little bit more. All right, something like that is definitely looking good for the hair strands. I like what that's looking like. Okay, all right, here for the lower eyelashes, we don't want this much hairs for the lower eyelashes. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select these ones for the lower eyelashes, Control L to make sure I select everything. I'm also just going to select these parts on the other side and make sure I select everything. And P, we are going to separate this one into its own collection or into its own object. So we just separated that into its own object right there. And then what we can do on the scalp object, I'm going to just press slash to isolate this one, and I'm going to separate the top from the bottom. So right here we can select this edge right here, and I can just press V to separate this one. So I'm just going to separate that edge right there. I also do the same on the other side. So this one, I can just separate that edge right there. And if I bring this back, okay, you're going to see that I have not been able to separate the lower eyelashes from the bottom, or the lower eyelashes from the upper eyelashes. So let's adjust some of the settings right here. Under the clump hair curves, I'm going to actually use the guide distance. So I'm going to use the existing guide map, which is the hairs that we added in earlier. So for this existing guide map, I can come into sculpt mode, can actually just add in a hair right here. I'm going to add in a guide right here. Okay, I'm going to select this one and make sure I can select the whole curve, and then I can come in here, I can comb this one down, something like this, and just push this one into shape. I can use the grow shrink brush to shrink this one down, and I can just start to clump some of these ones together, something like that. We definitely don't want this many hair strands, so I'm going to go to the interpolate hair curves, and I'm going to reduce this. Let's say it's about 1. Is maybe a little bit too sparse. I'm going to increase this a little bit more, and let's see. Okay, I'll leave this at 2.5. Okay, something like this for the lower eyelashes is going to look good. You can come in here and just keep on adjusting this. So I'm just going to clump some of these together. I'm just going to comb some of these together for the lower eyelashes, so that I have something that looks like this. Okay, I can select these two right here, just these two, and then I'm going to comb them together, or we can use the pinch brush. Then we can just pinch these ones together instead of using the pinch brush. I'm just going to use the comb brush and select these two, and then I'm going to use the comb brush and then push these ones together. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. You can definitely come in here and play around with the shape of the eyelashes a little bit more. For this one right here, I'm going to grow this one out a little bit more, and I'm just going to use the comb brush to just push this one down, just so that we can have a bit more shape to this one. Okay, now we have something that looks like that for the eyelashes. So this is how I would approach creating the eyelashes and the eyebrows. So we are doing it very simple. We are making use of the modifiers. Once I show you how to make use of the geometry node, you can actually use the geometry node editor to be able to control this a lot more. But just start out with this so that you're able to understand how it works. Now the next thing that we're going to do is to go ahead and we are going to create a short hair just like this for our character. To create this short hair, we are going to need a scalp just like we did for the eyebrows and the eyelashes. So to create a scalp, I'm just going to use the annotation line. I'm just going to mark out where the scalp is probably going to be for this character. So we have something like this. I'm just marking out the hairline Just something very simple like this. Okay, and I'm going to go into edit mode on our character. I'll just maximize this and move this over to the other side, and I can just select these faces right here. I'm just going to select half for now. Select these faces right here, and we're going to extract this. We're going to duplicate this just like we did for the other ones. We're going to duplicate this, and with this selection we are going to shape it a little bit better to follow the shape of the hairline that we just drew out here. So I'm just going to select these ones. I'm not going to select this other side for now. We're going to mirror that over to the other side. So I'm just going to come in here, select these parts right here, hold down shift and select this part. Then I can also just come in here and select these ones right here. Okay, now that we have something that looks like this, we are definitely going to need to go into edit mode and adjust this a little bit more. Well, I'm just going to duplicate this, and P, I'm going to separate this one into its own collection or into its own object, something like that. I'm going to mirror this one over to the other side. I'm going to get rid of the subdivision surface modifier on this, and now I'm just going to extrude this out. So we're just doing a little bit of retopology here. I'm just going to move this one. I'm going to turn on snapping. I'll move this one into place right here. Something that we can do is to add in a shrink wrap modifier. So I'm just going to add in a shrink wrap modifier. I'll move this above the mirror modifier for now, and I'll select the target as the body retopology, just so that that snaps to the surface of the sculpt. Something that we can actually do before coming in and manually editing this exercise is to go into sculpt mode. Then I'm going to come here to the object properties. I'm going to turn on the wireframes so that I can see the wireframes, and then I'm going to make use of the grab brush, and I'm just going to push this into place, just so that I can follow that annotation line that we drew out a little bit earlier. So just something like this. We don't really need to be too accurate with it. We can always still use texture marks just like we use for the eyebrows to be able to tell the hair where we want it to sit. Well, I'm just going to place this to follow the shape of the hairline. I can also use the relax light brush and then just relax this out, something like this. I'll push this ones into place. So I can push this one up, push this one down a little bit with the grab brush. So we have something that looks like this, and I'm going to, in sculpt mode, I'm going to duplicate and apply the shrink wrap modifier, and right here I can just extrude this one to follow the shape of the hairline, and I can create a new face right there. Okay, I can create a new face right here, another new face right here, and I'm just going to create new faces. So I'm going to extrude this one this way. You just follow the shape that we have right here. I can create a new face right there. I can merge these two vertices together, and then I can select these ones and create a new face right there. I can also create some new faces right here. Okay, and then let's just fill up this empty space that we have. I'm going to change my pivot point back to the median points so that it's easier to edit this a little bit. Okay, and I can create a new face right here. I can select this one and merge it at the center right there, and I can delete this one. I can create a new face here, and then I can also just get rid of this edge and then create a new face right there. So you're going to have to figure out how to just connect that so just like retopology, but you don't need to be particular with the shape of the retopology. So I'm just going to use the relax light brush just to smooth out the geometry, something like this. Okay, you're going to notice that faces added in here. To remove those faces, we can press Alt W, and then we can see faces from visible. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm just going to make this look a little bit nicer in front. Okay, so this is going to be our scalp object. Let's apply all the modifiers. Ctrl A, visual geometry to mesh. Now let's make sure that we have UVs. So I'm just going to U and unwrap angle base, and you're going to notice that this is not unwrapping properly, and this is because we have pins. So I'm just going to select everything, Alt P to remove any pins, and then we can unwrap this properly. And then I'm also just going to clear the seams. Okay, Ctrl E and then clear the seams, and then U, I'm going to unwrap this so we have something that looks like this. You can use minimum stretching or unwrap angle base, doesn't really matter in this case. I'm just going to scale this and move it somewhere around here. So something like this is going to be completely fine for the scalp. I'm going to erase these annotation lines, we don't need them anymore, and I'm just going to turn off the wireframes. Okay, so now we have that scalp object right here. Now we are going to add in the hair. Let me just rename this. I'm going to rename this to hair. Let's go scalp, and I'm going to move this into our scalp collection right here. I'm just going to toggle down these ones, and I'm going to select the scalp, shift A, curve, and I'm going to add in an empty hair right here. You're going to notice that that is parented to the hair scalp. I'm going to rename this one to short hair. Okay, now on the short hair, we can go into sculpt mode and we can start adding in new hair guides for this one. So this hair, we can keep it as one volume. So let's just break down this hair. We can keep this hair as one volume, and then we're just going to groom it into place instead of separating it into different parts. So let's just keep this as one volume. So I'm going to start adding in hair guides, and the way I'm going to add in the hair guides is with the density brush right here. On the density brush, I'm going to reduce or increase the guide distance, and if I just add in hair, I'm going to, for now, I'm going to go to the render properties, and I'm just going to change this to strand just so I can groom this a little bit better. And something like this is fine. I'm going to adjust the length. This is way too long for this kind of hairstyle. So under curve shape, I'm going to adjust the length to 0.01. Okay, and let me see what that looks like. That's probably too short. I'm going to increase this to 0.07, and that's too long. Let's take this to 0.05 right here. Okay, something like this is going to work. I'm just going to take this to 0.04. Okay, so now we have something that looks like this, and with the density brush, I'm just going to go ahead and just add in the hair strands everywhere on the hair. Okay, I'll make sure I'm not missing any spots anywhere. Okay, now we have the hair strands in place. This might be a little bit too much, so we can come in here. I can increase the distance minimum, so I can just change this to 0.02, and we can reduce the amount of hair strands. I think that's too much. I'm just going to take this to 0.013, and then I'm just going to reduce the amount of hair strands that we have, just so that we can actually groom this a little bit effectively. So I'm just going to go around the whole hair and make sure that the hair, I just at a distance of 0.013. So just adding in and removing hair with the density brush. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Okay, let's take a look at this hair once again. The hair right here, we have this part going downwards. So we're just taking a look at the direction. This part is going downwards. This part in front is coming forward and kind of this way, and it's also going up. This part is probably going down based on what I can see on the reference, and the back is probably also going down too. So now let's just go ahead and let's comb in these different hair directions. We can use the comb brush, and I'm just going to make a clear separation. I'm going to make use of the projected option right here, and I'm just going to bring this one down this way. Okay, I'll make sure that there's a clear separation between the top and the bottom right here, or the top and the side. And then I'm just going to comb this one down right here. Okay, from the side, I'm going to bring these ones down too. At the ear right here, we want to make sure that we put some hairs in front, and then we make sure that there's no ear like on the ear, and there's no hair on the ear. So we want something like this. On the front right here, we can have something that looks like this. So you're just going to use the comb brush and start to comb this one into shape to something that you feel like, or it should look like. So something like this. I'm going to make use of the comb brush and then just comb this into place. And right here, I'm just going to start to comb this one into place, something like this. I can brush these ones down. Also from the side, I'm going to make a clear pattern on the side here. Okay, something like that. On this side, I'm going to curve these ones a little bit. I'll make sure that there's a clear separation and no hair is on the ear. Okay, and I'm just going to move these ones about something like this, and I'm going to bring this one in from the side. I'll make sure that this looks good. Okay, I can push this one out a little bit, and then at the top here, I'm going to just bring these ones this way, and I'm also just going to move them forward. I'll switch to this fair brush right now, and I'll just move these ones forward. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Some of it is going to be going upwards, so I'm just going to angle some of these ones up, just based on the direction that we saw from our reference. And I'm going to switch to the projected. I'm just going to comb this one into place. So you can see the way we are switching between the sphere and the projected. It's not just one size fits all. We're going to be switching between those constantly to get what we need. I'm going to select this curve right here, and then I'm going to comb this one down. Okay, I can select all the other curves and then just move these into place. We're going to switch to the sphere option. I'm going to push this one in, push this one in, start to push this one out. So just something that looks like this. I'm going to bring these ones forward. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. So this is going to be our guide hair. Also, one thing I'm going to do on the side here, I'm just going to make use of the grow shrink brush, and we can shrink down the hair at the side right here, so that the length is not as long as what we had at the top. So something like this is definitely looking good at this stage. Okay, I like what that is looking like right now. So now we have been able to create the guide hair. Now we are going to interpolate the guide hair. Instead of using the modifiers, we are going to use this in geometry nodes. So I'm going to select this here. I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to switch this to the geometry node editor. Okay, we are going to have something that looks like this. This is the surface deform modifier. If we go to the modifiers, you're going to notice that you didn't add this modifier. Blender automatically adds it when we add in the curve object. So we don't want to play around with this one. Let's just go ahead and let's add in a new geometry node right there. Okay, and I'm going to name this new. I'm going to rename this to short hair. Okay, and now we can go ahead and we can start playing around with what this looks like. I'm going to add in the set hair curves profile. So let's just change this to the render properties. Let's change the curve shape to strip, and then we can set the hair curves profile, something like this. And if you wanted to, you could actually leave the hair like this. This is definitely something that looks stylized, but we are going to go further on this one. I'm going to change this to 0.1 millimeters. Okay, and you can see how thin the hair is. I'm going to just bring this one out right here, and I'm going to place it here. So let's interpolate this guide hair. I'm going to drag and drop in the interpolate hair curves right here, and we are going to need to set up the surface. So the surface, I'm going to select the hair scalp right there, and then the surface UV map we also need to set up. So I'm just going to drag this out, and then I'm going to add in a named attribute. So we need to add in our UV map. To be able to see the name of your UV map, just go to the data, object data properties, and you can copy it from here and then paste it right there. Okay, you're going to notice one of these hair strands return. Let's increase the density. I'm going to increase this to a really high value, something like this, and you can definitely start to see what we have on the hair. This is starting to look like hair. I'm going to copy the black color that we have here, Ctrl C, and I'm just going to paste it on this one just so that we can see it a little bit better in the viewport. And we definitely need to increase this a lot more. All right, so now we have something like this. you can definitely see what that's looking like. You can go back into sculpt mode and definitely start to comb this into place to get more of what you actually want. I'm just going to push this one down a little bit more. Okay, something like that. And then right here, I can also just adjust the shapes of this one right here. I can push this up a little bit so that the shape still looks, so I still look like it has some volume on it. Alright, this one's, I'm going to move them forward. And I'm going to bring this one up. Alright, now we have something that looks like this. We can use this and just adjust the shape of the hair into something more of what we want. So I'm just adjusting the shape in the sculpt mode. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. This looks really nice. I'm going to make use of the comb brush to comb this into place. Alright, and this is the interpolate hair curves that we have right here. Let me take a look at our reference. So you have been able to interpolate the curves right now. So let's go ahead and let's clump the hair. So I'm going to add in the clump hair curves right here. And I'm just going to drag and drop this one right here. Under the guide map, we can reduce this to be able to play around with this a little bit more. Let's uncheck the existing guide map. I'm just going to play around with this, and you're going to see what we're having. I'm going to reduce this to a value of 0.01, and let's see what that gives us. Okay, I like what that's giving us. I'm going to increase that a little bit more to 0.015. All right, so that we start to have something like this. So this is going to be our primary clumps. We are going to have clumps inside of these clumps, which is going to be our secondary clumps. Okay, so on this primary clump, I'm going to reduce the factor here. Okay, so we are going to have clumps inside of these clumps, and the way we are going to do that, if we're using the modifiers, you will just add in another clump hair curves right here. But since we are making use of geometry node editor, there are some interesting things that we can do, and I'm going to show you right here. So we can tell, or we can use some of this hair as the clump guide distance. So let me just show you. I'm going to drag out of here, and I'm going to add in a delete geometry node. Okay, so all these nodes that I'm about to add in, you start to get used to them once you use them a couple of times. Okay, so just change this to spline, and then I'm going to make a selection. So I just want to delete some hair, and I'm going to show you why we're doing that. I want to make a selection, so I'm just going to drag out, and we're going to use a random value to make a selection. So just type in random, and we're going to add in a random value, and I can display this. If I just plug that into the group output, you're going to notice right now we are deleting 50%, so it says 0.5, so we are deleting 50% of the hair. I'm just going to increase this a little bit more. Okay, so we can have something like this. I'll take this to 0.95, and let's see what we have. So what we want to do with these hair strands now, we are going to tell Blender that, so take a look at this hair strand, all the other hairs beside this, clump it to this hair strand. So to be able to tell Blender to use this as guide index, we need to be able to convert this geometry into guide index. And you're going to notice right here we have this create guide index map. So I'm just going to drag and drop that right here. I'm going to move this one just somewhere around here. So what we want to do, the clump hair curves, you want to plug that into the create guide index map, and then this delete geometry, we want to use those as guides. All right, and now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to add in another clump hair curves right here, and I'm going to plug the geometry into the geometry, and on that guide map we are going to use this guide index that we created here. So just make sure to uncheck existing guide map, and we're going to use the guide index. We're not going to use the guide curves, we're going to use the guide index. So just drag and drop that inside of there, and then to actually see what we are doing, let's plug this into the group output. Okay, so let me just zoom in here, and you're going to see what we have. So this is the primary clumps or the secondary clumps. I'm going to mute this, and you're going to see what's happening. So we have clumps inside of the clumps right here. Okay, you can see that probably if I just come in here, So we have clumps here. We have clumps inside of our original clumps. So I'm just going to enable that. So I'm just pressing M to mute this. Okay, so we can come in here and we can play around with some of these settings. I'm going to increase the interpolate hair curves right here, just so that I have some more curves to work with. Right here, I'm going to go back into sculpt mode, and I'm just going to use the comb brush to just comb this one into place, something like this. And you're going to notice it's lagging a little bit. So this is because we have a lot of children hair. So you can come down here to the interpolate hair curves. Under the viewport amount, you can change this to 0.5 just so that I don't have too many, and be able to comb that a little bit better. So we have something that looks like this, and also something that looks like this. Okay, I'm going to increase this back to 1 to see what we have. Okay, this hairstyle is definitely looking good. You can definitely come in here and play around with the geometry nodes modifier a little bit. I highly advise that you come in here and play with what some of these settings look like, so you can even get hair that looks like this. Okay, I'm just going to undo that. Okay, and the next thing that we're going to do is to add in some noise right here. So to add in some noise, I can come in here and I can select the hair curves noise. I'm just going to add in the noise right there. I'm going to increase the scale of the noise. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. I'm also just going to uncheck cumulative offset. I'm going to increase the scale of the noise, and then I'm also going to increase the scale along the curves. Okay, now you can definitely start to see the noise happening. So you're just breaking up the perfection that we have on the hair. We can definitely increase the distance a lot more if you wanted to. Okay, we have something like that. So right now all the hair have the noise, which is not exactly what I want. So what we can do in this case, we could actually make use of the separate geometry. So I'm just going to type in separate geometry right here. And this is similar to the delete geometry. And I'm going to show you how they are similar. We're going to connect the geometry coming out from the clump hair curves into the geometry of the separate geometry. And we're also going to choose a selection. So I'm just going to choose a random selection right here. I'm going to plug that selection into the group output so that we can see what we have a little bit more. I'm just going to choose about, I'm going to go down to about 20%, 0.25 is going to be fine. And on this hair, I just want the noise to be on this hair, and for every other hair, so that's the inverted selection, they shouldn't have noise. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to plug that selection into the geometry right here, and I'm going to plug the hair curves noise into the group output. And you're going to notice how only those curves that we just selected, or those hair that we just selected, only those ones have the noise. So we can play around with the distance, can play around with the shape a little bit more, can play around with the scale along the curve, and just get it to somewhere to where you actually like it to be. And the offset per curve too, you can play around with that. I'm going to reduce the scale to about 10 and see what that looks like. Okay, something like that. Now to bring back our inverted selection, we are going to use a join geometry node. So I'm going to search here for a join geometry right here. So we are going to join the hair that have noise with the hair that don't have noise, which is this inverted selection. So let's just join those up together, and now let's see what we have. So we can see that some of the hair has noise and some of the hair don't have the noise. So that is one way that you might want to approach adding noise to the hair of your character. I'm going to increase the interpolate hair curves density right here. Okay, so we can start to see the kind of hairstyle that we have right here. So this is how you approach creating the short hair. Go in and play around with these values with all these modifiers. You can also add in more modifiers if you know how to use geometry nodes, and make something that looks a lot more interesting than this. Okay, now I'm going to show you how we are going to approach creating this hairstyle. Let's just first of all analyze the hairstyle. So right here, if I was to recreate this inside of Blender, the way I would do it is to go ahead and just break this one into its own volume inside of Blender. So this is going to be one part of the hair, and then I'll treat this part like another part of the hair. So we have both for the left and for the right side, and then we'll have the ponytail right here. So just something short like this, like what I can see on the concept right there. So this is how I'm just going to approach creating this hair inside of Blender. So let me just get started with that one right now. I'll just move this over here just so that I can see it at all points in time. And now I'm going to hide the short hair. I'll select the scalp, make sure that that is selected, and then Shift A. I'm going to add in a new curve. We're going to add in an empty hair. And now we are going to go ahead and we are going to start placing the head. We are going to be doing this in sculpt mode as usual. I'm just going to reduce the size of this. Okay. And we're going to start off with the add brush. And just before I get started, I'm going to, so right here, I know that there's a pattern on the hair. So I'm just going to mark out where I want that pattern to be with the annotation tool. So I want the pattern to be somewhere around here. Okay, so it's going to stop right here. And then I'm just going to draw the outline of the hair just so that I can know where I'm going to be placing the hair once I start placing them down. So let's go around the head and I'll get something like that. Okay, I like what that's looking. I'm going to just select this one and let's go over to the add brush. So what I'm going to do right now is just to go around the perimeter of the hairline to start adding in the hair. So I'm going to start with one right here. Let me make sure X symmetry is turned on. And I'll also just change some settings for the points here. I can set this to 30 and I'm going to start with this one right here. I'm going to go to the render properties. I'm going to change this for now. I'm going to change this to strip. The curve shape, I'm going to change that to strip. And then I'm going to make use of the comb brush to just comb this one into place. I'll change my brush to the projected option so that it's a little bit easier to comb in at this point. I'll hold down Shift, smooth this out a little bit. And when you're combing in hair like this, you want to make sure that, remember that your hair has volume. So you want to leave some space between the head and the hair strand. So that way the hair still has volume when we interpolate and add in more guide hair. So I'm just going to leave some space right there, so just something like that. And I'm going to bring all the hair to the back. So just following what I have in the reference, I'm going to bring all of this to the back. I'll turn off pressure sensitivity so that that's not affecting right now. Bring all this to the back and I need to grow this one out like this. And I'll come from the side here. I'll push this one down a little bit. So just something like this. And then from the top view, I can bring this in here. So I just want all the hair to meet here. So as you can see, it's packed with a hairband here. Everything is just going to meet right here. And I'm just going to comb this one into place. Okay, I'll make sure that nothing is intersecting. So I'm just going to make use of the comb brush. Just comb this out of the hair. Make sure I have space between the hair and the head. So I just bring this one out and I'll hold down Shift. I'm just going to smooth over these. I'm going to grow this one out a little bit and I just want everything to meet at a point right here. So now we have something that looks like this. I'll toggle overlays just to make sure I like the shape, and I'm going to go back into solid mode and I'm going to bring this one up. I'll hold down Shift and I'll just smooth that out. Okay, so nice. That's the first hair strand. I'm going to just add in another one right here. Okay, something like this, and then I can use the comb brush and I'm going to comb this one into place. Remember, we still want to leave some space between the head and the hair strand, so I'll just do something like this. Okay, and when you get to the middle here, the comb brush might conflict because the symmetry is turned on, so you can just reduce the size of the comb brush so that it doesn't conflict with this other hair on the other side. I'm going to switch to the grow shrink brush and I'll just grow this one down. And I'm going to bring this to somewhere around here. I'll reduce the brush size. I'll grow this hair out and I'll just place it something like this from the side. I'll make sure that that looks good. So everything is going to come in here. Nice. I'm going to just select this first hair that I added in. I'll make sure I select the whole curve and I'm going to grow this one out. And with the comb brush, I'm just going to push this one into place. I can select both of them and then just push them into place. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. I'll come in here from the side and I'm going to add in another hair strand. And I'm just going to do the exact same thing. And at this point, I'm going to add in a time lapse, since this is going to be a little bit repetitive. So I'm just going to add a time lapse at this point, because you already know the gist of creating hair. So I'm going to speed it up a little bit so that you can just watch this and get a clearer idea of what hair grooming feels like. Alright, and now that we have these initial guides in place, I'm going to show you a setting that's going to make adding in these hair guides a little bit easier. So right now, when we add in new hair guide, you see the way it just stands up straight. But if you remember, when we added in the interpolate hair curves modifier, it added in children hair to follow the shape of the hair that we already had in place. We can turn on that option for the add brush. So from the curve shape right here, we can make the add brush interpolate the length and also interpolate the shape. So if I add in a new hair strand right here, based on the hair strands that we've already added, it's going to estimate where this new hair should be. So it's a little bit easier. Instead of starting from a straight hair strand, it's a little bit easier. It's going to make the grooming process a lot faster. So right now at this point, I'm just going to go in and add in way more guide hairs, just going around the perimeter of the hair. Okay, and this looks like enough curves. You might still need to go in and add in more curves, but let's check what this looks like when we interpolate the hair. So I'm just going to go to the modifiers here. I'm going to add in a new geometry node right here, and I'm just going to call this main hair. Should actually also rename the curve to, I'm going to rename this one to main hair. Okay, now let's add in some modifiers. I'm going to move this one over to this side. Okay, and now we are going to add in some modifiers. First off, I'm going to add in the set hair curves profile right here. I'll just place that right there, and I will set the render properties. I'll set this one back to strip, and let's adjust this. I'm going to take this to 2.1 millimeters. All right, that looks good. And now we can go ahead and we can interpolate this, and we'll see what this looks like. So I'm going to drag, and I'm going to drop the interpolation modifier right there. I'm going to choose the hair scalp, and then for the UVs, I'm going to add in a named attribute. I'll copy the UV map name from here, and then I'm just going to paste it right here. And let's increase the density to see what we have. All right, so this is currently what we have on the hair. So right now, hair is interpolating from everywhere on the hair scalp. If I just isolate this, you're going to notice that hair is coming out everywhere on the hair scalp, but our guides are only at the edges. So what we are going to do at this point is to blender just to only bring out hair from where we actually added in guides, and we are going to do that with a texture, just like the way we did it for the eyebrow. So I'm going to select the hair scalp here, and I'm going to go into the texture paint workspace right here. I'm going to create a new image, and I'm going to call this one main hair density, just like this. And I can change this to a 2K texture times 2, and also times this one by 2, and I'll create a new image right there. I'm going to make sure I save this image, so I'll just change this to the image editor. I'll open up that image right there, and then Alt S. I'm going to put that into my textures folder right there. Okay, now we have this black color everywhere. We are going to paint in white where we want, or where we only added in hair guide. So I'm going to switch to the white brush there. I'm going to make sure I'm on the paint of the brush, and then I'm just going to paint in these areas like this. I'll turn off pressure sensitivity for now, and then I'm just going to paint in these areas like so. Just go around it and paint something that looks like this. Okay, something that looks like this is going to be fine. We can still come back to adjust this if you need to. I'm just going to paint around like this. All right, this looks good. I'm going to isolate and bring back everything, and I'm going to select the main hair density. All right, so you can see that working just exactly the way we want it to. I'm going to change the viewport display here just to a black color so that we can see this a little bit better in the viewport. Okay, and let me increase the density right here. Okay, this is looking nice, just exactly what we want right here. You can definitely go in and add in some more guides to make this a little bit smooth, but I'm just going to leave it at this. I'll adjust the hair strands a little bit later on after this recording, but for now this is going to be fine. All right, next thing I'm going to do is to add in some clumping. I'm just going to make sure to save this image, Alt S to save this image, and then I'll switch this back to the asset browser. All right, I'm going to add in some clumping right here. I'll add in the clump hair curves, and I'm going to use the guide index from the interpolate hair curves, this one right here, and this is just the main hair strands that we added in. So if you see the hair strands that we added in is what the guide index here is using. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to change up the shape a little bit, so I'm just going to change this to about 0.8. all right, something like that looks a lot better for the clumping, and I like what's happening right here. Something I'm going to do to fill up these spaces is I'm going to blend in this hair together, so we can use the blend hair curves here. So I'm just going to drag, and I'm going to drop this one right here, and we are going to change the blend radius. I'm going to change this to 0.01. okay, and now I've been able to fill in some of those pieces. So I'm just going to press M here, and you're going to notice what we're having. Okay, something I'm going to show you. Right here, you're going to notice that Blender is not respecting our pattern. For now, I'm just going to mute this because I want to show you something. So right now, Blender is not respecting our pattern. So if you played around with the Interpolate Hair Curves modifier, you might have noticed this Path by Mesh Island. So we need different mesh island on, let me just minimize this, on our hair scalp to be able to part the hair correctly. So I'm just going to select the hair scalp. I'll isolate this one, and then we need to separate the hair scalp into different parts. So right here is where the, let me just turn off the annotation. Right here is where the pattern is. So I'm going to select these edges here and V to separate them. So now the left side is different from the right side. And then I'm also just going to select right here, and then I'm going to separate this one. So now I have the left side, then I have the right side, and then I have the remaining sides of the head. Okay, so this is exactly what we want. I'm going to go back into object mode. I'm going to notice Blender is now respecting the pattern. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to turn on the blend hair curves, and now you're going to notice that when we blended everything together, our pattern is no longer there. So we just need to tell the blend hair curves not to affect that area, that pattern, that middle right there. So the way I'm going to do this is with a vertex screw. I'm going to select the hair scalp, and I'm going to go back right here, and I'm just going to select these faces. For these faces, I don't want it to be affected by the blend hair curves. If you notice on the blend hair curves here, we have this factor. So we are going to plug the vertex groups into this factor. So I'm just going to go back to the hair scalp right here, and we are going to create a new vertex group. I can delete this one, and I'm just going to create a new vertex group. And I'm just going to name this one pattern. Okay, something just like that. And I'm going to make an inverted selection so that this actually works well. So Ctrl I to invert everything. And these faces, these vertices, I'm going to assign them to the pattern. I'll go back into the object mode, and I'll select the hair. And right here, we're just going to drag out a named attribute, and we are going to add in the pattern right there. Okay, and now you can see what we have. The hair is still blending, or is respecting our pattern right there. Okay, I like what we have a lot more. To fill up these faces, we are going to need to increase the interpolate hair curves. But for now, I'm going to leave it so that the viewport doesn't lag a little bit. So once I'm done with the hairstyle, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to increase that. Okay, the next thing that we want to do is to add in some noise. So we are still following the same steps here. We created the guide hair, we interpolated the hair, we clumped the hair. Now let's go ahead and let's add in some noise. We're going to add in some noise the way we did for the last hairstyle, so for the short hairstyle. So the way we did that, I'm just going to drag out here. I'm going to add in a separate geometry right here, and I'm just going to maximize this. We need a selection, and for that I'm going to choose a random selection or a random value here. Make sure that your separate geometry is set to spline. So we want to separate each individual curve or each individual spline. We don't want this to be on point, so make sure that that is on spline. I'm going to plug this directly into the group output, and I'm just going to choose a percentage here of about 0.1 or somewhere around here is good. So only these ones are going to have the noise on them, and then every other thing will look really nice and smooth. So I'm going to add in the hair curves noise right here, and I'm going to place this one right here. I'm going to uncheck cumulative offset, and I'm going to increase the scale right here, and also the scale along curves. I'm also going to increase that one, and then I can also play around with the density, with the distance. So I'm going to increase this up to about 0.02. Okay, let's see what we have there. I can check cumulative offset and just see what this gives me. Okay, the cumulative offset actually looks good. So I'm going to leave in this one for now. The shape, I'm going to change down the shape to 0.2. But I start a little bit earlier on from the hair. All right, and I'm going to reduce the factor just a little bit. I can reduce right there. I can reduce the number of hairs that are being affected. I'm just going to reduce this a little bit. Okay, something like this. And now let's join this hair that have noise with the ones that don't have noise. So I'm just going to add in a join geometry node right here, and I'm going to plug that on the hair curves noise, the hair that have noise into the join geometry, and then our inverted selection, so the rest of the curves. So I'm just going to plug that here, and let's preview that in the output. All right, that is already looking nice. Let me just take a look at our reference. I can see we already have just exactly like what we have on the reference. I like what that looks like. You can definitely come in here and adjust the parameters on here, but I'm just going to leave it like this for now. Something else that I would like to do, I'm just going to duplicate this setup here, the separate geometry and the random value. I'm going to minimize this, Shift D to duplicate this one, and then I'm going to plug this right here. So I'm going to plug the section into the group output, and I'm just going to change the seed so that it's not the same as what we had on this other side. So what I want to do on this hair, I want to trim them down, and I want to add in a lot of noise. So if you notice on the reference, we have some of this hair that are really short and have lots of noise on them. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to trim down these hair curves. So let me find the trim hair curves, this one right here, and I'm going to place it there. Okay, you're going to notice that the length is not doing exactly what we want. We are going to uncheck replace length, and we want to play around with the length factor. So if I just bring it down to 0.1, you're going to notice that all the hairs are now at like 10% instead of 100%. Okay, so for this length factor, I want to randomize it a little bit. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to add in a curve info node. We are going to use the random selection, and we're just going to do that. And then to actually be able to control the length, we are going to add in a random value. So just search for random value, and I'll place this one right here. I want this random to be inside of the ID, and I'll just bring this out here. So the minimum length should be 0. I'll leave that at that. And then the maximum length should be about 0.2. Okay, now you're going to see that we have different hair lengths for these hairs that we just trimmed down. Okay, and that looks nice. Now let's add in a little bit of noise to this one. I'm going to come here to the hair curves noise. I'm going to drag and drop it right here. And for this one, I'm just going to increase the scale and the scale along curve till we have something that looks like this. I can also increase the distance. I'll take that up to 0.02. Okay, I'll see what we have there. And I might just trim this down a little bit more. I'll take this down to 0.1. And I'll check preserve length here. Let's see what this looks like. I'll take this up to 0.3. Okay, something like this. For the shape here, I'll take this down to 0. Okay, I'll take this down to 0.1. Let's see. All right, now we have something that looks like this. I can increase the amount that we have right here. I'll take this down to about 0.05. Okay, and now let's join this back with the remaining of the hair. So we can use the join geometry once again, Shift D. I'm going to duplicate this one right here. I'll place it right here, and then I'll plug the inverted selection also into the join geometry. And now we can see what we have right here. You can also see what we have right here. I'm going to increase the number. So I'll just take this to 0.1. Okay, and you can see I'll take this to 0.1, not 0.01. Okay, and now we can see what we have right here. So this is just going to add some randomness to the whole hair that's going to make the hair really interesting, rather than making everything look perfect and straight. Okay, so this looks good for the hair, for the main hair. I'm just going to increase the density right here, and I'll see what that looks like. Okay, I'm definitely liking the way this is looking. Now let's go ahead and let's just do this side of the hair. Just not to make this recording a little bit too long, I'm just going to do the left side, and I'm going to show you the approach for doing that, and then we'll go ahead and we'll do the ponytail. So to add in the left side, we're going to add in another hair curve. So Shift A, curve, let's add in an empty hair right here. On this empty hair, you can go into the sculpt mode, and we're going to add in some hair. So we're going to add in some hair in front right here. I'm just going to use the add brush and add in a hair strand right there. I can slide this one over to the other side. Okay, and on this one, I'm just immediately going to add in a geometry node, and then I'm going to set the hair curves profile. I'll make a new geometry node right there. You should make sure to name this so that I can actually know what they are. So I'm just going to name this to left side hair. Okay, you should also name the curve right here. I'll copy the name and I'll paste it right here. And then I'm going to drag and I'm going to drop the set hair curves profile right there. And I'll just reduce this for now. Okay, so I don't just want to come here to the render and keep on changing this. So I'm just going to add in the set hair curves profile for now, just so that I can work with it as it is. And then I'm just going to groom this one into place. So from what I can see on my reference right here, this one is a little bit close to the eye. So I'm just going to bring this way. I'm going to hold down shift to smooth out these areas right here. Okay, I'm going to grow this one out a little bit, and then I'm going to curve it something like this. Also from the side, I'm going to curve it a little bit. Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to add in more strands just like this. Okay, and now we have something that looks like this. Let's go ahead and let's interpolate these hair guides. So I'm just going to drag and drop in the interpolate hair curves right here. I'll make sure to select the scalp object, and then I can select the UV map. I'll add in a named attribute right there. I'll just copy the UV map from here, Ctrl C, and I'm going to paste that one right there. And I'm going to increase the density. Okay, and now right here you're going to notice the same problem that we had with the main hair. The hair wants to scatter or wants to be scattered everywhere on the hair scalp. So let's just restrict it to just this area right here. So we are going to use another texture. I'm going to select the hair scalp. I'm going to go into the texture painting workspace. I'm just going to change it to the image editor. I'll make sure I saved everything from this one, Alt S to save there. And then I'm going to create a new image texture. And I'm going to call this left side hair, and I'm going to create a new image right there. I'm going to switch to the white brush, to a white color, and then I'm just going to paint in just this side. I don't need the X symmetry right now, and I'm just going to paint in just this side. Okay, so just something like that is exactly what we want. I'm going to make sure that I save this. Save right there. I'm going to paint out this side. All right, something like that. Alt S to save this. I'm going to change this back to the geometry node editor, and I'll make sure I have the correct one selected, and I can now select that left side image texture. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm just going to increase this. All right, now we have something that looks like this. Now let's clump this together. I'm going to come here. I'll drag and drop the clump hair curves right there. Okay, and I'm going to use the guide index from the interpolate hair curve. Okay, this is looking really nice. Something like this is starting to look really nice. I'm also just going to adjust the radius of the hair. Okay, and I can come in here with the comb brush, and I can just comb these ones into place. So something like that. Okay, and I think I've painted in a little bit too much texture here. I'm going to select the hair scalp. I'm going to go into the texture painting workspace, and I'm just going to remove those parts that I didn't add here. Okay, so something like this is completely fine. I'm going to select this previous main hair. I'm going to copy the color, and I'm just going to paste it on this one right here, just so that we can see this a little bit better. Okay, this is definitely looking good. I like how that's looking right now. I'll increase the density a little bit more. All right, now we have something that looks like this. Let's go ahead and let's add in some secondary clumps. On this one, we can add in secondary clumps. The way I'm going to do that, I'm going to add in a separate geometry node right here. And then for the selection, I'm going to choose a random value right here. I'll make sure this is set to spline. I'll just preview this in the group output. I'm going to increase the number here. Okay, I want to use a delete geometry, not a separate geometry. So I'm just going to add in a delete geometry right there. And I'm going to change this to spline. I'm going to add in a random selection, a random value. And then I'll plug this on into the group output. Okay, now if I increase the probability, so these ones we are going to use as clump guides. Okay, something like that. Now let's actually convert this to guides. I'm going to add in the create guide map right there. I'm going to plug the geometry from the clump hair curves into the create guide index map, and then from the delete geometry into the guides. And now I'm going to add in another clump hair curve. So I'm just going to look for that here, this one right here, and then I'm going to drag and drop it right here. I'm going to plug the geometry into the geometry, and then under the guide index, I'm going to plug this one right here. And now let's preview that. Okay, now you can definitely see the breakup on the hair. Let me just mute this and unmute this. Okay, that's definitely looking good. I like the way that it's looking. We can come in here and we can play around with these settings right here, just so that we can get something that looks a little bit nicer. Okay, so just go in and play around with these settings. I'm going to leave it as it is for now, and then let's go ahead and let's add in some noise to actually make this look really nice. For this, we're going to use the separate geometry node right here. Make sure this is set to spline, and then I'm going to choose selection right here. I'm going to make sure there's a random value, and I'll just preview this for now. I'm going to choose about these. Yeah, this looks good. And I'm going to add in noise on this one. So I'm just going to drag and drop in the hair curves noise right there. I'm going to increase the scale. All right, something that looks like this. I'll leave cumulative offset turned on for now. I think that actually looks fine for this hair. Now let's join those together. So I'm going to add in a join geometry node right here, and then I'm going to plug in the inverted to the join geometry node. Okay, you can definitely see what that looks like. I'm just going to increase the scale here a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to actually uncheck cumulative offset. I think it looks good without cumulative offset, but you can play around with that and see what exactly gives you the best result. So this is how you do it for the left side of the hair. You can go in and add in more curves, and then you just do the same thing for the right side of the head. So for the right side of the hair, you create in guide curves, and then the only thing that you do differently, you can use this exact same node setup, but you have to paint in a texture for the right side. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to do the ponytail right here. And for the ponytail, we are going to need a scalp object right here. So a scalp object that's going to emit out the ponytail. And for this one, we can just use a plane. So I'm going to add in a plane right there. I'm going to name this ponytail scalp. Okay, and I'm going to make sure that that's in the right collection. Okay, and I'll go into edit mode. I'll just rotate this one. I'll scale it down, and I'll just bring it up right here. Scale that down, place it right here. Okay, and then I'm just going to subdivide this mesh twice, and then I'm going to right click, loop tools, and I'm going to make this a circular object, just so that where the ponytail emits out from is a circular object. And I'll just place it right here. From the side view, I'll just place it somewhere around here. So for the ponytail, we are going to have some of the hair coming out like this. I'll just unhide this. I have some of the hair coming out like this, some of the hair coming out like this, and just based on what I can see on the reference, we have some coming out like this. Let me take a look at this reference right here. We have some guide hair coming out this way. I have some guide hair coming this way. We also have some guide hair doing some of this. Okay, so I'm just trying to plan out the hair direction right here just before I go ahead and start adding in those hair guides. Okay, something like this. This looks a little bit messy because of the hair strands. It's trying to draw over the hair strands, but that's fine. I understand what this is meant to be, so I'm fine with that. Okay, I'm going to go back into objects mode, and with the ponytail selected, I'm going to add in a new curve, and I'm going to add in an empty hair right here. I'm just going to rename this one to ponytail, and then we can go into sculpt mode and we can start adding in hair guides right here. I'm going to add in a hair guide right there, and right here I'm just going to add in a geometry node modifier. I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to name this ponytail, and then I'm going to drag and drop in the set hair curves profile. Now just set in a number for now. Okay, something like this. I'm going to shrink this one down a lot. Alright, something that looks like that, and I'm going to make use of the comb brush to just start to comb this into place a little bit more. So I'm just going to go in and I'm going to comb in hair for the ponytail. Okay, and for right now, this is going to be enough curves. So we're going to just do the exact same things that we did right here. We are going to go ahead and get started with the interpolate hair curves modifier. I'm going to drag and I'm going to drop this one, place it right there. I'm going to make sure that the scalp is the ponytail, and then I'm going to add in the UV map. I'm just realizing that we didn't create UV maps for this, so I'm just going to go ahead right now and I'm going to create a UV map. So by default, when we add in a plane, Blender already creates a UV map on the plane, so that's why it didn't prompt us to create a UV map. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead, I'm just going to unwrap a new one. Okay, and you're going to get this kind of error right here. If you get this type of error at any point in time, you can just select the curve, select the scalp, and then Ctrl P, and then you can just say object attach curve to surface, and we shouldn't have that error anymore. All right, let's add in the UV map. I'm going to go down here to named attributes, and let's just add in that UV map right here. Ctrl C, and I'm going to paste this one right here. I'm going to move this one to the back a little bit more, and I'm going to increase the density right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to increase this a little bit higher. All right, now we have something that looks like this. Let's go ahead and let's comb this. Before I do that, I'm just going to change the radius of the hair strand. Okay, something like that. And I'm just noticing this looks a little bit too small for this hairstyle, so I'm going to adjust that later on, but for now it's going to be fine. I'm going to increase the density a little bit more. Okay, something like this, and then I can go ahead, let me just minimize this. I can go ahead and I can add in the clump hair curves right here, and I'm going to use the guide index right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to increase this a little bit more. All right, now let's add in some noise on this hair. You can do that with the separate geometry, so let me just increase this. I'm going to add in a separate geometry right here. And make sure this is set to spline. The selection is going to be a random value right here. And I'm just going to preview this into the group outfit. And I'll just reduce the amount right there. And then let's add noise on this one. I'm going to add in the hair curves noise node. And then I'm going to increase the scale and the scale along curve. Okay, I'm going to reduce the shape down to 0.1. And I can also just increase the distance, see what this looks like. Okay, and I can also play around with the factor a little bit more. Okay, something like this is going to look good. I'm going to add in the join geometry node, and I'll place this one right here. And now we can see what we have. We can reduce the factor of cumulative offset, or can uncheck cumulative offset and see what that looks like. Okay, that also still looks nice. Okay, not too bad. I like what that looks like. I'm going to increase the density right here. Okay, now we have some that looks like this. I'm going to reduce the distance here, just like the noise is not too much. And I can reduce the scale of the noise right here. Okay, so these are things that you can come in and play around with the way this looks, but this is the approach that you go about for creating any hairstyle. So you can see how we're just using these 4 steps to create any hairstyle. This is going to be really useful to create any hairstyle that you want to create at all. So just first off, create the guide, then interpolate the guide here, add in clumps, and then add in noise. So you can make it much more complicated than this, but this should be a starting point for you. Then once you know the principles, you can always break the principles and come up with your own thing. For now, let's go ahead and let's summarize this chapter. So you've learned how to do hair grooming. So you have now seen how hair grooming works, like the subdivision surface modifier, where we use a few to control many. And you've now seen how modifiers in Blender actually make the hair look pretty. So it's the modifiers in Blender that's going to make the hair look pretty. And now you know the 4-step workflow for grooming any kind of hair. If you need any extra help, if your hairstyle is a little bit more complicated than what we have seen or than what we have covered, just go ahead and join the Stylized Academy, where I'll be working with you one-on-one, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process. And if you're loving the masterclass so far, if you've gotten to this stage, go ahead and leave a review of the masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video, and I'll catch you guys in the next chapter. Welcome to chapter 11. In this chapter, we are going to focus on shading and texturing our character. And our agenda for this chapter, first off, I'm going to introduce you to everything that you need to know about shading and texturing. And then I'm going to show you my texturing workflow that I like to use to texture everything and anything. And then I'll show you what PBR textures are, because we're going to be using that a lot. And then I'm going to show you some Blender add-ons for texturing. Some add-ons are going to be useful when we get started with texturing. And then we'll dive into Blender, and then we're actually going to start shading and texturing our character. All right. Make sure to share this masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are proud of. And for you right now, this is the most important video in the entire masterclass. So make sure to watch the entire video. Don't skip any part of this video. All right, let's get started. What is texturing? Before we get into shading, we need to understand what texturing is. And a simple way of explaining texturing is that it's the process of applying images onto a 3D model. Those images that we apply in the process of texturing is what we call textures. So this could be things like your base color, your roughness map, small scratch details that you add in, logos, or any kind of image that adds visual detail to your model. So these textures are going to add visual detail to your model. Keep that in mind. So in simple terms, texturing is how we add visual information onto our character. So that is what texturing is. Now let's take a look at what shading is. Shading is a little bit different from texturing. Shading is all about defining how a material is going to react to light. So this includes how shiny an object might be. It includes how rough an object might be, whether the object is rough or even whether it is transparent. An important thing to understand here is that shading can work with textures, but it can also work without textures. So in simple terms, shading is going to control how your material is going to behave under lighting. So even though shading and texturing work together, they are not the same thing. Texturing is what adds visual detail, while shading controls how those details are going to react to light. And when you combine both of them properly, that's when your materials really start to look good. Okay, so this stage is where your character really starts to come to life. Up until now, everything that we have been looking at has dealt on the forms and on the shapes, but right now we are going to start adding personality to our character. We are defining what things are made of, how they feel, and how they respond to light. And in this chapter, I'm not going to overwhelm you with everything that we can do with shading and texturing, because there are a lot of things that we can do. So I'm just going to show you what you need to be able to make good looking characters. There are a lot of things that we could do, all the nodes and all the workflows for texturing, but I'm just going to give you exactly what you need to know. And if you have any previous knowledge on shading and texturing, you can build upon what I'm going to show you in this chapter. Okay, so let me show you my texturing workflow. My texturing process follows a very simple 3-step workflow. First off, we are going to create materials and very simple colors. So this first step is what I like to call the material blockout. At this stage, we're not going to worry about anything detail. We're just adding in colors. We're just assigning simple colors and basic roughness values and also specular values, so we can tell exactly what each part of the character is supposed to be. So just think of this as laying down the foundations for our materials. We're not thinking about details. We just want to have basic colors and be able to tell what each part of the character is supposed to look like. And then the next step, we are going to go ahead and we are going to create textures. Once we have the colors in place, the next step is to start adding in textures. And there are different ways that we can do this. So we can paint in those textures, we can make the textures, we can make use of PBR maps. I'm going to explain what those are in a minute. Or we can even use vertex painting. So this is where we start adding variation and detail to the character. And then the last step is going to be to go into those textures and we are going to enhance our material with procedural shading. This is the final step that we're going to use to refine everything, and we're going to be using procedural shading for that. So this is where we're going to use nodes inside of Blender to improve our material. We are going to add sorts of variation, break things up, and just make things feel very natural and very polished. So this is the 3-step workflow I like to use. First off, we are going to create basic materials. Then we are going to create textures. Then we are going to enhance the materials using procedural shading. So you're going to see how we're going to use this step. So this keeps the process structured and easy to follow. Okay, now let me show you what PBR textures are. When we talk about PBR stands for physically based rendering. And what that means is that it's a system that helps material react to light in a more realistic way. So PBR usually comes in set of maps, and you have things like your base color, which is the color of the surface. You have the roughness, you have the metallic, you're going to have normal maps, you might have emission, you might have ambient occlusion. So all these maps are going to work together to define how the material is going to look. And some of the reasons that we're going to be using PBR textures: number one, PBR textures work consistently under different lighting. So in any lighting setup that we put this PBR, where we use these PBR textures, is going to be consistent with all lighting setups. And then also, these are industry standard. So with PBR textures, we can export our textures out of Blender into other softwares like Unreal Engine, Maya, 3ds Max, or whichever software you might want to export to. So they can be used across multiple softwares. And then a big one is that they are widely available online. So we can find these textures everywhere online. That's going to help us texture and shade our character. So that's why we're using PBR textures. And I'm going to go through what makes a good material, what makes a material look good. And when it comes to making good looking materials, it's actually very simple. Your material should tell a little bit of a story. So instead of just having flat colors, think about things like, is the clothes worn out? Is it new? Is it clean? Is it rough? So when you ask questions like this, you really start to give you an idea of what the material, or what's the story behind your material. So even small details like that are going to make a very big difference to your materials and to your shaders. So instead of just leaving it as a flat principled BSDF node, you should add something to it that's going to give it a little bit of a story. So you want to avoid materials that feel too flat and too generic. If everything has the same roughness, the same color, no variation, your character is going to look very boring, and we want to avoid that. So we always want to try to add some sort of variation to make things feel more natural. Okay, so that's how you're going to make materials that actually look good. Make sure there is a bit of story to your materials. Okay, now I'm going to show you some helpful Blender add-ons. Some of these I'm going to be using. So there are a few add-ons that can really speed up our workflow. The first one, this one is inbuilt inside of Blender. This is the Node Wrangler add-on. If you've never enabled this before, I'm going to show you how to enable it inside of Blender. So the Node Wrangler is going to provide various tools that will help us work with nodes quickly and more efficiently. This one is going to be really nice to have. So that's the first add-on, which is the Node Wrangler add-on. The next add-on that we're going to be taking a look at is the Polyhaven add-on. And this add-on is actually one that I'm going to be using while we're working in this chapter. So the Polyhaven add-on, let me just go to this side right here. I'm going to leave a link to this below this video. So let me just make this clear. Polyhaven is actually free. So if you just go to the Polyhaven website right here, you can find all their HDRIs, all their textures, and all their models for completely free. I can download that and use them inside of Blender. But with the add-on, you get all the HDRIs, all the models, and all the textures right inside of Blender. So you just drag and drop it. And there are two ways you can get this add-on. So you can either sign up to their Patreon, or you can purchase it right here on Superhive. Whichever way you decide to support the artist, just go ahead and get the add-on. I highly recommend that you get the Polyhaven add-on. Okay, so the Polyhaven add-on is one that I'm going to be using in this chapter. Now, the next add-on that you can also use is the Blender Kit add-on, which is similar to the Polyhaven. So you also have HDRIs, you also have textures, you also have models that you can use when working inside of Blender. So you can also install this add-on inside of Blender and to give you some of the same functionalities that I had as the Polyhaven add-on. Okay, and then the last add-on that I'm going to show you is the Uku Paint Blender add-on. And if you've not heard of the Uku Paint Blender add-on, this is going to make texturing 10 times easier inside of Blender. I'm not going to be showing how I use Uku Paint in this masterclass. If you want to see how I use Uku Paint, then you can join the Stylized Character Academy. There are other videos inside there showing you how to do that. But the Uku Paint add-on is going to be really useful when it comes to texturing, because now you have the abilities to paint on layer. There's a lot of functionality that we have with the Uku Paint add-on, so you can explore that one if you want to, but I'm not going to be showing you how to use the Uku Paint add-on. I'm just going to be using the default Blender texturing option. Alright, now at this stage, that's all the fundamental that you need to know about texturing and shading. Now we are going to actually dive into Blender, and we're going to start texturing and we're going to start shading our character. So from the last chapter, we should be somewhere around here. So I went in and I cleaned up the hair for my character. I added in the left side and also the right side, and also I cleaned up the back. I changed up the style at the back a little bit more. So it should be somewhere around here. And just before we start texturing and before we start shading, we are going to name all our objects properly, and we are going to organize our blend file. So there are some things here that we're not going to use anymore. So let's just go ahead and name everything properly. We're also going to organize it right here. So this high poly collection, if you've done everything right, you should be able to right click on this and you should be able to delete that hierarchy. So if you've done everything right, you should be able to delete it. Before deleting that, just make sure to go up here to file, and then you can save as. You can save another version of your file just to make sure that you have a backup. So I've already done that. So I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to right click on this one and I'm going to delete the hierarchy right there, and everything should be working just fine. Okay, now I'm going to rename this collection, and the naming convention that I'm using here is the one that I got from the Blender Studio. So this is a character from the Blender Studio. So you can see the way that they name their objects here. I'm going to be using this same template to name the objects. So I'm going to show you how I do it for my own characters. So this low poly collection here, I'm going to name this CH, and this is going to stand for character. And for this character, I'm going to name this character Jenny. Jennifer is the artist that created the concept that I'm using. So I'm going to name this character Jenny. So CH_Jenny, which is going to stand for character_Jenny. Now, right here, the clothes collection, I'm going to name this to CH_Jenny_clothes. Okay, I'm going to remove the retopo from the back there. We don't need that one anymore. Right here, I also do the same thing. I'm going to rename this to CH_Jenny_hairscalp. So instead of having spaces, we are going to use underscores instead of having spaces. So I'm going to use underscore instead of having spaces. So that's the two collections I have. So if you have any more collections, you can just name them this way. Now for all the objects, all these geometry objects, I'm going to add, let me just go back to the file. Right here, you're going to notice this geometry object. We have this abbreviation at the front here, which is called GEO. So I'm going to add that. That stands for geometry. I'm just going to select all. I'm going to batch rename. So you can press Ctrl F2 and let me just turn on screencast keys here. So you can press Ctrl F2 to bring up the batch rename. First things before I add the GEO prefix, I'm just going to come in here for all these objects that have underscore retopo. I'm going to remove those. So with the batch rename right here, I'm going to find and replace. So I'm going to find underscore retopo, and then I'm going to replace this with nothing because I don't want anything there. So I'm going to press OK, and it's going to remove the underscore retopo for us. So I'm going to come to the batch rename. Ctrl F2 is shortcut. I'll go to the type right here. I'll change it to set name, and then I'm going to put the method to prefix. Now I'm going to change this to GEO underscore, and I'll just press OK to confirm that. And now you're going to see for every object it has the GEO underscore hairband. Actually, something I want to do, I'll just select everything again, and instead of just adding GEO, we want to make sure that we add the name of our character too, so that in case we are importing this character into another file where there's going to be a lot of animation with another character, you don't want to mix up the meshes. So I'm just going to add GEO underscore Jenny, and I'll press OK right there. And that has not been named correctly because I already added that before. So what I'm going to do, Ctrl F2, I'm going to find GEO underscore Jenny, GEO underscore, and I'm just going to replace that with GEO underscore Jenny underscore. Okay, and then I'm going to press OK right there. And now this is exactly what I want for each of the geometry objects. And let me just bring this down here. So this is exactly what I want. And now on the curves, let me just select just the curves. I'm just going to bring this down. I have a lot of curves here. So I have for the ponytail, I have for the lower eyelashes and for the upper eyelashes. And let me just name this correctly. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to name this upper lashes, upper underscore lashes. And then for the bottom one, I'm also going to do the same thing. I'm going to name this lower underscore lashes right there. Okay, that looks good. And for this short hair that we created in the previous chapter, I'm actually just going to delete this. I know I don't need that anymore. Okay, so on these curve objects, I'm just going to select this. Okay, those are all the curve objects, and I'm going to rename these ones from GEO to CUV. CUV stands for curve. So instead of GEO underscore, I'm going to have CUV underscore. Okay, so that just tells us that is a curve. Okay, and now that has changed the name right there. Okay, something else I'm also going to do, I'm going to copy the name. So I'm just going to copy this name, and where we had a geometry node modifier where we use geometry to create this hair, I'm going to rename the geometry node to the name of the object. So on this one, we don't have any geometry node set up here. I'm going to find this one where we have a geometry node set up. I'm going to copy the name from there, and I'm just going to paste it right there. Also the same thing right here, I'm going to copy the name from there, and I'm going to paste it right here, just so that we don't get this confused with any other one. Ctrl C, then I'm going to paste this right here. And then also the same thing. Okay, on this one we don't have any geometry node setup, and on this one we have geometry node setup. I'm going to copy this and paste it right there. Okay, now we have been able to name our files correctly, but you're still going to notice something. If I just bring this down right here, you can see on this hairband object that I have right here, I have this cube. So let me just come down here to the object data properties. It still has the initial name that we used when we added in this object. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come in here. I can copy the name from here, and I can just replace the name right here. So we could go in and we could do that for all these objects. Well, I've just written a very simple script with ChatGPT that is going to help us just rename everything inside of our scene. So it's going to take the name from our objects, and it's going to rename the object data name. So let me just toggle this down. You can see we haven't yet renamed this one. I'm going to leave this very simple scripts below this video so that I can also use this. So I'm going to just run the script. I'm going to see what it's going to do. Let's take a look at this. All right, and you can see that it just renamed the object data to the name of the object. Okay, I know that this script doesn't work for curves, so I'm just going to go in on the curves and I'm going to manually do that one. Okay, since we don't have that many objects again, I'll just go in on the curves, Ctrl C, and I'm going to paste the name right here. Ctrl C, I'm going to paste the name right there, and on this one too, Ctrl C, I'm going to paste the name right there, and also on the lashes too, Ctrl C, I'm going to paste the name there, and I'll just go ahead and do that for the lower lashes, for the upper lashes too, and finally for the ponytail right here. Control C. I'm going to paste it right here. Okay, now we have been able to name everything properly. So the object data has the same name as the object, which is going to be really useful if we are appending this character into another file. So it's good for us to do this now, just so that we don't have to do it later on. So let's just go ahead. I'm just going to collapse all of this. Okay, I'll collapse all of these right here. Collapse this one too. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. The naming convention is really clean and it's really neat, and we know what everything is right here. One more thing that I'm going to go ahead and do is to go ahead and delete the vertex group. So any unused vertex groups, I'm going to go ahead and delete those vertex groups. So on the body, I know that this no shrink wrap vertex group is not going to be used again. I'm going to delete this one. On the ponytail, we don't have any vertex groups there. If you see this icon anywhere, then you know you have vertex groups. On this one, on the lashes, I don't need that vertex group. I'm going to delete that. On this hair scalp, we have this pattern that we use to tell the geometry nodes to respect our pattern. So for this one, I'm going to leave that vertex group. I'm actually just going to lock it so that we don't change that up anymore. Then on the brow, I'm going to delete this one. On the skirts, I'm going to delete all these vertex groups that we used when we were shrink wrapping our objects. This one, I can delete this one too, and then also delete these ones too. Now just come in here and I'm going to delete all these ones, and now we have something that looks really nice. Okay, now with this in place, we can go ahead and we can get started with the texturing and with the shading. So the workflow that I outlined for the texturing, first off, we are going to create basic materials and we are going to add a very simple color. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do right now. And for the shoes right here on my character, I'm just going to mirror this one over to the other side, just so that I can have an idea of what's going to be on the left side. And then one more thing before we actually go ahead and start adding the materials and the colors. If I go into the material preview mode right now, you're going to notice Blender is going to start lagging, especially if you have really dense hair. Blender is going to start lagging. So for us to combat that, I'll go back into Sculpt, into the solid mode right here. I'm just going to split up my viewport, and right here on this hair, on the main hair, I'm going to go to the geometry node editor. I'm going to make sure from the modifiers I select geometry node setup right here. I'll just select that one right there. And what we want to do on the interpolate hair curves, make sure that the viewport amount here is plugged into the group output right there, just so that when we come down here, we can easily adjust this. So I'm going to go in for the left side here. I'm going to make sure that on the interpolate hair curves, the viewport amount is plugged into the group input, so that we have that option here. Also going to do the same thing for the left hair. So let me just come in here. I'm going to drag in the viewport amount into the group output right there. And then also the same thing for the ponytail right here. I'm going to drag the viewport amount and I'm going to plug that into the group input. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this particular slider as a driver for all these other parts. Okay, so that we just change one value and it changes for all of them. So we just change the viewport amount for one object and it changes for all of them. So I'm going to come in here on the main hair. I'm going to right click and I'm going to copy this as a new driver. And I'm going to come here on the left. I'm going to right click and paste that driver. You're going to notice this is going to turn purple. You're going to see what that's going to do in a bit. I'm also going to come in here on the right side, right click, and I'm going to paste that driver. And then also on the ponytail, I'm going to right click and I'm going to paste that driver right there. Now if I select this hair and I reduce the viewport amount to 0.1, you're going to notice it's going to reduce for every other thing. And you can notice that the lag has stopped very noticeably because we have reduced the viewport amount. So instead of selecting all of them and changing of the viewport amount one by one, we can just only change this one and then use drivers to control the other one. So I'll go back into material preview. Okay, now you can see there is no much lag anymore. I'm going to close this panel right here, and we can get rid right now of this UV checker grid. We don't need this one anymore. So the way I'm going to do that, I'm just going to select any object right here. I'll go to the material properties and I'm going to remove that UV checker right there. And now I'm going to add in a new material. Now this material, I want to transfer it to all these other objects. So I'm going to select all with A, and with the skirt as the active object, or the object that has the new material, make sure that's the active object. I'm just going to come in here, and then I'm going to copy the material to every other selected object. Okay, and now you're going to notice no objects has the UV checker grid, which is exactly what we want. Before we go ahead and start adding in very basic materials, right here for the hair scalp, I'm going to uncheck all these viewport displays. So for the scalps, we don't want to see them in the viewport. We also don't want to see them in the renders, because these are just meshes where the hair is seated upon. So we don't really want to see them, but our hair is still going to be visible. So each of the hair attached to the scalp is still going to be visible. So that's exactly what we want. So right there, I'm going to leave that exactly like that. Now we can go ahead and start adding very basic materials onto each part of the character. So for this, I'm going to just come in here and I'm going to create a new material. This is for the body. I'm going to name this Jenny underscore skin. So I'm naming it Jenny underscore skin for the same reason that we renamed this object here, just so that if we put this character into another file, we can still recognize which object or which material this object is using. Okay, so that we don't get confused in case we have many characters. So this is going to be Jenny underscore skin. And then you can come in here and then you can choose in a skin color. Something I'll actually recommend that you do is to just split up your viewport right here. And then you can open the image editor. And then you can actually open up your concept and then choose. You can just pick, I drop the color right from your concept. If you remember on my concept right here, I don't have any specific colors. So I've just gone ahead, just before recording this, I've gone ahead and I've just made very simple colors, a very simple color that I can pick for each part of my character. So I'm going to be importing this image. I use this as reference to create this. So I'm just going to import this image into Blender right here. Let me just minimize this and I'm going to open up that image right there. Okay, so I'm just going to be picking the colors from right here. So for the skin color right here, I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to color pick it from right here. Okay, I'm just going to come in here and I'll see if I can pick a better shade of that color, something like this. Let me pick that again somewhere from here. That's too dark. I'm going to pick from right here. Okay, something like that is going to be fine. We can always still come back to adjust this if we need to. Now for the eyebrow colors, I'm going to select the eyebrows. I'm going to create a new material. I'm going to call this Jenny underscore brows and also underscore lashes. So this is going to be, this material is going to be used both for the brows and the lashes. And then I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to pick its colors right here. And then I'll select that same material for the eyelashes, both for the upper eyelashes and for the lower eyelashes right there. Okay, something that looks like this. Now for the shirt color, I'm going to add in a new material. I'm going to name this Jenny underscore shirts, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to pick in shirt color right there. All right, something like that. For the skirt color, I'm also going to add in a new material. I'll call this Jenny underscore skirt, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to pick up that color from right there. Okay, something like that looks good. And then on the boots, also the same thing. I'm going to add in a new material, Jenny underscore boots, and then I'm going to select the base color from right here. I'm also going to use the same materials right here on this one. So I'll just select the boots. And then for this part here, I want this to actually be a separate color. So I'll go into edit mode and I can create a new material here. This one I'm going to create a new material. I'm going to call this Jenny underscore boots underscore metal. So this is going to be the metal part of the boots. And then I'm going to select this part right here. I will also select this other part right here. Make sure I select the both sides. And I'm going to assign them to this Jenny boots metal material. Okay. And then for the material, I can turn off the metallic and also just turn down the roughness, just so that we have an idea of what that's supposed to be. Okay, I'll go back in subjects mode, and then right here I can also add in a new material. This is going to be Jenny underscore necklace, and I'm just going to bring the color down somewhere around here. I'm going to make this metallic and also reduce the roughness, and I'll just play around with the color. Okay, so something like that looks good for the color right there. All right, and on the hair, I'm going to select the hair and I'm going to create a new material. The color I want for the hair is this color right here. And then I'm also going to just select that same material for all these other parts. So let me make sure that I actually named that material. I'll come in here. I'm going to name this Jenny underscore hair. And then I'm going to come in here. I'm going to select that material from here. And also the same material, I'm going to select that from right here. And then also the same thing from right here. Okay, so this is what I have for the hair. And then for the hairband, I'm going to create a new material right there. I'll name the shader underscore hair underscore band, just like that. And then I'm just going to pick the same shirt color right here. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. And let's also make sure that we don't forget the gums, teeth, and the tongue. So I'm going to shade this one smooth. And right here, since all of these are in one object, I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to add in 3 new materials. So one for the tongue, one for the teeth, and then one for the gums, both the upper and the lower gums. So I'm going to create a new material here. I'm going to call this Jenny underscore gums. Okay. And I'm going to create another new material. Okay. I'll make sure I just click new right here. And then I'm going to name this Jenny underscore teeth right there. And this one, I'm going to create a new material right here. And I'm going to name this Jenny underscore tongue. Okay, now let's go into edit mode and let's assign these different objects to these different materials. So for the tongue right here, I'm just going to select the tongue and then I'm going to assign them to the tongue right there. And then for the gums, I'm going to select the gums. I'll make sure that the Jenny gums material is selected and then I'm going to assign that. And then I'm just going to select the tongue, Ctrl I, just so that I can only select just the teeth. And then I'm going to come down here to the Jenny teeth and I'm just going to assign just the teeth right there. Okay, now to actually see what's going on, let me just come in here and let me adjust the colors right here. You can just pick colors for the gums. So something like this looks good for the gum. And then let me assign a color for the tongue right there. So something red into, yeah, something exactly like that. It's going to work just fine for the tongue. We are still going to be painting the textures on this one. So you can still change later on, but for now, it's just a base color that we have. So right here on the gums, I'm actually going to make this a little bit more reflective, something like that. So I'll just reduce the roughness. And then on the teeth right here, I'm going to definitely drop down the roughness so that we have really shiny teeth. And then something that we can do on the teeth right here, under the coat, we can come in here and I can actually increase the width of the coat. So what the coat is going to do is going to add another clear coat of just shine on top of the teeth. So this is without it, and then this is with it. You can really see the difference right here. So I'm just going to turn that up to 1. Now we have something that looks like this. We can also add some subsurface to the teeth. So I'm going to come down here. I'm just going to increase the subsurface, something like this, not too much. Also the same thing for the teeth, for the gums right here. I'm going to go down to the subsurface and I'll just increase that, just something like this. Okay, and we're actually going to be rendering inside of cycles. So right now I'm going to switch this to cycles. Okay, and I'll make sure I'm using my GPU. If you have a GPU, go ahead and use that. And I'm just going to go into the rendered mode. To see this a little bit properly, I'll come up here to the viewport shading. I'm going to turn off scene lights and also scene world right here, just so that I can use the HDRI that's loaded inside of Blender already. And let's go back and let's adjust those materials. So I'm going to adjust the subsurface some more. Okay, so this is without it. You can definitely see the difference. And then this is with it. So I'm just going to bring it to somewhere around here. Okay, something like that looks good. And then also for the tongue. For the tongue right here, I'm going to increase the subsurface. Okay. We should select the tongue. Then I'll increase the subsurface. Something around 0.5 should be just fine for the tongue right there. Okay, and this is looking good. Let me unhide character. Okay, and I'm going to adjust the skin shader a little bit. I'm just going to choose a little bit of a nicer color right there. Okay, something like this is going to work. Let me take a look at this. I'm going to increase the saturation right there. Just increase this a little bit more. Okay, something like this looks good. And now for the eyes, let's go ahead and let's add in some materials for the eyes. For the eyes, I'm going to add 3 materials. So the first one is going to be the sclera. So I'm just going to name this Jenny underscore I underscore sclera right there. So the sclera is the white part of the eye. That part of the eye that's completely white, that's the sclera. Then I'm going to come in here. I'm going to add in a new material right there. This one is going to be the iris. So I'll call this Jenny underscore I underscore iris. So this is going to be the colored part of the eye. The iris is the colored part of the eye. And then for the last material right here, I'm going to name this Jenny underscore I underscore pupil. Okay, so this is going to be the black dots on the eye. The black dots inside of the eye is called the pupil. So now let's just go into edit mode and let's assign some of this material. So right here, I'm going to select these faces right here. Ctrl plus to select these faces. And I'm going to go to the Jenny pupil. I'm going to assign these faces to the pupil right there. And I can just choose a black color right now. Okay, so we have something that looks like that. And then for the iris, I'm going to select these loops coming out of the pupil till I get somewhere around here. Yeah, something like that looks good. I'm going to select the iris material and I'm going to assign this right here. And I'm just going to choose my iris color right here. I can always still come back and change this if you need to. Something like this looks good. So that's the iris. And then the remaining parts, let me just select that, should be the sclera. And then for the sclera, I'll make this completely white. And then I'm just going to reduce the roughness to about 0.1. Let me go into object and see what that looks like. So this is going to be the sclera right here. We're going to add in one more material for the eye, which is going to be the cornea. But I'm going to show you how I do that a little bit later on. For now, we're just still selecting really basic materials. So this is what I have right here for the basic colors. And then on the hair, so on my concept, let me just show you this. I'm just going to zoom out right here and I'll show you my concept right here. So you can see that there's a little bit of dark shade coming out from the root of the hair. And then as you go towards the tip, it becomes lighter. So to be able to achieve that on the hair, I'm going to come in here to the shader editor. I'm going to change this to the shader editor. And to be able to achieve that on the curve, we are going to make use of curve info node. So I'm going to add a curve info right there. I'm going to select this. And now to be able to view this, I'm going to Ctrl Shift left click on this node. If you Ctrl Shift left click and you don't see anything happen, this is because you need to enable node wrangler. So that's one of the add-ons I mentioned. So just go up here to edit, preferences, and then under add-ons, just search for the node wrangler and make sure this is checked. Okay, so we are going to be using the intercept option right here. And to see this a little bit better, or to give this a little bit more contrast, I can come in here and can add in a color ramp. So I'm just going to Shift A and I'm going to search for a ramp right here. And I'm just going to bring this in just like this. And you can already start to see what we have right there. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. And now to be able to mix this in with the original color that we had, I'm going to add in a color node right here. So I'm just going to add in a color node. This node we can use to pick in any color. So right here, I'm going to copy this color from here and I'm going to paste it right here. Now to be able to mix these two together, we're going to add in a mix color node. So I'm going to drag and drop this one right here. I'm going to plug the color into the D socket and the color ramp from the curves info into the E socket. And I'm going to preview this. So I can press Ctrl Shift left click to preview this and we're going to see what we have right there. So if I just play around with the mix, you can see what we have right there. To get actually what we want, I'm going to change the blending options. So right here on the blending options, I'm going to change this to multiply. And if I just increase this to the factor of 1, you can definitely start to see what we have right there. I'm going to plug this into the principled BSDF. I'm going to plug this in right here. And then you can definitely start to see what we have. If I just increase the viewport amount of the hair, so we can see this a little bit more. I'll take that to 0.5 and I'll give this a second to load just like this. Okay, so now you see what we have on the hair. So that's how you're going to go ahead and you're just going to achieve some colors on the hair just like this. Okay, now we have actually gone ahead and we have chosen basic materials for each of the different parts of our character. So for some of these objects, you can actually go in and you can finalize the shaders because these ones are actually really simple. So on the hair, let's go ahead and let's finalize the shader. So right now we are using a principled BSDF node. But since we are going to be using cycles, inside of cycles, there is a hair BSDF node. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to add in the principled hair BSDF. So this one right here, I'm going to plug our color that we have here into the color, and I'm going to plug this into the material output, and you're definitely going to see the difference right away. So I'll just give this a second to load right here just so you can see the difference. So this is what we have with the principled hair BSDF. If I just switch this back to the principled BSDF, you're definitely going to be able to tell the difference between the principled BSDF and the principled hair BSDF. So the principled hair BSDF just looks really good. So I'm just going to plug that in. Okay, and if I go back to the material preview, this principled hair BSDF doesn't really work well inside of Eevee. So to make sure that we can still preview the hair in Eevee, our final renders we're going to be using cycles. But to make sure that we can still preview the hair in Eevee, what I'm going to do right here on the material output, I'll just set this to only show up in cycles. So the principled hair BSDF is only going to show up in cycles. But if I duplicate this right here and I change this one to Eevee, the principled BSDF is now going to show up in Eevee, just so that we can still preview this if you want to. Okay, I'm going to go back into the rendered option, and I'm just going to see what I have in cycles right there, since this is going to be our main render engine. And I can come in here and just adjust what this actually looks like. Okay, and you can definitely start to see the hair taking shape. And for the hair, there's really nothing much I like to change on the material. This material is going to be nice. You can definitely build on top of this, but for this material, this one is already looking really nice. So I'm going to leave it at this for now. Okay, to make the viewport a lot more responsive, I'm going to select this, the hair. I'm going to go to the modifiers, the geometry nodes modifier, and I'll just take the amount to 0.1, just so that I can orbit around the viewport a little bit more freely. Now, let's take a look at the shader for the eyebrows right here. We are also going to use the principled hair BSD. So for this one, I'm going to set this to V, and then I'm going to duplicate this right here. I'm going to change this to cycles, and then I'm going to get rid of the principled BSDF, and then I'm going to add in the principled hair BSDF right here, and I'm going to plug that one right here. I'm going to copy the color from here, Ctrl C to copy the color, and then Ctrl V to paste the color right here, just so that we have the exact color that we want for the eyebrows. And then I can just come in here and adjust this depending on exactly what I want. So something like this is definitely looking good. The next material that we're going to go ahead and we're going to finalize is the shader for the eye. So let me just isolate just the eyes right here, and the main part that we're going to be working on is the iris. So let's go ahead and let's make a really nice shader for the iris. I'm going to make sure I'm on the iris material right here, and we're just going to zoom out, and we're going to use some procedural shading to make this look good. The way we are going to get started, we're going to get started with a gradient right here. So just search for a gradient, and I'm going to add this right here. And on this gradient, we need the texture coordinates and the mapping node. And to be able to add those in, we can just press Ctrl T. Once again, make sure the node wrangler is enabled so that you can add this in really easy. And we are going to be making use of our UVs right here. So this is going to be our UVs. And let me just preview this, and you're going to see what we have. I'm going to add in a color ramp just so that we can increase the contrast on this. And let me just bring this in, and then you can see what that is doing on the eye. So what I want you to do is to go around like a ring. So on this gradient texture, I'm going to change this one to spherical right here. And then I'm just going to push this in. Well, if you remember, we are using our UVs. So I'm just going to go in and make sure that UVs are actually at correct spot so that it can work properly. So I'm going to split up my viewports right here. I'll change this to the UV editor. And right here, I'm going to just close this material. And you can see that the UV is now in the center. So I'm going to just come in here for this part of the iris. I'm just going to unwrap them separately. So I'm going to select the iris material here. I'm going to press select just to select this part. And then I'm going to wrap with minimum stretching. So this is exactly what I want. So for these other parts, I'm just going to select this one and scale it down. We're not going to be making use of this part. So I'm just going to scale them down and place them right there. Okay, so something like this. You're going to notice that the iris texture is not still working properly. Since we want it to go around, to be able to make it properly, we need to make sure that our texture coordinate is actually at the middle of the UVs. So to be able to do that, I'm going to change the location of the X and Y to -0.5 right here. And if I just bring in the color ramp, Okay, you can start to see what's happening right there. So we're going to use this to paint in the iris, to color in the iris. So I'm just going to play around with the sliders. Okay, something like this. I'm going to add in a new color stop right here. And on this one, I'm going to bring this one to the right side here. And I'm going to change the color completely to black. Okay, and I'm just going to push this out. So I'm just going to push this out until I start to see it closer to the pupil. So I'm just going to push this out, something like that. Okay, and what we want, I just want a nice follow around the pupil. Okay, so I have something that looks like this. Okay, now right here, this is going to be the color of our iris. So I'm going to copy this color from here, and then I'm going to paste it right here. Ctrl V to paste that right there. And you can also change this interpolation options here. So you can change this from B-spline to cardinal. The one I like to use is the ease option right here. So we can just change this. We can also add in another color stop right here. I'm just going to copy this color, Ctrl C, and I'm going to paste this color right here and just make a lighter version of this color, something like that. Then I'm going to bring this one down just a little bit, and then I'll just adjust the color ramp until the color for the eye actually starts to look good. I'm just going to push this around until I have something that actually looks good. So this is going to be the color for the iris, and I'm liking the way that it's looking right now. The next thing I'm going to do is to add in some more variation to the eye color. So the way we are going to do that, we're going to duplicate the gradients, the mapping, and the texture coordinates. I can close the UV now. I'm just going to duplicate this right here, and we're going to change the gradient texture here from spherical to radial. And let me just preview this. Ctrl Shift left click. I'm going to preview this, and we're going to notice we're going to have a radial texture just like this. To make this into actually what we want, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add in a noise texture right here. I'll make sure I'm previewing the factor and not the color. So Ctrl Shift left click on the factor, and then you can start to see a little bit of what we have. I'm going to increase the scale right here just so that you can see what we have right there. So this is exactly what I want us to have. So we are going to mix this to have some color variation on our actual color. So the way we are going to mix that is with a mix shader node once again. So I'm just going to select these ones. I'm going to add in a mix color right here. And then I'm going to plug this into the B sockets. I'm going to plug this one into the A socket, and let's just preview this and see what we have. This is not exactly what we want. You can go around and play with the factor, but the blending mode I'm going to use here is the soft light, and you can already start to see what that's doing on the eye texture. So this is what we had before, and then with the noise here combined with the gradient texture, this is what we have. It looks a lot more vibrant for the eye. So I like what that looks. I'm going to just tweak this around a little bit more until I like what I have right here. This is looking good for the iris texture. And now one final thing that I'm going to do to make this eye shader look good, I'm going to duplicate this. Shift to duplicate this. I can delete the color ramp right here, and I'm going to change the gradient texture from spherical to linear right there. I'm going to add in another color ramp, just a new color ramp, and let's preview this right here. So what I want to do, I want to make the top half of the eye a lot darker than the bottom half. So now you're going to notice that the UVs are not aligned properly. So I'm just going to go into the UV editor. We'll go to the UV editor here. I'll go into edit mode, and I'll just select those parts of the iris right here. And what I can do, I'm just going to rotate this just so that the top half is the darker portion, then the bottom half is the whiter portion. So I'm just going to place it right here to have something that looks like this. And then to adjust the gradient, we can come in here and we can play around with this to the way we want it to be. We can also come in here and change the interpolation right here. So you can change this from B-spline to linear. The one I like to use here is the ease interpolation once again. So this top half is going to be a lot darker than the bottom. Let me just bring this way. I have something that looks like this. Now we are going to go ahead and we are going to mix this mask with our color right here. So we are going to use another mix color for that. I'm going to add in a mix color right here. I'm going to plug this one into the A sockets and plug this one into B sockets, and let's see what we have right there. So this is not looking like exactly what we want. So we can go in and we can play around with the blending mode. And the one that I found works well for this is the multiply blend mode. So I'm just going to change this to multiply, and then I'm going to bring the color, and then I'm going to bring the factor all the way to 1 right there. And now we have something that looks like this, and you can just still play around with this and adjust this a lot more. If you don't want the top part to be completely dark, you can come in here to the color ramp, and then you can just adjust those colors right there. Okay, something that looks like that is completely fine for me. Okay, so now we've been able to add some more color variation to the iris, and now I'm going to plug this into the principled bezier, and then let's preview what this looks like. So on the iris, I don't want any roughness on this. I want this to be completely rough, so I'm just going to take this to 1, and the specularity, I'm going to take that one completely down to 0, just so that we don't really have light interacting with this. Okay, so we have something that looks exactly like this. Nice. Now I'm going to plug that here into the material output, and then what I want to do on the pupil, so I'm just going to switch to the pupil material right here. Also for the pupil, I want light to be reflecting or interacting with the pupil, so I'm just going to delete this, and we could actually leave this material just as the material output right here, so that we don't have anything showing up for pupil. Or we can use the emission shader right here and just set this to black, so that we don't have any colors and no light reflecting with the pupil. So that's exactly how I want the eye to be. Okay, and then for the sclera, I'm just going to take the roughness down, something like this. Okay, now the last thing that we need to make this eyeball shader look really good is the cornea. And for the cornea, I'm going to be using a separate object for that. Okay, to add in that separate object, I want to make sure that that object is in the middle of this eyeball. And right here, this is the middle of the eyeball. So I'm just going to take my 3D cursor to the middle of right here, Shift S, and I'm going to take this cursor to selected right here. I'm going to go back into object mode, Shift A, mesh. I'm going to add in a UV sphere. Okay, that is going to completely envelope the eyeball. I'm just going to scale this down right here until I get to the size of the eyeball, something like this. I'm going to shade this smooth, and let's just also go ahead and let's rename this. So I'm going to put this in the right collection right there. I'm going to rename this to GEO underscore Jenny underscore I underscore cornea. So this is going to be the cornea right there. I'll make sure to also just copy the name from here and place that into the object data right there. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to parent the eyeball to the cornea. The way we can do that is just select the eyeball from the collection right here and hold down Shift and then just hover over the cornea object right there, and it's going to parent that. So now if I just select the cornea, it's going to also move the eyeball. And now for the cornea material is really simple. We are going to add a new material here. I'm going to name this to Jenny underscore I underscore cornea. And for the cornea material, what we're going to do here, I'm going to take the roughness completely down to 0. And then the transmission, I'm going to take this one all the way to up, so that we have that reflective layer above the eye. And I really like what that is looking like right there. But you're going to notice that this cornea object is casting shadow on the eyeball object, and we don't want that, especially in circles. That's going to be really prominent. So I'm going to go down here to the object properties. I'm going to scroll down here to the visibility options, and then I'm going to turn off shadows for this cornea object. So this cornea object is not going to cast shadows at all when we render, so I'm just going to turn off shadows, and now we have something that looks like this. So the cornea is right there. It's still having reflections on the eye, and everything is starting to look good for the eye. If I go back into the material preview mode, you're going to notice that we can't really preview that cornea object. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my render properties. I'll change this back to Eevee, and there are some settings that we need to change and we need to turn on. So right here, I'm going to make sure to turn on ray tracing right there. And then we are going to go back to the material properties. I'm just going to scroll down here to the settings. We want to make sure that ray trace transmission is also turned on. And then the last thing that we want to do is to come here to the thickness. I'm just going to add in a value of 0 right there, just to make that glass material not too thick. So if I just increase, you're going to notice that thickness is increasing, which is making it refract in weird ways. So I'm just going to add in a value of 0 right there for the cornea. Okay, so this is exactly what I have for the cornea, and this is looking good right now. I like what that's looking like. And for the eyes, the last thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to make sure that I like the shape of the eye. So I'm going to scale this up and make sure that it's fitting properly in the eye. I'm going to move this back if I need to. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the mirror modifier on this one. So I'm going to have an eyeball for the left side and also for the right side. So on this corner object, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to rename this to underscore L, which stands for the left side. I'll also do that for the object data name right there. And then I also do this for this one right here, underscore L. and then underscore L for the eyeball right there. And now I'm going to select all of these. I'll make sure I apply transform. So right now the transforms are still not applied. I'm going to Ctrl A. I'm going to apply all transforms. So just come up here and choose all transforms. And then we are going to mirror this over to the other side. I'll make sure my 3D cursor is in the world origin. I'm going to make my pivot point the 3D cursor. And then I'm going to duplicate this and then Ctrl M and then X to mirror it over to the other side. And then let's also make sure that we apply all our transforms. And then we're going to edit mode and then just Shift N to recalculate the normals right there. So right here, we want to just change up the names right here. So I'm going to select these two, Ctrl F to batch the name. And I'm going to find and replace right here. I'm going to replace the underscore L.001. So let me just type that in here, underscore L.001. I'm going to replace that with underscore R right there. Okay, and now that renames that for us. I'm just going to copy this one from here and rename it right there. Also the same thing right here. I'm going to select, copy the name from here and rename it right there. Okay, now this is looking good for the eye. So we have the left eye and we also have the right eye, and the material is looking good for the eye. If I just go into render properties, I'll change this back to cycle, and now you can see what we have for the eyes. The eyes is looking really nice. Now the next thing that we're going to do, since we have gone ahead, we have added in basic materials. For some of these materials we have really finalized them. So now for some of these parts like the skin, probably for the shirts and for the skirts and for the shoes, you might need to go in and paint textures. So depending on your concept, so like right here on my own concept, I'll need to paint in this design on the shirt. I also need to paint in the skin. I'm going to need to paint in some parts on the boots. So I'm just using this as my reference. This is going to be my main reference when texturing. So we are going to get into the next stage now, which is going to be to create textures. The main way we are going to be doing this is with texture painting. So for most part of this texturing process, I'm going to time lapse the process, because this is where you just go in and enjoy the process of creating new textures for your own character. So I'm going to time lapse the process, but before I do that, I'm just going to show you how the texture painting workspace works inside of Blender. So for the texture painting workspace, let's say that we wanted to start texturing the skin right here. We are going to add in a new image. I'll just change this to the image editor right here. I'm going to add in a new image for the skin. So Shift A, I'm going to add in a new image. I'll change this to image texture, select the image texture right there. And then we are going to create a new image texture. And I'm going to name this Jenny underscore skin underscore color underscore map right there. And I'm going to use a 4K texture. I'm going to times this by 4. And I can copy this one and paste it right there. And then for the color, we want to choose our skin color. So I'm just going to Ctrl C to copy this. And we're going to need to redo all of that again. So I'll just paste this right here. I'll rename this really quickly. And then I'm going to change this to 4K texture right there. Ctrl C and paste it right there. And we're going to create a new image right there. So this is going to be our color map. And you're going to notice that it shows up right here. When you create new images like this, just go ahead and save your file into a textures folder. So just something like this, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to save this right here. And then we can plug this into the base color of the principled PSDF. To be able to see the color in the viewports in the solid view, I'm going to come up here to viewport shading, and then I'm going to change this to the texture right here, just so that we can actually see the texture in the solid view. So now if you wanted to go ahead and wanted to start texturing this, I'm going to select this object and we're going to go into the texture painting workspace to make sure that we are painting on the right image. So right now it's still showing for the right side hair that I painted for the hair. I don't want that, so I'm going to come up here. I'm going to change this back to material since we are working with the material now. And I'm going to choose the Jenny skin color map. You might have other color maps here when you add in more, but for now we just have the Jenny skin color map, and I'm going to select that one right there. And we can come in here and we can start painting on this. You can turn off X symmetry or turn it on depending on your character design. But you can go in here, you can start painting right here. So you can either paint in the 3D viewport right here, or you can come in here, change the image editor mode to paint, and you can actually you'll be able to paint from the UV editor. So just depending on what's more comfortable for you, you can paint from the UV editor and also from the 3D viewport. I like to use a combination of both, so I'll paint on the 3D viewport and then I'm going to clean up anything that I need to on the image editor right here. I'm going to show you some other things that you can do with the texture painting. So right here, I'm going to go to the tools, and we are going to have this color palette right here. So for the color palettes, I can come in here and I can add in a new palette, and I'm going to name this skin. So right here, I can come in here and I can color pick this color, and we are going to add that to our skin color palette. Make sure that this button right here is checked. This fake user button right here is checked, so that even though we close Blender and open up Blender again, this our color palette is going to be saved. So right here, I can come in here and I can select a highlight color for the skin, something like this, and I can just add this to the color palette. I can also select a darker shade for the darker parts of the skin, and I can add that into the color palette. I can also come in here and add in a reddish color for the cheeks. So somewhere around here, I can just come in here and add in all the colors that I'm going to need for texturing this character. I'm going to add in a lot more colors here. So you can do that for the skin. You can also create new ones, and then you can do that for the clothes. If you have specific colors for the clothes, you can go in here and you can add in new colors for the clothes. So I'm just going to stick to the skin for now. Another thing that you can do in the texture painting workspace, in case you just wanted to fill in your whole character with a single color, you can come here to the bucket fill tool, and you can just fill in your whole character. So just click that and it's going to work just like that. I'm just going to undo that. That's not exactly what I want to do, but you can use the fill option if you need to. Okay, something else that you can also do, if I just go into edit mode on this character and I select this part of the character, I'll just go back into texture painting mode. I'll make sure that I didn't fill this with the wrong color. So I'm just going to fill this back in with the correct color, just so that everything is in place. Okay, now if I go into edit mode and I select certain parts of this character, so I'm just going to come here. I'm just going to select the face right here, and I'll go back into the texture painting workspace. And on the texture painting workspace, we have this option, the paint mask face selection option. So if I select that option, we are only going to be able to paint just on the face. We're not going to be able to paint on the other parts of the character because we don't have those parts selected in edit mode. So just parts that you selected in edit mode are going to be active when you come to texture painting. So this is going to be really useful for some parts of your character. And then something I would also want to show you inside of Blender. So if you might have noticed that if you use a big brush size, the texture painting is going to get slow inside of Blender. So I'm just going to use a big brush size, and I'm going to notice how that's getting really slow. So texture painting in Blender is not the best that it could be. It could be much better, but since it's not yet better, we are going to manage Blender as it is. So just make sure not to use really big brush sizes. And then also the blur brush right here. If I just come here and I paint in a white color right here, and I switch to the blur brush, you can just blur out the colors right here. This doesn't work the best. This brush doesn't work really nicely. So the way I like to blur colors is actually just switch back to the paint brush, and I'll just use a lower strength of the brush. I'm just going to paint over the edges right here. Just paint over the edges, and then you can also just hold down shift and you'll switch to the blur brush, and then just blur out all this area. So that's something that you can do instead of using the blur brush. I'm going to just paint over this. And now that you know all this, I'm actually going to go ahead and get started with the texture painting of this character. So all of this is going to be time lapse because it's going to take a little bit of time. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start texturing every part of the character, like the skin, the clothes, the skirts, anywhere that needs textures. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to add in those textures right now. Okay, and at this point, I'm happy with what I have for the texture painting. It's definitely not done, but I'm happy with it, and we can keep on moving forward. So we have created some of the color maps. I've created color maps for the skin, for the shirts, for the skirts, and also for the trousers. So we are still in step 2, which is creating the textures. So we're going to create some more textures right now. So we're going to be baking some things. Let me just bring this down. We're going to be baking some maps like the pointiness map. I'll show you what that is. And we're also going to be baking the normal map on the shirts, on the skirts, and also on the trousers, just so that we can get rid of the multi-rays. So let me actually explain what a normal map is, because I feel like I glossed over it at this point. A normal map is a texture image that we use in 3D modeling to bake high resolution details or to add high resolution surface details to a low polygon model without increasing its actual geometry. So right now on this shirt, it has the multi-res modifier, and that actually increases the number of polygons that we have. So if we don't want to keep the multi-res modifier, we can bake down those high resolution details onto a normal map. Okay, so that's how a normal map works. So if your character is going to be used completely inside of Blender, you don't need to bake the normal map. You can leave the multi-res as it is, but I'm just going to show you how I like to bake down the multi-res if I need to. So right here, I'm going to start with the shirt, and we are going to bake some maps. The first map is going to be the pointiness map. I'm going to add in a geometry node. Now this is a geometry node inside of the shade editor. This is not a geometry node from the modifiers. So I'm just going to add in this geometry node right here, and I'm going to preview this, and I want to preview the pointiness setup here. So I'm going to just keep on previewing. I'm just going to keep on Ctrl Shift left clicking till I get to the pointiness socket right there. Okay, this one looks good, and make sure you're in cycles. You're not going to see what's going to happen if you're in Eevee. This geometry node only works in cycles, so make sure you're in cycles. I'll just go to rendered mode here, and then I'm going to add in another color ramp. So this color ramp, to be able to see the effect of this pointiness, we are going to need to crunch the color ramp in this way. So somewhere around 0.4, 0.45 should be fine. I'm also going to bring in the white values this way. So this is going to be somewhere around here. Okay, and something like this for the pointiness map should look good. So what the pointiness map is going to help us do, so these parts that are dark, you can see that we have some lighter parts and some darker parts. These parts that are dark, we can multiply that with our color map and just tell those parts to become much darker, and these parts that are light to become much lighter. So that's what we are going to be doing with this pointiness map. So let me just make sure I like the way this is looking. Okay, somewhere around here should be fine for this, and I like what this is looking like right now. So we can go ahead and we can just bake down this pointiness map. To bake it down, I'm going to add in a new image texture, and at this point I can close this panel right here. I'm going to add in a image texture right here. I'm going to make a new one, and I'm going to call this Jenny underscore shirts underscore pointiness map right there, and I'm going to make this a 4K texture 2 times 4, and also the same thing here times 4. For the color, we can leave this one as black, and I'm just going to create a new image right there. On this one, since this is a non-color, so this map right here, the pointiness, doesn't have any color involved. So we want to make sure that right here where it says color space, we want to change this to non-color, because this does not have any color information. So we want to make sure that we set the image texture to non-color. Now, to be able to bake this down, what we are going to do, make sure that the shirt is selected in the viewport. Make sure that this map right here, the new pointiness map that we just added in, is selected. And then we are going to go to the render properties up here, and then we are going to scroll down to bake, and we are going to be baking the emission right here. So what the emission is going to bake is anything that's plugged into the surface. So right now what we are viewing is the pointiness. If we were viewing the color map, it's going to bake out this color map. So we want to view the pointiness, that's the emission. What is emitting right now from the material output is this pointiness setup that we have just created. So now we want to make sure to select the pointiness map, the image texture right here. Make sure you select the shirt. If you don't select the shirt, it's going to give you an error. So make sure you select the shirt in the viewport, select the image texture, And now we can go ahead and bake this. So I'm just going to hold down bake, and then I'm going to leave this to bake out for a moment. Okay, so that took about 10 seconds to do. I'm just going to split my viewport here so that I can go back to the image editor. I'll come down here to the image editor, and I should see what we have right there. Let's go ahead and let's save this. Alt S. I'm going to save this, and I'll just save this in my textures folder right there. And now let's preview this. So this is what we have. So you can definitely see this is what we had with the geometry node setup, and this is what we have with the baked color. So you can see how everything is just nicely baked. So you don't need this anymore. We can get rid of this one. All right, something else now that we're going to do is to go ahead and bake in the normal maps. So right here we have been using the multi-rays, and let me just go back into the solid mode, and I'm just going to select this one right here. So we have been using the multi-rays. If I just remove the multi-rays, you can see that we don't have those details that we had with the multi-rays on our shirt right here. So what we are going to do with the normal map is to tell the light how to react to the cloth, just so that it will be as if we had the multi-rays. Okay, and you're going to see that in action a little bit. So to bake out the multi-rays, I'm going to come down here, and I'm just going to disable the multi-rays in the viewport. Then I'm going to come down here to shape, and what we want to do is to conform the base. So I'm just going to click on conform base, and that's going to change the shape of the cloth a little bit more. That's fine for now. I'm not bothered about that. And then we will go to the render properties right here, and I'll just scroll down, and this one we want to bake out the normal. Okay, so let's also make sure to create a new image right here. I'm going to Shift D to duplicate this one, and right here I can create a new image texture right there. I'm going to call this one Jenny underscore shirts underscore normal underscore map. Okay, and I'll just leave that as a black color. This one also, you want to make sure to set it to non-color. Okay, this shouldn't have any color information. So now make sure that the shirts color map here is selected, or the shirt normal map here is selected. Make sure the shirt is selected in the viewport, and then yeah, make sure this is set to normal, and then we can go ahead and bake this. One more thing, under the modifiers, make sure that this is disabled in the viewport. So I'm going to come here to the render properties, and I'm going to come down here, and I'm just going to bake, and I'll leave that to bake for a few seconds. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Let's go ahead and let's also save this one. I'll save it in my textures folder. And now to see the effect of the normal map, I'll go back into material preview mode, and I'm just going to preview just the principled BSDF with the color map plugged in. And now you can see we don't have any details. To bring back the details that we had with the multi-rays, I can come in here and I can add in a normal map. So a normal map, this one right here, and I'm just going to place this one right here. And now the Jenny shades normal map, let's plug the color into the color, and then this normal map into the normal input of the principled BSDF. And now you can see what that gives us. So let me just unplug that. We don't have any details, but when we plug back the normal into the normal, you can see that brings back all the detail that we had with the multi-rays. So at this point, we can get rid of the multi-rays. We don't really need, so I'm just going to X to get rid of the multi-rays. And at this point, I can add in a subdivision surface modifier on the clothes instead of a multi-ray. So this is just if you want to export your character into another software. You might not need to break down the multi-rays, but in this case, I'm just going to show you how to do it. So right here, I can see that there's a little bit of clipping. So I'm just going to sculpt mode. I'll use the grab brush, and I'm just going to pull this one out. So make sure X symmetry is turned on. And then I'm just going to pull out these areas right here, and the normal map should still be working correctly. Okay, now we have this right here. Let's do some other shading setup right here. So remember when I said with the pointiness map, we are going to use this to darken the color map a little bit, or we are going to use it to affect the color map a little bit. So let's go ahead and let's do that. I'm going to add in a mix color node right here. I'll plug the color map into the A socket, and I'll plug the pointiness into the B socket, and let's preview this. And I'll just play around with some of the blending factors. So the one that's going to work well for this is the multi-rays, is the multiply, not multi-rays. And you can increase this more, or you can bring it down if you don't want it to affect it too much. So in this case, I'm just going to bring it to about somewhere around 0.3 should be fine. So this is without, and then we start to add it in gradually So something like this. So you can see those lighter parts is making it lighter, and this other darker parts is making it darker, just like that. So that looks good. You can plug this into the base color right here, and I can just preview this and see what that looks like. Okay, this looks good. Let's add in some texture to this code. So right now everything is smooth, it doesn't even look like flute. So to do this is where the Polyhaven add-on is going to come in. I'm going to change to the asset browser right here, and I'll just go to the Polyhaven collection, and then I'm going to select the texture collection right here, and then I'm going to search for fabric just to bring up all their fabric textures right here. And now at this point you can just scroll and find which one is going to work for you. The one I like to use for clothes like this, I'm just going to add in another mesh right here. So this can be a cube. I'm going to add in a sphere. So we are going to use this sphere to test out these materials. I'm just going to right click, shade this on smooth. I'll scale it down and I'll just bring it to somewhere around here. So now you can just drag and drop on the sphere, see what the material looks like before dropping it on the main shirt. So I'm just going to drag and drop it right here and see what these materials look like. So you can just preview the material on this sphere. So the one I like to use for clothing like this is just this material right here, Telenka, I believe that's how that's called. Okay, and with the Polyhaven add-on, if I select the sphere right here, I can go down to the material outfit or the material properties right here. And if I bring this down, you're going to notice that I have the option to use a 1K map, a 2K map, a 4K map, or an 8K map. In this case, the 2K map is going to be just fine. And I like what this is looking like. So this is the node setup that it created. So what I'm going to do in this case, I'm going to select all of these, Ctrl C, and I'm just going to paste it right into this shader right here. So Ctrl V to paste it into the shader right here. So instead of dragging this one on top of the shirt, so you're going to notice that that's going to get rid of what we had. We don't exactly want that. So instead of doing that, I'm just going to copy and paste it this way. And now all we are going to do here, we still have our color map plugged into the base color. I'll just bring this one up here. We are going to mix it with the color map of the PBR texture that we added in. And then we still have the normal map right here. So we are going to be mixing this one in with this normal map that we have right here. Okay, so let's start off with the base color. The base color on this one, we are going to mix it in the same way that we did for right here. I'm going to duplicate this and I'll just change it back to mix for now. I'll change the factor back to 0.5. I'm going to plug the base color into the B socket, and then I'm going to plug this multiply into the A socket, and I'm going to preview this, see what this looks like. Okay, and now you can see that the base color from the PBR texture, this PBR texture that we added in right here, is mixing in with the color that we painted in, also with the pointiness that we added in. And now the blending mode I like to use for this one is the overlay blending mode, and we can reduce depending on how much you want this base color to come through. You can either increase or reduce it. So in my case, I'm actually going to reduce this. So you still see the detail from that PBR texture. I'm just going to reduce it to somewhere around 0.3. So this is what we had before. This is what we have now. You can definitely see the difference right there. And now we can plug this into the base color right here. Let me just maximize this report here. I'm going to plug this overlay into the base color right here. Okay, and then we can preview this principal BSF instead of this one. I'm going to preview this one and let's see what that looks like. Okay, you can definitely start to see that this looks a lot more like fabric. Okay, something that we can also do here is just to come in here and play around with the scale depending on what exactly you want. I'm going to increase the scale in this case. Okay, something like this. Yeah, I'm definitely liking what that's looking like right now. Yep, I like what that's looking like right now. And now let's mix in the normal map. So we have two normal maps here. So how do you go about mixing this in? I'm just going to bring this one in here, and I'm going to select all these other ones, just drag them down, and then this normal map, I'm going to place it right in between here. I'm also just going to select this one and just move them up just to arrange that a little bit nicely. So now to mix in two normal maps, the way we are going to do this, we're actually going to add in a vector matte, this one right here, and we are going to, by default, it's going to be on the add. I'm going to drag this into the vector and also this one into the second vector. And if we preview this, this is what we have right now. So this is what we had with this normal map. And this is what we had with the normal map that we picked in. Okay, and now that we are adding it together, you can see what we have. The both of them are mixing together. But you also notice that something happened. The color, there's a bit of a color change. So this part becomes really light when we add this in together. So we need to normalize this. So we are going to add in a normalize. So I'm just going to search for that again. A normalize vector math normalize, yeah, that one right there. And let's place that right there. And you're going to see that just evens everything out. And now I'm going to plug this into the normal map. And now let's preview what this one looks like. Okay, now you can see that we have our details in there. And everything is still looking nice on the shades right there. Okay, I'm liking how that's looking. For this one, we can get rid of the principled of this principled BSDF right here. We don't need that one anymore. And I'm going to bring this right here. Okay, so this is the node setup that we have. I know it looks scary, but you saw how we just put this up together piece by piece, so you understand how it works. Okay, so that's going to be it for the shirts. I like what the shirt is looking like right now. Okay, I'll definitely still go in and adjust the textures a little bit more, but that's going to be fine for the shirt. We are going to do the exact same thing that we did for the shirts for the skirt. So I'm going to just come in here. I'm going to go to the asset browser right here. I'm going to go to the polyhaven. I'm going to go to the textures, and I'll just find a texture I like. I'll bring this fair somewhere down here. And for this skirt, I can search for a leather material. So any of these leather materials are going to work. I'm going to use this brown leather right here. Okay, and something like this is definitely going to work. Just before I start adding in the PBR setup right here, I'm going to select this one, and let's bake some of the maps that we baked in for the shirt. So we are going to bake in the pointiness map. So let's do that right now. I'm going to go into the rendered mode, which is cycles, and then I'm going to add in a geometry setup right here. So geometry, and then I'm going to preview this. I'm going to preview the pointiness on this one. And then I'm going to add in a color ramp right there. And on this color ramp, I'm going to bring the black slider to about 0.45. Then I'm also going to bring this one in 0.5 or thereabout should be fine. So I'm just going to adjust this and see what that's looking like. Okay, nice. I like what that's looking like right now. Okay, not too bad. And let's go ahead. I'm going to duplicate this one, Shift B to duplicate this. And I'm going to create a new image texture right there. This is going to be Jenny underscore skirts underscore pointiness underscore map. Okay, and then I'm going to create the new image. I want to make sure to set this to non-color. Okay, and now we are going to bake this. So make sure the map here is selected. Make sure that this is selected in the viewport. Make sure the skirt is selected in the viewport. I'll make sure that's plugged, that the color is plugged into the material output. And then I'm going to come down here to cycles. I'm going to change this from normal to emission, and make sure this is selected. Let's go ahead and let's bake this, and let's see what this gives us. So bake, leave it for a few minutes to bake out. Okay, and that's done baking. I'm going to go back to image textures, and let me see what that pointiness map looks like on this one. And I can see that there's a little bit of an error on this one. So I'm just going to rebake the pointiness map on this one. Let me preview what that looks like. So this is definitely not what we want. So you just picked this side. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to rebake this and make sure that I have no overlapping vertices in edit mode. Just make sure everything is looking good right here. Okay, that's looking good. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to bake this again and try to figure out what the problem on this one is. Okay, and for some reason the first error was just failed for no reason, so I just baked it again and that baked properly. So yeah, that might happen to you. Just go ahead and bake again. That's completely normal inside Blender. Okay, I'm going to Alt S, and then I'm just going to also save this pointiness map. And now let me go ahead and bake the normal on this one. So to bake the normal, the same process that we use for the shirt, I'm going to come down here. I'm going to turn off the multi-rays in real time. That's in the viewport right there. And I'm going to come down here to shape, and I'm going to select conform base. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'm going to create a new image right there. I'm going to create a new image, and then I'm going to name this appropriately Jenny underscore skirts underscore normal underscore map. And I'm going to create a new image texture. I'll make sure that this is set to non-color. Then I'll go back to the render properties. Big type, I'm going to change this one to normal. I'll make sure this is selected and also that the normal map is selected right here. And I'll make sure this is turned off. And then let me just go ahead and big this one. Okay, and this is what the normal map looks like. I'm going to go ahead, Alt S, and I'm going to save this image right there. And I can get rid of the montress. I don't need that one anymore. I can add in a subdivision surface modifier there instead. Okay, I'll go into material preview mode and I'm just going to preview the base color. Now let me plug in the normal map. I can get rid of this setup right here. X to get rid of that one. I'm just going to move this up and let me plug in the normal map. So I'm going to search for a normal map right here. Normal map. Make sure this is plugged into the color right there, and I'll plug the normal into the normal of the principled BSF, and you can see what we have. So this is without it and this is with it. Definitely add some more definition. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to, so if you watch the time lapse, I model in these little straps for the skirt. So I'm just going to make sure that also for the pointiness map that these were baked. So I can see that those were not baked when I added in the pointiness map. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to Ctrl Z a little bit till I have, okay, till I have this. Then I'm going to preview this. I'm going to select these straps right here. I want to make sure that the pointiness is also baked on these straps for the skirts right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to preview this and make sure this one is selected. And now that we have already picked an initial pointiness map, when we come back here to the render properties and under the, if you change the big type from normal to emission, we want to uncheck clear image. So when we uncheck that, it's not going to erase the whole image, but if that is checked, that's going to erase the whole image. So I'm going to select the straps right here. Make sure that the pointiness map also is selected because we still want to bake this onto the pointiness map. And then I can go ahead and I can also bake this one. Okay, and the pointiness has been properly baked for those objects. That's nice. I'm just going to go ahead and press Alt S to save this file. Now we can get rid of this one. X to delete that. I'm just going to bring this here. I'm going to preview the principled BSDF and I'm going to add back in the normal map. So I'm just going to search for a normal map right there. Make sure this is plugged into the color and let's plug this one right there. Okay, and now we see what we have. I'm just going to go in and adjust these a little bit. So I'm just going to select this one right here. Make sure to select the other side too. And then I'm just going to push this a little bit. Okay, so little things like this, you just want to go ahead and fix up those little things. For now, I'm not going to fix them. I'm going to do that after recording this. Okay, but this is looking good for the skirt so far. Now, let's go ahead. Let's mix the skirt color with the pointiness map. So we're going to do this the exact same way that we did for the shirt right here with a multiplier node this way. So I'm going to add in a mix color. I'm going to plug this into the A sockets, plug this one into the B sockets, and right here on the blending mode, I'm going to choose multiply right there. And if I just increase, let me just preview this. If I increase, reduce this, you can, this is without it. And then if we start to get that in there, you can definitely see what we have. So because the color map here is really dark, we aren't really seeing much changes, but something is definitely happening. So I'm going to plug that into the base color right there. And let's preview what that looks like. Okay, that's looking good for the skirt. I'm going to come down here to the shoes. And then I'm also going to bake the pointiness and also the normal map on the shoe. So I'm going to select the shoe right there. And I'm going to bake the pointiness map. So search for geometry pointiness. Just search for geometry, this one right here. And I'm going to preview the pointiness setup right there. And I'm going to add in a color ramp. And let's push the black in. Then also push the whites in. Okay, that looks good for boots right there. And I'm going to duplicate this image right here. I'm going to create a new image. This is going to be called Jenny underscore shoe underscore pointiness underscore map. Okay, we're going to create a new image. Make sure that this is set to non-color. We don't want this to have any color information. And I'll make sure that that's selected. Make sure that the shoe is selected from here too. I'm just going to solid mode for this. Then I'm going to come down here. Yeah, make sure this one is set to emission. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bake this. Okay, so this is what it looks like on the shoe. I'm also going to go ahead and bake it on the straps too. So I'm going to copy this image from here, Ctrl C. I'm going to paste it right here. Okay, and then I'm going to make sure that the strap here is selected, the pointiness map here is selected, and then make sure clear image is unchecked. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm also going to pick this one. Okay, now we have something that looks like this for the pointiness of the shoe. Alt S, I'm going to save this in my textures folder. All right, now something that looks like this is good. I'm going to go back into the material preview mode and I'm going to select the shoe and let me just preview what this looks like. Okay, I can get rid of this setup here. And what I'm going to do right here, I'm just going to bring this way. Let's go ahead and let's mix this together. I'm going to add in a mix color, plug this one into the A socket, this one into the B socket, and let me change the blending mode here to multiply. And you can definitely see what that's doing. You can reduce it, increase it depending on what you want. Somewhere around here for the shoe works just fine. And then on the straps, I'll make sure that I have the right slot selected on the straps. Okay, now you can see that right here they're using the same material, so no need to do it for different ones. I'm just going to remove that image texture from here. We don't need this one right here, and I'm going to switch back to the slots, to the correct material slot right here. Okay, so this is looking good for the shoes. Yeah, I like what this is looking like right now. I can plug that into the base color and let's preview everything. Okay, I'm also going to go ahead and I'm going to pick the normal map on the shoe right here. So I have the multi-res on this one. Okay, I don't have the multi-res on this one, so I'm just going to go ahead. I'll select this one and I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to create a new texture. This is going to be called Jenny underscore shoe underscore normal underscore map. Okay, and I'm going to create a new image. Make sure this is set to non-color. And then I'm going to go to the render properties here. I'm going to scroll down and this one we are going to be the normals. Okay, right here I'll make sure my multi-res is turned off in the viewport, and on that shape I'm just going to confirm the base right there, and you can go ahead and we can bake this all together. So I'm going to select this, make sure the shoe here is selected, and I'm going to bake that. Okay, and at this point you can definitely see that there's definitely something wrong with the normal map right here. So the problem here is if I go to the modifier properties here, the mirror modifier is still turned on. So I'm just going to turn this off. You also want to disable it in the render. That's actually more important than disabling it in the viewport. So let's go ahead and let's bake that once again. I'm just going to scroll down here and let's bake that once again. Okay, and now the normal maps actually bakes correctly. And let's save this textures folder. So I'm going to save that one. Okay, and let's preview this. So I'm going to add in a normal map right here. So I'm just going to add in a normal map. I'll make sure this one is plugged into the color and not into the strength. And then let's preview this, see what this looks like. Okay, we can definitely see what that looks like right here. On the straps here, you can see that the color is completely black where the straps actually were. So you can see that the normal map doesn't know what to do where the straps are. So to actually avoid this, I'm going to check clear image and let's bake this one final time. So I'm going to check clear image and let me just go ahead and I'm going to bake this one final time. I'm going to select the Jenny shoe normal up. I'll select the shoe. I'll go back to bake and then let's bake this once again. And you see that right here, the normal map completely fusing. So now if we preview this, we shouldn't have the issue that we had before. The straps of the boots should look completely fine. So these are just some of the things I wanted to show, some of those common errors when it comes to baking normal maps inside of Blender. So just be sure to look out for those. Okay, and I'm going to Alt S to save this. And I'm going to come here to the modifiers. We can get rid of the multi-res modifier and I can turn back on the mirror modifier. Okay, so this is what we have right here. And then also on this boot right here, I can add in a subdivision surface modifier. And now these two have the exact same modifier, so we can actually go ahead and just join them together this way. Okay, that looks good. I like what that's looking like. Also the same thing on the skirts right here. I can select the strap and then the skirts. Since they have the same modifiers, Ctrl G, we can join them together at this point. Okay, now let's find some textures that we can use on these different parts of the character. So this leather texture, I actually like this one for the boots. So I'm just going to place this right here, and then I'm going to copy this material. Ctrl C to copy this material. I'm going to select the boots, and I'm just going to paste this one right here. For this one, the displacement map, we are not really going to be using displacement, so I'm just going to delete that. And right here we have our base color. So if you remember what we did on the shirts, we are going to add in another mixed color right here. Let me just maximize this. We're going to add in a mixed color setup here. I'm going to plug this into the A socket and also this one into the B socket. The blending mode that we used was overlay. And then I'm just going to preview this. Let's take a look at what this looks like right here. So let me just tone down the factor. So this is without the base color of the PBR affecting it. And if I just start to bring this up, you can definitely start to see the base color affecting it. I'm going to take this down to a really low value of 0.2, somewhere around there. And also on the scale right here, I'm just going to increase the scale of this. Okay, something more like that. And let me plug this into the principled BSDF and I can preview this one all together. Okay, something like that is definitely not looking bad. Yeah, I like what that's looking like. And then we have the normal map right here. So I'm just going to bring this one in here. I'm going to select this one, bring this up. And if you remember how we added in the normal map on the other material, that's the exact same thing that we're going to do here. So we are going to use a vector matte node. So just search for a vector matte and make sure this is set to add. I'm going to plug in the two vector mattes in there. And then we are going to normalize this. So I'm going to search for a normalized vector matte and I'm going to place this one right there. Okay, and I can definitely see what we have. You can go in and adjust the scale even more. Okay, and for this shoe, I'll probably have another material just for this part of the shoe, just so that it's not completely the same material for every part of the shoe. So I'm going to have another material for this part of the shoe. But for right now, this is fine. So that is for the shoe. You can see what we have there. Let me go into cycles and see what this looks like. So inside of cycles, this is what this is looking like. Yeah, I like what that's looking like. Okay, and then also the same thing on the skirts. Let me also go ahead. I'll find a PBR texture that's going to fit nicely for this one. So I'm just going to search for the fabric materials. And I'm just going to check out all the materials that I have here, all the options that I have here, and find which one is going to work nicely on this skirt material. And I might actually end up just using this one that I used for the shirts, also for the skirt. I might change that later on, but for right now, I'm liking what this texture is going to look like for the skirt. So we're going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to copy this node setup except the material output. Ctrl C to copy that. And then I'm going to select the skirts and I'm going to paste this right here. Now let's mix all of this together. I'm going to bring this one up here and let's mix this base color with our original base color that we painted in with the pointiness. So I'm going to add in a mix color right here. I'm going to change this to overlay. That was the blending mode that we use. Going to plug this one into the B socket and then this one into the A socket. Let's preview that and see what that looks like. Just give it a second to load right there. Okay, and if I zoom in, I'll definitely take down the overlay. Okay, somewhere around, let me see what this looking like. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Okay, so around 0.3 should be fine. So the material is really dark, so I'm not really seeing much, but I'm just going to leave it at 0.3 or 0.2, somewhere around there should be fine. I'm going to plug this into the base color right there. And then let's add in our normal map. So I'm just going to select all of these ones. I'm going to push them down. I'll select these ones right here and place them right there. And then I'll add in a vector matte. I'll add in this one right here. I'll place it here and also drag and drop this one right here. And then let's add in a normalize. I'm going to search for normalize. And I'm going to select this one. I'll place it right there just before the normal inputs into the principled BSDF. And right now, this is what we are having. I'm going to definitely scale up that texture a lot more. So I'm just going to bring this up. Okay, something more like that. So I'll probably bring that down. Just take it down. I still want to be able to see the texture a little bit. So somewhere around here should be fine. Okay, and I'm liking what that's looking. I'm going to get rid of this principled BSF. We don't need that one anymore. So now this is what I have for the skirts. This is what I have for the shoes. And now let's work on the teeth, the tongue, and the gum. So let me just find that object here. I'm just going to slash just to isolate this one. And for this one, we are going to make some procedural material. So let me just go into the material preview mode, and we are going to start adding in some procedural textures. I'm going to start with the tongue right here. I'll make sure that the Jenny tongue slot is selected. And on this one, I'm going to add in a Voronoi texture right here. And then I'm going to Ctrl Shift left click to preview this. And I'm just going to bring up the scale this way. I also add in mapping and the texture coordinates, Ctrl T to add that in. And I'm going to use the UV map on this one. And I'm definitely going to bring the scale up a lot more. So something like this. And then I can add a color ramp in front of this. I'm just going to search for a ramp. I'll place that right in front of this, and we can just crunch this one in, and then we have something like that. Let's use this as a bump map. So let me just adjust this right here, and we are going to use this as a bump map. I'm going to add in a bump node right here. I'm going to place this one into the height, and then the height into the normal. And let me just preview what the bump is going to look like right here. And if we increase and adjust the strength, then we are going to have something like this. We can also adjust the color ramp. Okay, I'll just bring the color ramp back here just so that we don't have those spots on the bump. And then you can also adjust the bump. So something like this for the tongue. And I'm going to increase the scale a lot more. So I'll just bring this up somewhere around here. And then let me plug this into, let me preview the principled BSDF. And now we have something that looks like this. You're going to notice that the bump is going in. So right here on this node, I can just invert that one. And now I want the bump to come out, something more like this. Okay, and then what we can do with this right here, we can use this as a mask to change up our color. So I'm going to add in a color node right here. I'm going to copy our color from here and then paste it right here. Okay, and for the teeth, gums, and tongues, you can actually go in and paint in an image texture. I'm going to do that later on, but for now this is going to be fine. I'm just going to use the color, and then we're going to add in a mixed color right here. I'm going to plug this color ramp into the factor, and then I'm going to plug the color here into the A socket and also into the B socket. And then let's preview this. There's obviously no difference here. So we're going to use the hue saturation node to make one of these inputs a little bit different. So I'm just going to plug this in between the B socket, and then I'm going to adjust the hue. So first of all, let me just play with the value. I'm just going to bring down the value just so that we have some color variation on the tongue right there. I'm also going to bring down the saturation. I'll bring that up. Then I'm just going to play very slightly with the hue. We don't want to change the hue around too much. Okay, something that looks like that. And I'm going to plug this into the base color. And then let's preview this. Okay, and now you can see what we have on the tongue. I'm going to bring this up a little bit more. And I'm just going to adjust this just so that we have just this tiny and subtle details on the tongue. So something like this. And then this also we can use as a roughness map. So I'm going to plug this one into the roughness right there, and let's see what we have. Okay, it's not looking too bad. Something else that we can do is to add in another texture and mix it with this Voronoi to control the roughness. So I'm going to add in a noise texture right here, and I'm also going to use the same texture and mapping coordinate right here. I'll just plug this into the scale here, into the vector, and I'll Ctrl Shift left click on this, and then we can increase the scale a lot. So I'm just going to bring this up. On this one, I'm going to increase the detail a little bit more, and I'll also just bring up the roughness to about somewhere around 0.6 should be fine. So something like this. And now we are going to multiply these two together. So I'm going to add in a mix color right here. I'll change the blending mode to multiply. I'm going to plug the noise texture into the A sockets, and then the Voronoi texture into the B sockets, and then let's preview this and we see what we have. So this is completely with the noise texture. This is with the Voronoi. I'm just going to leave it halfway in the middle, and I'm going to use this as the roughness. I'll make sure that's plugged into the roughness right there. Make sure this one is plugged into the base color, and then Ctrl Shift left click, and then let's see what we have right there. Okay, now you can see what we have on the roughness. If you want to adjust the roughness even more, you can add in a color ramp right here. Then you can play around with these sliders to get what you like. So somewhere around here, I'm just going to bring this up just a little bit. So something like this for the tongue actually looks good. I'm going to increase the scale right here for the tongue. Okay, and this is looking good for the tongue. I'm going to reduce the bump just a little bit. So somewhere around here for the tongue actually looks good. So just a very simple node setup like this looks good for the tongue. I'm going to copy this node setup, Control C, and for the gums, I'm going to select the gums material slot here, and I'm going to paste in that node setup, and I'm going to copy our base color from the principal BSDF. I'm going to paste that right here. So this is for the gums. I'm going to plug this one into the base color, the color ramp into the roughness, and then the bump into the normal amount. So now we have something that looks like this for the gums. Okay, and on the gums, I'll probably just bring up the scale up a little bit more, just so that we have something that looks like this. And yeah, that's starting to look really nice like gums. And then for the teeth, I'm just going to leave it like this, just really nice and white teeth. You can go in with some textures and add in some yellow coloration at the top of the teeth. I'm going to do that a little bit later on. But this is how we are going to go about creating the materials for the teeth, the tongue, and the gum. So something like this is starting to look good right now. Now let's work on the skin shader. So the skin shader is going to be a little bit different from these other ones. So we're still going to bake some maps. On this one, I don't have the mold trace, so I'm going to be baking the pointiness map on this one. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to add in a geometry node right here. I'm going to just preview until I get to the pointiness input there, and then I'm going to add in a color ramp right here. On this color ramp, I'm going to crunch in the black, and I'm also going to bring in the white slider here. So 0.5, somewhere around there should be fine. And then 0.4, I'm going to drag this in. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. All right, let's go ahead and let me bake this on. I'm going to duplicate this texture right here, and I'm just going to close this asset browser. I don't really need that one right now. And I'm going to create a new image texture here. It's going to be called Jenny underscore skin underscore pointiness. And then I'm going to create a new, I'll make sure I name this correctly, underscore pointiness map. And then I'm going to make sure that this is set to non-color. I'll make sure this is selected, make sure our character is selected. I'll go back to the render properties. I'll come down here to emission, make sure emission is selected. And in this case, we can leave clear image turned on. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bake this. Okay, so that has baked out. Let's preview this. Okay, so this is what we have for the pointiness map. I'm just also going to go ahead and I'm going to save out that image so that we don't lose this. So Alt S, I'm going to go ahead and save that image right there. And let's go ahead and let's mix this two together. I'm going to delete this, and right here, I'm just going to bring this back. We are going to add in a mix color right here, and I'll bring this one into the D socket, and then let's preview this. The blending mode was multiply that we use for the clothes, and then let's see what this looks like. So this is without the pointiness input. Then I'm just going to start increasing that. Okay, something like this looks good. All right, that looks good. With the pointiness, you can increase or reduce this depending on what you want. So let me just play around with this. Yeah, somewhere around here is going to be fine with the pointiness. I like what that's looking like. And let's preview this. Okay, now it's looking good. And then something else that I want to show you when it comes to painting on your character. So on my, if I just open up my reference here, we're going to notice that she has these tattoos on her body. So instead of painting that on the main skin color map, another way that I can approach doing that is with another image texture. But the way you're going to create that image texture, I'm just going to show you how to do that right now. So I'm going to add in an image texture right here. I'm going to make a new one. This is going to be called Jenny underscore skin underscore tattoo. Okay. The color here is what's important. So on the color, we want to change the alpha down to 0. Okay. And we're going to create a new image. And if I preview this, you're going to notice that nothing is showing because this is a blank image right here. So you can see that blank image. So we can go into the texture painting workspace. I'll just go into the texture painting workspace. I'm also going to go to the material preview mode, and let's just say we had a green color right here. Let's say the tattoo was green. Let me just paint in something like this, and let me also just paint in something like this right here. So to be able to mix this in with our skin base color, we can do that once again with a mix color node. So I'm just going to bring this here. To mix this in, we can use a mix color node right here, and we are going to use the alpha as the factor. We're going to plug our skin color map into the A socket, and we are going to plug the color into the B socket, and then let's preview this, and now you can see how that's working. So you just be able to go in and draw on top of the skin just like that. So that's just in case you have tattoos on your character and you don't want to mess up your base color map. So that's how you approach doing that. I'm going to definitely draw much nicer tattoos after I finish recording this, but for now it's just to illustrate that. So let me plug this into the principled BSDF base color, and then let me preview this. And now this is what I have. I'm going to just select this and mute this for now because I don't want to see those ones right now. Okay, now we have this. Something that I like to do for the skin is to add in a layer width node, and we are going to use this layer width node to affect the color map right here. So I'm just going to go into the render view. I'll go back into the object mode, and I'll add in a layer width node right here. And if I preview this layer width node, we are going to be using this facing option right here. So on this facing option, I'm going to bring down the blend just to something like this. And you might already start to see what we are going to use this to do. I'm going to add in a color ramp just before the layer width, and I'm going to change the interpolation here from linear to B-spline. And if I just bring this in, okay, you're going to notice exactly what we have. I'm going to actually flip the color ramp, so I'm just going to bring the white here, and then the black will be somewhere around here. Then I can add in another color stop here and just make this one completely black. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. Now we are going to mix this in with our color map. So I'm just going to move this back here, and then we are going to add in a mix color right here. I'll plug the base color map that we have right now into the A socket, and then I'm going to plug this color ramp into the B socket, and let me preview this and see what this looks like. Okay, so this is what it's giving us. The blending mode that I like to use on this one is the soft light blending mode, and if we just increase the factor here, you can definitely see what that's doing. So I'm just going to reduce the factor and increase the factor, and you can see it's making this outer part of the character a lot more vibrant than what we had before. And then you can just even come in here and adjust the way this is looking. Well, I like what this is looking like, so you can increase the factor here too. Okay, so this is what we had before, and now this is what we have with the layer width, and I really like what that looks like. So I'm going to plug that into the base color right there, and let's preview that. Okay, and you can definitely see what that's doing. So let me just plug in this one. This is without the layer width, and then this is with the layer width. So I really like what that's doing. You can tone down the effect based on what you want. So I'm going to play around with this a lot more, but this is going to be the base color. So I'm just going to put this into a group F to group this, and then I'm going to just call this color map. Now we have something that looks like this. On this skin, we want to go in and we want to add in some more color variation to the skin. So the way we are going to do that here, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to add in a noise texture. So this noise texture, we're going to use this to drive the color variation on the skin. I'm going to add in a mapping and coordinates node, so you can press Ctrl T to do this. And I'm going to make sure we are using the UV texture coordinates right there. And let me preview this. Ctrl Shift, let's click to preview this. And we definitely need to increase the scale up a lot more. So I'm just going to increase this way. I'll take this about really high value, and then I'm going to add in a color ramp just in front of this. And if I bring in the black sliders, okay, so all we are going to do is that these black parts of the character are going to remain as this same color that we have here, but these white parts are going to have a different color variation. If I go ahead and just mix these two together, I'm just going to increase the scale right here. I'll take that a lot higher, something more like this, and I can increase this a lot more. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. I can even bring this in, I can even bring the black in a lot more. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Now let's mix this in. We are going to use a mix color right here, and I'm going to plug in the color ramp into the factor, and then our color map into the B socket right here. And then let's preview this. Okay, and let me just show you what this is. So I'm just going to unplug this for now. So I'm going to just choose random colors here, and then you'll be able to see what is there. So if I just zoom in here, you're going to notice that these black parts have the A color right here, and then these white parts have the B color right here. So let me just preview that. So you're going to notice that the white parts have this B color, and then the black parts have the A color. So what we are going to do, we are going to plug the color map into the A socket and also into the B socket. And for this B socket, we are going to have another variation of the color map. And the way we can do that is to add in the hue saturation value node. So I'm just going to add this in right here. And if we just play around with some of these settings, I'm just going to increase the saturation right here. You can see what that's doing. Also going to reduce the value right there. Okay, and you're going to start to see the different color variations that we're having on skin. You can definitely go around and play with the color ramp of the noise map of the noise texture a little bit more. Okay, so we have something like this. So instead of the skin color just being one even color, we are just breaking it up with this noise texture right here. So we have something that looks like this for the noise texture. Okay, so this is going to be the first color variation. I'm going to put that into a frame, and I'm going to name this color variation 1 right there. Okay, so this is the first color variation. And if I just select this one and move this back, we are going to add in another color variation. So we are going to do the exact same thing that we did here. We are just going to use a different texture. In this case, we are going to use the Voronoi texture. And I'm going to add a texture coordinate and mapping node. And then I'm going to make sure I'm using the UVs. Let me preview this by Ctrl Shift left clicking on this. And I'm going to increase the scale up a lot more. Okay, so I'll just bring this up, and we can also add in a color ramp right there. Also just increase the scale from right here. Okay, something like that. And let's bring in the black sliders. Okay, and now we have something that looks like this. If you remember when we mixed in this one, so the black parts stayed the same, and then the white parts were different, had a different color. So I'm just going to flip this color ramp so that we have something that looks more like this. Okay, so these white parts are going to have a different color variation, and then the black parts are going to stay the same. So you can just adjust this depending on what you want. Something like this looks good for me. I can reduce the scale to about 190, somewhere around there should be fine. And then I'm going to mix it in with this one right here. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to plug this color variation into the factor. I'm going to plug this mix color into the A socket. And then we can use this same hue saturation value node and plug that into the B color. And then let's preview that. Okay, and now you're going to see what we have. I'm just going to plug this into the base color. And then let me preview this and see what this looks like. Okay, so now we have something that looks like this on the skin. If this is too intense, you can come here to the white color, and then you can just bring the color closer to black. And then that's not going to be that intense. So somewhere around here, it's going to work just fine for the skin of my character. I like what this is looking like a lot more. So now we have something that looks like this. But you might have noticed an issue right here. So if I just zoom into the mouth here, into the lips, you can see we have color variation on the lips. And we might not exactly want color variation on the lips. So what we are going to do is to use a max to tell these two different color variations. Let me also just group these ones, and I'm going to call this color variation 2. Okay, so we are going to use a max, and we are going to tell that max not to affect some certain areas. So the way we can create that max, we can use a new image texture just like this, or we can make use of vertex painting. So in this case, I'm just going to make use of vertex painting. I'll go into the solid mode, and we can go into the vertex paint workspace right here. You can go into the vertex paint mode, and we come down here to the object data properties. Vertex paints in Blender are called color attributes. So we're going to be able to name this color attribute. And I'm just going to name this mask, color variation mask. Okay. and I don't want it to affect the lips. So I'm just going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select these faces right here. I can also go in here and select the inside of the mouth. So that's just the mouth back there. So I'll just make sure that that's selected. Then I'll go into the vertex paint. I'm going to turn on the paint marks option here, and I'm going to paint this completely black. So this is going to be a black and white marks. In vertex paint mode, you can use Ctrl X to just fill in everything. Okay, so now we have this nice marks right here. If you want another part of your character not to be affected by the color variation, you can go ahead and paint those parts in. But for now, I just want the mask. I just want the mouth not to be affected by the color variation. So I'm going to go back into object mode, and then let's load these color attributes inside of the shader editor. So I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to search for the color attribute right here. So this one right here, I'm going to select the color variation mask. And if I preview this, let me go back into the material preview mode. Okay, now you can see that we have been able to preview that. Now to be able to tell the color variation not to affect our marks, we are going to use another mix color node right here. So I'm going to plug this on right here, and I'm going to plug the color attribute into the factor, and let me preview this, see what this is looking like. You're going to notice that this is a little bit inverted right now. So I'm going to plug the color variation 2 into the B socket instead of the A socket. Okay, and we don't want this part to be white because white is the color that changes. So we want this part to be black. So we can come here, can just change it to completely be black. Okay, so that is for the first color variation. I'm also just going to duplicate this, and I'll make sure that it's not in the same frame. To remove it from that frame, I can press Alt P to remove it from that frame. And I'm going to place this one inside here, and I'm going to place this first color variation into the B sockets, and then I'm going to plug the result from this mix color into the factor of this mix color. And if I just preview that, you can definitely see what we have. And let me preview everything all together. You're going to notice that the lips have been excluded from having the color variation. I'll just go back into solid mode again, and then I'm going to select this part of the lips also, and then just add in the mask on this part. So I'll just paint this part black. You can just go in and paint in those parts black, and I'll go back into the material preview mode. Now I've been able to exclude out that part from the mask, and let's preview this in the principled BSDF, and now we have something that looks like this. So you can come in here and adjust the color variation until you have absolutely what you like. I'm going to go ahead and do that. So this is how you're going to add some color variation to the skin. Now let's go ahead and let's work on the roughness. So we still need some roughness for the skin, and we still need some bumpiness on the skin. And I'm going to show you a very simple way of doing it right here. There are more complex ways of doing this. I'm going to show you the easiest way. So we have this noise section already. I'm just going to drag out from that factor right there, and I'm going to add in a color ramp this way. And on this color ramp, I'm going to plug this into the roughness right there, and let's see what that looks like. Okay, you can already start to see that we have some variation in the roughness this way. So we can play around with the black sliders. You can come in here, adjust the colors on the color ramp, but I'm going to leave this at the default. On the lips right here, I want to exclude the lips from having this roughness. So I'm going to use this marks that we made right here. I'm just going to duplicate this, Alt P to clear it from that frame. And what we want to do right here, I'm going to plug this color ramp into the B socket, and then let's preview this. So I want the lips to be reflective a little bit. So to make it reflective, we are going to leave it as the black color, and then let's plug this into the roughness right here, and then let's preview this. And now you're going to notice that the lips is completely glossy. Okay, if you don't want it to be too glossy, you can change up the colors right here. So if you bring that to white, it's not going to be glossy at all. Once you start taking it down towards black, you can start getting much more shiny. So that's going to be it for the roughness. You can definitely come in here and adjust that shader a little bit more. And now we are going to add in some bump to the skin. So I'm just going to duplicate this. And the way I'm going to duplicate this, I'm going to hold down Ctrl Shift D to duplicate it. And by holding down Ctrl Shift D, it's just going to retain the connection that it has here from the noise texture. And I'm going to plug this into a bump node, and I'll make sure that that's plugged into the height of the bump. And I'm just going to move this one forward, and let me preview the bump this way and see what this is looking like. Okay, so we're not going to have any bump on the lips. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to clean up the vertex colors. I'll do that a little bit later on, but you can already start to see what the bump is going to give us. So I'm just going to reduce the strength right here. I don't want it to be too intense. And then I'm going to plug this into the normal map. And then let me preview all of this together and see what this is looking like. Okay. And this is definitely looking good. You can reduce the bump a little bit more. But now this is starting to look like skin. And I really like what that's looking like. So I'm going to come in here. One final thing that we're going to do for this skin shader is to turn on subsurface scattering. So right here, I'm going to toggle down the subsurface scattering. And the subsurface method that I find works best for the skin is actually the random walk skin. So I'm just going to select that option. And then I'm going to bring up the width somewhere around 0.5. And I'm just going to preview this in cycles and see what that looks like. Okay. In cycles, you're going to notice that some of these parts are turning whitish, are getting a little bit white. And we don't want that. The way I found to tone that down is to come in here and reduce the scale. So I'm just going to reduce it to 0.01. And now that looks a lot more like subsurface. That looks a lot more like what we are going to need for the subsurface. And for the subsurface, I'm just going to keep this about 0.5. Somewhere around there should be fine for the skin. And now we have something that looks like this for our character. So I'm definitely going to go in and play more with the shaders, adjust them to what I like. And I highly suggest that you go ahead and do the same. So let's go ahead and let's summarize this chapter. To summarize, now you understand the difference between shading and texturing. You've also seen how we did shading and how we did texturing. And you know the simple workflow, the simple texturing workflow that you can follow. So to recap, first off, you're going to create basic materials. And then you're going to create textures, whether you're painting them or baking them. And then you're going to use some procedural nodes, just like we did for the skin, to enhance the materials. And now you know that good materials rely on storytelling, variation, and subtle detail to actually make them look good. And don't forget, if you need any extra help, you can join the Stylized Character Academy, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process. And if you're loving this masterclass so far, you can go ahead and leave a review of the masterclass on Trustpilot. The link is going to be below this video. And I'll see you guys in the next one, where we are going to start rigging our character. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Welcome to chapter 12. This chapter is all about rigging and posing your character. I'm going to show you how you can rig and how you can pose your character. And agenda for this chapter, first off, I'll show you the fundamentals of rigging. So that's everything that you need to know about rigging when inside of Blender, when we are rigging inside of Blender. And then I'll show you some Blender rigging add-ons, some add-ons that you can use to facilitate the process. Some of them we are going to be using, and then the other ones you can explore on your own, but I'm going to show you the options that you have. And then I'm going to show you how to actually pose your character when you rig your character, because posing is actually much more important than the rig. So I'll show you some ways that you can, some things that you can use to improve the poses of your character. And then we will dive into Blender and we're going to rig and we're going to pose our character. Alright, if you have done yet by now, share this masterclass. Go ahead and share the masterclass with someone. Let's help more artists create work that they are proud of. And for you right now, this is the most important video in the entire masterclass. So watch the entire chapter. Don't skip and don't jump around. Alright, let's get started. The fundamentals of rigging, basics of rigging. What is rigging? Rigging is the process of giving a character a skeleton, or the way we call it inside of Blender, an armature. And you can think of an armature like an action figure that is going to allow you to move and to pose each part of your character. So at this stage, we want to add some bones or some skeletons to our character. And that skeleton is going to help us move our character just like the way you would with an action figure. So that's what we are going to, that's basically what we are going to be doing with rigging. In this chapter, we are going to keep things very simple. I'll show you enough of rigging just to be able to understand what's happening when you're rigging, to avoid breaking your character, and also to learn how to create good looking poses with your rig. So there's a lot we could cover when it comes to rigging. We could make a whole nother course when it comes to rigging. So I'm just going to be showing you just the bare minimum that you need to know when it comes to rigging. I'll show you what you need to know so that you understand what's happening when you're rigging, you avoid breaking your character, and you can learn how to use that when you're posing. You can learn how to use your rig when you're posing your character to create good looking poses. Okay, so that's what we're going to cover in this chapter. So now, what is an armature? An armature is a system of bones that controls how your character is going to move. So I mentioned earlier that we are going to add in a skeleton. The way we call that inside of Blender is an armature. So an armature is a collection of bones or a systems of bones. So inside of Blender, we can add in a bone just like this. And then when we make a system of bones, that is an armature. So these bones are connected using something called a parent-child relationship, where one bone affects another bone based on the hierarchy. And I'll show you a quick example inside of Blender right now. Let me just close this. I'll show you a quick example inside of Blender. So we have this armature right here, and with the armature you'll be able to edit this in edit mode. So edit mode is where you'll be able to create new bones from already existing bones. So if I just select this one here, I can extrude just like this. And then we also have the pose mode. The pose mode is where we are going to be able to pose the bones and animate the bones in the way we want. So edit mode is where we are going to create the bones, and then pose mode is where we are going to pose and animate the bones. So these bones, so you're going to notice if I move this one now, you're going to notice that all these other bones connected to it are moving. And that is because this bone right here is connected to this one. This bone right here is a child of this one. Okay, also the same thing here. If I rotate this one, you can see that all these other ones are moving, and that's because this bone here is a child of this one. So that's the same thing going on here. These two bones right now are child of this one, so this is the parent of this bone. So there's just that parent-child relationship between the both of them. Also, the same thing is going on right here. So you might think that these bones are not connected just because they are separate, but if I rotate this one, you're going to see that this is still parented to this one. So a child bone can be offset from the parents, but you're going to notice here by indication of this relationship line, you're going to see that we have those bones still parented to each other. So that's how the parent-child hierarchy works inside of Blender. Okay, let's go back to the slides. Now, making our character move. When we add bones, that doesn't make our character move just yet. We need a way to bind our character to these different bones. And the way we do this inside of Blender is to assign weights. And you can think of weights as telling each bone which part of the model it should control. So we are going to go in and we are going to add bones to our character. But that doesn't make the character move yet. We need to tell which bone, the part of the character that is going to affect. So for example, right here, we have this head bone. Instead of this head bone controlling the leg, because that can actually happen, we are going to tell the head bone only to control the head of this character. So we are going to be assigning weights. And inside of Blender, it has made really easy. We can assign automatic weights to each of these bones, and Blender is going to guess where each of the bone or which parts of the character each bone is supposed to control. So we are going to assign weights, and I'll show you how we are going to do that inside of Blender. So you can think of it as assigning influence from each bone to the different parts of the body. So that's how we are going to make our character move. And when it comes to the weight influence, each bone can have anywhere from 0% to 100% influence over a vertex. 0% means no control, 100% means full control. And this influence can be blended between multiple bones so that the movement can look natural. So right here, you can see that this red zone, this red right here means 100% influence. So this part that are red is 100% controlled by that bone. And then we have this kind of fall off right here. So it's falling off into blue. Blue means that that part doesn't have any control over, that bone doesn't have any control over that part. So you can see that there's a nice blend between these two bones so that when we rotate it, it rotates and moves naturally. So inside of Blender, the way we can see this weight is in the weight paint mode and is represented like a heat map. So red is 100% and then blue is 0%. Blue means no influence and red means full influence. So this is going to make it really easy for us to understand how our character is going to deform when we start posing it. So that's how weight works inside of Blender. Now we are going to take a look at some Blender rigging add-ons that are going to be helpful when we are rigging our character. There are a few add-ons that we can make use of to make rigging much easier. So first off is the Rigify add-on, and this one we're actually going to be using. So let me just go inside of Blender here, and I'm just going to hide this. I'm also going to erase this, and I want you to go ahead and enable this add-on. Go up to Edit, Preferences, and then under the Add-ons tab, search for Rigify right here. And then you just want to make sure that this is turned on. Okay, so Rigify is the rigging add-on that we're going to be using. And what Rigify is going to do for us is going to give us some presets that we can use and place on our character to generate a fully fledged rig ready for animation. So right here, if I just add in the Rigify meta rig, there are many options here. We have the human option, we have the animal option, and we also have some basic ones in case you're not doing advanced rigging. So in our case, we are going to be using the human rig. So these bones we are going to place appropriately on our character, and once we finish placing those appropriately, we are going to use to generate a rig. So it's going to generate a rig with all the controls, all the mechanism bones. So we are going to be able to skip a lot of the technical phase of rigging when it comes to rigging with Rigify. So it's going to create all these control bones that we can use to control our character. We're just going to skip all the technical stuff that comes with rigging. So Rigify is a really good add-on. That's the one we are going to be using. Okay, so that's Rigify. It's inbuilt inside of Blender. Make sure to enable that right now. The second add-on is the Auto Rig Pro add-on, which is similar to the Rigify add-on. And let me just open it up right here. So the Auto Rig Pro add-on is very similar to Rigify, but it has some features that make rigging it be easier. So you're going to be able to guess the markers. It's going to be able to guess where the fingers of your character is. That's just one feature. It has a lot of features that makes rigging easier, but it's a paid add-on. If you want to go ahead and you want to use Auto Rig Pro, that's completely fine. You can go ahead and purchase it and also use it, and you can explore that option on your own. I'm just going to be showing you how to use the Rigify option here. Okay, so those are the two add-ons we can use, the Rigify and the Auto Rig Pro. Now let's come back from the technical stuff and let's come back to the more artistic stuff. So posing your character. Why does posing matter? Posing is one of those things that can make or break your character. And you can have a really good model, or if the pose is bad, the whole model or your whole render is going to look off. So at this stage, we want to slow down and be intentional about when we are making our poses. Okay, so I'm going to show you some things to keep in mind when it comes to posing your character. First things first, you want to make sure that you're using reference. If you're not using reference when you're posing your character, then you're doing something wrong, because you may know what a movement feels like, but you actually don't know what it looks like. And I'm going to prove that to you by asking you a very simple question. And if you can answer this question correctly, then you don't need references. So the question is, do you know how much your shoulder is going to tilt if you raise one of your hands up? Do you know how much your shoulder is going to tilt if you raise one of your hand up? If you don't know the answer to that question, that's exactly why you need to use reference. Also, using reference is going to help you avoid common mistakes when it just comes to posing. So make sure you find the reference of your pose. You can find references everywhere on the internet. You can find from Pinterest. Your concept might also have a pose, so that's good too. You can also use your concept as a reference, and you can also find additional references in case you're unsure of what the pose is supposed to look like. So when you find your references, here's what to look for in your references. So first off, you want to find the line of action. Let me just use the annotation here. You want to find the line of action in your, and what line of action is the line going through the movement of your pose that's going to clarify the pose. So let's identify the line of action on this reference right here. So on this reference, we have the line of action coming from the head down through to the leg right here. So that's a clear line of action. We can already feel the movement in this pose. Let's identify the line of action right here. So coming down from the head and down through the legs right here. So that's a clear line of action. And then on this one, coming through the head, and then we have a clear line of action just like this. So the line of action is going to be really important. We want to make sure that we identify the line of action before we start posing, so that we have a clear understanding of how the movement is supposed to be like before we start creating or recreating the pose inside of Blender. Okay, then the next thing that you want to look out for is that you want to make sure that you find the balance in the pose of your reference. So it's important that you find the balance so that you make sure that when you're recreating this pose, that your character is balanced. So let's find the balance on this one right here. On this pose, the balance is right here in the middle. Okay, so that's where the balance of this pose is. This one is a little bit different. You can see that her hips are shifted because her weight is on one leg. So right here we have the balance right here. Okay, and also is a little bit different on this one. So on this one we have the balance right here. So you can see how for these different poses we have balance on different parts of the character. So you want to make sure that you identify the balance in the pose of your character. And then when you're using reference, you don't want to stick to your reference one to one, especially since we are creating stylized characters. We want to exaggerate the pose a lot more than what we see on our reference, especially because we are creating stylized characters, and realistic movements may not always look the best on your stylized character. So you want to exaggerate the pose a lot more than what you see on your reference. And when you're posing your character, you want to make sure that you avoid symmetry. Symmetry looks very unnatural on anything that's supposed to be human like. So you want to make sure that you avoid symmetry. So whether it's on the face, on the hands, the both hands should never be like the same just on the side of your character. You want to make sure that there's a bit of asymmetry. Also on the legs, you want to make sure that there's asymmetry. So make sure that you add a little bit of asymmetry to the pose of your character. Okay, so things to keep in mind: number one, make sure you're using a reference. And then number two thing that I want you to keep in mind when you're posing your character is contrapposto. And the simplest way I can define contrapposto to you is that it is what makes a pose feel natural. If you want to avoid stiff, unnatural, off-balance poses, you have to use contrapposto when you're posing. And contrapposto is when the weight of the body is shifted onto one leg, causing a natural chain of opposing tilts in the hips, in the torso, and in the shoulder. So when we stand naturally as humans, we tend to shift our weight from one leg to the other. And because of that weight shift, there's going to be an opposing chain of tilts in the hips, in the torsos, and in the shoulder. So right here on this character, you can see that she's balanced on this foot right here. And because of that, you can see the way the hip is tilted, okay? And the shoulder is tilted this other way, it's countering that. So this one is tilted this way, and because of that, the shoulder is tilted this way. So that creates balance in the pose. You can also notice right here, this side is elongated, while this side of the torso is compacted. So you can see the way we have opposing tilts in the hips, in the torso, and the shoulder. Also the same thing right here. Her pose is on this leg, and then we have her hips going down this way and her shoulder coming up this way. Okay, also the same thing on this pose. So contrapposto is really important. You're going to notice it a lot on the shoulders and on the hips. So make sure that you don't have parallel poses for the shoulders and for the hips. The angles should oppose each other. Okay, so make sure to keep that in mind. So this is going to help once again break symmetry and make your pose feel alive. So make sure to keep this in mind, contrapposto. Okay, and then the last thing I want you to keep in mind is that we can further push our poses with shape keys if we need to. So if we pose our character with our rig and we find that it's not giving us what we want, we can push it further with a shape key. Sometimes the rig alone may not be enough to achieve the pose that we want. So in those cases, we can use shape keys. And shape keys are going to allow us to push and refine the pose beyond the limits of the rig. So they can help add extra polish and control the final result. So just make sure that you know this. You can use shape keys to further push your poses if you need to. So like this example right here, this was all we got with the rig, and then the shape key has been added to further refine. So just keep that in mind, that you can use shape keys to push your poses. Okay, at this point we are going to dive into Blender, and we are going to rig, and we are going to pose our character. So this is where we left off on our character from the last chapter. We are done with the texturing, so you should have really nice textures on your character. So at this point we are going to go ahead and we are going to start rigging our character. Let's make some new collections for our rig here. So I'm going to select the CH Journey collection, the main collection, and I'm going to press C to create a new collection. I'm going to create two new collections. So just press C twice. On this first collection, I'm going to name the CH_Journey _ rig. And for this one, this is going to be CH_Journey _ model. Okay, So we are going to drag all our geometry objects into the model. Just drag everything. If anything comes out from that collection, we can drag it back to that collection. And then also these two collections here, I'm just going to drag them into the ch_journey_model. So this collection is going to be our entire character. And then this collection, the one we are going to be working with today, is going to be our rig collection. So make sure that that one is selected. We are going to be adding our rig objects into this collection. Okay, so select that rig, right, that collection right there. And we are going to add in a rig. To add in a rig, like I mentioned, we are going to be using Rigify. Shift A, Amateur, come down here to Rigify. And then you can add in a human metal rig. Okay, so these bones, we are going to be placing it to fit our character. And to be able to do that, we are going to need to transform this rig. So I'm not going to be transforming this rig in objects mode. I'm going to be transforming this rig in edit mode. And it's important not to transform it in object mode so that all these can stay the same. We don't want to play around with this. So I'm going to go into edit mode right here. And we are going to start transforming the rig. The first thing I want to do is to scale this down to the height of our character. So I'm going to move my pivot point to the 3D cursor. I'll make sure it's at the 3D cursor here. And I'm just going to scale this down to fit the height of my character. Okay, so something like that. We are going to adjust this a lot more. And I might just move this one back a little bit. Okay, I want to be able to see the rig in front of the character, so that it's going to be a little bit easier for us to place those bones. So I'm going to select the rig. I'm going to come here to the object data properties under viewport display right there. I'm going to make sure in front is checked. And just so that we can focus on the body and the rig, I'm going to select the body and the rig and slash to isolate just those two so that we can place the bones more efficiently. Okay, so I'm going to go into edit mode on the rig, and let's start off with these bones, with the leg bones and with the spine bones. So I'm going to select this leg bones right here, and then I'm also going to select these spine bones. You can hover over them and press L to select them. I'm also going to come in here. I'm going to L to select these ones, and I'll also make sure I select this face bone inside of the head bone. Okay, that one is very important. So this way, I'm going to press Shift H to isolate every other thing so that we can just focus on this bone. So let's start off from right here. Right here, I'm going to select these ones, and these bones, if you select them, you're going to notice their names up here. So that'll give you an understanding of where you should place these bones. So I'm going to select these ones, G and Z. I'm just going to move these ones up right here. Okay, this one I can just bring it up. This one is for the rib cage, so we can place it somewhere around here, and we can just evenly space these ones out. I'll make sure that this looks good from the front, and also something that we want to do so that any change that we make on the left side is going to be reflected on the right side. We want to make sure that we turn on X symmetry right here. So with that turned on, we just need to work on one side. So I'm going to place this one right here. I'm going to go from the side view. I can see that the spine is off a little bit, so I'm just going to select all these spine bones. I'm using L to select them, and also this one right here. You're going to notice that these two bones are disconnected. So before moving this, if we move this, you are going to disconnect them. So I'm just going to box select that part of the bone right here, so that if I move this, I don't disconnect those bones. So I'm going to move this to somewhere around here, and then I'm also going to place these spine bones just like this, and I'll bring this one here, and I can box select this one. I'll just select this bone right here, and I'm going to move this one forward, and I also move this pelvis bone right here forward a little bit. So we want something that looks like this for the spine. Okay, I'm just going to adjust this and make sure that that looks good. So this is going to be for the spine. Now let's work on the legs. From the side view, I'm going to bring this leg bone to the middle right here. This bone, I'm going to make sure to place it on the knee of the character. This bone right here is for the foot, so I'm going to place this one right here on the foot, where the foot is going to rotate from. And then this one right here is for the toe. I'm going to place this one for the toe right here. Okay, and I'll make sure that that fits the shape of the toe. And then this bone right here is for the heel. So this is where the leg or the heel of your character is going to rotate from. And for this one, I'm just going to press slash to bring back all the other objects. And I'll make sure that this heel bone right here is at the bottom of the shoe right here, so that when our leg starts to rotate, it actually rotates from these center points right here. Okay, and then from the front, S and X, let me just switch this back to my pivot point, back to median point. S and X, I'm going to, let me just select this one, S and X. I'm going to scale it up just to fit the size of the shoe. So something like that. I'll go back into edit mode or into object mode. I'll select those two and slash to isolate just those two. Okay, so we have the bones from the side view. Okay, and very importantly, you want to make sure that on the leg bones you have a little bit of a bend on the leg right here. Let me just change this color. Okay, you want to make sure you have a little bit of a bend on this knee bone, so that Blender knows that we want to rotate the leg bone in this direction. Okay, so make sure you have a bend on the bone. Don't make it completely straight, unless that can affect the rotation, the way Blender is going to rotate the bone. Okay, so make sure we have this bend right here. So from the front view, this is looking good. Let me take a look at this from the side view. This is looking good. Let me take a look at this from the front view. And from the front view, I'm just going to select all of these, and then I'm just going to move them on the x-axis just so that I can be in the middle of the leg right there. So something like that is going to be completely fine for the legs. And then this one also, I'm just going to scale this down, make sure that's the size of the feet right there. Okay, so these are for the leg bones. Let's take a look at the head. So let's line up the neck bones. These two are for the neck. As you can see from the name right here, it's named spline, but it's for the neck. So I'm just going to place this one right here, and I'll just GZ. I'm going to move this one up, and then I'm going to place this one right here. I'm also going to select this one, G and Z. I'm just going to move this one up to the tip of the head right there. And this face bone, you don't really need to adjust this one right here. Okay, so I'm just going to leave that one. You can just move it up, slightly up. The size of this one doesn't really matter in this case. So these are for the spine bones, and for the leg bones, Alt H. I'm going to unhide every other thing, and let's place this breastbone. If you select this one, it's named breastbone, so this bone is for the breast. From the side here, I'm going to place this one right here, just at the bottom right here. And then from the front view, I'll select this one. I'll just move them to the middle of the breast right there. Okay, now we have something that looks like that. I'm going to select these other hand bones right here, so the shoulder and the hands for both sides, and let's just focus on just this one. Shift H to hide every other thing. And then for this shoulder bone here, I'm going to select this one. I'll just place it to follow the shape of the clavicle right here. This one, I'm going to move it back into the shoulders, so something like this. Okay, and I'm also going to just move this one this way. I want to make sure not to create a new bone right there. So if you press F, it's going to create a new bone. So you want to make sure not to do that. That's not what we want. Okay, right here, I'm going to select these ones. I'll move this one to the elbow. This one is going to be right here for the arm. And then from the side view, I'm going to select this on G and Y. I'm going to move this right here to the elbow. And then these ones, I'm going to G and Y and move these ones right here. And then I'm going to place this hand bone right there for the hand. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. All right, this is not looking too bad. I'm going to adjust the shape of the shoulder bone. I'll just move this one to right here. All right, something like this. And now let's focus on this finger joint. So I'm just going to select all these finger joints. I'm just hovering over them and pressing L to select them. I'll select just these ones. I'll also do the same for the other side. L to select these ones right here. Okay, and then Shift H to hide every other thing. And we are going to focus on just these hand bones right now, just these finger bones right now. I'm going to select this one and I'll just roughly place them where the thumb should be. Also the same thing for these ones. Right here, when you're moving these ones, you want to make sure that you don't just move this one individually, because you're going to disconnect those bones right there. So you want to make sure that you're box selecting this one. Then you can also select these ones and then roughly place them in the position. I'm just going to select all these ones and I'm going to roughly place them into position. And then for these ones, I'll make sure that they are in the middle of the palm right here. So these are the palm bones. And then for the fingers, the way that we're going to place the fingers I'm going to show you how I like to place the fingers. So we want to place this finger inside of the finger volume right here. So the easiest way to do that, we are going to go into edit mode on the body of our character. We are going to tab into edit mode, and we can select this vertex right here. So we want to move this bone to right here. So shift S, cursor to selected, and then we're going to go back to our rig, go into edit mode, shift S, selection to cursor right there. Okay, we are going to do the same thing for all the bones. So I'm going to select this one, also select this one right here, shift S, cursor to selected, and then I'm going to select this one, shift S, selection to cursor right there. Okay, so that's how we are going to go ahead and we're going to do for all these fingers. Let me just show you how I do it for this one. I'm going to select this one and also this edge right here, shift S, cursor to selected, and selection to cursor right there. And then for this one, I'm going to place these bones around the knuckles. So right here, I'm just going to select these loops right here and also these loops right here, just so that the 3D cursor can be somewhere around there. So shift S, I'm going to say cursor to selected. Okay, so the 3D cursor is right there. And then I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to select these ones and then shift S, selection to cursor. So this is exactly how we want to place the fingers. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the same thing for all these other fingers. Okay, so I've gone ahead and I've just placed these fingers in the volumes of our fingers. I've placed the finger bones in the volumes of our fingers. Okay, so there's still a lot wrong with these fingers, but I'm going to leave it like this now. We are going to, when we generate a rig, something is going to go wrong, but I'm going to leave it like this now. I'm going to show you how you can resolve those errors in case you get them next time when you're rigging your character. So there's definitely something wrong with these fingers. I'll show you what it is once we go ahead and generate the rig. But for right now, Alt H, we can unhide every other thing. And now we are going to focus on the face bones. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and we're going to place these face bones. So I'm just going to select all of them right here. I'll make sure to also select the ears. Okay, and then shift H to hide every other thing. Okay, now we have the face bones. The face of my character is a little bit wide, so I'm just going to S and X. I'm just going to scale these ones out, and I'm just going to bring this down just so that we can start lining this up a little bit better. So if you select all these bones, you're going to see where these bones are supposed to be. So this one is for the forehead, this one is for the temple, these one are for the ear. So I'm going to come in here. Let's start off with this one for the ear. And the easiest way to place these face bones is to turn on face snapping right here. So up here, make sure the projection type is set to face project, and then we also want to check rotate and scale. So I'm just going to turn on snapping right there, and we'll just place this on the ear just like this. Okay, so 3 bones, 1, 2, 3 for the ear, and then 2 on this side is how I like to place it, just like this. So that is for the ear. Okay, both for the left and for the right. Now let's place this temple bone right here. So this is the temple for the left side. So I'm going to place this one right here. I'm going to select this one and place it right here. This is the jaw bone. So I'm going to select this one, place it right here so that the jaw can be right there. And then this one is for the jaw.L. So that's the left side of the jaw. So I'm going to place this one right here. This one is for the chin.L, which is the left side of the chin. I'm going to place this one right here. And one thing very important, so most of these face bones are disconnected. They are on top of each other, but they are disconnected. So you want to make sure that you don't just select one of these and then just move them, because that can create an error when we want to generate a rig. So just make sure that you box select for all these ones that are disconnected. Make sure you box select them, and then you can move them to where they're supposed to be. So this one right here is going to be the corner of the mouth. So I'm going to move it right there to the corner of the mouth. This one is the cheek.B, which is the cheek, the bottom of the cheek. So I'm going to select this one, place it right here for the bottom of the cheeks. This one is the cheek dot top. So this is the top of the cheek. I'm going to place this one right somewhere around here, and I'm going to select this one. This is the cheek dot top too. I'm going to place this one right here. These ones are for the forehead, so I can go ahead, I'll place them right here for the forehead bone. Okay, and I can just adjust this one also. So right here for the forehead bone up here, the forehead for your character might not be this high up, but I know that this character has eyebrows somewhere around here, so I'm going to just move the forehead bones up this way. Okay, so these ones are the brow dot T bone, so these are for the top of the brow. So I'm just going to slash to bring back the rest of my character, just so that I can see where the brow of my character is. And then I'm just going to box select this one and move it right here to where the brows actually are. So I'm just going to move them just slightly above the eyebrows. Okay, this one is going to be up here, and then this one I can select and move to somewhere around here. And then I'm just going to select just the body and the meta rig, and then just slash to isolate them this way. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. For these bones in the middle, what you want to avoid is just moving them anyhow, because that's going to disconnect those bones. So the way I like to move these ones, I'm going to turn off snapping. Make sure to turn off snapping, very important. And then from the side here, G, and we're going to move it to where it should be. Okay, I'm going to move all these bones in the middle. I'm only going to move them from the side view. Okay, very important, so that we don't disconnect those bones. So I'm going to box select this one. This one is for the nose right here, as you can see. So I'm going to place this one right here. This one is for the tip of the nose. I'm going to place it right here. This one is going to follow the shape of the nose and just stop at the top of the mouth right here. So just a shape like this. For these bones are good. Okay, we're going to come back to the mouth a little bit later. This one is for the chin. So for right here, this one is for the main part of the chin, and then this bone is for the jaw. So I'm going to place this one right here. Okay, and then these bones on the side here, I'm going to select these ones. I can turn back on snapping in this case now. I'll just snap it to the side of the nose. This one I'm going to snap to right here, just above the side of the nose right there. This one I'll make sure this is snapped to the top of the cheeks, and this one is going to be right here. For these bones of the mouth, this one is for the lower lip. So I'm going to select this bone right here and just place it in the middle right there. Then also this one, I'm going to place it in the middle right there. Okay, I'll just make sure to place that in the middle. And then these ones, I'm going to turn off snapping, and I'll go from the side and move them. Very important. So just turn off snapping, select them, box select them. You don't want to disconnect them, so just box select them and then move them right here. Okay, and we have these ones. These are for the brow dot B, which is the bottom of the brow. So for this one, I'm going to turn on snapping, and I'm going to move this one right here. So I'm just going to move these to the top, to the bottom of the brow right here. So just somewhere around here should be fine for these bones. I'm going to adjust this one a little bit, so you can adjust the placement of any of these bones. So something like this. We have these bones for the brow dot B, which is the bottom of the brow. Okay, and that should be most of the bones. Now let's place these ones for the eyelids. So this is one corner of the eyelid, is the right corner of the eyelid. This one is for the left corner of the eyelid. This one right here is for the middle of the eyelid. And then if you notice that the bone is getting big, don't worry about that. It's just snapping to the back faces, so you don't need to worry about that. Just move that to where you actually want it to be. Okay, and it's going to snap properly. This one, I'll move it right here. So for these bones, I'm just moving into the edge of the eyelid right here. I'll move this one to right here, and I'm going to move these ones into place. So something like this for the eyelid bone. Eyelid bones actually look good. Okay, this is looking good. Now we are going to make the eye bone, this bone right here. We are going to make this one follow the shape of the eye. So I'm going to slash to bring back my character, and we are going to move this one to the center of the eye. So I'm going to select the cornea right here, this cornea object. I'm going to select our rig and just isolate just those two. Okay, and we are going to put our 3D cursor at the center of this cornea object. So let me just snap or focus on this object, then Shift S, cursor to selected right there. Okay, and then on this bone, I'm going to select the head of this bone. So right here, Shift S, selection to cursor. And I'm also going to select the tail of this bone, Shift S, selection to cursor. And for that one, I'll turn off snapping. And I'll just move it on the Y-axis just straight to the front like that. And I can also just move this on the X-axis a little bit more. Okay, now we have something like this. And that's all the face bones. The ones that we tend to forget sometimes are the tongue bones and the teeth bones. So let's make sure not to forget those. I'm going to slash to bring back every other thing. I'm going to select the jaw and the metal rig and slash to just isolate those ones. And we are going to place these bones. So this one for the tongue, I'm just going to go into extreme mode right here. And I'll place this one where the tongue is supposed to be. So we have these 3 bones for the tongue. So just go in and place those ones appropriately right here. And then we have this bone for the teeth. So if you select it, it says teeth.b, which is teeth.bottom. So this for the bottom teeth right here. It's just one bone. Just go ahead and place it to fit the shape of the teeth right there. Okay, so we have something that looks like this right now. I'm going to slash to bring back all the other objects and Alt H to unhide every other thing. Okay, so we have gone ahead and we have placed all the bones for our character. Okay, so that's how Rigify works. We need to place the bones appropriately, and now we'll be able to generate a rig for our character. To be able to generate the rig for our character, let's come down here to the object data properties and we can generate the rig. Before we generate this rig, you're going to notice this warning right here. It says this metal rig uses the old face rig. So Blender updated the Rigify to use a new face rig. So now that we've already placed these bones, we're just going to upgrade the face rig. Okay, and you're going to notice add some extra bones right there. Okay, the one I like to adjust is this jaw master bone right here, and I'll just bring that down to be closer to the ear right here. So just somewhere around there. So that's where the jaw is going to open from. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. So just make sure you're happy with the placement of everything. I like what everything is looking like so far. Okay, I'll go back into object mode and we can come down here to Rigify, and then we can generate our rig, and just give that a second and it's going to generate a nice rig that we can now use to control our character. So this did a lot of things behind the background. He added in some mechanism bones, added in all these control bones, did a lot for us. So we just were able to skip all the technical part of rigging and just get to this stage. So that's the advantage of using Rigify and add-ons like Auto Rig Pro. Okay, so that is what we have with Auto Rig Pro. And if I just go into pose mode for this rig that I generated for us, we are going to mainly going into pose mode. In edit mode, there are a lot of things going on in edit mode. You don't really want to touch anything. Just leave things the way they are. Let's go into pose mode and let me toggle X-ray off. Then I'll go back into pose mode. We can start moving the rig. Okay, once we move the rig, we notice that our character is not moving with it. Okay, so we need to bind our character to this rig. We are going to do that. Let me just select the character and the rig. I'm just going to isolate just this one, and I can select the character and the rig, and then Ctrl P to parent them, and we are going to parent them with automatic weight. So remember in the fundamentals I said we are going to tell each bone which part of the character that is going to control. So that's what we are doing right now. We are going to parent those bones with automatic weights. So just go ahead and press that and then give that a second to load, and it's going to come up with something really nice that we can use to push and pull our character or pose our character into the shape that we want. So just give that a second and it should load. Okay, once that is done, we can go back into pose mode. You can just use Control Tab to go into pose mode really easily. Okay, and you can rotate this, and you're going to notice that your character is rotating. Okay, and you can have fun with this one. Okay, just take your time. If you've never used the Rigify rig before, you can come in here, play around with these different rig settings. So you can, so with Rigify, there's a lot of things that can Rigify. Some of them can be a bit unnecessary and can also just cloud up the scene. So you can turn some of them off from here. You don't need to see all the bones right now, but I'm just going to leave them on. You can come in here, play around the rig and see how the rig is working. Okay, so remember I mentioned that we did something wrong on the hands. So if I select this right now and I scale down the hands. These bones are used to core the hands, so to put the hand into a fist position. So if you scale them, it should core the hand. Well, in this case, we have this error right here. So it's moving in a whole completely different direction than what we want. Okay, so let's go back to our meta rig. So I'm just going to go back into object mode, and I'm going to slash to bring back the meta rig. I'll just set these three, so the body, the meta rig, and the rig that I generated for us, and just isolate those. Okay, so when we generate a rig, we can always still come back and regenerate the rig in case we make a change. So we are going to make some changes here. Make sure that the fingers are working properly here. So to fix up the fingers, all we want to make sure that we do is make sure that the bone row is correct. So we want the axis to be facing the right direction, and in this case we want the x-axis to be facing this direction. And let me just zoom into this just so that we can see that this a bit clearly. I'm just going to zoom into this. So we want the x-axis to be facing this direction, and we want the z-axis to be facing downwards. Okay, for most of these bones that's already happening. So we can see I have the x-axis this way. I'm just going to come in here and manually adjust this bone to Control R. I'll just make sure that this x-axis is pointing in the right direction. So Control R is shortcut to change the bone row, or you can change it from up here depending on what you want to do. Control R, I'm just going to use the shortcut, and I'll place this one right here, and I'll just place this one. So this is the way that the finger is supposed to roll on that x-axis. And just make sure that this looks good for all the fingers. I'm going to come in here on this finger, Control R, to roll that bone, and then this one is a little bit off. Control R, I can roll this one. Control R, I can also roll this one. And then Control R, I can also roll this one. This one is looking a bit off. Control R, we can roll this one. Control R, we can roll this one also right here. I'm also going to make sure I do the same thing right here. Okay, I'll take a look at it from here. Control R, we can roll this one. Control R, we can roll, and then also roll this one. Okay, so that is the bone row problem fixed. We can turn off this axis in the viewport. Okay, but that's not still going to fix our problem, because remember when we're positioning the knee, and I told you that you should leave a bend, a slice bend right here. Okay, so let me show you what's happening here. If you take a look at the finger bones right now, something like this is happening. So we have this, then we have this, and we have this. So Blender thinks that we want to rotate the arm this way, or we want to rotate the finger this way. So that's why it's causing the finger to curl that way instead of the correct way. So to avoid this, the best way that I found to do this is just to select these finger bones, and then we want to scale them on the x-axis, on the normal x-axis. Okay, so right here I'm going to come up here to the transform orientations, and I'm going to choose the normal. So what that's going to do is going to use this axis of this bone. So I'll make sure that this one is my active object, and I'll also switch my pivot point to the active element, so that we're using the axis of this object to scale this down. Okay, in this case, before you do this, make sure snapping is turned off if it is turned on, and then S and X and 0. So that's going to straighten out the finger so that Blender doesn't call it in any direction that we don't want it to call it in. So I'm going to rotate this one. I just place that back in the middle of the finger. So R and Z in this case now, just to rotate it on the Z axis and place that back in the middle. I'm going to do the same thing here. Make sure that this one is the active object. Then S and X and 0. Okay. And then we can rotate that one, place it correctly. I'll do the same thing here, SX and 0, and also SX on this one, XX and 0, and just rotate that to make sure that it's still in the middle of the finger. Okay, I also do the same thing on the thumb right here, and just select this one, and I make sure that this is my active object, SX and 0. Okay, and you can rotate this one on the Z axis, and then also I'm going to scale this on the Z axis too. So both on the X and on the Z axis. So S, make sure that this object is your active object. This bone here is your active object, and then S, Z and 0. Okay, so you can see if we rotate this now, this is probably, if we generated this rig, this was probably going to rotate upward since this bone is pointing up. So let's just make sure to S, Z and 0. Then I'll do the same thing right here, SZ and 0. Also the same thing right here, SZ and 0. And then SZ and 0. And also right here, SZ and 0. And then I can rotate this one on the x-axis just to make sure that it's still in the middle right there. So now we still want to give this a little bit of bend so that Blender knows actually the position we want this to call in. So I'm going to select these ones right here. And if you use the gizmos, I'm just going to change my median points back to, I'm going to change my pivot point back to median points. And then I can raise this one up so that Blender knows that we want to call it in this way. I'm also going to select these ones right here, and then G and Z, give them just a tiny bit of, just move like tiny bit up so that Blender knows that I want to rotate it in towards the palm. Okay, I'll also do the same thing right here. I'll select this one, this bone right here, G and Z, and also do the same thing right here, G and Z. Move this up slightly, and I can also select this one, move this one down. I'll also just select these ones, and then G and Z, I can move them down. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. Now let's go ahead and let's regenerate this rig, and hopefully that gives us something that looks good. So let's go back into object mode, and then we can regenerate this rig right here, and let's give that a few seconds to load. And you're going to already notice that these controls are looking a lot better than what we had before. So let's go into pose mode, into Control Tab, and then S. We can scale this down, and now everything is working just right. I'm going to clear the poses. You can press Alt R to clear any rotation, Alt D to clear any location changes I might have made on any of the bones, and then Alt S to clear the scale. Okay, so those shortcuts are going to be really important. Alt R, Alt D, and Alt S. So I can just select all these ones. When we are working with bones, we want to be working with these bones in their local space. So far when we modeled everything, we're working in the global x-axis. So that's this axis right here. Z is going up, Y going back, and X going to the right side. So on these bones, if you remember, we had individual axis for these bones. So we want to make sure that we are working on its local axis. So when you're working in bones, you want to work on the local axis right here. Okay, so with that in place, and then also the pivot points, you want to change this to origin, to individual origins. Okay, so now if we scale this in, we have those fingers working just nicely. I'm just going to hide the metal rig here. We don't see that one for now. And we can rotate this on the x-axis, scale this in even more, and we can just test out the rig and see what you have. So I'm going to rotate this fist, this palm bone right here, and can scale this one in. Then also the same thing right here. You can just test out the bones, make sure that everything is working just nicely. Okay, so I'm going to clear all the poses with Alt R, Alt G, and Alt S, and let's test out some of these areas. So I'm going to rotate this. Okay, everything seems to be looking good on the head. I'm going to Control R. I'm going to select this one and R to open up the mouth right there. Okay, the mouth is looking good. Let's test the controls around the mouth. You can bring this up. Okay, make the character smile a little bit. I'm going to clear the poses there, and for the most part, the automatic weights are going to do a really nice job of with fitting our character and telling which bone, which of the part of the character should follow it. So the automatic weight does a nice job in that sense. The areas I might need to fix a little bit with weight painting are the eyes. So I've not yet tested this out, but let's check this out. G and Y. Let's move this in. Okay, and you can see that weights, or the way that is deforming, is not exactly what we want. Okay, you can try to just keep tweaking this the way you want it to be. So we are going to need to play around with the weight painting on the weights, on the bones of the eyelids right here. And also something I want to show you just before we move further, I'm going to come down here to the render properties. Something that we are going to experience a lot, especially with the rigs when we have a lot of subdivision, is a little bit of lag. Because we are going to be adding all these objects to the rig, and most of these objects have subdivision surface modifiers, so that's going to cause the rig to slow down a little bit. So in Blender, we have this nice option here to simplify our scene. And when we simplify as in, it's going to move all the subdivisions down to, so we can set it here that the max of division to be set to 0. So right here, I'm just going to change it to 0, and I'm going to check simplify right here. So I'm going to check that simplify right here. And something I like to do with this simplify, just right click and add it to your keyframe, right? So that we can easily, when we're in pose mode, posing our character, we can just easily toggle it on and off from there. So in this case, I'm going to leave it turned on. Okay. And I'm just going to G and Y. We can see what we have there. Also, something I can do here, we can turn on this X mirror here so that whatever I do on the left side, it's also going to be mirrored on the right side. So I'll just close both eyes this way. Okay. G and Y. I'll close it this way. And the way we are going to fix this width is in the width painting mode. Okay, so I'm going to go back into object mode. I'm going to select our character. And let's go into the width paint. So Control Tab to bring up the spine menu, and you can go to the width painting mode, or you can come here and you can go to the width painting mode. I'm just going to use Control Tab and I'll go into the width painting mode to see the width around the leads. So I know that those bones around the leads are called leads. So I'm going to go to the update data properties. You're going to see all the vertex groups that you added in when we parented the rig to our character. So you can just come down here, just press this little button down here. It's going to bring up this search menu, and we can search for the lead bones right here. So you're going to see the lead.b.l. You can just scroll through those ones. So the lead.bottom.l, the bottom bones are not really my problem for now. Let's take a look at the top bones at the lead.t.l. Okay, and I also come up here. I'll make sure X symmetry is turned on. Okay, and an option I want to enable is the auto normalize option right here. I'm just going to illustrate what the bone does, what that option does. So if I come in here and I just move, there's also an issue here up here. If I move this, you're going to notice that the brows are moving a little bit too much of the head, and we don't necessarily want that. So I'm going to go back into object mode. I'll go back into width paint on the body. I'll search for the head bone, and I know that that head bone is the spline.006. So I want this spline.006 to control this part of the head. I don't want the brows to control that part of the head. The brows right now have too much influence over this part of the head. With this normalize option turned on, what that is going to do, if I just come in here and I paint in width, I'm painting in this completely red. And red means that this bone, that the spline.001, has 100% influence over the faces I'm painting. So for any other bone that had influence over that area, the auto normalize is going to remove those bones from these faces. Okay, so right here, so the brow has a little bit of influence over these areas. I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to paint in those widths right here, so that the brows don't have any influence over these areas right here. And I can just further bring this somewhere around here. You're going to paint this 100% so that this part of our character is controlled just by the head bone, which is spine.006. So I'm just going to paint in some of these areas. I'll make sure to be careful not to paint in the ears. I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to paint in till I get to somewhere around here. Somewhere around here should be fine. Then I'm going to paint all of this in. So all these parts that are red is 100% controlled by the spine bone. No other part is controlling those bones. So we can see that we have fixed up the shape right there of the head. You can paint this even more. Just paint this to somewhere around here. Okay, and now that browse is working as intended. So I'm going to just go into edit mode and I'm going to clear the location changes on that one. Alt G to clear the location changes. Okay, and now that's no longer affecting the top of the head as much. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the eyelids. On the width paint for the eyelids, let's go back to the leads here. I'm just going to search for leads. I want to do with the lead.t.l. So width painting is, I find that it's kind of a guessing game. You don't really know, or you might not really know which bone is supposed to control which part of the character. So you're just going to go in and we're going to guess where the influence of these bones are supposed to be. So something I like to do, I'm going to be using my graphics tablet for this. I'm going to turn on pressure sensitivity. And for this lead.t.l, I'm going to come here and I'm just going to add in some more widths and see if that's going to give us the shape that we want for the eyelids. Okay, I'll add in some bones, some more influence right here. Okay, something like that is looking good. I'm going to add in just slightly pressing with my graphics tablet, and I'm going to, you can hold down shift to smooth out the weights also. Okay, so we have something that looks like that. That's not looking too bad. I'm going to go back into the solid mode. Okay, and I'll just turn off overlays there. And I made a mistake here. I'm going to Ctrl Z, and I'll scroll down here to this lead.t.l.001, and we can add in weight to this side. Okay, that'll start to give us more what we want. You can see right now that I'm painting the bottom leads, so I don't want to do that. I'm going to go into edit mode, and I'll just select just the faces I want to be able to paint over. I'll select just this one, and then Ctrl plus to select more faces like that. I can deselect these ones, so just these faces is fine. I'll go back into waste paint mode, and I'll turn on this paint max option right there, just so that I don't affect the lower eyelids. Then I'm going to come in here. We can paint in more width until that starts to look good. And then I can also hold down shift and smooth out the widths right there. I'm going to come to the lead.t.l.002. I can add in more widths here. I'm just adding in some more widths, and that's looking good. Starting to take shape a little bit. I'm going to come here to this one and add in. Let's see if adding in is going to help us there. To subtract, you can hold down Control, and then you can subtract these widths. Okay, so hold down Control, and it's going to subtract widths. I'm just going to hold down Shift to blur this out. I'm going to add in some more width here and see how that's looking. Okay, so something like this is looking good for the width painting. So you can definitely go in and adjust the width. So right here for the brows, I know that the brows sometimes are affecting the eyelids a little bit too much than they should. So I'm going to remove these ones from the influence. Also the same thing here. So I'm just holding down Control, and I'm removing this vertex from the influence of the brows. I can just smooth out these ones. I'm going to get rid of the paint marks for now. And then also the same thing here. You might not want it to control the eyelids as much. Okay, and then also the same thing right here, and the same thing right here. Okay, so you can go in and definitely get the shape of the eyelids looking right. But for my use case, I want a specific eye shape for when the eye closes, and that's I'm not going to really get with weight painting. You can get it, but I'm not going to bother just going and weight painting. I want to be able to control the shape of the eyelids, and the way I'm going to do this is with a shape key, and this is something that I call a corrective shape key. So I'm going to add in a shape key so that anytime we close this eye, so when this eye is not posed, the shape key is off. But once I come down here to close the eyelids, so somewhere around here, that shape key is going to be on, and the eyelids are going to be looking tight and closed. So I'm going to just Alt G to clear the location here, Alt G, and then I'll just close this, and I'll make sure to keep in mind the position of this transform right here. So right here, I'm just going to make this a whole number, so or more of an whole number. Minus 0.024 is what I'm going to use. I'll make sure to keep that number in mind. Very important. You want to make sure to keep that number in mind. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. On our character, I'm going to select this, and we are going to create a shape key. We are going to come down here to the object data properties. Come down here, create a new shape key. This first key that Blender adds is the basic shape key, and this is our original shape key. So we don't want to touch this one. Every other shape key that we add from here is going to be based off this one. So these are our original mesh. We don't want to touch that. Let's add in a new shape key right there. If you're in previous versions of Blender 4.5, I believe, and below, your shape key is going to be set to 0. In Blender 5, it's set to 1 by default. So just set this to 1. And if you're still using Blender 4.5, you can upgrade at this point to Blender 5. Okay, so the shape key is going to be at 1. And we can just name this eye underscore close. Okay, eye underscore close should be fine. And with this, I can select this and go into sculpt mode. And now we can sculpt this actually into the shape that we want for this eye close. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to mask out the bottom for now. Shift A. I don't really want to affect the bottom of the eyelid, so Shift A to just grow out a mask. So something like this. I'll grow out that mask right here too. So just press Shift A and you're going to grow out a mask from where your cursor is. Okay, so something like this. I don't want to affect the bottom brows or the bottom lids. So I'm going to go in with the grab brush and I'm going to put this eyelid in more of the shape that I would want the eyelid to close in. So something like this. At this point, we can turn back on subdivisions of it. So I'm going to uncheck simplify here, and then I'm going to go into, and something I want to do is to make sure that when we bind our character, we want our amateur modifier to be at the top right here. So first of all, we are going to deform before we subdivide. So make sure that that's in place. So I'm going to go back into sculpt mode to keep on sculpting the shape key. So I'm going to use the grab brush. I can bring this one down in here. Okay, and I'll just adjust this until I start liking the shape or what the eye close is looking like. Okay, I'm going to bring this down here. Okay, something like that. I can toggle overlays to see what that looks like, and I'll just make sure that when the eye closes, that this is still bulging out just a tiny bit. Okay, something that looks like that. I'm going to turn off subdivision. I'll just play around with the shapes of this. Okay, so something like this is going to look good. You can further adjust this if you need to. Something like this is going to look good in my case. You can further adjust it and refine it to the shape that you want it to be. I'm going to turn off simplify. Okay, so a shape key like this is going to be, actually, let me just adjust this a little bit more. I'm going to use the grab brush and just push this in like this, and also like this. Okay, so something more like this looks better in my case. You can definitely adjust this a lot more. I'm going to adjust this after now. So this is looking good for the shape key. Let's say we're happy with this shape key. Okay, so now we are going to tell this bone, remember this bone, the lead. Let's also keep the name of the bone in mind, lead.t.l.002. Whenever it comes to the position of the Y location of minus 0.024, that is when we want the shape key to be activated. So right now, if I move this back, you're going to notice that the shape key is still activated even while it's at this point. So that's not what we want. So what we are going to use to control that shape key right here is a driver. And if you've never used drivers at this point, I showed you how to use this with the hair, but this one is going to get a little bit more complicated. So just follow me step by step at this point. So right click, and we are going to add a driver. On this driver, we are going to change the type here from scripted expression to average value. Okay, and our object that we want to control the shape key is going to be the rig. Okay, I'll just search for rig, and then the bone inside of our rig is going to be the lead.t.l.002. So that was the bone we kept in mind the other time. So select that bone, and when we're working, remember that we're working with this bone, we're working with the Y location. Okay, and when we're working both, remember that we are working in their local space. So just select the local space right here. Okay, I can press update dependencies. Okay, so let me escape out of that and let's see what we have right here. If I select this G and Y, okay, that's sort of working. I can see that the shape key is still activated. A little bit Alt G, you're going to notice that the shape key is still activated. I want to go in and tell the shape key to be activated once we get to that position right here. So I'm just going to Ctrl Z. Okay, you can see that the shape key is not activated here once we get to that position. So let me just make sure that it is in that position. Okay, so Ctrl Z. Let me just make sure I didn't mess anything up. Okay, so I'm going to select the character. I'm going to right click, and we're going to edit the driver to bring this back up, and we are going to select this menu here that says show in driver editor. Okay, so we have this very confusing graph, so that even I don't know what this is. So just follow the steps here. So at this point is when our shape key is at 0 and when our bone is still at the rest position. But this point here is when our shape key is at 1 and when the location of the bone is at minus 0.024. Okay, so to make sure that we have that, come here to F curve, and this keyframe is what we are going to change. We are going to change that to the location, to the Y location of the bone. So just type in minus 0.0224 or whichever value that you had for your own character, and then enter. Okay, and you're going to see that something changed right there. Now this is working correctly. Okay, then something I like to do, I'll just select this bone right here, or this keyframe, and select that one. I'll just change this to linear, and then also the same thing here. I'll select the bone, I'll change this one to linear, and that's all that we need to set up here. You can close out of this. So I'm going to come in here, Control Tab, and if you notice now, when the bone is at its rest position, so Alt G to clear the location, the shape key is not active. And if I come down here to G and Y, once it gets to that point, it's going to become active. The shape key is going to be completely active, just like that. Okay, so that is exactly what we want. I'm going to Alt G to clear this, and I'm just going to turn off this X mirror here, and you're going to notice the problem that we have. So G and Y, if I move this down, you're going to notice that this is affecting the right side of the eye. So remember that that shape key that we made was for both eyes. We are sculpting on both eyes. So right here, when we are closing on this eye, it's also closing on this eye. So we need to tell the shape key, just stay on the left side, and we are going to create a new shape key, and we're going to tell that one just to be on the right side. The way we are going to do that is again with vertex groups. I'm going to clear the search selection there, and I'm going to create a new vertex group. I'm going to create two new vertex groups. This one I'm going to call it left underscore side, and this other one I'm going to call it right underscore side. So I'm going to select this one. I'll go into edit mode, and we are going to select just the left side of our character. So I'm going to select the left side of the character. Okay, I'll make sure not to encroach into the right side. Okay, I'll deselect these ones right here. Okay, and we don't really want to select the middle, so I'll go into vertex selection here and Control minus so that we don't select the middle. We just want to select the absolute left side of the character. And then with a width set to 1, I'm going to completely assign this. Make sure the width here is set to 1, and then we can assign that. And then I'm going to Control I to invert the selection, Control minus to remove the middle, and with a width set to 1, I'm going to assign the right side right there. And then for this middle, I can assign it to the left and right side at a width of 0.5. So 0.5 for the right side, and then 0.5 for the left side. If you go into width fins, we are going to see what this looks like right here. Okay, so that's good. Now I'm going to come back to the shape key right here, and I'm just going to rename this one to I underscore close underscore L, and where it says vertex groups down here, I'm going to search for the left. So this is going to work only for the left side. So now if I come in here and I move that, you're going to see that's no longer affecting the right side. Nice, that's exactly what we want. I'm going to select this. I want to duplicate this shape key for the right side. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to duplicate the shape key. The difference on this one is that we're going to choose the right side shape key here. So right side, I'm just going to rename this properly. I'll erase this, and this is going to be I underscore close underscore R. Now we need to add the same driver here to this one. You can go through the whole process once again if you want to practice, but we can just right click, copy the driver, and right click here and then paste the driver to the second one. But we need to edit the driver because right now the driver that we copied is still using this left control. So I'm going to right click, edit the driver, and we are going to change this from lead.t.l to lead.t.r.002. So that one right there, I can press update dependencies. And now if we go into our rig and we move this down, now that should be working perfectly. Okay, so this is exactly what we want for the eye. So instead of relying on width painting, that's another thing that you can do. So you can do this for different parts, like every part on your character. You can go in, I can add in corrective shape keys just like this. Well, that's just it for the eye. So you can come here, play around with these controls for the body, and for the most part, that's the width of the body done. Now let's add some other objects to our rig. So I'm going to start off with the eyes right here. For the eyes, I'm going to go back into object mode. I'm going to select the eyes, and I'll just press period on the numpad here to navigate to those objects. And I'll also select the eyeball object too. So make sure that those two objects are selected. I'm going to select our rig and Control P. Instead of doing automatic width, we are going to parent this with empty groups. So what empty groups is going to do, just like the way he added in vertex groups for all these different deformation bones, is also going to add in vertex groups for all the deformation bones on the eye. But the only difference being that it's not going to actually assign any weights. So Control P, and we're going to assign with empty groups. And the reason that we don't want to assign with automatic weights, so right here we have the temple bone on this metal rig, so the temple could potentially affect the eyeball, and we don't want that. So we are just going to go in and we are going to manually assign the different vertices to the eye, directly to the eye. So let's just select just the eye bones or just the eye objects, and then the rig and Control P, and then parent this with empty groups. Okay, that's looking good. And I'm going to select the eye right here, and I'm going to, if we come here on the rig, you're going to see that the eye is not moving. Let me just toggle wireframes. You're going to notice that the eye is not moving even though we have parented it. So on the cornea objects right here, I'm going to select this one, and I'm going to search for the eye, and this is the left eye. So I'm going to select this one, and I'm going to assign this with a width of 1. Make sure the width is set to 1 here, and then we're going to assign that cornea object. Okay, now if I go back into the rig, you're going to notice that the eyeball now is moving. So let's do the same thing for this other cornea object here. I'm going to go into edit mode, select everything, and then I'm going to assign this. This one is the right side of the eye, so I.R. I'm going to assign this. Okay, and I'm going to go back into object mode. I'm just going to hide the cornea, and then I'm going to select the eyeballs. I'm going to assign these ones too. Okay, and I'll assign this one to the right side of the eye. And we can Alt H to unhide that, and we can rotate this, and now the eye should be working just properly. Let me go into material preview mode and see what this is looking like. So I'm just going to rotate the eyes. Okay, I'll make sure I just rotate this control, just only this control here, and you can see that the eyes are working well, and the eyelids are following them just like the way you would for a normal human character. Okay, so that's getting heavy in the material preview mode. I'm going to come back to the solid mode. Now the eyes are working properly. Now let's take a look at the teeth and the tongue. So right now, if I rotate the mouth, you can see that the teeth and tongue is not moving. So I'm going to just clear the location and rotation there. I'm going to select this one, hide it, and then I'm going to select the jaw, the inside of the mouth. I'm going to select our rig, Control P, and we are going to do the same thing that we did for the eyes again. We are going to parent this with empty groups. Okay, for the same reason that we did for this other one. So we don't want parts like the nose to affect the teeth. So let's just parent it with empty groups, and then we can go into edit mode. I'm going to select the top teeth here. Select this one's right here, Control L, select the top teeth, and I can search for the teeth vertex group here, and this one is T.T, so this is the top of the teeth. I'll make sure to assign that with a weight of 1. Okay, I'll select the tongue here, Control I, just so that I can select just the lower teeth. And then for this one, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to assign that to the bottom teeth. So for the tongue is a little bit different. So for the teeth, we just had one bone controlling the teeth right here. But for the tongue, we have these 3 bones. Okay, so we need to select those deformation bones and tell them to assign widths, just widths for those 3 tongue bones. Okay, so the way we are going to do this, I'm going to come down here to the object data properties under the bone collections. I'm going to scroll down here. Let me just increase the size of this. We can hide all these other collections, all these other bone collections, just so we don't get confused. Just hide all of them for now, and we want to unhide the deformation bones. Okay, so I'm going to select these tongue deformation bones, these 3 right here. Select just those ones. Make sure it's only those 3 deformation bones that are selected there. And then I'm going to go back into object mode. We are going to select our rig, and we are going to select the tongue, and we are going to go into width paint mode right here. And for this width, we are going to see width, and we are going to assign automatic from bones. So this is just the same thing like assigning with automatic width. The only difference here is that it's going to assign to the selected bones right now. So it's going to not look at any other bones, and it's just going to assign to just the bones that we selected. So go up here, and then we can assign from bones right there. And now if we go back into this object, into width paint, and I just search for the tongue bones here, let me just search for tongue. Okay, you're going to see that assigned, okay, that assigned width to each part of the tongue. Okay, now on this we can hide this deformation bone back, and then we can unhide all these other ones. I'm going to unhide until I get to the root bone. You can leave these other 3 hidden. Okay, so now if I go back into the rig and I play around with the tongue bones, the control bones for the tongue, you can see how that is moving nicely. So if I just unhide our character / to bring that back, and then we can rotate this, and now you notice that the teeth and the tongue is moving properly, and you can start to see what this is looking like. So you can pose the tongue anyhow you want to. Okay, completely up to you how you want to use the tongue. Okay, so we have the eyes right here working just fine. Now let's go ahead and let's parent the scalps. So we don't want to parent the curve object, we want to parent the scalps. So I'm going to come in here, I'm just going to bring these ones down, toggle those ones down, and then for the scalps I'm going to unhide all of them for now. I'm going to select all the scalp objects. Okay, I'll make sure that's all of them selected. So the lashes, the brow, the hair, and the ponytail in my case. Then I'm going to select the rig, Ctrl P, and we're going to assign with empty groups. Okay, so assign with empty groups, and then let's start off with the main hair right here. So I'm going to start with the main hair, which is this one. I'm going to go into edit mode, and I'm just going to assign all these vertices to the main head bone, which is the spine .006. I'm going to search for spine here, and I'm just going to parent it to spine.006, and I'm going to assign those ones right here. Now if I go back on my rig and I move the rig, you're going to see that the head or the hair is moving along. Okay, that's exactly what we want. And then for these eyebrow bones right here, we can copy the width from the body onto the eyebrows of the eyelashes. So we can select the body, and then I'm going to come here, I'm going to select the brow right here, and then I'm just going to copy the width from the body to the brows. Okay, so this is in case you did width painting around the brows, you just want to copy the exact same width from the body to the brows. So I'm going to go into the width paint mode, make sure that the brow scalp is the active object, and I'm going to come up here to width, and we're going to transfer the width. Okay, we're going to change some options here. The one that works best is the nearest face interpolated, and we want to transfer all our layers. So I'm going to change this to by name. Okay, that's going to transfer all the layers that we have. Okay, so now if we go into pose mode, we can start posing the brows. Okay, you're going to see that this is getting slow a little bit, and that's just because of the hair. We have a lot of hair going on right now, so it's going to get slow. So I'm going to hide the hair in a little bit, but I'm also going to do the same for the lashes scalp here. So I'm going to select the body, and then I'm going to select the lashes scalp, and then I'm going to go into width paint, and then width, we are going to transfer the width right here, and it should retain the same options that we had from last time. So I'm going to close this, and then let's test this one out. So G and Y, that is closing beautifully. Okay, so we have something that looks like that. All right, and then for the ponytail scalp here, in my case, I'm just going to select that ponytail scalp. I'm going to go into edit mode, and I'm just going to assign this one to the head bone. So this is not going to be deforming really much, so I'm just going to assign it completely to the head bone. So assign, so that we have that. And if I go into pose mode now the head is moving just like so. Okay, Now that is for the hair. I can do the same thing for the hairband right here. I'm going to select this one, select the rig, Control P, and we can assign with empty groups. And now I'm going to come here on the hairband, and I'm going to just assign this one completely to the head, since it doesn't really need to deform. I'm going to assign that one completely to the head, assign. Then I'll go back into the pose mode, make sure that that's working. Okay, we can rotate that and make sure that that's working right there. Okay, and that's for the head. I'm just going to move this around and see the things that we have not yet parented to the rig. So we have not yet parented the clothes, the skirts, the shirt, the skirts, the necklace, and the shoes. So let's go ahead and do the shirt. For the shirt, I'm going to select the shirt, also select the select the rig, Control P, and then we are going to parent with empty groups, and we're just going to transfer our weight from the body to the clothes. Okay, so I'm going to select the body first and then the clothes, and then we can come up here, go into weight paint mode, weights, and then we're going to transfer all our weights, and you should still have the same option. So that should be working just fine. Let's test this out, see how this is working. I'm also going to turn on simplify in our case here, just so that we can stop using these subdivisions. So this is working fine. I'm going to come in here. Okay, I'm going to go back into object mode. I'm going to select this one, and remember that we have this control here. So I'm just going to take this down to a low value of 0.02, just so that the hair is not too much. Okay, still manageable. And I'm just going to hide all the hair scalps. You don't need to see those ones. Okay, so this is the shirt. The shirt is deforming nicely. I like how that is deforming. Okay, now for the shoes and for the skirts, we are going to do something a little bit different right here. So the shoe has a lot of different parts, and if we come in and we select this one, and we also select the rig, Control P, and we parent that with automatic weights, we might get some bad results or some results that might not deform well. Also, because these are separate parts, so the sole is separate from these other parts. So the best way that I found to do this is to use another object as a deformer. Okay, so this object, I'm going to Shift A, and we are just going to model in a new object. I'm going to add in a cube right here. I'll just move Alt G to clear the rotation, and I'll take my 3D cursor back to the world origin. Okay, so this cube, I'm going to name it. So I want this one to deform the shoe. I'm going to Control F2 to rename this. I'm going to Control C to copy the name from this. Alt H to unhide that. Then I'm going to copy the name from here, and this is going to be called GEO underscore Jenny underscore shoe underscore rig underscore helper. So this is going to help our rig deform the shoe. Okay, and I'll make sure that this is in the CH Jenny rig, and also in that CH Jenny rig, I'm going to create a new collection. So you just select under collection and press C to create a new collection, and right here I'm going to name this CH underscore Jenny underscore rig underscore helpers. Okay, so we're going to have a couple of objects inside of this object. So this one, I'm going to move it right into there. Okay, so this is going to be a helper object, something that's going to help the rig deform our objects correctly. I'm going to go into edit mode here. I'm going to scale all of this down, and I'm just going to model a very simple shape for the shoe, something that's going to be a proxy for the shoe. So I'll just, using very basic modeling, I'll place this right here, and we can place this right here and move this one to the side, and I'll bring this one back, or I can just bring this one up here and then extrude this one to the on the y-axis. I can move this one on the y-axis and also bring this one here. Ctrl R, I'm going to add in a local right there, and I'm going to bend this to fit the shape of the shoe, and then Ctrl R, I can add in, let's say, 2 loop cuts right there, and then I'm going to select these ones and make sure to select these ones right here, and then S and X, I'm going to scale this one down, and from right here I can select this one and I can just select that face, extrude it up, and S and X, I'm going to scale this, move this way, and I'm also just going to rotate it, scale it, something like this. Okay, I'm going to add in some more loop cuts. I can add in 3 loop cuts right there. I can also add in a loop cut on the side here, and I can select these loops here, S and X, to scale them down, And also the same thing here, S and X, I'm going to scale this one down. I can add in a loop at the middle here. S and Y, I can scale this one up. Okay, something like this. I'm going to select the bottom here. So you can model this in any way that you want to. As far as it works for your objects and it envelopes the whole object, that's completely fine. I'm going to add in some more loop codes right here. And also some more loop codes right here. And also some more loop codes right here. I'm going to go into sculpt mode. I'm just going to smooth out all of this, just to smooth out the shape a little bit. I'll also smooth out these areas right here. I'll make sure that it's not clipping through the shoe. Okay, so I have something that looks like this. So something that just envelopes the whole shoe. I can smooth out these areas right here. Also smooth out right here. Smooth out right here. Just make sure that it engulfs the whole shoe is exactly what we want. Right here, you can clean up the shape to look a little bit better or a lot better than what I have. And then I'm going to hold down shift and smooth this, all of these out. Okay, and now we have something that looks like this for the rig helper of the shoe. I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to select these ones, S, Z, and 0 to scale them down, and I'm going to move them down right here. And then I'm going to add in another loop code right here. So this is a rig helper, and on this rig helper, I'm going to mirror this over to the other side. We can use the mirror modifier on this one. Okay, on this rig helper, we are going to actually parent this one to our rig. So Ctrl P, and we can do this one with automatic widths, or you can do it with empty groups and copy the groups from the body to the shoe. For this one is fine. I'm just going to use automatic widths, and now this shoe object is going to be the one deforming. Okay, let's display this object in another view. So I'm going to come here to object properties, and I'm going to come down here to viewport display. Another way it says display as. We are going to change it from display as textured to display as wired. Okay, just so that we can see the boots underneath. So that rig helper is what is deforming now. So what we are going to do, I'm going to select the boots, and on this one we are still going to parent it to the rig. So I'm going to select the boots, parent to the rig, Ctrl P, and I'm just going to do this with empty groups, and I'll leave those groups empty. Okay, and I'm just going to move the armature above the subdivision surface modifier, and we are going to add in one more modifier that's going to make everything work well, and that's going to be the surface deform modifier right here. So adding the surface deform modifier, I'm also going to move this above the subdivision surface modifier, and this subdivision surface modifier is going to tell the shoe to follow the deformation of this rig helper right here. So I'm going to select the target object as the rig helper, and right now I'm going to make sure to turn on simplify so that we are at the lowest level of subdivision before binding in the surface deform modifier. If you have the subdivision turned on at this point, you're going to get a little error with the surface deform modifier. So make sure that simplify is turned on and that your max subdivision is set to 0. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and just bind this one, and now the magic is going to happen. Let's go into pose mode, and now if we move our rig, you can see that the shoe is moving just as if we parented that to the rig. Okay, let me just Alt G, let me test this out. Ooh, that's looking good. Okay, so we can see how the shoe is now deforming really nicely. So if we were to do this with automatic widths, it's definitely not going to give us this type of nice result. You can try it out and see what that looks like, but it's definitely not going to give you this kind of nice result. So something like this is definitely looking much better. Okay, so we can always hide this one both in the viewports and in the renders. Definitely going to hide it in the renders. We don't need to see it in the renders. I'm going to hide it in the viewport, but I'm also going to do the same thing for the skirt right now. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to model in a very simple rig helper for the skirt. I'm going to add in a cube. I'm just going to select the skirt, copy the name from here, and I'm going to rename this one and add underscore rig underscore helper. Okay, I'll make sure that's in my CH rig helper collection, and I'm just going to go ahead and model a simple proxy object for the skirt. Okay, now I have this nice rig helper for the skirt, and what I'm going to do, we're going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to select the rig helper and then the rig, Ctrl P. We can assign this one with automatic weights, and now with those automatic weights in place, let me just move this. We're going to notice that the rig helper is moving. So I'm also going to select the skirt, select the rig, and Ctrl P. I'm going to assign this one with empty groups, and then on the skirts, I'm going to come in here. I'll move the armature above the subdivision, and we're going to add a surface deform modifier right there. Move that above the subdivision surface modifier. I'll select the skirt rig helper and make sure we are on the lowest level of subdivision. Make sure simplify is turned on, and then we're going to bind this one together. And now let's see what that is looking like. Okay, so this is what we have on the skirts. Let me rotate this one, see what this is looking like. Okay, that's deforming really nicely. So this is much better than what we would have gotten if we used automatic weights to assign the weights right here. So I can see that I have a little bit of clipping. So this is probably because of simplify. And let me see if I still have the clipping right there. Okay, so there's still clipping when the leg is being raised up. So something I might have to do in this case is just to go in and sculpt the skirt a little bit, just push that out a little bit. If you come and you try to sculpt on the skirt, you're going to notice that nothing is happening, but something is actually happening. We are not just seeing it because of this surface deform modifier. So make sure that before you're sculpting anything, you're turning off the surface deform modifier. So I'm just going to Ctrl Z to undo all those changes. I'm going to unbind this, and if I need to, I can now come in here and adjust the skirts, and then I can bind this one back. Okay, so now we have something that looks like that, and that's basically it for the rigging. One final thing I'm going to show you how to do. So these parts underneath the body that we are not going to see, we can actually hide them so that way they don't clip through the clothes, and also it's going to help the performance. So I'm going to go into edit mode on the body. I'm just going to select these parts of the body that are underneath the clothes that we are definitely not going to see. Okay, a selection like this, just something rough like this for now. I'm going to Ctrl plus to select more, then Ctrl minus to remove some of those parts, Ctrl Shift M to move my selection over to the other side. I'll just extend my selection this way. I can remove these parts. I want the shoulders to still be intact, and I'm also going to remove some of these parts right here. So we're just making a selection of what we don't need to see. So I'm going to remove the selection from here, and also remove the selection from right here. Okay, so now we have something that looks like this. Let me take a look at the bottom here. I'm just going to select these ones right here. I'll add them to the selection. Ctrl Shift M to move my selection over to the other side. And at the bottom, at the back, I'm going to select these ones too. Okay, and Ctrl Shift M to mirror my selection over to the other side. Okay, now we have something that looks like this. I'll just make sure that we cannot see any of this through the clothing. Okay, so for this, we are going to assign this to another vertex group. I'm going to clear my search here, and I'm going to add in another vertex group, and this one I'm going to name mask, and I'm going to assign those vertices to that mask right there. And I'm going to come here to the modifiers. We are going to add in a mask modifier, and we are going to choose that mask vertex group that we just added in. Right now it's inverted. Let's just make sure to press this button right here, and I'm going to move this one above the subdivision surface modifier. Okay, so now we have something that looks like this, so that in case we bend our character this way, it doesn't really interfere. So that in case we bend the clothes in weird ways, the body underneath doesn't interfere. Okay, so for the chain right here, I'm going to do the exact same thing that I did for the dress or for the skirt right here. So I'm just going to add in a proxy object, and I'll parent that, and then just use the surface deform modifier to make that follow the deformation. But I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to do this after recording this. Okay, so this is the rigging done. At this pose, you can test out. At this point, you can test out different poses. The way you can test out different poses, just go into pose mode, and you can pose. Let's just see. Let me just hide this for now. You can pose your character just something like this. Just play around with these controls, see what you have. Remember all the techniques that we talked about posing in the fundamentals. Make sure to use those when you're posing. Okay, And now something I even recommend is just starting off with the bare body. So just start off, just push just the bare body. Don't get worried about the clothes and every other thing. In this case, you can turn off the mask modifier in this case, and then just pose the bare body first. If you're posing, you might need to save iterations. So what you can do is to come up here and switch this to your assets browser. Once you switch that to your asset browser, come up here and go to the current file. And then under current file, just make sure you're on the current file. You can be in all or unassigned. And then to save this pose, I'll make sure I'm in pose mode. And then assets, you're going to create a new pose asset. Make sure that this is in our current file. The library is set to current file. And you can name the pose whatever you want to name the pose, and then you can create the new pose. So at any point in time, if you come in here, Alt R or G and Alt S to clear everything, let's say you want to start off a new pose, you can always still come back and preview the pose that you had right there. Okay, so I'm just going to clear this. If you want to see a preview, something I can do here is to add in a camera. So you can add in a camera from right here, and I'm just going to position this camera. I'll go into the camera by pressing 0 on the numpad, and I'm going to lock the camera just by using this padlock icon right here, and I'm going to zoom out. Okay, and now I'm going to select that pose again. I'll just make the pose active. I'll double click to make that pose right there, and we can come here, assets, create new pose asset. We can just rename this to something and then create that, and then you're going to see it's going to create a pose preview. So that can be really useful just to preview the poses so that you know which pose is which. So make sure you name them correctly and make sure you have previews for each of the poses. So go around, play around with different poses. You can play around. I recommend at least 2 poses. Just go play around with 2 poses so that you can render out 2 final poses for your character. Okay, so just go ahead, play around with the poses, different poses, and also clean up your rig before you start playing around the poses. So at this point, you can go ahead and we can summarize this chapter. So that's rigging and posing. That's everything that you need to know about rigging and posing. It's really simple to do. Okay, so rigging gives your character a skeleton for the movement of your character, and width is how you control how the character is going to deform. So width is how we tell which parts or which bones is going to control which part of the character. And your length, as you saw from the fundamentals, that good posing relies on reference, exaggeration, and balance to actually look good. So make sure that you keep this in mind. If you need any extra help with anything that I've said so far, go ahead and join the Stylized Character Academy, where I'm going to be holding your hand every step of the process with the one-on-one mentorship. And if you're loving the masterclass so far, if you've been able to create something, go ahead and leave a review of this masterclass on Trustpilot. I would love to see your review. The link is going to be below this video, and I'll catch you guys in the last chapter of this video. And I'm excited to see you guys in the next one. Welcome to chapter 13. This is the last and the final chapter of the Stylized Character Masterclass. And if you've gotten to this chapter so far, kudos to you. We are going to wrap everything up with lighting and presenting your character properly so that all the time that we have put into working on our character actually pays off. So this chapter is going to cover on lighting and presentation. And our agenda, first off, I'm going to introduce you to lighting. And then I'm going to show you the different light types inside of Blender, the different way we can use lights inside of Blender. And then I'm going to walk you through the 3-point lighting setup. It is a very simple lighting setup that you can use to light your characters. I'm going to walk you through that. And then I'm going to touch a little bit on post-processing. So taking your raw renders from Blender and post-processing them in other softwares and making them look good. And once we are done with that, we are going to dive into Blender, and we're actually going to light and we're going to present your character inside of Blender. At this point, if you have not yet still shared the masterclass, go ahead and share the masterclass right now. Let's help more artists create work that they are proud of. This is the last opportunity you have to share the masterclass. So go ahead and share the masterclass with someone. And for you right now, this is definitely the most important video in the entire masterclass. So make sure you watch the entire video and don't skip any part of this chapter. Alright, let's dive into it. Introduction to lighting. Why does your lighting matter? Lighting is one of the main ways that we drive storytelling through our character. And the way that you light your character is going to determine the mood your audience feels when they see your work. So I'm willing to bet that when you saw this image right here, you felt something. And that was because of the way it was lighted, also the camera angles, and also what the character is doing. So these are some things that are going to drive storytelling, and your lighting on top of that is also going to drive more storytelling through your character. So the way that you light your character is going to determine the mood that your audience is going to feel when they see your work. And good lighting can make your 3D character look 10 times better. And if you get your lighting wrong, it can completely ruin everything that we've done so far. And we definitely don't want that. Since you have spent a lot of time working on a character, we want to make sure we avoid bad lighting. And that's what I'm going to show you in this chapter. We want to get really good lighting so that we can convey the story and our character 10 times better. At this stage, we are going to slow down and be intentional with how we light our character. So what makes good lighting? Good lighting comes down to just a few simple things. You want to create the right mood, that's number one. And then you want to add depth to your character. And you also want to control where the viewer is looking. These are just some criteria that I like to keep in mind when I'm creating the lighting. So first of all, let's take a look at the mood. I'm also willing to bet that when you took a look at this picture and also this picture, you felt something different. So on this picture, the mood feels more ominous, while on this one, it looks more soft and more happy. So that's creating the mood just with the lighting. And that's what makes good lighting. If you can convey the right mood, then your lighting is good. And then you can also, with lighting, you should also be adding depth to your character. So you should be able to tell that your character is 3-dimensional. This right here is a 3D render. And you can see the way the lights are conveying that this character actually has depth. So there is depth to the character, also the same thing here, and also the same thing here. And you also want to control where the viewer is looking with the light. So on this picture here, you're probably looking at somewhere around the eyes. On this picture here, you're probably also looking at the eyes. And on this photo here, we're probably looking around the face. So those are some of the things that we can do with lighting. Just keep these 3 things in mind. You want to create the right mood. You want to make sure that your character has depth when you light. And then you also want to control where the viewer is looking. That's your job when it comes to lighting. Now, we can't talk about lighting without also talking about the composition. The way you frame your character, your camera angle, the focal length of your camera, all these things are going to affect how your lighting looks. So it's important to know that lighting and composition are always going to work hand in hand. Because if a lighting looks good from one camera angle, it might feel short from another angle. So you just want to keep this in mind. And I'm going to give you a lighting and composition cheat code that you can use. So the easiest way to get good lighting and composition is to use reference. So far, while working on a character, when we're sculpting, we use reference. So you're probably already seen the importance of using reference. Also in the last chapter, when we're posing, we use reference. And it's no different here. So when we are lighting and we are making the composition, we also want to use reference. You can take a look at images from movies, animation, or anything that you like and use them as guides. Also, the importance of using reference. You might not naturally know what good lighting looks like. So from seeing what has worked in movies or in films, then you can use that on your own projects and you know that it already works. So you can use them for lighting and composition guides so that you're not just guessing. So it's really important that you also use reference at this stage. Okay, now I'm going to walk you through lights in Blender. First off, we have HDRI lighting. And HDRI stands for High Dynamic Range Images. And HDRIs are used to provide a 360-degree environment lighting. And we can use HDRIs to fill our scene with natural light and reflection. That's one of the main reasons that we use HDRIs. We can fill our scene with realistic lights and reflection. And with HDRIs, you can use them to light your entire scene. For some things that you're working on, HDRIs might be completely enough. Sometimes you're working on an outdoor render, a HDRI might be completely enough. So you can use that to light your entire scene. But the downside of using a HDRI is that you're limited to whatever the HDRI gives you. So this is an example of a HDRI right here. And the sun is fixed to this position. If you wanted the sun to come down or wanted to move the sun up, depending on what we need for our scene, it's going to be a little bit difficult to do that. So the way I like to use hair eyes is just use it as ambient lighting, and then I add my own lights on top for more control and for more flexibility. So we're just going to use the hair eye as ambient lighting. It's not going to be our main lighting. We are going to add in other lights so that we can have more control and actually define what we want for our character. So that's the first type of light that I can use inside of Blender, a HDRI. Now, other types of lights in Blender, we have, first of all, we have the point light. And a point light works like a light bulb. It emits lights in all directions from a single point. And I'll just dive into Blender and I'm going to show you how that works. So Shift A, you can come down here to light and you can add in a light. So this one here is the point light. I'm going to add in that one. I'm just going to move it here and I'll go into rendered mode. And here with the light selected, if we come to the object data properties here, we have some settings that we can play with. So this is where we're going to be adjusting the settings of the lights from. The one that we're going to be using the most is the power setting. So you can adjust the power. Another way of adjusting the power is just to right click and then you can adjust the light power just by going to your left and to your right. And also keep in mind that you can take the light's value to a negative value in case that's what you're going for. So I'm just going to increase this to somewhere around here. And the point light is going to emit lights in all directions from where it's from. So if it was here, it just works like a light bulb. It's going to emit the light in all directions, and we can see how that's working right here. So this point light has its own uses. We are going to be using this one when we start lighting. It's one of the lights that we're going to be using, and I'm going to show you how we are going to use it. So that's how the point light works. And then the next light that we have is the sunlight. And the sunlight is based on the direction and not the position inside of Blender. If you're using sunlight in Blender, the position doesn't really matter. What matters is the direction. And it's going to simulate sunlight and affect the entire scene evenly. So I'm going to add in a sunlight right here. And if I move the sunlight here, or I move it here, you can see that nothing is really changing. But if I rotate this and if I change the direction, that's going to change the way it's affecting the scene. So the sunlight is going to be really useful for outdoor renders. You can also use it for portrait renders too, but just depending on what you're going for. I usually don't use the sunlight if I'm doing renders for character, but depending on what you're going for, you can definitely experiment with it. So that's how the sunlight works. And then other types of light that we have inside of Blender, we still have the spotlight, and the spotlight is going to create a cone of light, and it works just like a stage light, and it's great for focusing attention on a specific area. So let's add in a spotlight right here, and if I just move this up and I adjust the light power, let me just increase this, you can see it's working just like a stage light right here. So we can, once again, under the settings, we can increase the power here. Also on our lights, we can change the color for all our lights depending on what you're going for. If you want to set the mood right, you can change the color here. And then for the spotlight, we have this beam shape, so we can change the angle. Okay, and you can definitely see what that's doing. The default is 45, and then we can also change the blend. If we change the blend, just notice the fall off right here. If I take this all the way to 1, the fall off is really smooth, but if I change that to 0, it's really harsh. So you can play around with that depending on what you're going for. And then something else I want to show you, the radius. If I just increase the radius, you're going to see the way the shadows become much more softer. Okay, so on most of these lights, you'll be able to play around with the radius. If you want harsher shadows, leave it at 0, but if you want really soft shadows, then you can just take the radius up, something like this. So that's how the spotlight works. So let me delete that and let's go back to the slides. And then finally we have the area lights, and an area light works just like a soft box, and it's going to give you a soft controllable lighting, which makes it perfect for lighting characters. And this one is the one that we are mainly going to be using. So let me just go into Blender and I'm going to add in lights, and I'm going to add in an area light. And if I just bring this up here, let me also adjust the lights power here. It's just going to create a really nice and soft light that we can use. This one is going to be really useful when we are lighting portraits. So it's not going to create really harsh shadows, and this one is going to be useful for lighting characters. And I'll show you how we are going to use this once we start setting up the lighting on our character. So that's how all the lights work inside of Blender. So to recap, we have HDR highlighting, then we have a point light, we have the sunlight, we have a spotlight, and then we also have an area light. Those are the different types of lights that we can use inside of Blender. Now I'm going to walk you through the 3-point lighting setup. So right here, these characters were lit using the 3 points lighting setup. So there are many ways that you can go about lighting your character. But I want to show you the 3 point lighting setup. It's a very simple and reliable setup that you can use if you're not exactly sure of how to light your characters. The 3 point lighting setup is a very simple and reliable setup that you can use at all points in time. Once you understand this, then it's going to become much easier to experiment with other lighting types. So this 3 point lighting is what we're going to be using on our character. But I want you to practice the 3 point lighting first before you practice other lighting styles, or before you experiment with other lighting styles. The 3 point lighting is a really good starting point before you experiment with other lighting styles. And I also suggest that you don't just stick to the 3 point lighting. Once I show you how to create the 3 point lighting setup, then you can definitely experiment with other lighting styles. It's going to be very important that you experiment with other lighting styles, because as we mentioned earlier, lighting is going to drive the storytelling. So the more interesting your light looks, the more interesting your character or your artwork is going to be. So you don't just want to stick to 3 point lighting. You can deviate from it where you can. Okay, so 3 point lighting, let me walk you through how this actually works. So as the name implies, 3 point lighting, we have 3 lights. First off, we have the key light, and the key light is going to be your main light source. This is going to be the brightest light, and it's going to define the forms of your character. So this is what's going to create the main shadows and the main highlights. So right here on this image, we have just the key lights turned on, and you can see how that's creating the forms on the character by creating these shadows right here. Okay, so the key light is the brightest light, and it's going to define the forms of our character. So that's the job of the key light. And then we have the fill light. The fill light is going to sit on the opposite side of the key light, and the job is to soften the shadows created by the key light. So it's going to help you control how dark or how soft those shadows feel. So let me just go back here. You can see with the key light, we created these shadows on the side of the face. So with the fill light, we are going to add in just enough light to brighten up those shadows a little bit. Okay, we don't want to get rid of the shadows. We just want to brighten up the shadows a little bit so that it's not completely dark. So that's the key light, and then we have the fill light. The next light that we have is the rim light. And the rim light is going to sit behind the character, and it's going to create a light outline around the edges of the character that is going to separate your character from the background. So let me just go back here. You can see the way the character is blending in with the background. There's no clear separation between the character and the background. But once we add in a rim light, then we start to see that separation between the character and the background, which will just make the character look a lot more better inside of the environment. So the 3 point lighting works very well because this setup is going to balance the lights and the shadow on our subject. You're going to get the clear forms, controlled contrast, and a strong separation. A 3 point lighting setup is simple but also very effective. So I'm going to be walking you through how we are going to use the 3 point lighting setup. That's the lighting setup that we are going to be using for our character, and I'm going to walk you through that in a moment. So let's take a look at post-processing. What is post-processing? Once we are done with lighting and rendering, the final step is post-processing. So this is where we are going to take our raw renders and we are going to polish it into a final image. Post-processing is what's going to make your renders feel finished. It adds an extra layer of polish that makes your work stand out. And at this stage, we are just adding in stuff like film grain, lens distortion, chromatic aberration, subtle glow, vignette, all that kind of stuff that comes with natural cameras. And these effects are going to help the image feel more natural and much more grounded. We want to make sure that we don't skip post-processing, because just a little bit of post-processing can really elevate your image. So you want to make sure not to skip this step. And I'm going to show you just briefly, I'm going to touch on post-processing very briefly and show you how I like to approach post-processing for my renders. All right, at this stage, we can dive into lighting and presenting our character. So inside of render, where we let off from the last chapter, this was the pose that I just ended up with. Okay, and this is the pose from my concept. So I have two poses here. I have this one and I also have this one. So this one is just one I'm playing around with, but this is going to be my main pose right here, and I'm happy with the way this one looks. Also, something I want to show you here, if I come here and I just unhide the rig helpers on the skirt right here, this skirt rig helper, I added in a shape key. So after I pose it, this is what it looks like. So you can see it's not really natural. It's not following the shape of the pose. Also right here, there's this bit of clipping. So I just added in a shape key to fit the pose that I created. So that's also something you can do. Like we mentioned in the last chapter, in the fundamentals of the last chapter, you can use shape keys to push your pose further. So that's an example of what I've done right here. I also did this for this one right here. I just added in a shape key just so that it fits our character a little bit more. So you can do that for any part of your character that you feel is lacking. You can add in shape keys to fix up the pose a little bit more. Okay, so at this stage, I'm just going to turn this off. And also at this stage, we can turn off the rig. We don't really need to see the rig right now. And we are going to get started with lighting and presenting our character. So first things first, I like to set up a basic camera angle. So I'm just going to close this. And we already added in this camera from the last chapter. But in case you have not yet added, Shift A, and then you can add in a camera right here. To go into the camera view, we can toggle this icon, or you can press numpad 0. Numpad 0 is the shortcut right here. And to be able to adjust or look through the camera view without going back into the viewport, make sure that this icon here is locked. Make sure it's checked right there. And then you'll be able to position the camera in the way you want. Okay, some things to keep in mind is the camera resolution. So depending on what you're rendering out for, if you're rendering for ArtStation, you can use a camera resolution to 1920 by 1080. If you come out down here to the output, you can actually change the resolution. So for this, I know I'm going to be rendering it out for Instagram. So most times my resolution is at 1200 by 1500. That's the resolution I like to use because I'm going to be rendering this out for Instagram. If you're doing it for a YouTube video, then you can use 1920 by 1080, or you can even use something more cinematic depending on what you're going for. But 1200 by 1500 is what I'm going to be using. And I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to choose a camera angle that I like. This is just a basic camera angle setup. And if you also remember, in our viewports, we changed up the focal length. So in our camera too, we can also change the focal length. So if we go to the object data properties here, select the camera and go to the object data properties here, we can also change the focal length. And for portraits, the focal length is about 80 to about 90 millimeters, depending on what you're going for. So you can go past the standard. You don't have to stick to the standard. Since you're in 3D, just go for what looks good. And for me, I like to just go somewhere up here. Okay, and I'm just going to position my character. So depending on the character I'm working, this is always depending on the character I'm working on, this is always different. So just test out what's going to work for you. So an angle like this, I'm just going to position this. Okay, something like this. Yeah, something like that looks good. And let me just go into render view, see how this looks. Okay, and I'm just going to position it like this. All right, I like the position of this. We can always come back and change this. So that is looking good right now. I'll go back into solid mode, and what I'm going to do, because I always want to see what we are lighting, because we're going to start adding in lights and we want to be seeing it in the render view. I'm just going to split up my viewport here. I'm going to close this sidebar. So going to come here, toggle off overlays, and also turn off the gizmos. And I'll just go to my camera view here. I'll make sure just to unlock this so that I don't mistakenly change the camera position, and I'll turn that off once again. Okay, and I'm going to go into the render view right here. In the render view, you're going to notice we already have lights. And when we're doing the shading and the texturing, we turned off the scene lights and the scene world. So right now, if we, with this unchecked, if we add in any lights, it's not going to affect our character. So I'm just going to turn this on so that if we add in lights, it's actually going to affect our character. And the scene world right now is using one of these default HRIs in Blender. We don't necessarily want that. We might want to add our own HRI. So I'm just going to check this. Now it's going to be using the scene world. And right now the scene world is just this color right here. And we're going to come back to this one in a bit. So this is what we have right now. We have our camera setup and we have our render view setup. The first thing I like to do is to start off with a backdrop. So by adding a backdrop, so you know when you go to a photo studio and you want to take a photo of yourself, there's normally this backdrop at the back of you, just so that you don't see the walls and you have a nice backdrop behind you. So we are also going to do that here in 3D. And the way to do that, Shift A, mesh, we can add in a plane. So this is just one way of doing it. I'm going to show you another way. And I'm going to go into edit mode. We can just scale this up. Then I'm going to select this E and Z, extrude this up, and then you can Ctrl B and bevel this, okay, something like this. And this is going to work. We can just go back into object mode, right click and shade this smooth. But I don't really like to use this option, because if I just come in here and I lock this, and let me just say I was viewing it from an angle like this, you can now see that we see the edge of that plane. So instead of using a plane like this, I'm going to unlock this back. Instead of using a plane, I'm going to use a circle. So I'm going to mesh and I'm going to add in a circle right here. And I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to fill in this circle and I'm going to S to scale this up like this. Okay, S to scale this up, and I'm going to select these vertices right here, just these ones right here. You can also select these ones, and then I'm going to extrude this up, okay, something more like this. And then these edges here, Ctrl B, we can bevel this one, Ctrl B, we can bevel it something like this, okay, and then I can shade this one smooth. So this is going to work for the backdrop. In my case, I just like to use something more rounded like this. However you decide to model your backdrop, is going to be completely fine. Okay, something I want to do here is also to create a new collection, just so that we don't mix up the collection with our character. So I'm going to just hover over here, press C to create a new collection, and let me turn on screen cascade here. So just press C to create a new collection, and this one I'm going to name it render. So all our render objects are going to be here. For example, this backdrop, I'm going to move it into the render collection. Also our camera, I'm going to move it into the render collection, and I'm just going to rename this to backdrop. Name that to backdrop. Okay, so this is the backdrop that we have. Now we can go ahead and we can start setting up our 3-point lighting. We might need to add a material to this backdrop, but once you start adding in lights, then we can go ahead and add that in. So let's go ahead and let's start adding in some lights. So like I mentioned, we are going to be using the 3-point lighting. So the first light that we mentioned is the key light. Shift A, lights, and we're going to add in an area light here. And I'm just going to rename this. I'm going to rename this to lights underscore key. And what I'm actually going to do here, under this render collection, I'm going to create a new collection inside of that render collection. So just select it and press C to create a collection inside of that collection. And this one, I'm going to name it to lights, and I'm just going to add all my lights to that collection. Okay, so this is our key lights. I'm going to bring it up here. Remember, the purpose of the key light is going to be our main lights, and it's going to create the shadows and define the forms of our character. Okay, so I'll just give this a moment here to render. And also, if you have hair on your character, which you most likely do, just go to the viewport amount, and then you can set this to a low value, just so that your viewport is responsive. I'm going to just take this even lower, so 0.05 should be fine for now. Okay, and we can come in here, we can adjust the power of this light. I think is not very bright now, so I'm just going to increase this to something like this. We don't want to overblow it, we don't want to make it overexposed, so I'm just going to bring this something like this, and something like that looks good. So what I'm doing with the lighting setup here with the key light, I want to create shadows on this other side of the face. So I'm just going to rotate this a little bit more, see if I can create more of shadows on the other side. And I'm just positioning this, see if I can create shadows on the other side of the face. Okay, and something like this is going to look good for now. Okay, we can always still come back to adjust this if we want to. So that's going to be our key lights. And like the way this one is right now, I'm just going to increase the brightness a little bit more. We can always still come back to adjust this if we need to. So that's going to be our key lights. Let's add in another light for the fill light. So the fill light is going to fill in the shadows. Shift A, light, and let's add in an area light. I'm going to rotate this one here, and I'm just going to place it right to this other side. So right now you're going to notice that the fill light has almost about the same strength with our key light, and that's not what we want with the fill light. If I just zoom in here, now that I've added in that fill light, you can just see how that makes the whole render look flat. So with the fill light, we want to reduce the power a lot so that it doesn't take away our shadow, it just makes the shadows less darker. I'm just going to bring this down here. So this is without the fill lights, and this is with the fill light. So we don't want it to be completely black. We're just bringing up the shadows. I'm just going to bring this down here, and I'm also going to name this lights underscore fill. Okay, nice, right there. I like what this is looking like. And also something I want to show you, if I scale this up, so let me just hide this one, and I'm going to show you with this key lights. So if I scale this light down, notice the shadows on this, it gets much harsher, or it gets much sharper. So Alt S, I'm going to remove that scale. I'm going to clear the scale, and you're going to notice the shadows are much softer. So depending on what you're going for, if you want harsher shadows, you can scale this down. That's also the same thing here as coming to change the size here. So you can scale it down or scale it up depending on what you're going for. So I'm going to unhide the fill light here. And for the fill light, I don't really want it to cast shadows. So I'm going to scale up this one. Okay, and I can increase the brightness a little bit more. Okay, this is looking good. Around the face is looking good. We will definitely need to add some more lights at the bottom here, and that's fine for now. Let's just focus on this top part for now. Okay, and the last light that we're going to need for the 3-point lighting setup is the rim lights. So Shift A, lights, and I'm going to add in an area light here. I'm going to rotate this, and remember the rim lights at the back of our character, and the purpose of the rim light is to separate our character from the background. So just by adding that, you can already see what that does. So let me just hide this. You can see our character is blending in a little bit with the background. But if we add in that rim light right there, it starts to separate our character from the background. And on the rim lights, I'm going to increase the power up way higher. And on this rim light, I'm just going to make it favor this side a little bit more. So something that I can also do on this light is just to S and X to scale it down, just so that we focus on one side instead of it scattering throughout the whole back. Okay, so something like this. I can also just rotate it on the Z axis. And when rotating this, remember when we're using our rig, we changed our transform rotations to local. So at this point, we can change it back to global, so that we're using the global transforms. And then R and Z, I'm just going to rotate it just so that it just touches just this side of the character. Okay, I also want to extend that rim light down to make sure it touches the leg this way. So I'm going to scale it on the Z axis. I'm going to bring it down right here so that it touches the leg. I'm just going to rotate this a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to also scale this one up, and I'm going to move it to somewhere around here. Okay, something like this is starting to look good. Right now, you're going to notice, because of this rim light that we added in here, you're going to notice on the backdrop we have this harsh light here. So the way that we can fix this is with something called light linking, and this was added in newer versions of Blender. I'm using Blender 5.0 right now, so I have the light linking feature. So I'm just going to select the rim lights, and let me rename this here to lights underscore rim. And I'm going to go to the object data properties, or the object properties, and under shading we have this light linking right here. Just create a new collection, and we are going to drag and we are going to drop the backdrop into this collection. So note that I'm not selecting the backdrop, because if you select the backdrop, that collection is going to go. I'm going to make sure that the rim light is selected. Then I'm going to drag and I'm going to drop the backdrop right there. And I'm just going to, right now, only the backdrop is being affected by these lights. But we can come in here and we can exclude the backdrop from being affected by the lights. And now we have something that looks like this. Okay, right now I'm going to add in a color to my background. I'm just going to name this backdrop. And depending on your character, the colors on your character, then you can choose in a nice color for your own scene. For me, I think I'll just go with something dark like this. Okay, something dark like this. And I don't really want the backdrop to reflect any light, so I'm going to just turn up the roughness, something like this. And I'm going to also turn down the specular. Okay, so we have something that looks like this. And also something that you can do right now, you can see out of the camera frame. We don't really want to do that, so I'm just going to press Ctrl B, and I'm just going to select our camera frame. and we are just going to this is only going to work in cycles. So Ctrl V just to box select the camera frame, just so that you just see what is in the camera. If you're using Eevee, you can come down here to camera, select the camera, go under viewport display, and this option here, you can just turn this all the way up to 1, just so that you don't see what's on the other side or what's on the outside of the camera frame. Okay, and this is also going to help us set up the camera nicely. So I'm just going to move this camera into a nice spot. So something like this is definitely going to work just fine. Okay, so this is the basic 3-point lighting setup. Right here, we are going to start duplicating some of this light. So these key lights I can duplicate for this bottom right here, because right now the legs are way too dark. So I'm just going to duplicate this and bring this down here. I'll go from the top view and I'll just adjust the position of that. Okay, now you can see we are having a little bit more lights at the bottom there, which is definitely nice. I'm going to reduce the power here, and something that you can also do, just select these two lights and then Ctrl L to link these objects together, and we are going to link their object data together. So what that's going to do, any change I make on this light here is also going to be reflected on this light, because they have the same object data. Okay, so I'm just going to reduce this one down, and it's going to reduce the both of them, and somewhere around here is looking good for that lighting. I'm also going to duplicate another few lights on this bottom side here, just so that the shadows are not too dark. So I'm going to come in here, duplicate this light for the bottom. Okay, so this is without, this is with it. Okay, nice, filling in some of those shadows that we created with the key lights on the other side. Okay, something like that. And then on the rim lights, you can also add in colors. So adding in colors on the rim lights is going to make the rim lights look a little bit better. So you can, depending on your character and the colors that you have in your scene, you can choose a nice rim light color right here. I think something like a orange red is going to work just fine for me. I'm definitely going to play around with this a lot more, but you can start to get the idea of this. I'm going to just adjust this few lights a little bit. Okay, and I'm just going to, so something you can do is just to sometimes hide some of these few lights, and then just adjust the area lights to make sure that you actually like what you have. So right now I'm not liking the shadows that's creating on the face, so I'm just going to adjust this a little bit more. Okay, so what this key light is doing now is separating the face into half. So we have left side and the right side. I want some of the light to fall on this other side of the face, so I'm just going to bring this right here. Okay, something more like that. Okay, something more like that is going to look good. And let me turn this one back on. Yeah, that looks much better than what we had before. Okay, that's looking good for the key lights. And now what I'm going to do, we are going to add in some more additional lights. So this is the 3-point lighting setup done. We duplicated more lights than 3, so we get the idea. We had 1, 2, and 3, and then we duplicated some of these, but this is still a key light. This is still a few lights. Okay, so I'm just going to add some additional lights. Some additional lights that I like to add, I'm going to press Shift A, and then I'm going to add in a points light right here, and this one is going to be, I'm just going to rename this to lights underscore backdrop. So I'm going to add a light to the backdrop that's going to separate our character a little bit more from the camera. So on that points light, I'm just going to make sure that that's selected. I'm going to move this back. I'm just going to make sure that it's directly opposite of the camera, and I can actually adjust it from this view here. I'm just going to place it right behind of our character. So this is without it, this is with it. So you can see that the way that's helping separate our character a lot more from the background. And this is without, and then this is with it. You can also change the color here to something like this. I'm definitely going to adjust these colors a little bit more. So we have a lighting setup that looks like this, and I can also increase the power here. Okay, something like that. Right now, these shadows, we have these shadows right here, so I just want to get rid of them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate this few lights here just to get rid of some of those shadows on the backdrop right there. So I'm going to place this one off to the side here, and I can increase the power just to get rid of some of the shadows that we have there. I'm going to bring this down closer to the backdrop. Okay, so this is without that, and this is with it. Let me just reduce the strength a little bit. Okay, and this is the 3-point lighting setup done. So this is how you're going to approach lighting your character with the 3-point lighting setup. Let me just select the hair here, and I'm going to increase the hair display to full, and I'm going to see what that looks like. So I'll just give this a moment to render. Okay, so this is what it's looking like for me in my case. So you might need to definitely adjust the colors a bit more, play around with the light colors, with the position of the light to get something more of what you want. So I'm just going to bring down my base color here for the backdrop, and then something I'm going to do is to add in a HDRI just to add some ambient light to the scene, just so that everywhere is not too dark. So right now we are using this dark color here. I'm just going to add in a kind of a forest HDRI just to bring up the ambience on the scene. And a very simple way that we can do that, if you use the Polyhaven add-on, then the lighting and the texturing, at this stage we can add in some HDRIs. I'm just going to look for some nature HDRIs right here. Let me give this a second to load. Okay, and we have all these nature HDRIs. I can just drag and drop this into the scene. Okay, that's going to get rid of what we had before. And with the HDRI, remember, we don't want to completely use this. We are just going to reduce the strength so that it doesn't overpower the lights that we have. Okay, so this is with if you're using the Polyhaven add-on. If you're not using the Polyhaven add-on, let me just switch it back. If you're not using the Polyhaven add-on, you can go ahead and download HDRIs, and you can just come in here, choose the environment texture, and then you can open something that you've downloaded. That's if you're not using the Polyhaven add-on, but I highly suggest that you get the Polyhaven add-on and you just use that, because it already gives us some additional setup. So if I need to rotate this, I can just rotate it very easily from this sliders right here. So this is what I have right now. I'm going to reduce the strength of that HDRI. So we are going to tweak this until we are completely happy with what we have. Depending on what you're going for, you're going to need to think around with this a lot more than I have done right here. So this is what I have for the lighting. I'm happy with this, but I'm definitely going to adjust this a lot more after recording this. I'm not going to stick with the 3-point lighting setup. I'll go with some more cinematic lighting styles for my final renders. But this is just a basic example of what you can do if you have no idea of how to light your character. Alright, once we are done with the 3-point lighting setup, we can go ahead and we can choose more camera angles. So I'm just going to close this down here, and we can choose more camera angles. Let me just take this hair back to viewport display amount of 0.01. Okay, just so that the viewport is responsive. And then we are going to choose some other camera angle. So right now I'm going to name this camera underscore wide shot. So this is the wide shot of the character. I'm going to duplicate this camera. This one is going to be called camera underscore close up. Okay, and I'm going to make sure that that camera is the active camera here. I'm going to go and lock this. So just turn on the gizmos here. I can lock this, and then let's just switch or choose another camera angle. Okay, for our character, something like this for me is going to work just fine. Definitely going to choose more camera angles. But for you, if you have no idea of any camera angles to choose, I'll suggest a wide shot and a close-up. You can also duplicate this. So just duplicate this camera, and then you can show up details like stuff that you modeled, like the shoes, the skirts, and all that fun stuff. So I'm just going to stick with the close-up and with the wide shots for now. I'm going to choose some more camera angles later on. So this is the close-up and this is the wide shot. So those are the two camera angles that I have. And once you've chosen all your camera angles, something that's also fun to render out is a turntable animation. So that's a 360-degree turnaround of your character. And the way we are going to do that, I'm just going to duplicate this camera wide shot. So select the camera, duplicate it, and escape, just to leave it in the same position. I'm going to rename this to camera underscore turn around. Okay, so this is going to be our turnaround camera, and we want this camera to go 360 around our character. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to use an empty to control this camera right here. So I'm going to shift A. I'm going to add in an empty object, and I'm going to add in a sphere. Okay, so this is not going to show up in the render, so you don't need to worry about that. This empty object right here, I'm just going to move this into the render collection, and I'm going to name this. I'm just going to copy the name from here. I'm going to name this camera underscore turnaround underscore CTRL. It stands for control. So camera turnaround control is going to control our camera. So what we are going to do, we are going to parent our camera to this empty, so that anytime this empty rotates, our camera is also going to follow that. So an easy way to parent things inside of Blender, if I just select this and I hold down shift and hover over the camera turnaround CTRL, I can easily parent it to that camera. So now if I select the camera turnaround control and I rotate this, okay, let me just make sure that this camera is the active one. So if I rotate this right here, you're going to notice now we are going around our character. Okay, so we're going to go around the character. We're going to notice a problem. So right now, once we get to the backdrop is obstructing our camera. Also, if we get to an angle like this, we also lose that lighting setup that we just created. This is not what we wanted to see for the lighting. So what we are going to do in this case, I'm just going to Alt R to clear the rotation I made there. All we are going to do, all our lights and also the backdrop, I'm just going to select those, and we are going to parent those to our camera turnaround underscore control. Okay, so that anytime the camera turnaround control moves, these ones also move or rotate with it. So just drag, hold down shift, and then it's going to parent all those objects right there. And now if I select that turnaround and I rotate this, okay, you can see that it's rotating nicely. So anywhere we turn our character to, our lighting setup is still going to remain the same, so that we have consistent lighting whenever we turn around to our character. So Alt R, I'm just going to clear the rotation. Now that we have the turntable and we have chosen the shots that we want to render out, now I'm going to walk you through how I like to render out these shots. So I'm just going to open up my timeline here. I'm going to open up a separate viewport here. I'm going to elongate this and I'm going to change this to my timeline. Okay, and on the timeline here, on the first frame, I'm going to bind this close-up render or this close-up camera to this frame. And the way you can do that, make sure that this one is the active camera by making sure that this is highlighted here. And then hover over your timeline and then press Ctrl B to bind that camera, this close-up camera, to the first frame. So anytime we are on this first frame, this close-up camera is going to be the active one. Now if we go to frame 2, we can bind this wide shot camera. Okay, so hover over the timeline, Ctrl B to bind this camera wide shot to the second frame. So if I'm on the first frame, it's going to be the camera close-up. If I go to the second frame, it's going to be the camera wide shot. Depending on how many angles you choose, you can bind them to these different frames. But I only have these two camera angles, so that's fine for me. So from frame 3, I want my turnaround animation to start. So I'm going to come down here, I'm going to select that camera turnaround, and I'm going to bind it to this right here. I'm going to bind it to frame 3 right here. So our turnaround is going to start from frame 3, and depending on how long we want to make our turntable, let's just go ahead and let's calculate it. So right now, under the output properties, our frame rate is about 24 frames per second. And if you wanted to make this 8 seconds, let me just open up the calculator here. If you wanted to make this 8 seconds, let's times this. 24 times 8, that's 192 frames. We are going to need 192 frames, and 8 seconds is reasonable enough for a turntable. So we are going to need 192 frames, but remember that we are starting from frame 3. So we are going to need 192 plus 3, and this is going to be our end frame, 195. So I'm going to change the end frame to 195. Okay, and then on this first frame, we can now animate this empty right here so that this is actually rotating. So on the first frame, I'm going to press K, and I'm just going to insert animation keyframes for the rotation. And then if I go to the last frame, you can use shift and right arrow to go to the last frame. On this last frame, we want this empty to have made a complete 360-degree rotation. So I'm going to RZ 360 and then enter. And then I'm going to K, and I'm going to insert a rotation keyframe there. So if I go to the first frame, you can see how that is animating really nicely. So our turnaround is starting from frame 3. If I just move this to frame 3 and I play out this animation, let's just see what that looks like. Okay, so something like that is definitely looking good. So from frame 3 to frame 195 is our turntable animation. We want to make sure to keep that in mind. But remember that we also binded this first frame and this second frame to different cameras. We also want to render those out. So I'm going to start my animation timeline from frame 1 and we are going to render all of these out. So let me walk you through the render settings that I like to keep here. So on the resolution, we have already changed this to 1200 by 1500, depending on the platform you want to post to. You can change this. And then the resolution scale, right now, this is a 1K image. You can change this to a 4K image by changing this to 200. But I'm just going to keep it to 150. 150 is going to be completely fine. It's going to make the image much more high resolution. And with 150, we don't really need to use a lot of render samples. So 150 is going to be completely fine. Our frame rate is 24 frames per second. You can change that to 30, but then also remember to increase your timeline. Just use the calculator and then do some calculation depending on how long you want your animation to be. Okay, so the frame rate is going to be completely fine. And the step, you can leave this at 1. If you set this to 2, it's going to render out every other frame. So you just want to leave this to 1 just so that we have a nice smooth turnaround. So that's going to be the frame range. And then under our output, we are going to choose a folder where we want to render out these images. So right now, we are going to be rendering out images. And we are going to just go very simple. We are going to be rendering PNGs. Okay. And these PNGs, we want to export them to a particular folder. So I can just come in here. I'm going to go to where I keep these project files. And yeah, right here, I'm going to create a new folder here. And I'm just going to name this renders. Okay, let's go into that folder and I'm going to accept that. So all the images, all these frames that we're going to be rendering out here are going to be stored in that folder. So just keep that in mind. And those are the render settings that we're going to change under the output properties. Now let's go to our render properties. We are going to be using cycles to render this. If you have a GPU, go ahead and use your GPU. If not, you can use your CPU. And then under the render max samples, we can change this down to 200. 4000 is a bit too much. We can just change it down to 200. Anywhere between 200 and 500 is going to work just fine. You can even go lower depending on your character. But since we have hair, I just want to keep this at somewhat of a high value, somewhere around 200, between 500 is going to be fine. Okay, so that this can render out at really high quality. So that's really everything that we're going to change in the render settings. I don't like to play with any of these render settings here. When we get to post processing, we are going to cover most of that. So these are just the render settings that I like to change right here. At this point, once you've binded your cameras to the different frames and you have your turntable ready to render, something I want you to do is just to do some test renders. So I'm going to go up here to render, and instead of rendering out the animation first, just do some test renders. So you can go to just a random frame like this. You can go up here to render image, and then you just do a test render. Because you might find that when you render stuff out, you might need to tweak some things. Just go to random frames, do different test renders before you actually render out the animation. And I'm also going to point out that rendering is not going to be linear. So I'm just going to show you a project that I worked on a while ago. So on this project here, this is where I started off. At this point, I already started rendering even before posing. So this was the first iteration. This was the second iteration. I just want to point out that rendering and lighting are not a straightforward process. So you'll probably have to render, you have to tweak some things, then you have to render again. So these are just some different render passes that I went through. I was experimenting with some of these things you can see right here. So I just kept on experimenting and kept on rendering out different passes until I got to something that I liked, which was this one right here. Okay, so you can still see I needed to clean up the pose, but this is where I'm happy with. So rendering is not going to be completely straightforward. It's going to be an iterative process. So just always make sure to keep that in mind when you're rendering out. So make sure you do some test renders first. And then once you're happy with that, you can go ahead and you can render out the full animation. Also keep in mind that rendering out the animation is going to take a while depending on the PC that you have. I recommend that you leave it overnight to render out. So go ahead, do those test renders and render out a final animation. And once you render out a final animation, you have a folder that looks like this. Depending on where you stored your files, you have a folder that looks like this. So for me, if I just go back, remember that the first 2 frames on my animation here were the close-up and the wide shot, and then my turntable started from the 3rd frame. So right here, in case I've not yet rendered out that character. This is just an example. So these first 2 frames are going to be my still renders, and then from here is going to be where my animation is going to start, and you're going to have an image sequence that looks something like this. Now, to compile this into a video, you can use any video editing software. I'm going to be using DaVinci Resolve in this case, and I'm just going to create a new project right here, and I'm just going to name this to something. You can name it to anything. I'm just going to name it turntable. Okay, and I'm going to create a new project. So depending on the software that you're using, you might need to just search up tutorials on how to do this. But in DaVinci Resolve, I'm just going to go to the media tab right here. I'm going to drag and drop all these images. So remember, I'm starting from the 3rd frame. I'm just going to drag and drop all these images right here, and by default, DaVinci Resolve is going to recognize that as an image sequence and is going to drop in everything as a video. So I'm just going to drag and drop that into my media pool here, and I'll go to the cut tab. I can bring that into my timeline, and then you should have a really nice and smooth animation, something just like this. So you're just going to leave that play, and you might spot some errors, you might not spot some errors. Everything should be good to go if you've done everything right so far. So you're going to have an animation that looks like this. So for your animation, you also want to make sure that you do some post-processing. So in DaVinci Resolve, I can easily go into the color tab and play around with these settings, add in some nodes to do that. You can look up tutorials on how to do that. That's way beyond the scope of this masterclass. So that's how you're going to approach doing it for videos. You can also compile your image sequence in Blender. You can decide to do it in any software that you want. CapCut too, I believe, can also do that. So just find any video editing software and then compile your image sequence into a video, and then you can export that out. So when it comes to post-processing for still images, this is my general approach. So I'm just going to open up the image in Photoshop, and I like to convert this into a smart object. And I'm just going to come up here to filter, and I'm going to open up the camera raw filter. So most of the editing is going to happen in the camera raw filter, and I'm just going to briefly walk you through the process I like to go through. So once the camera raw filter is open right here, I like to adjust some of these settings. So you can just come in here, and basically we're just going off what looks good. In my opinion, post-processing is going to be what looks good for you. You can also use a reference at this stage if you're going for a particular style, but I'm just going to go for what looks good for me. So we can adjust the temperature right here. You can also adjust the tint depending on what you're going for. You can reduce or increase the exposure, and let me play around with the contrast here. Okay, and you can also play around with this highlight. So you can just come in here, play around with these sliders until it starts to look good to you. Okay, so I can play around with that, with those basic sliders. Some other sliders I like to play around with are the color mixer. So I can, for some particular colors, I can increase the saturation, something like this. I can increase the saturation on the magentas right here, also on the blues. Okay, something like that. So just play around with these sliders, see if you're making any changes to the image, and then go with something that looks good. So the color mixer is another one that I like to work with. And then the effects here, I'm just going to turn off the green. I like to add in green on my render just so that it feels like it's actually coming from a camera lens and it's not so perfect. So I'm just going to add in some green right here. And I also like to add in some vignetting. Okay, so just play around with these sliders here. This is the before, this is the after. You can already see the massive difference that makes. So you want to make sure not to neglect the post-processing stage. Okay, you want to make sure that you have the post-processing stage looking good. So I'm just going to OK this and give this a second to load here. So at this point, you want to go ahead and you want to do some post-processing on your final renders. I'm also going to go ahead and render out the final images of my character with a different lighting setup and with the finished post-processed renders that I've made. So I'm just going to show you my final renders right now. So that brings us to the end of the Stylized Character Masterclass. At this point, if you've made it this far, I just want to say congratulations to you, because most people who started this masterclass will never get to this point, unfortunately, but they won't get to this point. So if you've gotten to this point so far and you've been able to work on your own character, kudos to you for doing that. At this point, you now understand the entire pipeline for creating a stylized 3D character from scratch. And honestly, my biggest goal with this masterclass was to show you that creating 3D characters is actually not impossible. It's very possible if you have the right resources. So now that you've gotten here, I want to invite you to join the Stylized Character Academy. If you're someone you know that you can get better from where you are in your character creation skills, or you want to get good enough to be hired in the industry, or you just want to master completely the entire character creation process so that you have the freedom to create and tell your own stories without feeling overwhelmed in every step of the process, then I created the Stylized Character Academy for someone like you, and I want you to check this out. I'm going to show you how you can create your own 3D characters and finally bring the stories and ideas in your head to life without getting stuck on every step of the process or wasting time trying to find the right tutorials. I've learned how to consistently create my own characters, work on my own animation projects, and consistently get hired as a 3D character artist. And I've also helped other artists create their first character from start to finish without them having much experience. Like one of my students, Isabella, she was able to create this character in just a couple months of us working together, and she was new to Blender and character creation in general. So you don't need to be an expert in Blender to create your first character. You've tried learning on your own and you know how that cycle goes. You're constantly trying to find the right tutorials. You stop working on your characters halfway because you're not happy with the way it looks. You're not even sure of the next steps that you need to take to finish your character, and everything starts to feel overwhelming, and then you give up on your projects. The way we solve this in the Stylized Character Academy, you don't just get a course where you have to follow without knowing what you're doing. It's a completely guided mentorship program, and based on your specific goals, you get your own personalized roadmap to help you create your first character and master all the steps involved in creating characters. In the first 90 days of you joining, you create your first character from start to finish, and the way we are going to do that is through weekly one-on-one coaching sessions with me, where I'm going to show you exactly how to go about creating your own characters. There will also be weekly Q&A calls where you can ask your questions, get feedback and clarity on each step of the character creation process. You also have access to a private Discord where you can share your progress, get critique on your work, and also stay accountable. And of course, you're going to get access to the Stylized Character Masterclass, a complete library of video lessons where I share everything I know about creating characters to support the one-on-one coaching. So just visualize this. For the next character you want to work on, you know exactly the steps that you need to take. You're not abandoning your character halfway, because this time you're actually able to create your characters from start to finish, and you're finally able to translate the exact idea you had in your mind into your own final character. If that sounds like something you would like to do, here's how to join the Stylized Character Academy. Scroll below this video and book a time to chat with me, and also fill out the application form. On that call, we'll chat about where you're currently at and what your specific goals are. From there, I'll let you know if the Stylized Character Academy is the right fit for you, and if it is, I'll walk you through the next steps to get started. So book a time to chat, and I'll see you inside the Stylized Character Academy. Let's go.